people like to do the skiing thing if you're LA people, or like, the cabin and, sitting around. LA people are funny because it's like, weather's pretty much always nice, but then you drive 2 hours and you're in like, snow and mountains, cuddled up around the fireplace drinking hot cocoa and doing that thing in Big Bear.
I went to ski with my kids this year in Thanksgiving. It's been a tradition for us for a few years. And I used to grow up skiing in Colorado, and I talked to a guy there, and he was, putting our boots and whatever. And, we're not fancy skiers, we just, winter skis and all that. And he was talking about how, like, the consolidation of all the ski resorts around Colorado has affected him. And he used to have these shops, in kind of downtown shopping area. But what's happened now with the consolidation of the actual like ski purchases has affected him, and now he had to sell all the shops to, I guess, end up working for it. So what happens is that you'll get like they'll raise the prices on the slopes for Christmas, Thanksgiving, and spring break. And then they'll make them so high that like local people or like, just kind of like domestic, casual American families can't really like buy it, like, just it's too expensive for them. And so they'll attract like a ton of international clients, but they won't get any domestic ones, but they'll make the same like profit by just having these like 3 weeks of the year. But it really has a big effect on like the downtown or whatever, like ski town type of stuff, because they have no flow in traffic for the other times of the year. And it affects them really negatively.
Wait, this is where?
This is like Breckenridge, Vail, Ashland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Colorado.
Yeah. I've only been to Breckenridge during the summer, which was wonderful. But I think this year they're having a lot of trouble out west because the snow wasn't good. So a lot of people, including friends of mine who do an annual trip, they canceled because there were just not enough trails open. So they probably got devastated this year or this winter.
Yeah, and it's only been building for a while. Then you add inflation on top of it, like post-COVID stuff, and it's just like no one is coming anymore except like the, people who really want to spend a lot of money, and it's just too bad.
I'm not a skier, so I don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah. I could honestly take it or leave it.
I mean, it's a huge commitment. And honestly, at my age, I'm not about to start, all right, skiing, oops. You just, broke your ankle or whatever the fuck, and now I gotta fucking work in a wheelchair is not gonna cut it for me, or crutches. So, yeah, I'm just trying to minimize the risk at this point.
I'm totally... my husband cannot do it, and he took a couple lessons. I'm like, why don't you just go home? Because I don't need you to be out of commission for a couple weeks.
I'm gonna jump off, so thank you. Nice talking to you, P. Divine. Thanks so much, man.
Hello, too. Hey, guys. Have a good night. I just talked too long.
Divine, close it out, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut this down, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks,
hanging
man.
out with us. You already, no worries. We'll be back here early tomorrow, I'm sure. Hope to see you guys here.
shortly, right? And so the reality of it is that I never told anybody to go live in a third world country.
Flawless. Why you let them dominate the conversation?
Why you won't let them let people finish?
Eat up, bro. Get some respect.
I mean, I didn't ask why Sweet was dominating the conversation.
Because he has
Because I wasn't dominating the conversation. I was just
as long as you got one of those, they don't care.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Right. So it's again for the third time. Nobody told you to go leave and go to another country. It was an example to show you guys that no matter what, you don't want to trade yourself for a third world country. And if America takes an isolationist stance and doesn't do, in some regard, what it's doing now, right, as far as critical minerals, oil, and repositioning itself with China and Russia, guess what's going to happen? You're going to stay here and still wind up being in a third world country. So I just don't see how you guys are not seeing the long-term repercussions of not taking the stance that it is. And on top of that, the people that they're like this administration is not, I don't know what you guys are rallying for. How you gonna let somebody who's telling you in their own country that they want their own administration to fall, that they've been marginalized by since the 1970s, and you over here speaking for them? Who gives you that fucking right? Let them deal with their government and the stuff that's happening in their country and allow America to do what it's doing and take advantage of whatever they can so that we can stay on the top of this new industrial revolution that's happening with AI. So it's kind of like y'all just...
School children are being bombed in the pursuit of this, you know that, right?
Okay, that's not...
Let somebody else do it.
Who bombed the children? Did America bomb those children? Who was responsible for that? Who was it?
Okay,
And you do have an article that you can put in the chat?
Melissa,
Thank you for your submission.
I'm waiting for the article. Thank you.
you already know what's up. You know that America's hands are dirty. You know that they're complicit in bloodshed for the purpose of furthering their own agenda.
Wait, he's not done. He's not done
It
yet.
don't matter if we perceive it. It's the means don't justify the end.
That's true. I think you in the car and no partner shoot. You in the car and no partner shoot somebody and kill somebody, you going to jail too. That was a drive-by. You down and then together.
That's a dumb analogy.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the same flawless and I didn't get a chance to speak. And then other people want to come in. And then when I do talk over those people, you want to put me in the room and say I'm disrespectful. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Brother, this way that is right there.
Hold up. First of all, wait a minute. You made your statement.
I didn't make my statement. I didn't even finish. I had to cut somebody off.
You had to cut somebody off so you can get into the conversation.
Yes. They ain't seen that on Clubhouse. They don't have the hand raise on there. They used to have hand raising on here. But they took it out just so we can have chaos.
What's going on? I don't know.
Nothing.
She was not being allowed to talk. That's what's going on.
He said, oh my God. Sweet, don't encourage that.
You can't let it talk.
That's what
I'm not an instigator. All I want to do is say,
Hold up.
If we're talking about shooting, not
no, I didn't speak. Nowhere near but that Marissa spoke.
Responded to you and you interrupted her to argue with her point of view. That's
Yeah, because she interrupted me.
she did not. You were not.
No, I wasn't done. I'm telling you, I wasn't done.
interrupt you. I mean, I'll just let them take it.
Go ahead and finish. You go ahead and finish.
No, I need more chances, just as many as Melissa's here. But bottom line, yeah, but bottom line,
What is
but bottom, but wait,
Melissa, damn.
One of my please.
for the question that she asked and put on the board, things that nobody have to answer. First of all, that is an entirely ridiculous question. Because nobody wants to live in a third world country, of course. But that don't mean that we prefer this. What we're living through right now, what's happening right now, we don't have to move to a third world country.
Melissa said, it has happened before. It has happened, and a lot of Americans should know this, right? We got attacked in World War II in Pearl Harbor. The reason why we was attacked, because America didn't want to get involved in it. We want to mind our own business, not get involved, stay out of it, just like put our hands in the sand and dance away and do all our own shit. And man, we got attacked. So that's what actually happened. People need to do their research on this thing. So she's right, man. And when I moved to Mexico, right, started going back and forth, I noticed something. That the Chinese have 30, since I was actually seeing a difference in the cars that I was seeing. I seen some American cars, then I started seeing an influx of Chinese cars everywhere. And then I found out that they have 30 Chinese car manufacturers, dealerships in Mexico, right? 3 BYD was built in less than a year in the city I was in, and they are dominating the rest of them. They was trying to, Sleepy Joe, dominate the whole world, which is this. When you go to an American company and whatever the work that you're doing, right, they're doing the exact same thing, encircling us, making a circle. They take it out, taking over Africa, taking over South America, taking over Europe. Every industry that we're in, they're doing it. Not to play fair and say, okay, let's have some type of fair game. No, they've been stealing our secrets. They've been hacking the shit out of us, taking all our intellectual properties, copying us. And then what I see about China, there is no room for anybody else in this world. There's no room to put have you ever heard of a Chinese moving their manufacturing hub to Africa? They are dominating. And when last time I was getting some paperwork done, visa work done at the Mexican embassy, here were 2 rows of seats in front of me, right? It's 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. They have white pieces of paper in front of it. When they opened up at 7, nothing but Chinese people came and sat down. And the places, that nice places that I was going at, different hotels, whatever, they're buying up everything there. All the high-end property, they're dominating them. Still to this day. So I saw the strategy, the Chinese strategy. And look, the Chinese people are not stupid. They're not some type of dum-dums or stupid people. They're very intelligent and cunning to dominate you. And if America, I'm going to say this right, Melissa's right. If America do fall right, the whole world will be speaking Chinese. Literally. I'm serious. Like, they're kicking it. And it still might happen. I used to say, because they're building one of the biggest militaries the world has ever seen. And look, when a man builds something like that, build a military, what military have humans built that massive and have not used it in human history? So I'll land on that.
All right, good stuff. Now here's the reality, Nathan. I'm going to address Nathan's point. I'm not going to talk to Nathan. I'm just going to talk for 2 minutes like he did about the reality. Nathan will have you think that China just what? I guess they took over. They just posted up in Mexico. No, didn't tell Mexico. They just gangstered their way in there. Mexico wasn't getting anything out of the deal. They don't have you think that China and Africa and building roads or whatever they're doing, like that's the same thing as just colonizing, right? That's the same as just coming in and actually just taking over, killing folks, and there's no arm's length agreement there. That's a country just empirically, unemotionally, doing some shit that any country could do. If they were able to do it, they could compete, they could put manufacturing, they could have did this 5, 10, 20 years ago, they could start right now. But the idea that now you mad at some other country, Canada, Russia, anybody for how they getting down and doing their thing, so the rest of the world could not be appealed to, it could not be done right so that they would want to do business with America, opposed to just running through and taking over and I'm just going to rename everything after me. Like, what? There's no more Gulf of Mexico. It's a Gulf of Trump. Like, what are you saying, man? You're just gonna build casinos all in? Bro, wait a minute, bro. You're doing stuff that presidents have never done, man. What are you doing? And so to sit here and then to say, well, they love it or leave it, or this idea, yeah, it was very much a question that was put on the floor about, well, let me ask you a quick question. In the context of everything that was going on, well, would you rather live in a third world country or live here? Look, we're talking about what's going on in the name of America, the money of America, the whole reality of America. And so while there's American citizens here and overseas, can't move around, and the justification to say it just had to happen because, well, we thought that, well, Israel's going to attack and then they're going to hit us back, so before we do that, then we're just going to go ahead and then now we're going to send in troops, or we just need them to bow down. They was minding their business, man. They was doing what they doing in spite of a whole lot of stuff and a lot of history. So to try to act like you victimized and you just had to do this in the name of America because there was an imminent threat. Man, you're just moving the ball around, bro. And as a result, there's things in motion now. That probably may or may not hit people in the top 1 percentile in America. You know it's going to affect like the prices and the recession. And we don't know. This is 5-6 days in. What happens when it's another 6 days? We don't know. And it look like either side is backing up. So it's going to just continue to escalate. So when does it calm down? And how many lives going to have to get taken out before it calms down? And how does that affect us? Real live human beings that are adults think about these questions. Because there's a cause and effect now more than ever in this AI, one world economy and coins and dollars and all of, and how quick and how fast and how interconnected everything is. It's not hard to figure out the trickling down effect and the domino effect, and when this happens and then that happens for those that want to study it. And business as usual doesn't go down like it used to anymore. And stuff is not flowing through the straight of our rules, and a lot of trickling effects that, just like with the tariff conversation, see it for 90 days. You may not see it for 60 days. It don't mean it's not some stuff in motion that people that understand have to prepare for if they like living and staying alive and stuff. So anyway, man.
I'm Adrian. I don't think that the Chinese people gave two flips about all our Black American jobs going up over there they took. They didn't even think twice about it. That's my point. That these people, whatever you want to call it, they're not going to have any type of sympathy for us or for nobody else but their people, right? That's the Chinese. That's the Chinese for you. It's kind of strange to me that this type of falsehood and this is a lot of false information, fake information. These people are not competing fair with you, saying, hey, I'm going to compete fairly. What the government is actually doing intentionally is waging economic warfare upon you in your company. If you're making a product and you sell that product for $10, right, and you make, let's say, a $4 profit, the Chinese government, your competitor might be a Chinese company, they will pump them millions and millions of dollars just to drop their price to rock bottom, right? And they would take a loss just to put you out of business. And they've been doing that for decades now. So, and that's, when somebody's not playing fair with you like that and taking you off the chessboard, right? And you're okay with that? How can when they're pumping their corporations with $billions just to eliminate you? You can't make it with that type of loss, right? You're gonna be up out of there within maybe less than a year, maybe, right? Depending on how much savings you have. So again, I'll land on that. It's obvious what's happening right now, and to be honest, I don't want to live under some type of Chinese regime. I see what they do to the Muslim population of their country, right? And what the heck they're doing. They always have been doing for a very long time now. I don't want to live underneath the Russian regime, the Soviet Union regime that was being created. That when we we talk about, oh, what has America done, X, Y, Z, you know, the North and South Korea war, that happened because the Soviet Union was pretty much trying to impose itself upon the world. That was happening back in your day, I guess. So yeah, man, we have to look at history to see what the current players are, because they're still alive and thriving and still have the same agenda they did 80 years ago, 40 years ago, to 100 years ago. I like that.
Thank you. To say that America's so weak.
But, okay, you can mute yourself, but you got to come off the mic every time somebody says something. Damn. Got other people join the conversation. Nathan, I just think at this point, from what I'm seeing is that, some people, you know, just sit around and wait for everybody else around them to build this shit up. And then complain later that they got nothing that they conquered. You know what I'm saying? So it just seems like you got two different sides. You got people that are proactive, you know, they're trying to get their shit up, trying to get the infrastructure up. And it's by any means necessary, which is kind of fucked up at the same time. And then you got the other people that is gonna whine and cry about it and feel pretty sick and cry about it.
I like to win. I'm not, my personal life, I like to win. I'm competitive, so shit, let's win. I ain't trying to lose on nothing.
Right. So my thought is, what's stopping America from making products and like America's so weak, China can just underprice us on every damn thing, so there's an unfair advantage. Maybe it's America's a little spoiled. Maybe we just haven't taken the time to put into a thing. So China, the world wants their stuff. Not just China, but wherever you can find some stuff. Maybe the Americans that wanted to just order stuff and have it shipped to them and wanted it to come wherever they could get it the cheapest spot. And it's sent to them. So now you're mad at the manufacturers for making it at a low price. That's not even, you're talking about capitalism. You're talking about Chinese playing the capitalistic game. And, well, if somebody can produce it cheaper, oh, no, you want to put blockades and no, you can't. Bro, I don't know what people understand or don't understand about economics. It's just that simple. Supply and demand. Ain't nobody stopping what's so America's now handicapped and can't produce good quality stuff. And that we can consume in America and can be exported around the world and that people can see value in it. But, so no. If China can make it cheaper or better or faster or whatever, and people decide they want that, they got free market economy around the planet. They can go whatever site they want to and order it. But now, no, you can't have access to that because they make stuff better than we make it. So now you can't have access to that now. And now we're going to put 145% tariff on it because we don't have anything to compete. Do you know how weak that sounds, bro? Do you know how the problem is not addressed? That you have to get better at making stuff. Especially if, you know, that's something that you know you're going to need. And so, I mean, so now you're mad at, so now you're going to stop China from going all over the world because people want what they're doing. Bro, but you still want to talk about democracy and capitalism. They're saying whatever systems they got in place, they got systems in place to be able to manufacture it, and people are saying, okay, cool, thank you, yes, we would like that over here. So we can focus on some other stuff, or whatever they're doing. And now they're going to be the big bad wolf. They have done it. Because, yeah, how about you just be cool people?
Wake it up.
You know, how about you be cool people and exchange with them? They got a lot of value they can bring you. You got a lot of value you can bring them. You got land. Not going to let them run through us. But how you going to run through other people but don't want them to come back and try to run through you? It's just a universal concept, man. That's all I'm saying. So, to think that we got the best representatives and to think that there's best practices are being used when you got planets in Dubai and different places are growing up in 20 years, that obviously they know how to make something work. And a lot of places around the planet know how to make stuff work, but we just gotta have a bunch of homeless running around. That's just not good management skills, man. That's what I'm saying. It's either a lack of care a lack of interest, a lack of know-how, a lack of, just don't want to make it happen or something. But to act like that's just the best we can do, come on, man. I'm not here for that. I want to win too, but I don't want to win by eliminate the competition and I'm the only team on the block, so I win. Come on, man. How about we become the best and learn from people and be humble enough to, but it's just obviously it's not part of our character, man, because of where we've been for the last 250 years, where the last 400 years. There's a big problem internally, man, but while we run around the world doing stuff.
Y'all gonna be mad if you keep talking now. Come on, somebody else better get in there.
Hey, look, no more friends. I'm glad you back. Look at that, you here. Okay.
I've been here all damn day.
You been here all day, so you heard Iranians all coming in here talking about the prices.
Yes, that's fascinating. I never looked at it from that perspective. That's fascinating. But shit, if we was experiencing what they was experiencing, we'd be fucking saying, hey, Iran, I'm glad y'all bombing this motherfucker too. Shit, we need some help around this motherfucker. So I get it. I get the logic in it. I do feel bad for the kids and shit, but it's the world we live in.
Yeah, and it's not controlled by us. And it's not by us anyway. Talk about our race of people, black people. And number two, here in America, where our vote has been narrowed down when it comes down to election, to the electoral college, we think we have a say so. And we really don't. You know what I'm saying? But bottom line, the Iranians, they're not going to quit. They're going to go until they die. To me, it's like worse than the attack on Vietnam. And it's going to cost a lot of lives. But they want to make sure they get rid of, America's new capital city or state, Israel. You know what I'm saying? And return it back to the Palestinians. And you know how China feels about that. And even Russia feels about that. So all we're going to see now is a lot of bloodshed. It's a war that we can't win. Period.
And Sue, it makes you can't help but think about Trump know that, but he don't give a damn if America fall apart. They're like, oh well.
He don't give a damn. And that's what my brothers and sisters on this stage and abroad don't realize. They don't care. Bottom line, they care about the 1%. But everybody else, casualty of war, period. Point blank, casualty of war. And so when you're talking about third world country versus what we have here, well, nobody said that we had to choose a third world country. There's plenty of other countries that we can, and what we need to do is go back over our history. Before the Bible had the book, before religion, and get into our culture from that perspective. And learn how to live for and by one another. Learn to care. Because we are people that are not good at surviving as individuals. We are tribal. We are collective. That's how we should be living. That's the kind of life that we should be living. Not as individuals. I learned.
So we're not gonna lose. Like I don't know what people think about losing, right? And be realistically, we've taken out so many of their warships, their prize warships. We have air superiority. So in the means of looking at it as a military operation, we're already winning. Like I was kind of shocked at how fast they got their ass whooped handed to them that fast. Like they just we took out the Ayatollah in the regime, and like a lot of people on day one. That's undisputable, bro. Like I'm trying to figure out if you're saying that if they're winning and they got the head of the Supreme Commander in Chief taken out and eliminated, and you got people scared at the boots of taking the throne. How you feel about it? They kind of. You seen a live video of a torpedo attack, blew up the warship, blew up a drone warship they have. They're getting tagged up. So I want to call it scream now to say we're gonna lose. But that's not. We're winning right now, right? So to say that is factually incorrect. Just be frank.
See, I don't know where.
We're not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it real quick. I don't know where you get the idea. See, you talk in terms of winning. I ain't heard nobody talk about, or even talking on the side of Iran, we winning. Ain't nobody even thinking along those terms of winning. The only one that thinks like that, and apparently along with yourself, is Donald Trump. Oh yeah, he's the one that's creating this. Hold on. I mean, you keep talking like lose, like it's, I don't know, man. It's hard to even describe, like, what I'm hearing as you speak. Oh, they gonna lose. Great, bro. They're great. A big bully makes them lose. But, I mean, I don't understand the logic of just being excited about, you guys are going to lose when you guys you talking to wasn't starting no shit with you. He wasn't thinking about you, man. But you so damn annoyed. People that we talking about, that they might hit us, so we gonna go hit them. Oh, look like he might rob the Nordstrom store, so we better go ahead and arrest him right quick. Do you understand what you're saying, man? Like, it's a paranoid, schizophrenic, antisocial personality running around this planet, worried about, oh shit, to get back. They might try to retaliate for the fucked up shit we've been doing. So now that's a crime because against them, they've done a crime against us because you're so paranoid that they might do some shit. And it's like, bro, they don't have the right to have the same thing that every other country has the right to have. All right, then you're buying in, whether you recognize it or not, to a principle that says, you dark black folks, you don't deserve to have shit. So if you buy into that premise, then it's like, well, since you won't accept that, now you're wrong because that's how we're gonna make it go. And so if you just get quiet and just get along, go along, and let that happen, then you're saying, okay, we on a winning team. Bro, man, I guess if you're cool with just the concept, man, that you just want to be on the team that is the most ruthless, let me throw out the Bible, throw out the Quran out of your, or if you ever read it, I don't know, but throw out the idea that there's a thing about, at some point, it's going to get real crazy. It talks about in that book. Because of this craziness that folks is doing, that these brand new folks are doing, starting mess, and an exhortation to don't buy into that. Keep doing the right thing. Keep, in spite of whatever, keep on doing what the right thing is, and you gotta fight with those that fight with you. And so you keep on pushing and moving forward. And then the idea in the story is there's a hereafter. No pie in the sky. But at some point, there's a reckoning that comes on somehow. It doesn't say how, doesn't say who or where or what, but it definitely is very clear. I know you're on mic. I know you're anxious to say something like I'm anxious when you talking
30 minutes.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I get some approvals too. Hold on. All right, 30 seconds. I understand. I know it's hard. It's hard on me to hear some of the shit I hear from trust me. No problem. 25 seconds. So again, the idea that there comes a day where some power, someone, somewhere, somehow checks that shit. And because it's wrong, point blank, it's just not a way that you bring peace on the planet. Where have they gone and brought peace and love and justice? I'll wait.
Okay, so here's the thing about Iran.
Wait, Nathan, wait. Melissa, have you I want her to answer this question too.
I don't
She
see
left, okay, I don't know. But my question is, what they're over there doing, does that have anything to do with infrastructure building in America, dealing with AI, and all types of shit like that? That's my question. Can you answer that, Nick?
I can't, over there in Iran, I can't answer that, to be honest with you. I know the military is using AI on this operation.
No, I'm talking about whatever they're trying to extract out of Iran, like oil, whatever they're trying to do. Is that to help the advancement of the future, with what we got going on here with the banking system and AI and all that type of shit?
I don't think, on an oil perspective, yes. I don't really see it too much on the AI. It's a possibility, but I haven't researched it yet. But I don't make this point because I gotta go to sleep really fast. Iran is not an innocent player. We've seen that Russia did something that most people say is effed up what they're doing to Ukraine, right? Whatever you want to feel about it, I think people would say, yeah, it's messed up. And guess who's helping them out? Bomb the living daylights out of civilians, whatever you want to call it, right? Iran was the first person to step up to the plate and say, hey, here's all these long-range, low-flying drones. Here you go. These drones were so deadly, Russia replicated it and are mass producing it right now. That's what Iran was doing. Iran was giving, roadside bombs to Afghans and Iraqis, right, to blow us to smithereens. So, this thing about a bullet, see, here's the funny thing about bullets, right?
They fund that.
Yeah, when a bully think he can't get his ass whooped, and then when he get his ass whooped, he want to cry and say, "You're bullying me," but you was bullying. You was doing effed up stuff. Your hands are dirty too, and that's what happens. Karma happens when you play an effed up game and you kill and you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Okay.
Bottom line, what's happening is first of all, oil prices or gas prices have gone up here in about
$93 a barrel.
So whether the war is doing some good and them bombing over there, no, that's not going to happen. Here's what's happened. They may be getting their oil from Saudi Arabia, but from the word that I got, Iran is going to attack Saudi Arabia. So that means you get two Islamic countries, you know what I'm saying? And Saudi has already informed and told Iran, saying, please don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to have to do that because they got to stop the U.S. from doing what they're doing. Nobody told Saudi Arabia to sleep in the bed of the U.S. government. They shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Hey, brother, so what do they call that? That's a part of the unholy alliance between us and Saudi Arabia, correct?
Yes, most definitely.
Now, the unholy alliance, it was the alliance they made with Saudi Arabia back then, knowing that Saudi Arabia was working with Iran to destroy certain infrastructure in the Middle East.
I'm right here. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, for sure. No, what you were speaking about, I was just bringing it up. It's called, and it's known as the Unholy Alliance, because other countries in the Middle East saw it as hypocritical that Saudi Arabia be doing business with America, and they were clear supporters of Iran for a very long time. So yeah, that's a real sticky situation. But they are angry at but you're correct about those Saudi Arabia reports. And Iran's got those missiles pointed at pretty much anybody who's an economic ally, a silent partner of the Americas. So that part is definitely correct. That's what I wanted to say about what Nate said, was that those drones that Russia has, those aren't Russia mass producing them. Those are Russia that are mass buying them from China. That's Chinese technology. And right now it is circling our technology when it comes to even defending against these drones. They're making a mess in the Middle East right now. And Ukraine, that's the reason why that war, as soon as Russia releases these things on Ukraine's pretty much just beat the hell up right now. You know, Russia's not using its the high-end things that it has. That place would have been destroyed months ago. It's more about the economics there, that pipeline. There's a lot of oil there that goes into Italy. I believe Poland, a few other places. A lot of infrastructure that is in Ukraine that used to be Russia's when it was the USSR. See, I hear rumored that they even have a plant in Ukraine that if this plant, if something happens to it, all the power in Russia goes out. See, this was talked about from the beginning of that proxy war, regular war, whatever you call it, was that Russia wanted to take Ukraine back for one. That's a strategic reason, because their whole country the power could go out. That pipeline that they had, I don't believe that they would trust in Ukraine because they were so close to America, even rumored to be talked about being added to the U7. Russia wasn't going to have that. So, yeah, this is a war that we saw that was being, there was nothing actually too much a physical war going on. This was more of the economic war, but no economic war stays an economic war. It's going to actually get physical eventually. Now, is it strategic for us to be thinning ourselves in situations where I don't believe we go in them if we don't have a certain country next to us? So, you know, they're protecting and building nukes and building new infrastructure, and they're trying to, I guess, position themselves so that they're hanging on to whoever's headed to the Israel war. Exactly. And I'll land on this. There are plans in all of these places. I saw where they talked about Palestine and in the next 5 to 10 years turning it into Meta Gaza, so that there's more than rumors of that. And also even Iran, where they were mapping it out and people were speaking about certain areas, certain properties, infrastructure. It also, if it gets to a democracy, it being able to, you know, be turned into, I guess what you would call not a smart city, but maybe a smart country. So maybe this is the plan anyway. And just playing out how they destroy the infrastructure for what they planned on building anyway. This stuff is going to happen in America too. Probably inevitable.
Yeah, it's gonna change American, you know, how we are going to look at the world and how black people are going to be living. You know what I'm saying? It'll look wild because we live in a country that has mass debt, you know what I'm saying, and still printing out money You know what I'm saying? And sooner or later they gotta put some boots to the ground if they can get over there. And I like that. And it's going to me, it's just going to be it's just going to be horrific. You know what I'm saying? Of what's happening and what's going down. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to a third world. Understand that we did go to a depression. You know what I'm saying? Here in America. So that can happen to where it can become third world right here. You know what I'm saying? And then what country are you going to go to? You understand what I'm saying? So you're living, for us to live by the tenements of this country, you know what I'm saying? Whereas the history of this country have only dictated that when push came to shove, the first thing that people shove down is us, point blank. And we feel like everything is cool and everything is, it's good. You know what I'm saying? It's not good. Things can change. Here in America, economically, financially. You know what I'm saying? It can affect our future generations in which we are not building for them. So that we may live for and by each other. This is not a country that lives for and by each other like in that way. They are nothing but individuals. With good hearts. They may come down with you, whatever the case may be, but they don't live their lives in accordance to, I'm looking out for my neighbor. Everybody is individual. If you don't have a babysitter, you have to stay home. You don't have a community. That's looking for a environment, where they look at all the kids as being theirs. Point blank.
The war, see, American kids still understand. A lot of Americans don't.
You in the matrix, real bad. Start over, you in the matrix, Elder.
Yeah, can you,
You better now. Try it now.
But Americans fail to understand. I don't think Americans understand the dynamic of the Middle East as much as we think. This war has turned into what they would call a spiritual holy war. When you attack an Ayatollah, which to them is looked at as the Pope, bigger than the president. So when you kill this type of individual, now it's as a holy war. This is a war that won't stop. They won't surrender. It's like Afghanistan. You'll never be able to conquer Afghanistan. The war that will continue going on. Because borders is what they see. You hit spiritual leaders. So now they cannot stop. They cannot stop this war. And it was pushed on. The American people still wondering why we going into war. But obviously Israel feared that they was going to get some kind of nuclear weapons. So Israel been pushing it for years for America to go in there and help them fight and destabilize Iran. That was the last stronghold of the Middle East. They did Syria and other strongholds. So that was the last stronghold. So they needed to try to conquer, but they're not going to conquer it now. It just became even more worse. Now Russia is giving them weapons. And Russia is going to give them weapons because America was giving Ukraine weapons. You understand? So of course Russia is going to give them weapons now. So it just and what happens is you're never going to get the true information through the American media. Right? Trump is going to tell you that we're winning and we're doing this and we're doing that. He will never get true information through the American media. And it's sad. American people, we got to wake up. Black people, we got to understand that we was, don't understand.
understand that you as a black person was never really part of their system. They use you for your creativity and all the great things that you got as a talent. But they never want you to be really part of their system. But they know that your ability and all the things you have and you bring. Military also, because every war was fought by the black man and black women. Right? So they understand your creativity, music, all the great things, the history, where you come from, and they use you, but they never want you to be part of them, so to speak. So we should understand this by this time now. I mean, it's crazy that black people don't understand their role. But once you understand your role, now you can operate better. Harriet Tubman said she would have freed more slaves if they knew they was a slave. Right? And that was a deep statement right there. Oh,
All right, can we get back to the war and stuff like that? I mean, I get it, y'all think a lot of black people are slaves. I get it, but I don't know what that got to do with Iran, shit like that.
And war in Iran, it's the war with Israel and for the financial bankers and so on. That's their position. That's their war. That's
Hello guys.
We have to understand that.
Yeah, guys, can I tell you something,
Wait a
guys?
minute, hold on, what is it, Zayon?
We can go and
Wait till Elder is finished talking, let him, because I guess he wanted to explain something about how he.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. I'm not it's just obviously the war. What I'm trying to really project, what I'm trying to project is that we should be able to understand our roles. We know that this war is based on world bankers. We know that this war is based on Israel and America trying to destabilize the last power hole in the Middle East, which is Iran. But we understand that. We should understand that. That's what that war is based on. I'm just saying we should always understand our role and what we have to play in this, how we have to play it. That's all I was trying to bring across.
Okay, thank you.
Can I talk right now? Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so guys, listen. This war is conquered by Israel and America. They have a lot of interest in there. You have to understand something. When we call Israel first, yes, but not really. Not really. You know what Trump is a businessman at the end. He needs to have him making deals. He likes making deals. I have read his book. It's simple. What he wanted is that, see, what is his enemy? Who's his enemy? It's China, right? China is a big manufacturing company, right? What needs is oil, right? So he has 40. The U.S. has 40 trillion or 40 trillion in debt. So to conquer that, the only way to do that is to first take Venezuela oil and then go to the Middle East, go to Iran. He's very smart. He knows everything. His game plan is basically to conquer that oil. Why? Because he have a meeting in China right now. It's coming in a month or two. So why? He wants to humanize on the whole world to be a superpower, to make America the superpower. Not a power, superpower. To control everything. That's scary but brilliant. But it has a lot of risk. In the Middle East, it's different. In the Middle East, people don't understand. The Middle East, see, in America, they care about gas, money, and everything. It's all about money. They don't care about empathy. They don't care about religion, the faith. They don't care about. They fake it, but they get on. But the true Americans, still.
and Jerusalem. It's different. We are different. Like when you kill the Pope of that land, of that religion, you made everyone a fucking a soldier. See, that's why I don't like, you see, Trump, I love Trump. He's a smart ass person. I love him. I love him so much before he was president. But his cabinet, no one told him that. He put himself with people of yes men. No one said no. In that point, no. He thought that he can do the same as Venezuela. No. In the Middle East it's different. Apparently, what happened, these people of the Persian land, the Persians, if you understand history, Persians, they will last. No matter what you put bomb in them, they will last. It's part of this history. No matter what you put name on them, whether Islamic or non-Islamic, they're gonna last. They will last. Apparently what they did is that they had a plan for 47 years. And nothing you have seen. That's only 10-20%. That's it. They have more coming. See, what I like about this life is that thank God that the American or the military, they are low on fucking missiles, because I don't want the fucking land to destroy each other. I don't want the world to destroy each other. Thank God. If they came with full a lot of bombs, we are fucked. All of us, all the world are fucked. All of us. But thank God, they have a bit low emo. Thank God. They will lose. Basically, they will lose and they will retreat. Yesterday, a big ship or one of your ships retreat. You know why? The Iranians put a small missile, one of their missiles, like a gunshot, like a warning shot, and they understood that because why? They had the sinking ship missile. They had that. So they left. They understood the message. They left. They went away. See, it's not about American energy. It's not about that. But you're talking about the land of Persia. You see, the problem is not about these. This is nice, but when you talk about cultures and civilization, it's different. It's different. So you're talking about emotions and people and a lot of years, and they did not study their enemy. And I don't call the Persians our enemy. I don't call them. I call them a great civilization, but they did not understand their. I'm sorry, I'm a bit drunk, but they did not understand their counterparts. They did not do that. They thought that Venezuela is not perfect. It's not. Like Saudi Arabia, it's not. It's 100% not. Saudi Arabia is much worse than that. Saudi Arabia can conquer 2 billion people fighting. No. You don't talk about, in the Middle East you have be very careful, very careful. See, I like America, but America is only 250 years old. They don't know shit. With all due respect, they don't know shit. They have big muscles, but small brains, to be honest. Small brains. See, the problem is not America. I love America. Been there, I have a lot of friends. It's not America. The problem is not Republic. The problem is that you have Jews, guys. See, Jews, you know that. Jews usually, what they do, not Jews in general. I'm not fucking Jews, I'm talking about Zionists. People who take lands of people. Usually what they do in empire, basically within 80 years, and we're coming to that, is that it's like a cancer. They come and they get in everything and they become their own land and they conquer you guys. See, we have to be very special. It's been there, and that's why Jews in general, they don't have a land, because they don't know between right or wrong. What's happening right now in America, that's my real message. Your congressman, your senators, your president, everything you elect, what you think as democracy, it's all by people who are backed by
people from, what you can call them, Israel, Jews, them, whatever you can call them, you are fucking in a cancer. You're in a cancer. They don't represent the people from Iowa, from the real people, the real Americans. The people are dying. Haram. It is haram for us. These people in America, no, haram. No, I'm against that. People dying, I'm against that. They are not in this, they're not this fucking this fight. That's not right. The people in dying in Iran, that's not wrong. The girls with their sacrifice for being satanic stuff is not right. It's not right. All of that is all right. Not right. 100% not right. But the thing is, where is the American people? American people are fixated in food, in soft opera, in entertainment. It was made in design. You have to understand that they play you as a fool. And you're not a fool. You're not a fool. Americans are not fools. I've been there. I've been trained that. They're not fools. They're not fools. They're really good people. They're really good people. They can make really great people. The best thing in my life, the best period in my life was brought from American trainers. I have the best feeling. No, Americans are true. I don't talk about guidance. Americans are amazing. They fight for the right thing and they make you happy and they're good people. But these people, if you go to a congressman, you're lucky guys, I'm in a monarchy. We don't have rights. I love my king, I love them, but I have nothing to say, you know. Nothing to say. But you guys have you can go to the congressman, you can go to Washington, you can see all the posters and stuff. It's so obvious that everything is sell out. Everyone, 98% are sell out. Sell out. Your government, everything. Who represent you in the world and also take taxpayers are not from you guys. They are sell out. Sell out. If I was an American, I would become with a chainsaw. I would be cutting their heads, to be honest. I would be conscious. You're a sellout. You're a sellout. You don't represent America. You don't represent the Republic. You will be killed. No, hell no. That's what Israel do. That's what Israel and these people do. That's why they don't talk, because everyone is killed. That's why Kennedy was killed. Kennedy was fighting Israel. That's why they was killed. Listen to me. That no matter what we do, listen to me, no matter what we do, a civil war is coming to you. It's coming. That's what my prediction. A civil war is coming. All a dictatorship. You have to fight back. I don't know. You have to fight back. I don't know. Maybe I don't come from.
This is so many.
Sorry, I'm being dumb.
Man, it's got to be.
It's too many. But you have to wake up. At least you have to wake up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry being dumb. But you have to wake up.
Oh my God. If he stopped talking, y'all might want to snatch the mic up before somebody else starts talking.
I don't know. I was lost at the chainsaw thing. We typically don't get down with chainsaws over here, but hey.
So I think he told briefly about the history political power, right? If they're traitors, what do you do with them? If they're traitors,
Wait a minute. Was that, who was that was just talking?
Iran, yeah, I was just gonna say the Persian Empire was, in a sense, abducted by the Muslims, forced to convert to Islam. But
not politically, we conquered them by the name of Islam, we did.
Right, but they wasn't Muslims though, right?
But we send the message and we fought and we send the message of Islam. That's why
there's a history in the Persian
Empire. They hate us. They 100% hate us.
Okay, well, let him finish.
I'm trying to explain.
Okay, well, man, look, the number of friends that you got on your fucking shit is ridiculous.
So, my understanding is that the history of this guy named Cyrus the Great, in the
started an empire called the Achaemenid Empire, and he freed the Jews. Some kind of way he freed the Jews. I don't know how. I think he destroyed some temple of some empire that had the Jews in captivity and freed the Jews. And so I read something that said now the Jews will free the Persian Empire when they killed Ayatollah Khomeini. They were trying to free the Jewish Empire to pay back Cyrus the Great for freeing the Jews. So now the Jews are freeing the Persians. Because this guy Ayatollah Khomeini killed like 3,000 Iranians because he thought they were Israeli spies. And so they were under like a tyrannical leader, you know what I'm saying? And now, the idea is that now the Israelis are freeing the Persians because in history, the Persians freed the Jews.
Yeah, that's not how it goes. That's not that. You gotta remember what was ruling in 1948 and before Israel posted up. Anybody know who was running the show over there? And that's in 1900 in that area before the state of Israel and this whole thing in 1948 came about. Ottoman Empire. And they did.
Empire was, okay, so you said the Ottoman Empire was over the Persians before 1948?
I'm saying that whole area. I was going a different pivot a little bit from what the brother was talking about. He was talking about Persian and everything.
Yeah, he was talking about something before Jesus even existed. That's what he was just talking about.
He's talking about Cyrus.
Yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So why are you taking it to 1948?
Because I'm trying to make it make sense. He was saying a whole lot of stuff that was great, but I'm trying to bring it back to relevance to what was going on before the Jews, before 1948. That's why I'm trying to make it more relevant.
Who was there before 1948? The Ottoman?
Yes.
And were they Muslim or what?
Yes, they were.
Oh, okay. So that still doesn't negate anything that man just.
I'm not trying to negate. It's not my intent to negate anything he's saying. I'm trying to add some more clarity to the conversation. So I'm glad now you know about the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I knew about that stuff.
Okay, you might have known. Maybe somebody else didn't. I'm not trying to say something that's not. Everything don't have to be a fight. I'm just sharing some good information for the context of this conversation. That's all. And so. And I'm also saying that how much justice, what was related, what triggered me to even really go here was the justice that these Muslims were giving to the Jewish people. That they were safe, okay, cool, they could get along and live their Jewish life under the Ottoman Empire. So that's very important in the grand scheme of things because it's totally opposite of the lie trying to make these Muslims into these bad people type shit. And so that's very important. One thing about Muslims, if you fight with them, they're going to fight back. So to come back later on and say, oh, they fight. Well, shit, you kill them, they're going to fight you. That's instructions from God. So that's important because there's this, they are. I'm not going to go to the back and just say that they know rogue Muslims, but that's not the point. To balance out the understanding, there has to be more of an understanding of these are peace-loving people. You can't be a Muslim. You're fighting against an injustice. That's a very important piece because in America and a lot of times in these rooms, it's not an understanding like that. It's like, they some Arabs and they just some negative people and shit. And that's totally not true. After 31 years of my life of studying that, wasn't born and raised in that world, haven't lived over there in the Middle East, but having studied and been around people that have and digging in and studying the Quran and learning, you begin to learn and bust up the propaganda of the bullshit that we all know there's a lot of bullshit. Doesn't all through a lot of shit, 1913, and all roads lead to a certain area of this planet where the bullshit be coming from. So that's important to really understand as we move forward, and now here we are with what's unfolding. So it's important to have some context. Over the last couple of years, people got a lot more context about Israel and the Middle East and Gaza, and Palestine, and stuff. But that whole conversation is not going away. And Donald Trump and Netanyahu, it ain't going away tomorrow, next week, next month. So here we are. And so to understand, like the brother did bring up, these people, 96 million of them, they vested. It's not, they're not in the military like a 9-to-5 little get your retirement check, and it's a whole different mindset. Ask those in Afghanistan. And so, it's waking up something big. And they are, Iran is the last of 7 different countries that America went after. Very, very clear intention did that. Libya and all of them. Muammar Gaddafi, Iraq, Saddam Hussein. And so now the conversation, now you hear people talking about in America, amongst the administration, I guess. But you hear this idea again of putting in some other people to run or promoting some other people to run Iran.
Wait a minute. Okay, hey, wait a minute, mute up. Wait till he's done talking.
I'll wrap it up so he can say something or other people can say something. I just wanted to just put that in. I know you would. That's why I'm doing it, because I know you would appreciate it. I know how hard it is for you to hear my voice. I know. But I'm going to say this anyway for the rest of the room. And to really honestly all move forward. There's a lot to understand. But I'm going to just say this little piece about the context. Because if your enemy or people just have you hating some other people and you don't even know why, you should really slow down and ask why and figure out what's really going on. And like I said, Iran is different than Iraq. And there's a reason why Iran is the last one. Because Somalia is one thing, Syria is one thing, Lebanon is one thing. But Iran, that's a much bigger thing, as we all now watch live how this is all going to play out.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to the title of the room?
Can I just say something, Brother Sweet, before we go on about dictators?
I kind of wanted to build off of what you were talking about. I just got a bunch of word salad with a pork chop on top. But I do have a timeline of who's been ruling them people since 550 BC. Like, they got this whole timeline. Man, even the Mongols were included in conquering those people. You go ahead.
Now, I was just going to say, people can look at Ayatollah Khomeini as another Leopold, like how he did the atrocities in the Congo, or another Hitler, because he killed a lot of his people because he thought they were Israeli spies, the Mossad. He killed maybe like 3,000 of his people because of that. And I'm just saying that he could have chosen a different method of punishment, like putting him in prison. You know what I'm saying? Rather than massacring a whole thousands of your own people. And that's the criticism for Ayatollah Khomeini. That was the basis for why America killed him.
I just beg to differ. They used that as a propaganda thing, but I don't believe they was looking out for 96 million people and they was worried about these 30,000. They've been destabilizing Iran for a long time, bro.
Rakim in the song Juice 30 years ago was like in control of many, like Ayatollah Khomeini, and he was describing himself as a New York gangster, and he was using a reference to Ayatollah Khomeini for being a fierce dictator. So his reputation wasn't, he didn't have a reputation as a peaceful, loving leader, bro. His reputation was do what I say or die.
Bro, Muslims will fight. I'm sure Rakim understood that ain't gonna be no easy run through. I'm sure he probably understood that Khomeini wasn't gonna be, he understood that now. Figure out what year that was that he said it.
And my saying is that we understand Islam, we understand, the Quran and everything, right? But I'm not saying that he didn't have any kind of compassion, because I saw the clip where he had some African American captives and he let them go. He was like, these people have been oppressed in their history, so he let them go. But I'm saying is that when you talk about leadership, people are gonna look at how you treated your own people when they talk about you. And your own people, when your own people say negative things about you, that's gonna be the basis for how people look at you in history, bro.
Bro, find me a country where you don't have some people that are being done wrong in that country, bro. Just understand that, man. I mean, because you're making it very much about.
But what I'm trying to say is that how your own people view you is going to determine whether you was a good leader or not in the future.
I get it, bro. I get it. And I'm saying that the seeds of just at least do yourself a favor by digging into what's been being done inside Iran from outside Iran. Just digging that. And I think there's like 80 different people or cultures or whatever in Iran. I mean, in like Iran, Persia, like that. It's a whole lot to that, man. So all I'm saying, bro, is that, to act like there's not been some influences that's been causing some unrest in that whole Middle East, man. I mean, to not factor that into the conversation, to me, is showing an unwillingness to really dig into the truth. And so to come up in 2026 and say there's a lot of disgruntled people, Islam is not like going to Las Vegas. And you know what I'm saying? It's a different mindset in general. You know what I'm saying? It's different. It's a whole different get down for 1,400 years. At the core of it though, the intention of it at the core is about peace. So without digging into understanding that, and then the influences that don't want those original people to be over that land, the minerals, and all that, the waterway, to not have a conversation from that point of view. And to understand it ain't just some benevolent love. We just want to come over here and free your people up, man. It wasn't that way in Kuwait. Wasn't no weapons of mass destruction. Were there some people that were disgruntled in there? I'm sure, of course. Well, I'm saying, but pick a country where, come on, man. You're going to manage all these people on the planet Earth, so at whatever time. So what I'm saying is, there's a bigger picture. It's not but riding the umbrella of, hey, we looking out for these people that are against the leadership. And I don't know how many people we've taken out if people was rebelling against the leadership in America. It would probably be a whole lot. And folks had a spirit of like, hold up. And there's a lot, and arguing about being upset, for example, when you got sanctions on your whole country, like America has put on. Maybe study that. Might be a good, fruitful understanding. What kind of unrest would that create in your country? How many people would be pissed off and upset and like, damn, hold up, man, but questioning how the leadership is done, but there's a lot of outside influence into that and everything. So, again, maintaining order ain't no easy thing. You probably know some families that trying to keep order in a household with 5 people is quite a task, let alone 96 million people, man. So, I'm just saying that to frame it in a certain kind of a context opposed to just coming with the talking points that you see on TV. It's a lot to it.
I'm just saying, the only good thing I hear people say about Ayatollah Khomeini was that he was Muslim. Besides that, he killed like 30,000. He killed thousands of people because they were Israeli spies when he could have imprisoned them instead of killing them like that, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I understand it's the only thing you heard, but I don't know what circles you're listening to overseas and Middle East. I don't know where you're getting your data from, what you're hearing. That's all I'm saying. Is that, it's a much bigger, and we study it really in depth, and to a lot of people, saying? You're talking from what you're hearing. And it's no doubt that Israel is all up in there. They brag on it, how much they all in the mix, man. So, I mean, I'm just saying, bro. But to me, just starting with the idea that America's trying to save people, I would just suggest you dig a little deeper. That's not the motive.
What I'm saying is that I'm sure there's other recent Muslim leaders in history that was a contrast to Ayatollah Khomeini. You know, that didn't mass murder their own people for being supposed Israeli spies when a lot of them probably were citizens. Matter of fact, it's hard to tell because I looked it up. What percentage of the people Ayatollah Khomeini killed were not Hussein, which is Israeli spies that were citizens, and they can't even tell. So that means that some of them were actually citizens and they was mistaken to be Israeli spies.
Again, man. We can reduce it down into what you're speaking on. I get it, bro. But I'm just here to suggest to you it's a lot more complicated than what you're saying. And you're assuming they weren't Israeli spies and they might have been. I'm not. It ain't, you know. And hey, when you get in that position, you can do it the way you think the justice way to do it is, man. But there's a lot of variables. That's all I'm trying to say, man. But I'm saying the bigger reality of now, the idea of just killing off a whole lot of history and there's a whole lot of history over there. 5,000 years of history over there in that area called Persia, Iran. You know, it's a lot there that's being maintained, man. And while you got a lot of Western influence and the British and all kind of stuff, man, over this last 5,000 years, it's much bigger than, and that's all I'm saying, like, that, okay, now America is in some benevolent mood, bro, that's just kind of childish to think they on a mission that sounds good. That's very much we'll come save you. It's been that way. There's weapons of mass destruction. We gotta come in and save these people. Man, it's oil, man. And it's resources and making sure that they don't use that oil for other places and stuff, man. Just some people can just do that. Anywhere they wanna go. That leads to a big worldwide conflict that we're watching. You got the cause and effect of stuff. We're willing to engage the whole world now because we want to save Iran. That's the storyline you believe in. Willing to go to war with the whole planet, start a whole worldwide battle with far-reaching effects because America wants to save Iran. I mean, come on, man. We gotta think.
That's what you said. I didn't say that. The reason they're going to war with Iran is there's a stockpiles of uranium. That's almost 90%. I never said that, brother.
You said the 30,000 people, bro. Did you not?
I said Ayatollah Khomeini killed 30,000 of his own people because they were Israeli spies. I never said that America's going to war with Iran.
I know you didn't say that, but that's what's happening. America did that.
America's going to war with Iran because Iran had stockpiles of uranium, almost weapon grade, and they told them to calm down the uranium. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they have almost a nuclear weapon, they kept telling them to chill with the uranium, and they didn't do it. They kept developing uranium. So that's the reason why America's going to war.
Well, that's your story again. But do you remember when Barack Obama was president? Do you remember the agreement that they was already like, come look at all of our stuff. We ain't got no problem with it. Again, that was about sanctions and their money being frozen and taken from them. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like,
when they asked Barack Obama if he would go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon, what did he say?
I'm not talking about what he said. I'm talking about what happened. Bro, I just got to tell you, I'm not talking about it. did you hear what I said? You didn't even address what I said about the agreement they had about not enriching. Do you remember that? And it was being investigated by the United Nations and a whole international crew of people in America right there watching every move. You remember that? Who shut that down? The Iranians said we just don't want to do it no more? Come on, man. I don't know if you know about that. That's not a talking point that I see on the TV these days. So, when they shut down that whole thing, and again, man, and even prior to that, the sanctions on their money. This is, but it goes right back to the same concept of you just gonna dictate to a whole other country what they should do with their resources. That's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta connect some dots. You gotta really like go back, man.
But I'm just connecting the dot that when they asked Obama if he would go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon, he said absolutely. When they asked Hillary Clinton if she would go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon, she said
Let me
absolutely.
ask you this. Does Iran have a nuclear weapon?
If she would go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon, she said absolutely.
Let me ask you a question.
They asked Joe Biden if they would go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon, he said absolutely. Only presidential elect that I seen that would not go to war with Iran if they had a nuclear weapon that said that was Bernie Sanders. And that's
Okay,
part of the reason why he was never the president.
Okay, let me ask you a question, bro. Has Iran ever, including now, developed a nuclear weapon? No. Okay, so why are you bringing up some other ex-presidents that said they would go to war if Iran developed a nuclear weapon? And they don't have a nuclear weapon. So to make it make sense, bro.
30% of uranium.
They don't have a nuclear weapon, bro.
It only takes 90% of uranium.
They don't, bro, listen to me closely. I'm using your logic. They do not have.
But they're trying to develop a nuclear
You
weapon.
don't know what they're trying to do, bro. Well, they didn't say we'll go to war. Everybody you just quoted, Barack, Hillary, roll call, Clinton, none of them said if they might potentially be able to have a nuclear weapon, we're gonna go to war with them. Nobody said that. According to what the facts are and what you just said. So you're moving the bar around, man. You know, a country enriching their uranium for enriching it however they want to, that's
So if me and you was fighting a war, and I know you're trying to develop a nuclear weapon, is it wise for me to wait till you have a nuclear weapon to attack you, or wise to attack you before you have a nuclear weapon?
bro, you're moving the bar, man.
That's my point.
You're moving the bar. You brought up some you usually want to brought Barack Obama to the table. If Iran has a nuclear weapon, would you go to war with them? And they all said yes. And then I asked you the question. Have they ever developed a nuclear weapon? And you say no. But you justify it and bringing that up because the president did go to war with them. With the idea, you see, but so the whole point was so therefore Barack and all of that, they said, and because they were serious about their statement about we don't want them to get in the bed, and Iran said, that's cool. We don't have to develop one. In fact, we'll let you come watch what we're doing. Make that wrong, bro.
It's the same excuse we went into Iraq.
That's what I'm saying. So again, like I said earlier, so some paranoid person comes along, they don't even have the ability to do that. The people told you off the top, hey man, come in like that. Your example with you and I said, okay, tell you what, man, come on in, you can bring in all your people to watch what I'm doing over here. And see, and you know, use a satellite, use this, use that, whatever you want. Come see what I'm doing. So that you can rest assured I ain't developing no nuclear weapon to come kill you. Or ain't nobody else. But we enriching this uranium though. And you can come watch. And I'm inviting you in. And then you believe and say, okay, you don't know the president, your cousin come along and say, man, we breaking that deal with you and my cousin here.
So we could break this down in clubhouse terms. If me and you was enemies on the app, and I know you about to get a mod, and I can take you out before you get a mod, and I have a mod, is it wise for me to wait till you get a mod to take you out, or take you out before you get a mod?
Bro, I appreciate trying to like simplify the analogy. I appreciate you trying to simplify the analogy, bro, but nuclear weapons, when you're talking about Israel and you're talking about the planet and nuclear weapons and World War III, it's a little bit different than a Ahmad badge, bro. And Persian and the history of the whole Middle East and Jesus. And it's very hard to reduce it down. It makes it easier to kind of talk about, I get that. But bro, trust me, we can't even create enough realities in Clubhouse and to make the comparison really be able to be made about what's going on right now and stuff like that, man. So that's all I'm saying is that. But to think that in any way, shape, or form, all of a sudden America had love for Iran, and that's what the catalyst is. We gotta debunk that, number one. Then number two, okay, what's the end game to this? Sending troops over there, making Iran America, the 53rd state after Canada? I mean, and then maybe 54th, because now Venezuela's American. They just gonna put in American troops all over the planet. I guess we're gonna put them into Russia one day too, I guess. And
What was the my point, like I said the other night? Just because you take the first swing, don't mean you started the fight.
what? Bro, I promise you this, bro. We in a barbershop chilling, and I'm kicking it and this and that, whatever you don't like about my shoes, my outfit, and you swing on me, bro. Bro, I don't know where you. This is to me the psychosis in the brain. When you start to grab, just because I drop a nuclear bomb on you, however many months, not a nuclear bomb, I'm sorry, a bomb to mess up all of your, just drop it in your country like this, and brag on how hard it is, and then they didn't even react. I mean, I don't think you factored in how much, like, they've been cool. They haven't even been. But now you done took out their supreme leader and this and that. And they're like, okay, it's up now. So, and then to be like, well, America, Israel is the poor ones being run through? I don't know, man. I guess when you don't have enough data, I guess it's easy to come to these kind of conclusions, man. But I don't know anybody that studies it and understands it and comes to this conclusion that even watching old boy Peoria, Leon Panetta, I think is his name, used to be United States Secretary of Defense, used to be another title too. He over here saying, I'm quoting him for the most part, and what I'm talking to you about. He's saying like, Trump, what are you doing, man? This ain't some rebel or some American, hating American kind of dude. He's the Secretary of Defense under another administration. Argue with him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing, man? You keep changing up what this is about. So is he anti-American? Should he just go to a third world country, like we're talking about earlier in the room? Like, or if you're gonna critique it, America like that, and you don't think this is wise, or you trying to understand what's the game plan, so everybody can try to get in alignment. Well, what's the goal here? Is it make sure they don't have no more, missiles, ballistic missiles? Is it to make sure that they don't have any more ability to fight, or is it they must surrender? They gotta put out a white flag and say what? Okay, y'all can run us now, like in Japan, or what? I don't. They're different. I'm just saying, man. Like, they've been watching what's been happening in Iraq and all these other countries all this time. You don't think they was prepared in their mind, like, okay, hey man, they might try to come after us one day. I mean, and still trying to probably be brotherly love for the other Muslim brothers and stuff, but without setting off this whole thing, man, where it is now. I mean, damn, how long can you just keep poking the bear until they're not supposed to fight back at all?
I just think this situation is less about religion and more about war. Because imagine Bernie Sanders is a Jew, right? But if you listen to his conversations about Iran getting a nuclear weapon, he said that he wouldn't go to war with Iran if they got a nuclear weapon, but he would have diplomatic conversations with them about peace. And that's the reason why America didn't make him the president. I think because every other president that I named, or potential president, Hillary, Barack, Biden, everyone, they all was in alignment with if Iran gets a nuclear weapon or anywhere close to a nuclear weapon, they will attack Iran. Even Kamala said that. So I'm saying that he's not in alignment with America's foreign policy.
Why are you talking about Bernie Sanders, though, bro? What?
Yeah, he's not.
Why is that relevant? Why is Bernie Sanders?
He's not in alignment with America's foreign policy on national security. So
Why is that relevant?
Ain't nobody worried about Bernie Sanders, bro. Y'all be stretching.
It's relevant to America's national security. I don't understand how y'all
Bernie Sanders ain't got no weight on none of this, what's happening right now. And that's why all the other presidents never went to war with Iran, because they were true to their word. If we don't know, because they never did get to a point where they had a nuclear weapon. So they didn't say, well, there's other reasons why we would go to war with them as well, and then they didn't do that. So to your point, well, I don't know if it's to your point, but I'm just to the point you brought up. And my point is that the fact that Iran never did enrich and then put on a warhead or a missile or anything and point it and, and enrich their uranium to a point that now they created a nuclear weapon to point towards other people that they knew didn't love them at all. And they never respected them. They never did that. So therefore, you never saw Barack, everybody you mentioned, Clinton, you never seen them engage Iran. Even though there was talk about Iran was on a list of 7 countries, for sure, over in the Middle East, that it was understood from the United States military, we gotta destabilize, mess up, get up in these countries and just really neutralize them in terms of defending themselves, really. None of them was over there proactively trying to go mess with Israel. That ain't true. That wasn't Muammar Gaddafi's game plan, nothing like that. Libya or Somalia. But nonetheless, they couldn't have their sovereignty. They was just run through, man. So anybody over there understands all of this. And even Saudi Arabia, all of their places, they know the history. They know they've been trying to be diplomatic and have conversation. But I mean, if somebody ain't gonna be cool, they just ain't gonna be cool, man. And so I would believe a lot of Muslim countries over there, they realize why Iran is sending these missiles to hit these bases in their countries. They like, okay. I'm sure they probably, in a part of the country overall ethos or mindset might be, well, man, why don't you just bow down like we doing and just kind of be cool, let them put a base over there. But Iran is like, nah, man, we ain't been running through like that yet. We're not finna do that. It's gonna be a bigger price. If we have to put military bases from America over here, they're gonna have to earn that. It seems to me, just watching it. And how you gonna tell another man how to fight or not fight for whatever he believes in? That's what I'm looking at. I don't care if it's in the local community, the church, I don't care. Hey, how you gonna tell another person how to fight for their own freedom? I don't know how you do that. I mean, whether I like it or not, I can understand. Shoot, man, somebody come taking your children or some shit, everybody don't react the same way. They think about shit different, man. So, but I don't know how I can get in a position where I'm gonna question why another man gonna keep fighting for his freedom. Hey, I don't know, man. Some folks would rather die than just bow down. I know that much. Death is sweeter to them than.
This is the thing I don't get. But I'm trying to explain this. It's not about Trump. Because if you look at all these presidents, they all said the same thing. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, they're going to attack Iran. Look it up. Obama, Hillary, all of them, bro. Biden, they all said the same thing.
What?
So how is it about Trump?
Get a nuclear bomb? What you say again?
If Iran gets anywhere near close to
Now you're changing it. Now you're saying get anywhere done changed up the whole quote. You see how you can do it?
The fact is that 60% of uranium, they only need 90 to be weapons grade to have nuclear weapons.
But that don't, that's what they need to become weapons grade, but that don't mean they're going to go make a weapon out of that. That's a whole other conversation, man.
Well, here's the conversation. They can get one. They don't have to really make it since they have friends. North Korea can give them one. Russia can give them one. China can give them one. So they do have what you call a hypersonic missile. For last year, 2 years ago, I've known about it. I'm thinking like, well, I know that Russia has hypersonic missiles. I wonder who gave them that. So, yeah, man. So it is what it is, bro. Iran, I told you, and think about it. If they did get nuclear weapons, it would look like North Korea. That's what the country would look like. And a supreme leader, I told you, they would be threatening us and death with America. And the same situation in North Korea right now that we have. That would be Iran if they get nuclear weapons.
Is North Korea attacking the U.S.?
They actually give, here we go again, they actually given Russia immense military shells for their houses.
Simple question. I appreciate you going around me. But simple question.
And North Koreans are actually.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me just make a statement then, since you won't play with me. North Korea ain't bombing and doing nothing to nobody. Again, you know what a nuclear weapon causes to happen, which Israel and America doesn't want, is now you have to talk nice to them like they're a real person. Because they have the ability to do to you what you can do to them, which is destroy your whole country. That forces you to talk nice to some people whether you like them or not. I think if everybody had nuclear energy, of course, if I don't like you, I don't want you to have nuclear energy. I can threaten you with all kinds of stuff you can't threaten me with because I got the ability to annihilate you with one drop of a bomb. Depending on how much area I can cover, but the point is, it ain't no get back from that. So now you have to talk to some people and negotiate and have a real conversation because you're not finna just bully nobody.
The sweet, Iran is not a part of Israel. Iran is not an ally of the United States or Israel. So it makes sense that if they develop a nuclear weapon, they are part of the opposition. Even if they get almost halfway to developing a nuclear weapon, they threaten national security. How you gonna see that, bro?
Hey, King, do you think that the Native Americans was an ally to the British? Were they an ally?
You're making a fatal flaw.
No, I think, hold on, Nathan, that ain't cool. I'm talking to King, me and you have a conversation, and you come and jumping in, bro. So, King and I have been talking for a little bit, so let me just finish this off. Because, King, you talk about they're not an ally. Okay, so when the Berlin Conference went down, and Europeans started carving up Africa and just coming through there, was Africa an ally to these people?
But see, you going back to an ancient history.
I'm just trying to,
Because you don't want to
ancient, bro.
That ain't ancient.
That ain't ancient history.
The framework of the world right now, that has nothing to do with the framework of the
So
world right now.
I guess the point I'm trying to get you to, like, look at the facts.
Right now, why you
The facts I'm trying to get at, you're not looking at what's going on right now. I'm trying to get you to see something that you, for some whatever reason, you occluded from your vision. I'm trying to get you to look at this. You're saying words out of your mouth that Iran is not an ally to Israel and America. Okay? But I'm saying, so was Israel and British an ally to when they started posting up and creeping up on and settling and expanding? Would you consider, so just because you start some mess with somebody and then now you say, well, they're not an ally. Well, damn, how could they ever be your ally? You just running through them. Again, so you're saying, well, Native Americans, hey, and so-called Negro black folks, you're not an ally to to the cats that's coming over here colonizing. You're not an ally to them, man. So, hey, that's just blows my mind about your logic. They're not an ally. Somebody want to come rescue.
Saudi Arabia is an ally to the United States. You realize that, right? They're not a threat to the United States. They're an ally to the United States. So it's not about being Muslim. Iran has been down with Hezbollah.
I didn't mention anything about
Has
what's
been down with Hamas. Right?
Whatever. You know what?
It is. You're not Iran.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna let you go ahead. No. Let me file, man.
Iran is not an ally.
Hey. You think they can talk, man? Y'all can agree. I don't feel like you've been trying to think that any words I'm gonna say is gonna change anything about your thinking, so I'm good, man. Have a good night.
Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country that's an ally to America because they're not developing bombs to attack Israel. They're not down with militias like Hezbollah and Hamas. You know what I'm saying? They're not being investigated they're not like Iran, bro. Iran is down with all of this shit. That's the reason why they're not an ally to America. Let's talk the facts.
Look, I'm gonna say this right. When we talk about equalizers, and you talk about nuke, if I have a nuke, you have a nuke, we're just gonna talk it out. That stuff been going on for centuries. I have a sword, you have a sword, let's talk. And guess what ended up happening? Two dudes fighting with the swords. Same thing with the gun, same thing with the fist, same thing it's gonna be with nuclear event. Just imagine this world if every country had nuclear bombs. This shit is crazy. For him to even say that is hilarious, man. People be nuking each other left and right. I think this world would be vaporized. I'm just saying.
Iran was down with Hezbollah and Hamas. So why would they be an ally to the United States? They will never be an ally to the United States. It is what it is.
Well, if you want to play politics, how come they're not allies?
Because they was down with militias that was trying to attack Israel.
And these the same people and these Jews are from where? Where they from?
You said these.
Where are these Jews from? Originally.
The Jews are from Israel, are from Jerusalem.
No, they're not.
Yes.
No, they're not. See, that's why you don't know the history, good brother. And I'm not saying it to attack you, but you have to get into the history. You know what I'm saying? First of all, the terminology Jew, it didn't exist during the time of the Messiah. That's one thing you have to understand. The terminology Jew, J-U-W, did not exist. It did not exist in the society, period. In the world, period. The word Jew was not even thought of during that time. So when did the word Jew come about and how?
I'm talking
That those people who now, hold up, did you know that those people who now occupy Israel are originally from places like Russia or Europe? Did you know that? Did you know that, bro? You can check out what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, bro, but it's still irrelevant to the modern world politics. The modern world politics, they right? And they are part of the Zionist state of Israel that was started on May 1948. And
Yeah, 1948.
times, Iran has been guilty of war crimes through Hezbollah and Hamas, so they're not an ally. And so now they're developing piles of uranium, right? Close to having a nuclear weapon. So the United States attacked them to defend the people that live here. People that live here. People in your community. And you have a problem with it? I don't
Yeah,
care.
big problem. I have a big problem with it. Let me tell you what the problem is, right? If you was to go into the history before 1948, right? You know there was a world war that was fought, right? And even before that, you know what I'm saying? Do you know the history of Jews in America? Do you know the history of Hollywood in America and who owns it? Do you know?
Shoot, it's irrelevant, bro. Has nothing
No,
to do
it's
with
not irrelevant because
Has
all
nothing
that
to do with what's
let me
going
tell you
on.
why it's not irrelevant, bro. All that had taken place, the slavery, the redlining, you know, the racism at that particular, all that took place, right, and bring us to the now. Your now comes off of the history of what has happened in the past. Like you speaking English. You don't speak English now unless you had a past. So you have to understand the history of the past. I think that if you knew that some of your ancestors, right, some of their children was fed to alligators or they were hung, right? And which nowadays, now you don't care about that. You don't care. All you doing is living your life as an individual. But you don't know how you got to the now that you are living. And you can't, and you have no idea of what's going to happen in the future. They have plans for you and I, and they're not good.
So shoot, you will let Iran get a nuclear weapon if you was the president?
Why do we have nuclear weapons anyway?
I'm asking you, if you was the president of the United States right now, would you?
No, right? That's not even that. There's a better question than what you're asking.
Exactly. Not answering the question to create another question. You want to answer the question?
No, that's not a good question.
If I was the president, I would attack Iran. I would not let Iran get a nuclear weapon. If I was the president, I would attack
It don't
Iran.
make a difference. See, you still exonerated Israel, who are not the true Israelites. You exonerated them.
I'm protecting
I'm not exonerating the
my African
Palestinians
that live
either.
here in America. I'm protecting my African people that live here in America. And this
I'm never
doing that. That's what's important to me, bro. And like I said, if I was the president and chief of the United States, if I know Israel is trying to develop a nuclear weapon, Iran is trying to develop a nuclear weapon, I would attack Iran, bro.
You're not going to stop
School
them.
children that's protecting black people in America. I'm confused.
Bro, you're not incurring any emotions out of me, bro, because of that. Because
I'm not trying to incur emotions.
like I
I'm trying
said,
to
bro,
get you to think
like I said,
being.
like I said, bro, Iran is not an ally of the United States. They're not to be trusted, right? They down with Hezbollah, they down with Hamas, right?
That's propaganda.
So the reality,
I don't understand.
the reality is they trying to develop.
Wait, sir.
And that's the reason why the war's going on right now, bro.
Let me respond to you because you've been speaking for a minute. See, this is the thing that I don't understand. See, we live in a world where the global stage and the events that occur on it are carefully controlled and manipulated in order to push certain narratives and to justify the machinations of war, right? We know this. So this is what I'm saying. It's like, why do you people keep drinking the fucking Kool-Aid of propaganda and letting the media and all of these other people tell you that, oh, this country is so bad, oh, we have to do this, we have to drop these bombs on these people, we have to da-da-da-da-da-da. There's always some, oh, they have a nuclear weapon, oh, they got the uranium, they're developing a nuclear weapon, they're going to use it, da-da-da. We got to go over there, bomb, 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 bomb. It doesn't make sense. This is all satanic ass nonsense, and people are sitting there supporting this shit because you get propagandized and brainwashed. There is no justification for spilling the blood of innocent human beings to maintain some geopolitical status. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. And why do we as humans allow this shit to continue? Why do we allow these psychotic ass motherfuckers to destroy every aspect of this beautiful earth? They out here splatting people. They're out here vaporizing people. They are slaughtering them with no dignity, like they're fucking animals. And you people are sitting here supporting this shit? See, this is the thing, you niggas gonna have to fuck around and find out. You wanna sit here and shake ass for a bloodthirsty institution such as the United States? You think that these motherfuckers are acting in your own interest? Oh, you gonna have to fuck, you don't have to sit, wait and see what they got planned for your ass. These are motherfuckers that are in direct liaison with fallen, angelic, extra-dimensional beings, okay? These motherfuckers are acting as puppets for Lucifer, every single one of them. That's why everything that they do is in furtherance of causing as much death, chaos, and destruction upon this planet Earth as possible. We do not need to be supporting nothing that these motherfuckers do. We need to be doing what we can to shift the paradigm so these motherfuckers do not have as much power and influence and ability to do the crazy ass satanic bullshit that they're fucking doing. These people are complicit in a global child sex trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking network that they have been orchestrating for the past thousands of years. Where are humans going to wake the fuck up? This entire system and world that we live under conspires against humanity. All they have to do is play with your mind and manipulate the illusion to get you to accept and consent to the bullshit. It's a war against our minds before anything else. They have to propagandize you. They have to plant the seed of chaos to get you to accept the satanic ass bullshit. There is no justification for all of this war. There is no justification for all of this needless slaughter. This is fallen angelic, evil ass bullshit. And if you sit here and you want to shake some ass for these motherfuckers, you're going to get pulled right into the pits of hell right along with them. This shit is not a game. We have to wake the fuck up.
He has already been pulled into their game. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, and you gotta understand where I'm coming from, King. I'm not on the side of Iran. And I'm not on the side of Israel or the America. That's not what's happening. You know what I'm saying? You got a fight between the Hatfields and the McCoys. It has nothing really to do with us. What makes them want to, when they come, if they come to America to bomb, of course we're over here. But they're going to bomb us because they think that we are from America, which you are. You know what I'm saying? You are supposed to come from out of America and not join Iran, but you're supposed to come back to your culture of who you are. That's the whole thing. You think you have control over your mind. They are not only dictating your mind, they're dictating the path of your soul. But because you have no doctrine about your soul and your spirit, because you have no doctrine about who you once were, right? And they have, and this has been going on for centuries, my good brother. The book, The Miseducation of the Negro, was back in the 1930s. We're here in the 2000s. So it's been going on for a long time. Point blank. But they have already fed some of your baby ancestors to alligators. They already have been hanging was. You know what I'm saying? And how many of those cities they came and destroyed. When you look at their history, right? None of you sitting there saying, oh, well, that was back then, that's irrelevant. Then you don't understand how you got to that point, and now you're wearing the hat. Their hat. You become like them. And that's why you're hollering, we America. Because you have become like them. Point blank.
Anytime a black man knows about geopolitics, he's a white supremacist and he's a
Yes, he is. Because
crazy, bro.
let me tell you. Let me ask you.
It's some Gen X or some baby brother generation that knowledge itself and black power. I don't know where I'm from.
You don't.
I know I'm E1B1A West African. Ile Ife, Nigeria. My ancestors went through the transatlantic slave trade 400 years ago. I know exactly where I'm from. I know where my people are.
And what was about? Well, your king,
friends of the world today, has
what was
to do with Africa.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with Africa. Yes, it does.
Right now, what America's going through with Iran, what Iran is doing to attack America. And if you don't want to face that, you're not a warrior, bro.
Do you know, let me ask you this. Do you know the history of Saddam Hussein? Do you know that history? Do you know? My brother, do you know? Do you know that history?
I'm talking about the war, bro.
I'm asking you, do you know the history of Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein, do you know that history? Did you know? Let me enlighten you. First of all, Saddam Hussein, right, was an ally, was an implant by the U.S. government within what they're trying to do now. They're hoping that they can find somebody that can lead Iran away from their government. If you understood the history of religion and how it came about, you would understand the trick or the mind game that's being played with us. But Saddam Hussein eventually got so big, you know what I'm saying, that they had to kill him. Point blank, they had to kill him. Because these men, whether they Arab, Caucasian Arabs, I call them Caucasian Arabs, or just Jewish Caucasians, you know what I'm saying? These tribes of people, because they're all Caucasians, but they represent different tribes, are going back and forth between themselves. It has nothing to do with you, the black man. It has nothing. When you're not in their rooms when they talk. You're not. Unless you have sold your soul to them, you're not in their room. And the only reason why you have some type of attachment to them is only in reference to the building blocks, to what you have accepted and what you have become. It's not indicative of who you really are and your purpose of God. You don't come, the most serious thing is to believe that man and woman was created to find their purpose. There is no, that is when you're on the wrong path. You was created for a purpose and a cause, not to find a purpose, not to find a cause. But you can't hear what I'm saying. And so you are lost in the shuffle because you think they represent who you worshiping a white Jesus. A God that can't look like you.
You worship white Jesus? I don't worship white Jesus.
No, you don't have no religion now. But I ask you, it's a society, because in their courts they have a big sign that says, "In God we trust." Do you think the laws of the land is God's law or man's law? Can you answer that question? Can you answer that question?
The law of the land should be an extension of God's will.
But it's had nothing. Because when you go into court, put your hand on the Bible, right? You know what I'm saying? And they talk about in God we trust, but then they are allowed to kill you when it says in a book that they gave us, "Thou shalt not kill," and vengeance is what says the Lord. What are they doing? You're not living under the Creator's law. You're living under the laws of man. Why do you think some of our women get so disrespected and then we have arguments, gender arguments between one another? Because it's being led by men. Point blank. It's time you gotta wake up, man, before it's too late. Because there's a point where it's going to get to where there is no return. And then you lose your soul. Point blank. You think you need to wear that hat? Because that's all it is. Alignment with Israel and the U.S. is just wearing that hat. It don't represent you. You think when they have their round table, you're at the table? Hell no. Give me one man or woman that's at their table that looks like you. Give me one.
What are you asking for?
And if there's one at the table, right? When they're at the table, if I'm gonna land here. If there's one at the table, I'll let you answer the question. If there's one at the table, that one at the table is a sellout. And ours is in a habit of living a life, whereas we're inclusive of everybody. But you don't see that in the Korean neighborhood. You don't see that in the Chinese or Japanese neighborhood or an Italian neighborhood. They say represent who they are. If they are Italian American, you know they're gonna fly the Italian flag. If it's German American, you know they're gonna fly the German flag. When it comes down to black people, whose flag are you flying? Whose flag?
King.
If they French American, whose flag are you flying?
King lands your plane, son.
Okay.
Not sure what his point was or what his question was. I was trying
That's the question. Whose flag, right? If you get, whose flag are you flying?
What difference does it make?
It makes a big difference because it shows where you're at from a historical standpoint.
What if you don't have a flag? What if you're out in the middle of the field?
That's my point. You don't have a flag. Who are your brothers? Who shows identity. It shows a certain nationality
To what?
to where they from.
If I take up a flag from where somebody else is from, does that make me better?
No, it doesn't make you better. It makes you know who you are.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not.
Why it doesn't?
Because a flag is just a flag.
No, that is not true, sister. A flag is just a flag. Why do you make flags?
I don't know.
See, but that's the whole point. So I've been speaking on a flag if you don't know why they make flags.
And because I'm trying to show you why you don't need to make a flag.
Why do we sit when we sit here talking about flags, we're talking about the water. Like the pictures just got too weird.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that the concept of flag got in there like that, but go ahead, Miss Summer. Go ahead. I'm Miss Summer.
My point is, we take up allegiance based on a piece of material and pledge our allegiance to that piece of material. Meaning, if I'm in another country and I grow up there, but the place where I was born has a different color flag than the place where I've grown up. Now I have to figure out whether I'm going to pledge allegiance to their material or the material in the place where I grew up. It's a piece of material. It's got a design on it.
Go ahead.
Minutes. It's a piece of material, fabric, with a design on it. And because I live in a certain place, I'm supposed to wave it around in the air as if this means something more than the one that they're waving in the air. They're both pieces of material. People put emphasis on this, they put a meaning to this piece of material. And then they literally make laws over this piece of material. You can't let it touch the ground. You can't let anybody burn it. You can't let anybody walk on it. You have to bury it this way. You have to fold it that way. It's a piece of material. And it means absolutely nothing but what emphasis people put on it. If you didn't know that was a flag, if you go to another country, you were not familiar with their flag, and you see this piece of material laying somewhere in a room somewhere, you wouldn't know what it was. It would just be a piece of material to you. And it could mean the world to them. But basically what I'm saying is, why do we put so much emphasis on a piece of material? To mean that this is where we're from and this is what we celebrate. It comes in like a god. And then you have to really look at this piece of material as this is what I worship, this piece of material here, and I have to go through the battlefield. Somebody's holding up this flag while other people are shooting bullets around it. So we have to think about why is it we have loyalty to a piece of fabric for a piece of land that we don't own, that we can't control, that has no allegiance to us, but we're supposed to have allegiance to it. So yeah, I know what the flags are supposed to mean.
Yeah, but I'm missing. Wait a minute, I'm missing. You lost me somewhere. You lost me.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You let me finish. Maybe.
But you're not heading that way. I can tell how you talk. All right, go ahead. Curse me out. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you went on for a minute, and you have your right to your thoughts, and I have my right to mine. And all I'm saying is, let us question why we go marching into war over a piece of land or fabric that we can never own, that we can never really put real meaning to.
Are you talking about black people or are you talking about Caucasians?
Everybody.
Everybody? No, they have their agenda. If you listen to how you sound, they have their agenda as Caucasians. Even the 1% of allegiance? Because when I went to school, you had to pledge. When I went with first, second, third, 12th grade, 5th grade, we had to, first thing we did before class started, we had to pledge allegiance to the flag for which it stands. Huh?
No, we didn't have to. You could if you wanted to.
You could if you wanted to. Did your class pledge allegiance to the flag? Maybe you didn't do it, but then your class had to do that.
Do you stand up for Star Spangled Banner?
Man, for the history of this country that enslaved us? No.
Yeah, do you? But the Star Spangled Banner.
Because of the history.
But the Star Spangled Banner is still a flag, isn't it?
Yes, that's why they have flags.
Oh, okay, so this is what I'm saying. Now you wanna pledge allegiance and sing about the Star Spangled Banner, even though it's a racist song. And you think I'm supposed to worship these flags? Wait, come on now.
Well, what country do you stand for? Who do you represent?
I represent myself.
Oh, so you're just an individual.
We all are.
Man, you don't have no tribe and no nothing.
Listen.
My tribe is not my country. Like this.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying, do you have a tribe? Do you have a country?
Everyone has a tribe, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so, what do you mean it's not tied to national identity?
Your tribe lies within. Your tribe is an extension of your blood, your genetics, your speech.
Yes. And you saying that's irrelevant? Are we saying that's irrelevant, Evan?
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm saying that there's a difference. There's a distinction. Like that is what defines your tribe, not some national identity or flag or allegiance to a country.
So it doesn't. So you don't have. So you too are individual. You don't have no allegiance to nothing but yourself.
And ask you.
Evan, I'm asking Evan. No, I'm asking you. No, I have an allegiance to a country and to a flag.
Okay, well that's what you choose to do. You choose to pledge allegiance to a corporation, then you can do that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, well then you operate as an individual.
Yes, because I don't believe in pledging any
So what? All right. So what is?
It's a dead entity. Why would I?
Okay. So what is the purpose of life?
The what?
The purpose of life.
What does that have to do with a flag?
That has nothing to do with the flag. That's my point. I said, what is the purpose of life? In regards to what Evan is saying, what is the purpose of life?
Okay, because you interrupted me and Evan had to come in and try to hush you, please be quiet for a minute. Your purpose in life has nothing to do with a flag.
What is the purpose of life? I'm asking you, right? I forget about the flag talk. The purpose of life ain't got nothing to do with the flag. I'm asking you, what is the purpose of life? You trying to get away from the question.
Why can't you just express your point? Why you gotta kill us with the hype?
I need y'all to express your point. What is the purpose of life?
Okay, listen, I'm not
You already addressed your point, and now you're trying to lead us into something totally different, brother. Like what?
Because I believe your lack of history is the reason why you speak the way you speak. No matter how intelligent.
That's a projection. That's coming from your mind. That's not coming from us.
All right.
What is the purpose of life?
Okay, that's up to each individual person.
Oh, I'm thinking each individual purpose. So what is your creation story?
I'm not.
This has nothing to do with your flag. What is your creation story?
What did that to do with the damn war?
It has a lot to do. Y'all don't see. You are way off. Y'all done lost your soul.
Your mind, because you won't.
No, my mind is good.
You lost.
My mind is good. Y'all done lost
answer a question the way that we feel the question to be answered, not the way that you want it to be answered?
No, I'm not looking for you to answer the question the way I need it to be answered. What I'm realizing by the way in which you answer the question, it lets me know how well read you are.
You know when you can't even listen long enough to hear the answer.
Listen, don't tell me that because I've been listening to you.
Listen, sure, go have the conversation by yourself, because that's what you've been doing for the past half an hour. Just talking.
I heard what you said.
And you're not saying anything important.
No, that's
why I
well, just like you speaking about me and my thoughts, I'm gonna say the same thing about you.
All you keep saying is point blank, and you ain't made a point yet. Blank or short.
What I'm saying is that there is a purpose in the cause for why humans exist on the planet.
Okay, what is it?
The purpose is for us to live our lifespan here. The best way in the culture that was given to us, because we were implanted here, and then to return back our souls back to where it came from.
Okay, that's your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay? Now you answer the question.
Okay. Now let me answer, and don't talk. In my world, people come with something we could call purpose. And we often get sidetracked by cultural things, such as flags and wars and rumors of wars and what side we should be on. And we forget that our purpose in life may have been for us to come and keep wars from happening. But because we wear a different type of cloth, speak a different language, walk a different way, people want to go to war about that. Because some people feel that you should be Muslim. Some people feel that you should be Jew. Some people feel that you should be Christian or Catholic or Satanic. And because of these different ways that people think your culture or your religion should be, it creates wars. Because they have this part of the land is served under this flag, and these people all do this. But the part of the land right next to it, the people have a different color cloth and a different way of meaning, a life meaning, and feel that you should do it this way. And because they can't agree, they decide to have to fight. And we get caught up in trying to fight one another, thinking the one or the other is more right than the last, instead of sticking to the purpose for which we come, which was to keep peace, or to start peace, or to start war. That's what they came to do. Just the fact is we don't let people live out their way of being. We always want to try and prove the other one wrong, instead of saying, well, what's it like to live your way? Can I live your way and my way? Can we let each other just live alongside of one another? Do we have to kill the person because they don't think that we should live because we don't think the way they think? These are questions that we need to be looking at right now. And what does leadership look like in a situation of warring factors based on whether one is Muslim or Jew or Christian? Why is this happening? Why are we going to kill people that have nothing to do with this argument? Because they serve a different flag or a different God. So if we're not even asking those kinds of questions, there's no points to be made that if we think the only way to solve it is to kill, then we haven't solved anything at all. And we're being very barbaric and very old-fashioned, because in the age of AI, I'm sure we can come up with an answer to how to go forward without killing one another. Is that right?
So you took how many minutes? I Stop it. Stop it, Evan.
Don't
Stop it, Evan. It's your, no. She asked me a question, and I answered it. Now it's your turn, and I will go on mute. Go ahead, Evan. Go ahead, Evan. Answer the question. What's the purpose of cause of life? Because I ain't hear nothing in what she said I'm sitting here listening to you, good sister.
Can't hear anything I said.
I heard everything you said. But you ain't go, you talked about a flag and this, that, and the other, and about war. You're not in extent all power where you can stop wars from happening. Point blank, I heard what you said. Come on, stop that. I try to make sure that the reason I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But you know nothing about what is the purpose and cause of what life is all about. Now Evan's stuff. And I'm gonna go on mute. Come on, Evan.
If I answer this question, are you gonna drop this, or are you just gonna pull us into a whole nother topic, a whole nother question that we got?
Brother, I'm not gonna interfere with what you're saying. What is the purpose and cause of what life is all about?
Okay, so my understanding of what life is about, this is just an experience. It's not inherently good or bad. We all carry an eternal spirit that has a direct cord, like an umbilical cord, a connection to that central source that we all emerge from, aka God, spirit, whatever you want to call it. Right? And we're here within this universal system again to experience. So basically what's happened here is, this reality system has been infiltrated by fallen angelic beings. They've done things to this planetary field and the atmosphere. They've done things to the human genome. They've done things to the fabric of how we perceive and interact with this reality. It just has been thrown in. They don't operate how they're supposed to in accordance with God's image here in this reality system. Things are supposed to live eternally. We're supposed to have a certain level of awareness of self, of our multidimensional self, because humans are multidimensional beings. This is how we are able to dream. This is how we're able to reincarnate. This is how we're able to do things that, are not necessarily expressed through the physical realm. So it's just to say that, when we speak on the tribe, everything is an extension of God. You know what I'm saying? Everything lies within the womb of God. So your true tribe, it lies within, because ultimately what determines the purpose of life and the experiences that we have is the lens that we're observing them through. You know what I'm saying? It's our perception and how we quantify these experiences that's what assigns the purpose and the meaning to it. You know what I'm saying? But inherently, this is just a place to come and experience. So it's just to say that, we have free will. We're given free will to decide, what type of experiences we'll have, what type of paths, what type of journey that we'll follow. And, we're expected to use that free will in ways that lead us back to spirit. You see what I'm saying? Now, the issue is, like I was saying, because this reality field got, infiltrated by the fallen angelics, basically what they're able to do is just, they're able to play with people's minds. They're able to play with your spirit. They're able to interface into people's minds through their shadow bodies and their egos, and they're able to just basically put people's minds and spirits in a box, right? It's a condition of a limited perspective, right? So when people are operating from a limited perspective, they think in limited terms and they act in limited terms. You see what I'm saying? So this is why it's so important, again, that we remember, to lean not on your own understanding, because the mind is the tool that they use to keep you stuck within a cycle, because the mind is always susceptible to whatever is presented to it. You see what I'm saying? The spirit is something that exists outside of time. It's eternal. So what that means is that it has a more expanded awareness than what the mind is capable of doing. this is why it's important that we recognize that we have an eternal spirit within us. You feel me? And that through, cultivating a relationship with that inner spirit, we can get a certain level of awareness and discernment and understanding, you know what I'm saying? That will give us the clarity that we need to get the hell out of this reality system. See, like, this is the thing, we get so caught up in this 3D stage. This is an illusion. Like, do y'all people not understand it? This is why these wars are manipulated. It's control opposition. They fund both sides of this shit. They have to create the narrative. They have to create the illusion. And they have to present it to you. And that is how you get pulled into the shit. This shit is not real. The war is not real. But the deaths, the people that they're killing, the bodies are very much real. You see what I'm saying? Because they have no gripes with killing and sacrificing human beings to keep us all collectively stuck within some fucking illusion or operating under some global system that it just, we can't evolve, we can't grow, we can't do anything that we are expected to do as a species while living under this fucking satanic ass system. Like this is just the root of the issue. As long as the satanic bloodlines, as long as these Venetian bloodlines, the papal bloodlines, it just like as long as these fallen angelic hybridized as motherfuckers are still here on this planet, the bullshit is not going to stop. There's always going to be war. There's always going to be chaos. There's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be some satanic ritual abuse that's being inflicted upon the masses. And we have to wake the fuck up because ultimately we have free will. See, this is the thing that we as humans, we just forget, right? Is that we have the highest form of leverage on this planet. None of the shit that they do can work without us. Everything that they do is off of our input. It's off of the physical, the tangible, and non-tangible energy that they harvest from us just by us existing here under their system. So what that means is that once we start to expand our perspectives and start to remember who we are, remember where our true power lies, and remember reality and life is supposed to be, right? Then we can start doing what's necessary to plant the seeds for that reality to come about. But the longer that we're still sitting here stuck on stupid and sitting here thinking that these fucking agents of Lucifer are going to do anything other than what they've been doing, which is causing chaos across every corner of the earth, the longer we're going to be stuck within a fucking illusion. And let me tell y'all something, right? Because see, this is the thing, guess what? With all of this chaos and stuff that's been going on, our motherfucking president that sat and passed 6G into legislation, right? So basically what they're doing now, and you can look this up, is that they're starting to allocate the 6G frequency bands for federal and widespread commercial use, right? Now, mind you, in addition to this, the Department of War, aka formerly the Department of Defense, y'all know they recently just came out with like a buku crazy budget, right? I think it was like nine trillion. The number keeps shifting, but it's somewhere in the trillions with a T of dollars, right? So one thing that they had mentioned on that budget plan was for the dispersion of smart dust, right? So what is smart dust? So smart dust is basically atmospheric compounds, right, that they spray in the sky. And smart dust contain a swath of different compounds, like different heavy metals and viruses, bacteria, and things of that nature. But the main thing that it carries is quantum dot sensors, right?
And can I ask you a question you put in the chat? The stockpiles of uranium at 60.
Wait, pause.
That Iran has developed is the answer, and it's also official to say that it'll only take them 2 weeks to
I know
have
you heard me talking, and they
90% of uranium, which will make them out of
respond to
2 weeks.
So could that response have waited until after I landed my plane, or did you have to interject right in that moment to tell me that?
Evan, I got another question for you.
Okay, and again, have I landed my plane? I'm about to wrap this up, y'all. Let's just give it a moment, right? Because I'm trying to paint a picture for y'all, so y'all can stop just being so stuck in this third dimensional line of thinking. So, anyways, just let me finish my point with the quantum dot sensors, right? Because these are things that I want people to look up. You know, I want people to look up the wireless body area network, the quantum dot sensors, fluorescent nanoparticles, nanodiamonds, plasmonic nano antenna arrays, and just things of that nature, because all of those are various different technologies that compromise the smart dust. So this is what's happening here, right? Because people get so stuck into thinking that this is some type of conflict that's limited to some specific political affiliation, some specific, race, to some specific country. What we have to understand is that they are trying to set the stage for a technologically imposed surveillance state to come about. So what that means is, it's just like how they instituted the false flag 9/11 event, and then they used that event as justification to pass the Patriot Act into legislation, right? Which basically made it illegal for them to basically just indiscriminately surveillance American citizens without their knowledge or consent. And then in addition to that, it also laid the groundwork for gang stalking, right? Which is, federally, instituted, organized stalking against American citizens. It was also, a part of the legislation that allowed them to be able to start doing that. So basically, they're just they're orchestrating another false flag scenario with this Iran conflict, the same thing that they did with the October 7th incident with the invasion of Israel, you know what I'm saying, with Hamas or whatever. So all they do is they fund both sides of the conflict in order to create a certain narrative, in order to justify passing some type of legislation or some type of legal maneuver that's going to allow them to have more, to basically just be able to violate your rights. They use these wars as a means to start to break down the Constitution and the fundamental principles of American society, right? It's like, and they use propaganda in order to get you to mentally accept or to see these events from their perspective. So then when they come along and they come hit you with that, they flip the script on your ass, you're just going to think that this is this, you're not going to question it. You're just going to go along with the shit. So ultimately, it's just to say that what is going on with this war is something that it is very biblical. And this is something that's taking place in multiple dimensional scales at once. Because these governments and these humans that are working on their behalf and doing these bombings and this, that, and the third, just like how Trump, this nigga was talking about, he was ordained by God, to orchestrate this war to bring about Armageddon. These motherfuckers are literally interfacing their minds with fallen angelics. These are demons that exist at higher dimensional scales and are whispering this bullshit to them in the dream state. They also do these fucking occultist rituals where they astral project, and then they meet these demons or some type of apparition of them. Donald Trump has his own team of witches and warlocks and occultists that, put all type of occultist spells and rituals on him and for protection. And it's all types of, these people are crazy and sick. And we have to understand that they've been doing this for thousands of years. None of this shit is nothing new. Like, when are we going to wake the fuck up? Every single fall, every single civilization throughout the course of human history that was recorded in history and not recorded in history was because of these fallen angelics infiltrating the minds and the spirits of human beings and using that chaotic influence to diverge them from the path of spirit. Okay? And you also have to remember, these motherfuckers, they done came down here and they genetically spliced themselves with the human genome. So what that means is that you have a lot of these motherfuckers, these politicians, and they look human on the exterior. Yeah, they got 2 eyes, they got 2 arms, 2 legs, the regular standard human features. But the spirit, the essence that powers that vessel is not human at all. It did not emerge from the same source that we did, okay? So
Evan, you don't want the answer to your question, right? You just want to talk about
you know, other dimensions and angelic spirits. Do you want the answer to the question? Because I have the answer right here, bro. The answer
That's after I ask my question. So I have one more question that I want to ask, because he's rambling on. He's rambling on.
National. Listen, stockpiling enough uranium to reach 60% of weapons-grade potential is considered to be a serious national security threat because it shortens the breakout time to a weapon and could alter the balance of power in the Middle East. And it said from 60 to 90, which is weapons-grade uranium, it only takes a few days to weeks for them to have had a nuclear weapon. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah, I read your answer in the chat, my good brother. So don't think that I'm ignoring you. My question to you, Evan, is this. You said that we have to wake up. And we have to remember. In order for us to remember, that means that there had to be information that has been forgotten. My question to you is, what is that information that we forgot? What is that doctrine? What is that education that we forgot?
It's the awareness of spirit and how that spirit expresses itself through all things within our reality. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, this is the thing. There's no separation between God and anything within all of creation. Like, it's the same. So like, that's what I'm saying. The essence that we forgot, and it's not just something that we forgot with our minds. Like, it's just something like our DNA. We don't even have the biological capability. Well, most people don't. Some people do, but most people don't even have the biological capability to think and to remember that. To, not just to understand that concept, but to feel it and to know that it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's again, like, it just, things are just different here within this reality system. And it's just like all of these things that we think are natural, like death is natural, like these things don't exist within an eternal reality system. And the eternal reality system, mind you, there's a whole lot of them, but there's one in particular that we directly emerge from, right? That we need to do what's necessary to get back to. That's when things will just start making more sense. That's when we'll remember, we'll have the full awareness necessary to know the inner spirit that comprises all things, and how we are directly connected to it. It's a mindset. It's an internal state of beingness that has to shift, that has to expand. Like, that's why people they bunk at these type of concepts, because they just are suffering from a limited perspective. It's like, I don't even get upset when I get pushback on this shit. I do get a little frustrated, but it's just, you have to understand, it's like humans carry a genetic distortion that directly expresses itself through their psychological, cognitive, physiological, and sensory functions. So what that means is just like all of us are working with a less than full set of tools. You feel me? And that there's levels and degrees to how that expresses itself within the population. Some people are a little bit naturally more awake than others, but it just is what it is. We're all, amnesiac to some degree. None of us have the full awareness or remembrance of who we are, our true identity, and just what this all is. We're supposed to have that, but we don't have it anymore. But the thing about it is that through, getting our minds back into a unified principle, bringing the mind back into alignment with the spirit, merging that inner light and the dark, we can start to gain the awareness necessary to remember and to wake up and to know how to utilize our free will in ways that help us achieve our own liberation. Like, fuck, instead of just looking to all of this stupid shit outside of us, y'all are looking to aspects of an illusion to get you out of the illusion. That doesn't make sense. The only way that you can get out of the illusion is through remembering. That's it.
That was my question, Evan, but that was my question. What is it, right, that we have to remember? And regardless regards to the spiritual and how we ought to be. Oh, and what is the culture? What, no, I'll let him answer. Because he's been going on. No, listen, I already know. The only reason why I'm bringing up the point.
You already know why you asked the question.
Because it's to let him know, right, that
He just
you have,
the stage on.
no, but he hasn't. And I don't think you, Uma, I don't think you know either. I'm going to give you a chance to answer that question too.
All the women know the womb law. Do you know about the womb law? But ask your question again. Ask the whole room. Ask as human and not.
Okay. Well, the original question is, what is the purpose and cause for why we even exist? The first man, the first woman. Why do we even exist on this planet? Point blank. Now, he mentions about beings, right, that comes with a doctrine. And that's true. They do come with a doctrine. But you know what that doctrine is. I'm asking him, what do we have to remember? Because that means we have to
remember that we are and we borrow all.
No, we're not earthlings. We're not earthlings.
But
in that sense.
Borrow everything matter from this planet or not?
No, we're not earthlings.
You're not? Okay, fine.
No. You're a spiritual being. You want to have to leave here.
But who's your mother?
But we're always going to be a part of Earth. Even when we quote unquote leave here, we're still going to just go to another version of Earth. You can't leave Earth. Like, she's our mother. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is the thing.
So you're going to another Earth.
Yeah, because there's
so my question.
Multi-dimensional.
So my question to you in regard to that which is physical, which came first, gases or solids?
Gases.
Okay. So, and what about
ether?
Excuse me. And what about the gases? She gave the answer. She gave it ether, plasma, and so forth and so on. What makes up this ether and this plasma?
What you mean? Wait. What do you mean? What makes it up?
Yeah, what makes it up?
Nobody can definitively listen. We can't definitively answer that. But the answer to go with is God. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this is the thing, right?
The word G-O-D. Let me ask you. The word G-O-D. Did it come from the very first one? Did the word source come from the first language? They're all the same thing. God, source, did it come from the first language?
No, but you know.
Okay, do you recognize? Okay, Evan, do you recognize that when we first we came to the earth, that the first language that we get would be the language of
Unhealthy.
And the original language was not.
What language is that?
Wait.
Uma, what language is that you just said?
It's the language like in sound frequency.
The who?
From the lyric timeline. The
lyrics.
The lyrics.
Okay, so what was the name of the language?
Anu-Hazi. It's a light and sound.
Do you know what language? Do you know what language the Anu or the Anunnaki
is in a moon?
actually spoke?
We said the Anu-Hazi, not the Anunnaki. There's a difference.
Speaking English? How many languages are there on Georgia Guidance Store? They blew up in Georgia.
You speak English. There are many different dialects of English. You have King's.
Yeah, you can't
English.
find that English. Sure.
What language is that?
You look at my picture and you think, what nationality am I? Can't tell.
Then say something. I don't see your picture.
You blind?
I don't see your picture. Oh, Omar. Let me get you. There's a lot of people in the room.
Dick man.
You talk about Barabbas? Is that your language? Barabbas?
กรุงเทพมหานครอมรรัตนโกสินทร์มหินทราอยุธยามหาดิโลกพบนพรัตน์ราชธานีบุรีรมย์อุดม
And can you interpret what you just said?
สักทากิยะวิษณุกะ
Can you interpret what you just said?
That is the real name of Bangkok in Thai.
Of who?
Bangkok.
Bangkok.
Mm-hmm.
What language is?
Bangkok.
Oh my God.
Thailand. I'm from Bangkok.
Okay, but that's not the beat. That's not the beginning. That's not the beat. That's okay, but I can speak another language also. That's the whole thing. Which came first? What language came first?
Hard language came first. How about that?
Language of thoughts. It's the language of thought.
Well, language is going to, the thoughts are going to be in a language.
The thoughts were the language. That was the
Right. And what language was the thoughts in?
It was a thought. It was.
Yes.
It was.
And what language?
Wait.
Thought.
Because you're implying that a thought can only be a linguistical expression. A thought can be a visual expression. It can be an acoustic expression. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we communicated. It was through light and sound, through visual, through color, through beings.
Yeah. But it didn't appear. Everything didn't appear in pictures.
Why not?
That's not. Everything didn't appear. No, it doesn't.
That don't make sense, because how did the image of creation come into beingness? How did the image of creation come into beingness? If
it came by the word.
Right, and the word is the thoughts. That's the word.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I said that the word is a thought.
Right, but it's not a word. It's not a linguistical expression.
Yes, it is.
Literally.
Yes.
Stop, wait. Damn, why did you just do this?
Damn, man, you don't know what you're talking about. The language, the word is a thought.
The word is a tone. It's a frequency.
Right.
A sound. It's a linguistical word.
Yes, it is a linguistical word. It can't be a frequency of what?
Sound tones. They're frequency tones. It's not a specific linguistical word.
So you think that language is not a gas? You just said that gas came first. You think that language is not a gas?
You shifting the goalposts.
No, I didn't shift the goalposts. I just stumped you.
You stumped because you're asking me dumb, redundant questions.
It's not. No.
Just that you got them. And most of the time it be because you just said some dumbass shit, and I'm sitting here trying to process what the fuck you just said.
Okay.
You didn't say anything about the word being the gas.
Okay. So what? No, but it is a gas. Let me say.
It's a frequency. It's 30.
Just
See,
I didn't say it wasn't, bro. Bro, I did not say it wasn't.
กูมาดีกว่ามาคุยกับอู
I didn't say it was.
ไม่ต้อง
I didn't say it wasn't, bro.
พูดเยอะแล้วไม่ต้องกลัว
Why did you just ask me that question and say that I said that it wasn't? If I were stating the same.
No, you saying that language. You're saying that language is not bad.
Talk to me.
I'm sitting here trying to double down.
You're saying that language is not a gas.
I did not. What did that? So you're not listening to the words that's coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, I heard what you said. You said that language is not a gas. It had nothing to do with language.
I said that it's plasma, it's radiation.
You only thinking of physical, my brother. That's all you thinking of.
I was just gonna go on.
Brother,
First of all, this nigga get on my nerves, bro. Like you stay here.
Yeah, well, that's because you don't have no tolerance.
You got mind trade.
No, you don't have no tolerance. That's right. So how in the world are you on a higher frequency? How are you on a higher frequency? You're not. Because you can't tolerate it.
That's how you feel, sir.
No, bro.
We are tolerating you by listening.
Bro. You don't understand the science of creation.
I don't think any human being on this earth truly understands the science.
No, there's a lot of us that do.
How can we understand the science of creation if we're not in a place where we can observe it taking place?
Easily, you're all at a point where you can take. You have children?
That's his design.
Do you have children?
I'm talking about creation at a universal scale, nigga. I'm not talking.
Okay, what universe?
There's some biological functions. I'm talking about the creation of a whole universe.
Okay. Are you talking about planets and suns?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about physics. That's where you're at. That's where your mind is at. You ain't talking about the equal.
So the topic of the room is.
So the topic of the room is, did Trump just play 4D chess? Was it genius move or did he get tricked? Okay, because we need to swing off of this real quick.
Did you see how you just changed it? You said that Trump. You said did Trump get genius or did he get tricked? How would Trump get tricked?
Topic. Well,
Because Trump is an agent of Lucifer.
He could have been tricked by Congress or the Senate. He could have been tricked by.
He's being tricked by the demon that he's played through.
Oh, so you think that Trump is a good guy? He's a good agent.
It's a question.
What?
You're saying that Trump is a good agent.
No, we're not.
I'm asking you questions. I ain't saying that. I'm saying something.
Why would you preach that way? This is the intellectual dishonesty I don't fucks with. Because when did I ever say or imply that Trump was a good guy? Why would you phrase it?
You said that. You said
you just asked me what my
you said that Trump
dishonest because
don't say that I'm being intellectually dishonest.
Because I just said that Trump was Lucifer, so why would you ask me if you
you said that Trump got tricked. You didn't say that.
That's the topic of the room. Was it a genius move or did Trump get tricked? Niggas scroll up and look at the top. And those weren't my words. I'm reading the fucking topic of the room. What are you talking about?
It didn't say or. Where it says or at?
Title of the room.
Where does it say or at?
I don't listen to this one.
Where does it say genius or tricked? You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you. That didn't apply to Trump. They said, did Trump just play 4D chess? And it's asking, is he a genius or tricked?
There's your or.
answer the question.
Okay, so you give us your answer, Mr.
No, I'm not giving you no answer because you are.
No, let her
No, it's not about. It's not being emotional, guys. I'm listening to what you are saying, and you're not making no sense.
I didn't even say anything.
You just said.
All I did was ask the question, and then I said Trump is an agent of Lucifer. That's it.
Agent of Lucifer.
Yes, Trump is an agent of Lucifer.
Oh, okay. So then, what does that detail become?
Let's look at it another way. There's a lot of people in here, and a lot of people are listening in the chat, right? Let's look at the genius side of this thing. Maybe, perhaps, could have been that Trump hit his GP, or he hit his Gemini, or DeepSeek, whatever. He used his AI and said, how can I become the best president of in history of America, and how can I run the whole world? You know how people are, they want to rule the world, like the comics, right? So say he did a rule the world thing, and try to do a genius move, and take over all the oil in the world, so that everybody would have to come to him for oil. Would that be a genius move? Would it be greedy? Would the billionaires who have oil wells think this is a good way for them to make money?
It would be greed.
Could that greed be the reason for this mess outside of the obvious files? Could that greed be leading us into this mess? Because the oil prices will go up if they.
And which they have. They have.
We have enough oil in reserve that they couldn't possibly need to go up immediately. Okay, we haven't even touched our own reserves in America. They have enough. Okay, they got a whole tanker from Venezuela, which I understand can't be used the way that it is, and you need some crude oil or something like that. I don't know how the oil thing works, but whatever they need, I think they have it in Iran or in the Strait of Hormuz, where all those ships are waiting to be deployed and get to their location. So was this a good move? So now all the countries need to come and get oil from us and have to make deals that include tariffs that, would make it easy for us to get through all these waterways that we need to get to and around to get our supply. So was that a good move? Could that be it?
We're in trouble. You think that the U.S. is going to take over Iran?
I didn't say that.
I asked a question. I didn't say that you said that. See, that's why you're not listening.
But look at how you phrase it.
Oh my God.
You phrase the question like that's something that somebody said, but that's not nothing that.
No, I put it. I know.
You don't phrase an open-ended question. You present the question from an angle, that angle that nobody presented but you. You see what I'm saying? That's the intellectual dishonesty we're talking about.
That's not where my question was coming from. I asked her, do you think that they're going to take over Iran? How was I'm going to say?
Okay, so why would you think that I think that?
I didn't say. I said it was a question.
Okay, so I don't understand how that question came into play. What was your thought process that made that question come up?
Because you said that Trump is looking to take over the world. So that way everybody, hold up, let me finish. That way everybody has to come to him. So I asked you, so do you think that he is trying to take over all of Iran?
No, I think that he's trying to take over the oil industry, period. I'm saying.
You think that's possible?
I'm thinking that's the possibility of why this thing started to where it is. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened. I'm thinking it was a power move. Whether it's genius or a trick, I'm not sure, but I do think it was a power move because I think I'm looking at Venezuela, I'm looking at Mexico, I'm understanding that there's something going on in Cuba, I'm looking at Jamaica. I'm looking at a lot of the different things that have been happening on the water with ships being pulled down and not allowed to move. That's what I'm hearing. They could just be wagging the dog. I'm not sure. But the news vendors are saying that these things are happening. So I'm wondering, if our president is just trying to make power moves so he can go down in history as one of the greatest presidents ever.
That's your president. And it sounds like a Napoleon. It sounds, no, it's not. It sounds like a Napoleon.
An American citizen, are you on American land right now?
Who? This land, this land is our land, and it's not to be governed by no constitution. It's not supposed to, no, it's not to be governed by
the United States Corporation.
Or it's made by its own, yes, I know they're in control right now. So you are with that? That's my question. Are you with that?
Am I with the United States? I already answered this question earlier. I don't support or condone the United States Corporation. I don't.
Okay, so then why do you expect me to?
I didn't ask you that, but you said that that's your president, right?
No, I said that it wasn't my president.
Well, no, I said that. No, my
Yeah, that's right. You said that Trump is your president.
wait, calm down.
But at the same time, you said that you don't condone.
Wait. Calm down. This is what I'm saying. You still have a social security number, right? You still pay taxes. You still pay bills. You still have a driver's license. You still, have all of these things that are according to this system. So what that means is, nigga, that you are still legal property owned by the United States Corporation. So what that means is, guess what, nigga, whether you voted for him or not, he's still your president. But shit, because guess what? He's the president of the corporation that owns you on paper. Ain't that about a bitch? So this is why it's important that we start waking the fuck up and start using our free will in ways to shift the paradigm back to that other people, right? Because we're the ones that are running this shit anyways, right? You feel me? We're just operating under the illusion. We're giving these politicians, allowing them to play in their little stage play like they got control over the masses. You feel me? We give them that control. They don't just actually have it. They weren't ordained by God to rule the masses of the people. Nigga, we were ordained by us to be our own leaders. You see what I'm saying? This is why they had to sell you the lie of a government. Govern the mentals, govern the minds of the people. You feel me? That's why they serve as fucking propaganda machines.
Your wordplay is so great. You know what I'm saying? So what will be if this never exists in America? What should be put in place? What culture would be in place?
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again.
If it's not America, right? What culture would be in place if America did not exist?
Y'all was talking about this shit earlier, and see, this is the thing, we would have to decide that. Now, see, we're still operating under the current blueprint now, where we allow federal institutions and the power elite to decide what society looks like, and we're just going to get pulled back to square one. You see what I'm saying? So that's why the new society, the new paradigm, it has to be something that comes from the minds and the visions and the hearts of the people first. Right? Because that's the only way that we can ensure that it's not turned to some corporatized, religious, financial fiat currency bullshit. You feel me? Because you have to understand that fractional reserve banking, fiat currencies, federal governments, pharmaceutical drugs, you feel me? Like, these are the tools that Lucifer uses to enslave humanity. Okay, so as long as our culture and our society is founded, is predicated around corporations and fiat currency, we are never going to be able to grow and evolve in the way that God source unified intended for us. Okay, it's not possible. That's the whole point of fucking fiat currency, is to enslave people. That's the whole point of it. It's a whole black magic, that's some shit that's a future technology. We need to understand that currency in and of itself is a future technology because you're spending the quantum, the energy of your soul. You feel me? It's like it just like we're doing things with our spirit and our energy just when we spend money, just in a transaction, when we pay a bill, when we swipe our card, when we tap our phones. Like, it's just this money is key, it's energetically key towards us because we earned it. You know what I'm saying? It's in our bank account, it's in our name. It has our essence. We have the freedom to do what we want with it, so it carries our energetical signature. It's ours. You feel what I'm saying? Even if it's not actually a real concept, you feel me? It's just energy. That's all money is. It's just fucking energy. So that's what I'm saying. Once it carries your signature and you spend it, it's like you're just getting your energies caught up in this bullshit, and this system, it just sucks up that energy and it uses it to just keep the whole beast machine going. And they just got us doing this shit. It's called looshing, okay? And they just got us being loosed upon in every aspect of modern day society, from the technology to the field of academia, to the politics, to the financial structure, to the taxes, to the 9 to 5. It's just all of it is built to just harvest mass amounts of energy and data from humanity to just keep this fucking this construct of evil to just going. Just keep it, just keeps it going. Just keeps it going, keeps it going, keeps it going, keeps it going. And as long as we as humanity are stuck under this bullshit, we would never, ever thrive.
Okay, Evan. If this bullshit didn't exist, right? If the evil didn't exist, what would be the culture that we would be living? What's the name of that culture that we would be living?
It would be a society based on oneness, based on the law of one. The true law of one. You know what I'm saying?
Did that society ever existed on this planet?
It exists on the planet in a future time cycle.
Not future. I'm talking about the past. Did this type of society, did it ever exist?
Well, you have to understand, Atlantis was a society that took place in the future.
And what was the Atlantean society?
It was in the future, but it was in the past because we as humans.
Oh God, I'm done.
Well, let me come. Because see, this is the thing. Time is happening simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? Like, our linear perception of time is just an illusion. Like, all the time is happening now. So what that means is it's to say that humanity, our origins, we did not emerge in the 3D. Like, we're not 3D beings. Like, we were originally 12th dimensional beings, and then, there was a time cycle, like on the 4th or the 5th dimensional continuity. Well, I think Atlantis was specifically a 4th dimensional society. So what that means is anything that's happening in a dimension higher than the 3D is technically taking place in the future, quote unquote. You feel what I'm saying? But there could be a sequence of events that take place at a higher dimensional scale, and then your perception becomes at a lower dimensional scale, and then it's like it's like an experience that you lived, but now that you're at a lower dimensional scale, you're in the 3D, it's in the future. You see what I'm saying? So it's just to say that with the fall of Atlantis, we got blown backwards in time, basically. You see what I'm saying? Because we were in the 4D, and then once that happened, we got blown to the 3D. So in us getting blown to the 3D, we got blown backwards in time. So this is how the concept of future memory works. You know what I'm saying? Like how you can have a memory of something that hasn't actually happened yet. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're multi-dimensional beings. We have awareness in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like we have in the 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up and beyond. Like we have a level of awareness and identity throughout all of creation. You know what I'm saying? So it's to say that consciousness naturally see what I'm saying?
Okay, so I think they, what they're looking for are what we call anchor points. So where do you think we are in time right now? And the reason why I say anchor points is because anchor points are the things that make it easier for people to digest the information you were describing about team. They may not understand it in the grand scheme of things, but when you break it down in fragments, it may be a little bit easier.
Oh, well, that's how honestly, Christ, I be trying to speak in language as much as I can, but when it comes to a lot of these concepts,
No, I don't want you to speak in language. It's not, I don't need you to speak in language. It's just understanding the anchor points. And because you also speak about something that is along the lines of string theory, where past, present, and future happen all at the same time. No, so in order for you to gain the best understanding from the listening audience, you have to be able to present it in a certain way. I want you to be able to present it in the best possible way that you can.
well, I mean, so so a reality system is time. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what makes it, like that's what a universe is. Like it's a flow of time within the fabric of all that is. So
What I'm saying is, like, the people who are listening, explain it to them, but I'm gonna give you just this one caveat, though, just this one caveat. And I've been wanting to say this to a lot of people. Do not ask rhetorical questions. Just explain it. Just explain it. Do not ask rhetorical questions. Because rhetorical questions is the enemy of progress in a discussion. Because once you do it, it becomes splintered, caveated.
And whatever you do, don't ask no rhetorical questions, man. We're gonna get on your ass.
Right, because once you do the rhetorical question, that means that you're opening yourself up for other people to poke holes in what they've already heard. So I want you to explain it, but do not ask rhetorical questions.
Oh, I don't do that. I don't do that.
So now, go explain it to them so that they can understand what this actually is.
Well, I mean,
Go into interpretation.
well, again, so it's like, think of, I guess, like I said, all the time is happening simultaneously. So, like, that's what I'm saying. It's
Hold up, baby. Hold up.
What is it?
No, hold up. Yeah. Kevin, listen, bro. Evan is speaking. Let him get it out. Part of what we're gonna do as men is we're gonna respect the fact that he's not gonna ask rhetorical questions, but what we're gonna do is allow him to actually speak his full thought all the way through. So don't interrupt him for nothing. And Evan, I just need you to be able to say, I land at the end of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, because this is the thing.
This is an exercise, Evan. We've had this conversation before. This is an exercise that is very much necessary. Let's just do it tonight. It's better when the stage is not that huge. Let's go. Keep it moving. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Well, time is all happening simultaneously. So again, like I was saying, anything that's happening at a higher time scale is happening in the future, because what happens is that the matter that's contained within, let's just say like the 3D, for example, what's supposed to happen is that certain point in time in evolution within that dimension where all of the matter, it accretes enough frequency to where it just expands and it becomes less dense in its vibration and its essence and its expression. You know what I'm saying? And that's a process that continually happens, and you go up and up and up and up and up the dimensional scale until, you know, the essence of matter is almost like it dematerializes. But, you know, the essence of life and creation and awareness, you know, it does, as a spirit, it doesn't stop, you know, just because you can't perceive it or observe it. You know what I'm saying? It just takes on a different essence because, you know, energy can't be created or destroyed. So anyways, the time is not necessarily a real concept in the way that we understand it to be, but it's more so just to put into context of it's like a certain it's like a temporal flow, a temporal band.
Yeah. What you understand to me is wrong. Okay? No. You can't. Mute up, please, sir. Mute up. You done? No, man, mute up, bro. What are you doing, man? Why are you interrupting me, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? I mean, everyone's wants to do. I don't give a fuck if he's done or not. He's saying the same shit over and over. You stupid fuck. Fuck you, man. What the fuck are you talking about, fool? Huh? Right. Are you done, nigga? Are you done? Are you finished or are you done, nigga? So you bum niggas been saying the same shit over and over. Stop playing with me, nigga. Mute your mic, nigga. Mute your fucking mic, brother. Mute your mic, brother. Evan, were you done? Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic out of respect for the room, man. You're a fucking clown. Exactly.
I mean, there's a specific question that someone had that I can clarify because, again, I kind of did already extrapolate this to some degree. And I only did it because I was asked to do it again. But, I mean, that's the thing.
I mean, you extrapolated it to the third degree. If I'm going to say so myself.
Not really. I
and whoever the security guard you have, your security guard, bro, I'm going to have to tell you, man, this thing needs to die. You need to pay to be shot, sir. I would not your pay, sir.
Brother, can you just respect
when I'm done, exactly. When I'm done with a high value client, bro, I want to have you around. When I'm done with a high value client, I want to have you around because you have your tongue. You can't hold your tongue. You can't hold your tongue even with a high value client. All that shit that you saying don't work nothing, bro. At the end of the day, I just want to have you working on me, nigga. You don't even want to have your sentence. When I say I'm high value, nigga, fuck you talking about, nigga? Don't nobody give a fuck about your high value, bro. Only bitches know me, nigga. High value. Women know me, nigga. I don't care if niggas talk about me, nigga. It don't matter. Yeah. It don't matter. Like I said, I don't care if niggas know me, bro. It don't matter.
Stay.
I mean, the best photo right now. You don't mean that. It don't matter, bro. It don't matter. Exactly. I'm eating a baked potato and you're eating nothing, nigga. Right, you're hungry. You're broke. You're broken hungry, nigga. So you're broken hungry, nigga. How are you eating and talking at the same time? How about you shut up? I'm doing it. Can you hear me doing it? Can you hear me doing it, motherfucker? I'm doing it, right? I'm doing it, right? How am I doing it? It's magic, motherfucker. I will still come, motherfucker. Fuck you. Remember that, bitch? Shut up, nigga, before I beat your ass. I know you hate the fact. I got some cabbage. You can't stop that. You hate the fact that you can't stop that. That's cool. You hate the fact that you can't stop that. He's talking about eating my cabbage, nigga. Yeah. Get your structure, nigga. Get your structure. No, keep eating your stuff, bro. Keep eating your stuff. What part of Africa you from, bro? No, stop talking to me. He got baked potato. He got baked potato. I'm done with that. You got it, nigga. You bet your ass nigga got me. You got it, nigga. Hey, bitch. I said I'm eating cabbage now, nigga. I'm done with the baked potato.
seen the world.
This the type of nigga he never ate a baked potato in his life. Yo, he's like, oh, you finished the whole baked potato, you know, hey, so check this out. So, the reason why I asked you that is, I want to tell you, nigga, I don't care what you think, nigga. I don't care what you think, nigga. I mean, I'm it right now, nigga. Fuck you, perspective from me. Because I wanted you to also be able to compare that. What is that? From here. What was that? If you hear what I just said, Eddie. Say again? I wanted you to also compare from the people who are not natively from here. The native to what? Nigga, I ain't talking to you, I'm talking to every. I know you're not talking to me. If you were talking to me, you talking about native to the United States. What's your big potato? Yeah, we on that, nigga. Yeah. Hey, me and these white boys is native to the United States. You not, nigga. Yeah, that's great. I ain't one of my niggas. Yo, nigga, before I send a bomb, shut up, nigga. Send a bomb here, there, whatever. Right. Yo, bitch ass up, nigga. You're so good. You're so good with what you're saying right now, man. It's fulfilled you for the night, right? You feel pretty good. You got a chance to talk, nigga. What's on your phone, nigga? Guess what? You got a chance to talk. They try to see you. This is the greatest thing you did all day. All day. Are you in the U.S.? This is the best thing you did all day today. Are you in the U.S., my nigga? Are you in the U.S.? I asked you a question, bro. You in the U.S.? Are you in the U.S.? Yes, I am, nigga. Yeah, I'm in the U.S., nigga. Where are you, nigga? Are you in the U.S.? You a lying motherfucker. It's daytime where you at, nigga. I know what you want, nigga. Who are you? That nigga's a mark, nigga. He's a mark, nigga. You won't even tell me what country you in. I didn't ask you your address or nothing. I said, what country are you in? Like a nigga ain't saying what country he's in. Oh, no, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I'm scared. What country are you? You in the UK, nigga. I know where you at. You in the UK, bitch, nigga. You bitch. You put ass low, brown, fucking motherfucker, bro. I guarantee you that the fucking ridges on your eyebrows probably protrude because you're a Neanderthal. You are a low-brow, low-IQ motherfucker. Thinking that I'm from the UK. No. Oh, he's going there?
I don't know. You might be.
Okay, I'll leave it alone then. Every once in a while, y'all gotta allow it. I try to be civilized.
Listen, hey, wait, could you get up real quick so
My bad.
You good, but no, the room, it's been a lot of Asians coming in all day, you know, and it's just, you can't, when we recognize that someone is seeking to just be chaotic and disruptive, the reason that they're doing that is to loosh emotional energy. Essentially what they're doing is they're trolling you and they're trying to rage bait you. If they're not trying to, if it's not overtly obvious, like, oh boy, then, you know, it'll be in the form of like these Iran agents and propaganda motherfuckers have been coming in the room and shit. You know, it just ultimately, we just gotta use a lot of discernment when we're on this level.
And look, Evan, I recognize you as being a very spiritual individual. And in this particular moment, I was just having fun. Because I recognized what he was doing early. I chose to engage with him because I knew he had nothing for the conversation. I was going to engage with him just to show him that he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. You know what I mean? I really wanted to just get back to what you were talking about earlier. But he wasn't trying to lecture you to that. So I chose to step in front of you. I chose to step in front of you and engage him myself. Rather than him. No, it's not about having to do anything, bro. It's not about having. I don't do anything because I have to. I respect you. And because I respect you, I wanted to get this motherfucker out the way, even if it meant him engaging me to get him out the way.
But that's what I'm saying. We have to let individuals like that feel feedback. You go ahead. No, we just have to let individuals like that, just let them get it out. You know what I'm saying? They feed off the energy, they feed off of the response. The more you give them a response, then that's like the more fuel that they need to keep fucking with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you gotta pay these motherfuckers dust, yo. Like, and it's just, I've had to learn this in my own life, just in dealing with people at a personal level. It's just like, when people just kind of bring some type of chaotic element into your life, and then it's like, it just is almost like they get a kick out of it. It's just like, nigga, just act like these motherfuckers are dead, yo. Like, just act like they don't even exist. Like, seriously, yo. I mean, for real, because this is how the beast system works. You know what I'm saying? It's like they have to find some way to feed off of your energy in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's just any way that they can get some of that good spirit energy that you got, they're gonna do it. You know, and it's just, especially just on this app, like so many individuals who is like, I sit here and I listen to them talk. And I sit here and I listen to how they just try to push these narratives, these perspectives, this ideology, this, that, and the third. And I hear the angle of it. And I hear the intention behind it. I hear the astral recording. I hear that inverted frequency oscillating through just their entire expression. I don't say shit, because I don't judge these people. You know, and even if I were to just say something to them about it, look at me like I'm crazy. You feel? But the thing about it is just we have to be aware of just how individuals are in certain spaces internally, and through them being in that certain space, they're more liable to be used just as a vessel to lose some energy. It's just like that nigga that was in the room earlier, what was his name, Achie or something? This nigga just is just literally fucking retarded, you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, and it just, the way that he just had the room just captivated with just the machinations of his foolishness. I'm like, this nigga something is literally wrong with his brain. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, that's how it works. It's just like that essence, it will use you when you're not in the right space internally. It will use you as a vessel to harvest energy off of other people, right? Like, it just, there's a lot of different types of, it's not necessarily possession, but it's a subliminal influence that it latches on through the ego and through the shadow body, and it expresses itself directly through the mind, through the emotions, through, you know, just their psychological functions. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's like, you know, like, it just expressions of narcissism and you know, just not having a certain level of self-awareness or self-accountability. You know, it's just people gotta see the bigger picture here. It's just like, look, like, these are all things that they use to keep you plugged into a system. Seriously, like, this is a simulated reality field. It is not what it's supposed to be. This is not where we originally emerged from. And it's some whole other shit that they have to keep you plugged into by means of keeping your mind operating through all of these perceptual filters and distortions, right? All expressed through the ego, all expressed through these self-preservation narratives, you know, these identity-based things, you know, and assigning value to our identity based on these worldly concepts. It's like it's all meant to pull your consciousness and your understanding into a limited perspective, aka into a box. You feel me? Like, this is where the huge shit comes into play, baby. Go ahead.
I was trying defense when I have the opportunity to come to your defense. Does that mean I still rock with you? The reason why I chose to say something is because what was being said wasn't fair to what you were saying. That's why I said that I chose sanity. You got shit to do.
You good. You good, Brother Prices. We don't gotta keep it.
We ain't got shit to do with me. At the end of the day, all this weird shit, I'm just now looking at the chat. I don't really talk about none of that. Fuck all of that. At the end of the day, I know you to be a very respectable individual who does his research and usually speaks on real shit. And when I see that somebody was getting crazy, all right, okay. Because not everybody's gonna look. You're overly respectful to people at times. At times, every once in a while you might get on your shit, but most of the time you're overly respectful. That's why I said, all right, let's have some fun today. No, man. Now let's let motherfuckers know that it's good. We're not gonna just play around with what we actually believe in and who we are as human beings. No, I mean, they can say what they want. I guarantee you that they won't debate me.
Yeah, because I think it's important, like, when people are spitting some real shit, like, see, because that's the thing, it's like, you have people, and that's even why I don't even really like to come off the mic too often when I'm on the stage, because, it's like, there's the, granted, any perspective or whatever is allowed on the stage, it's a very open-minded space. It just is like, the people in this space can be a little, limited in the way that they think. It's just, I don't even want to question their intelligence, because a lot of these people are actually very smart, but it's just, it's like there's so many different types of intelligence, and when you don't have a certain input of spirit, like when there's supposed to be a balance in your awareness. It's not supposed to be the majority of your mind that dominates your understanding of self and reality and all that is. Like that's where the illusion in states of inner disillusionment come into play. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're supposed to have like a more even. We're supposed to, again, not to lean on our own understanding, but to lean on the wisdom of the spirit within. You know what I'm saying? Because it's through that you tap into a higher form of intelligence that's more robust than just like, the binary, the type of the thinking that the mind can muster. You know what I'm saying? It's like the higher mind, a higher frequency spectrum, is more unified because it's an eternal awareness. Like, see, this is the thing that is just, just to put it into perspective, right? It's like if we have an eternal spirit, then why does this reality and this body, this physical body that we find ourselves within, why does it not reflect the eternal nature of our spirit? Why does everything die here? You see what I'm saying? Why is everything finite? Why is everything fragmented, dualized, and polaric? You feel me? Well, that's tying back into the concept of the time and how it operates within the universal system. But it's really just to say, and that's why I don't really want to get into it. It's just we're living in a matrix. You know what I'm saying? Like this reality system was not created in accordance to the intention and the will of God. So what the fuck created it? You know what I'm saying? Like what created it?
Can I say one thing? You said that things die here, but what if you perceive it as being dead, but it's actually the reverse of something?
Hey, man, how do you pronounce your name? Because you just said exactly what I was about to ask you.
Ani.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you, Evan.
Yeah, what you perceive as death might be the rebirth of energy. You just look at it as death.
Okay, well, I don't want anyone to assume, like where my line of thinking is, but I'm glad that you asked the question to clarify, because this is the thing. You see, death, of course, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It merely just takes on it just changes essence. But the thing when it comes to the cycle of death here within this system, see, this is how I understand this, that things supposed to operate. This is my understanding of it, could be wrong. So basically, in an eternal system, like, okay, you go through a certain, you go through your journey, your pathway in the specific dimension, and then there's a point where you just accrete enough frequency within your consciousness, within your body, and then you basically just like quantum shift up into the next dimension. So it's not to say that you don't die, but you no longer exist in the 3D anymore. Like you transmuted your body and your consciousness, and now you took every ounce of yourself to another dimension, and now that's just where you're at. Like that's how it's supposed to work. But here in this system, we die, and then when we come back, like yes, we carry that innocence, that imprint of spirit, but we don't remember shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't remember.
So we're reformed.
Right, but like, see what I'm saying is that we're not able to build up the proper frequency to be able to naturally quantum shift. So we just end up dying. You see what I'm saying? Like we're it's like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like everything, when things don't carry that mathematical formula for infinity down to a matter perspective, it limits the energy and how it's able to evolve and to grow. And that directly it applies to our consciousness. So it's to say that, because really what it is, right, is because granted our spirit is eternal, but everything within this realm is not. So that just lets you know that
but we don't gotta die. We don't gotta die to hit 5 feet or 6 or 7. We don't gotta die.
right, that's literally what I just said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you
Then
gotta die a little bit, brother.
the potential to transmute our bodies to be able to do that. We still do carry the potential to be able to do that. Now, how realistic it is for anybody to be able to do that is slim to none. You know what I'm saying? Because we're just not brought up in a society that teaches us how to do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole root of the issue. We live under a society that diverges us from the true evolution of spirit and tries to push us into this worldly shit, and then they try to come in with the swoop, with the fucking technology and the biodigital convergence and the transhumanism and this, that, and the third. Is trying to make you think that is the only way that humanity can evolve is through technology, when that's the whole lie in and of itself. Our spirit is eternal, so what that means is that it's mathematically perfect. That means that it can do anything. It can be anything. It can carry the expression of literally anything because it's eternal. That means that it's infinity. You see what I'm saying? So what that means is that through the natural technology of the spirit, that we can do things that are beyond our current understanding of laws of physics. You know what I'm saying? Because the spirit is not bound by the laws and physics of the 3D.
Wait, your soliloquy, you just went off, and I completely understand. And from what I concluded from what you just said, basically, the state of being that we're in, when we quote unquote die, even if we're reborn again in another form, we're not going to remember our past life. We're not going to be able to connect the dots and be able to understand and come to some form of conclusion to what all of this is.
Right, exactly.
And maybe guess what? It's not made for us to understand. What have you guys ever thought of that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're just not made to understand those type of things.
From a 3D perspective, though. Now,
right.
When we expand our perspective,
maybe we'll be able to understand.
Right. Exactly.
But we can do that while we're here, too. We just gotta align, like really align.
Yeah, that's true. Because, see, this is the thing. You got so many people here that are tapped into that higher dimensional perspective in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, it may not be something that they perceive, but it expresses itself through like, their intelligence, their awareness, just through their state of beingness, like how they respond to certain situations, just like their personality, just overall who they are. You know what I'm saying? It's like some people are just already naturally tapped into that. And see, like that's especially people who are naturally very creative, people who are very empathic, things of that nature. So that's what I'm saying. It's just we have to do to build upon that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever our natural, just talents and gifts of spirit are, we need to build and capitalize upon that, and really let those be the vessels that we use to kind of bring us back within that inner recognition of oneness. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's the root of the issue. It's like our awareness is split. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a distortion within this realm, and it's imposed through a genetic distortion we carry within the human genome as well. It's like we can't. Our biological forms are not capable of holding the frequency pattern that's necessary for us to have a unified awareness. So instead, it has to get split up in order for the body to be able to hold those frequency bands. So this is what manifests itself as the higher mind, the higher self, the 3D mind, and the shadow, or just the different aspects. There's a lot of different aspects to our 3D anatomy, but all of that, is basically just an extension. Even just like our nervous system and our brains, it basically acts as like biological antennas and receivers for dimensional energies, like quantum period. And see, that's the thing. It's like once you start to, like, even with people who naturally have, like, it's a higher DNA strand activation, because some people, like indigos, they come out of the womb with the 6th strand activated already. So what that means is that they naturally just have some type of genetic input coming in through their 6th dimensional identity. Then you have some people like who can naturally astral project. Those are people that have some element of their 4th strand assembled. So, they're more in tune with their astral identity, so they're able to, to travel in the astral and actually remember it. Some people, we all do that to some degree, but some people you have to have the 4th DNA strand to actually remember, that you do that. Because see, that's another reason why we forget. It's because our DNA strands are shut off. Because see, this is the thing, right? Your DNA strands, they basically serve as genetic conduits for you to be able to hold the frequency pattern of the memory. And see, this is why we don't remember the previous time cycles, because they happen at higher dimensional scales, right? Like,
can I ask you a question? I just want to stop you right there, because this is an interesting question that can probably upgrade us intellectually. When you say that our DNA strands don't remember, my question is, how do we get them to remember? If they're turned off, how do we get them to turn on?
So this is through frequency. It's through the building up of frequency and holding that frequency in the body. Like basically what it does is it's like the genetic information in your body, it takes that frequency. And mind you, this is coming from just like mindset changes, lifestyle changes, dietary changes, just really getting your internal state of affairs in the proper order. It's like you start to emit a higher frequency, and that information is translated through your cells and through your DNA, and it starts to naturally just reassemble those scrambled DNA strands. And over time, it's like they just fully reassemble. You see what I'm saying? Because you have to understand they can't take that out of you. You know what I'm saying? It's a natural part of who you are. You feel me? It's through you having your DNA strands that your consciousness can even be can be attached to the body. You know what I'm saying? So it's just ultimately, it's the potential is there. It's just a matter of how we utilize our own energies, because we have the natural functions where if we're able to build up the proper energy, then our body and our cells will do what it's supposed to do. Like, it'll start to bring itself back into order, and it'll start to reassemble the DNA strands on its You know what I'm saying? But it's a very intentional act. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's you have to strive to keep yourself within that state of purity, just like with every moment. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just the world is not it's not really compatible for us to do it like that. You know, so that's why I'm saying it's like what we also have to remember is that look, your ability to be able to shift it back into an eternal continuity, like let's just say if you die, is not predicated upon how many DNA strands you are able to activate in this lifetime. You see what I'm saying? You do need to have at least some of your fourth or fifth strand, I know for a fact, or higher to some degree. But in order for you to be able to actually leave here, it just has to be some element of it put together. Don't gotta be fully assembled. But there at least needs to be, you at least need to be able to pull in some energy through those DNA strands in order to be able to get out of here. So this is the thing, you know, it's just the most important thing that we can do, you know, is just to strive to get our internal state of affairs, our mindset, you know, just everything going on internally within the proper alignment, and then just trust that everything will come back into alignment as a result. You see what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta trust.
Hold up, into the world. Like, if everybody went to live for the DNA, every line of the chapters and that, like, how would that benefit the global consciousness? Like, what would happen?
No, see, that's the thing. Okay, so let me answer your question. How would that affect the global consciousness? So the more that we can do that individually, it's like you have to look at it like this. Like once you start to just like shine the light, so to speak, it's like other people recognize that because we're electromagnetic creatures. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, like humans, we have very extensive anatomies. Like we have the physical body that we can perceive, but we got a lot of bodies that, you know, that we can't see with our own two eyes. Like, and it's crazy because they're extensions of our nervous system. You know what I'm saying? It's like your immune system is a body, your mental, your psychological self, that's the body. You know what I'm saying? Your emotions, like that's the body. You know what I'm saying? Your aura, that's the body. You know, and it's all expressed through like electromagnetism, you know, through our bodies and through our auric field. So it's just to say that once you start to shine the light, you know, you naturally just start to impart that higher energy into your reality. You know, you start to impart it into the people you come across, you start to impart it into the land, you start to impart it into the air, into the atmosphere, into the water, the trees. You know, it just starts to just express everywhere. And in the process of you doing that, you know, other people and other life forms, they naturally pick up that energy, right? And it starts, especially in the context of a human being, like it can start to just wake them up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you just, by just being, you know, you just naturally just influence people to also remember how to be. You see what I'm saying? Like, and this was the whole root of Yeshua. Like, this is what he would, literally, this is what he stood on, bro.
So what you
My bad.
No, it's all good. I've been listening in. You guys are cooking. What he's describing is the balance. It's like the scales, right? So you mentioned life, global consciousness, right? Well, if you look around at the word, you can see that most are operating in the kind of hive mind consciousness. See, this isn't natural. You are operating usually in a worldly system mindset where you could possibly go your whole life without even knowing how this reality actually works and the power that you had as natural human beings. See, look at the technology, like the direction they're trying to go in. Do you think that, you know, the ones that make the decision to turn to the transhumanism and in the way of the AI, consciousness, just think about the amount of control that you could have over that mindset. So if this has been a script running in reality for hundreds and thousands of years, that would probably be the buffer and the balance between getting sent back here, what some would call for incarnation or reincarnation, and the ones who truly ascended like the Son of God and learned how to take their power. See, you brought him up and that it triggered me because I'm like, wow, I was just thinking that. I said, now that's the balance. I can imagine that, sure, people do come back here to this reality. I think there has to be a balance for, just think about in our lifetime, how many really bad people that are being exposed right now today that nothing will ever happen to in this reality, where there's a balance. They'll be sent back. So you gotta wonder, if that is true, and we're just speaking allegedly, then what did we do in a prior lifetime to get us processed back here?
Right. Yeah. And, again, like, that's a very profound question because, that's really tying into the original sin, the original fall of humanity. And, like, that was an event that it affected this observable universe as we know it to be. See, because this is the thing. Remember I told you guys before, like when the fall of Atlantis happened, we were in the future, and then when we fell, we got blown backwards into time. But there was an original event, before we even got set down the Atlantean and the Taran timelines, you know what I'm saying? Way before that. This was an eternal reality system. Like things were eternally replenished by the direct connection and expression of the intention of the Most High, right? And it expressed itself through the very matter, the energy, the radiation, the plasma, the light, the frequencies that comprise just down to just the very microcosm. You feel me? So what happened was again, this is tying back into the fallen angelics. There was a group of beings that had origins within our eternal star system. They were technically our brothers and sisters of the light. They made a continued set of choices that were not in accordance with the intention of God. And there were a lot of things that they did, and it all culminated in an event that basically blew off a piece of that eternal reality system, and basically it disconnected from that grid. So basically what happened was that it got blown backwards into time because it fell in vibration, meaning that it fell down through the dimensional scale. So this reality field in the process, now see, this is where I'm gonna get kind of theoretical, right? So in the eternal star system, it's predicated around a central star. The central star of any given universal system can be either masculine or it can be feminine. This universal system is feminine. And the central star of this universe is through quantic science, they call her Aramintina. Now, her true name is something that I don't think this is something that can be spoken linguistically. But, you know, what she basically is she's the highest dimensional expression of Mother Earth. And the role and the function of the central star is that any matter that enters into the universal system has to enter in through that central star, because all stars are wormholes. They're portals. You know, they can be used for transmigration and translocation across creation. You feel me? So the central star, she acts as the first gate of entry into the universal system. So what that means is that when we downstep our frequency from the eternal continuity in through her, that's how we pick up like the frequency pattern, like the template, the blueprint of our spirit, right? Is how our like the essence of our spirit is able to hold a certain structure in the form of our identity and our soul and our awareness and da 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 da. So it's to say that, you know, everything within this universe is feminine, you know, because we all come from Mother Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's through Mother Earth that our consciousness is even allowed to exist here within this system. You know, she basically holds the structure for our consciousness to experience reality. She is the structure of the reality field. You know, that's why she's the central star. She emits the essence and the quantum that holds. It's like radiation that holds the entire universal system together. You know what I'm saying? Because everything in creation has to have a structure, an invisible structure that holds all the energy and the shit together. You know what I'm saying? It's what allows it to come together and to form things. You know what I'm saying? And those are the true, that's like the true expression of God. I mean, everything is an expression of God, but if we were to liken it to something, you know, more whatever, then God is essentially the structure that allows for creation and matter and reality to take place, and also defines the parameters of which that energy and that quantum is going to come together and combine and orchestrate itself. You see what I'm saying? So that is essentially what Aramintina does, and that is how the universe is able to exist, is through her upholding the structure of the universe. You see what I'm saying? So ultimately, you know, we're all indelibly connected to her. All life within this universal system, it literally it comes through her womb. You know what I'm saying? Literally. So ultimately, this is why these fallen ones, this is why after we descended into this system, because see, I don't know what really happened, like what came to, like how.
Hey, Evan, stay right there, because listen, okay, bam. So when we get to talk about the fallen angels, right? That's where you get to see that there is a hidden side that was spin off in mythology form. And it was done that way so that if you were truly able to discern this information, you had to be vibing in that direction. Somewhere along the line, you're moving and aligning with truth. That comes with righteousness. That comes with the Holy Spirit. Now, the fallen ones, they had their own war that was with the Most High. See, this is not their first estate. And those other stars that we see in the sky and planets are not their first estate either. Those are just planets that throughout time that they've taken control of, hybridized races. Obviously, this whole UFO thing throughout it's more than decades. This is the balance to knowing that they're the ones that are running this program down here. And if the war in heaven never stopped, and you look down here and wars have never truly ever stopped, they've just not been in our face. You know, social media wasn't around. They've been fighting and leading up to whatever they got planned for a very long time. But think about the amount of people that go their whole life and don't know anything about what we're speaking about. If the fallen ones are running, I call it a reincarnation program, because if you dig deep into this information and go a little bit into the occult, you can see that this is highlighted and some apocryphas that they were so upset with the Most High that they even wanted to control where we went in the afterlife. Now think about that. That's crazy. So not only do they get to hide, shape shift, run cloning programs, put fake human beings in front of us, have us thinking that we're looking at and voting for real people. You're voting for the non-human beings behind the veil. When you pass or you die and you don't know any of this information, you're going to do exactly what they wanted you to do. And your mindset and spirit, your soul are going to align with that. And it would be easy to see that, at the top, it seems to have always been really, really bad throughout history amongst the elite. And this isn't just the Roman and the Holy Roman Empire, or the Greeks. I mean, this is going through Mesopotamia, etc. Find it in Africa. There is a worshiping of a hierarchy of these fallen angels, and they have placed themselves as the prayer takers of the Most High. So that mindset we talking about and alignment, yeah, because none of us know what's going to happen when the lights is out and what decision your soul will have to make. Just imagine that you went your whole life and didn't know shit. You ignored. You didn't align with truth. So that means that you would fall for deception.
Yeah, I mean, because this was the whole purpose of the followers' agenda was to pull you into an illusion of their own construction, right? And this is why they had to pull your mind, your beliefs, and your thoughts, your opinions, your understanding of self with this reality, your entire lens of truth. They had to carefully fixate that upon an image of their own construction, which is a total inversion of the image of God. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not to say that this reality system is bad, because it's not. There's no such thing as good or bad within the grand scheme of things. Source does not acknowledge duality. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But it's just to say that these beings, they are parasitic in nature. And the extent of the fallen path, the consequences of it, the reality of it, is a very, it's one that no being, it was never intended for humanity. Let's just say that. It was never intended intended for humanity to experience that
And
outcome.
that's the binding. See, that's what comes with these oaths and what's happening in Hollywood, the entertainment aspirata, high levels of all governments, is this ritual that they have to do. And to continue to rise in the order, you have to go through these degrees. This is where they handpick the ones that get to control the reality. And then what happens with these people, and this is the truth, is that when they grow their own consciousness and align with the people, with a mindset, they break the hive mindset. You come up missing like those 150 scientists who could be on the run, taken out, being cloned, getting their consciousness transferred because they just want the information. And they all took the chip and the vax. Because to make that kind of money, you have to take it. I'm just talking about the super elite. They're the ones that, like Bill Gates, none of his kids, he laughed about it, I believe, in an interview about how none of his kids ever took a vaccination or a shot at birth, anything. No. See, these are the people that get to make the decisions, but behind the veil, when you can see, like they've been playing games with us. A lot of these people are not real. Not real to what we are as human, actual citizens of the earth, natural human beings of the earth. You came through a particular portal to get here, and it was holy. That's through the woman. This is where the Most High hid the Son of God. They know the existence of time, the realities, the dimensions. They travel them. Because there's an order, a natural order to the galaxy, to the earth, to the planets. And there are also those who rebelled. And they took their own paths. And even through Atlantis, the alleged stories about Atlantis, about it being the first actual order of the hybrids that they would make with the humans and then let them come above surface. And that world would be collapsed. So it's crazy when you hear about the Atlantis stories when you were a kid, and they just told you it was mythology. They didn't tell you that there was, they had found evidence, and more than evidence, they got the documentation, they got the tablets, all the shit's real. It's just who has control of it in this reality. It's the same people that we're talking about, the same spirits, the same principalities. It's their bloodlines that control this reality. Like I said, I just asked a question, like, what happens when you go your whole life and then it's over? And your soul is you. That's what's keeping the light on in you right now. That's your soul. That's something that it really can't be unless you break the rules like they did. You see, you got to do the most and participate in, pacts and treaties that really are a detriment to humanity as a whole. See what I'm saying? What were angels guilty of? The fallen ones, the archons. They were guilty of teaching man war, how to build weapons, how to start wars. watch and be of assistance to mankind through the levels, and I believe 1 through 7 of the heavens. And a percentage of them also rebelled. So their bloodlines run rampant on this planet. You can see that regardless of what talking point they put on the news, there seems to be some kind of ritual behind war. Some fascination, kind of like a bloodlust or a blood pact. Something done in secrecy where nations just take their turn, depopulating the people. You ever thought about that when you heard the numbers of some of these things that are happening? And you just wonder what kind of spirit is behind this mindset that's been around throughout the ages. There has to be a hierarchy to it, where they talk about the UFO files. In the future, you're going to hear even more about Antarctica. It's going to make some people lose their mind, but they're going to tell you about that place, the truth. Why Hitler was there. He had a fleet allegedly back then like Star Wars. Allegedly that's exactly where they took the movie from, was the CIA files that end up turning into Hollywood scripts. It was sold to one of the 33rd degree Hollywood directors, the elite ones, your Spielbergs and et ceteras. This is who gets the actual events that happen, and they're able to turn it into a fucking movie series and then make it a TV series. And there's a percentage of the planet that watches it, and they don't get that most of what they're watching is real, and most of what they're not is fake. Vice versa. So they can play the game either way. Like, the tricks are crazy. It manifests itself even inside of some of their temples in these religions. And there's good people inside of all of them, but when you break them down over time, you get to see that some very unholy things were done in the name of the Most High. So, us knowing that he doesn't even align with that kind of frequency, him or his hierarchy, then you would have to know when they said they wanted to release the UFO files, you were probably talking about an adversary to the good. And it's, in my mind, it's obviously been the one that's been controlling. When you hear about people being switched out and cloning, in real time, we can see the people, and we know. When you do the real research, you can see, if you didn't just start lately and you got to see in the real time, what the real people were saying about what was happening. A lot of people have been replaced. Even in the Epstein files, when they spoke about Biden, it was obvious that he was gone. And it was almost like they did it on purpose so they could measure how many people would still believe he was real and vote for him. That's crazy. Just like COVID, they check the numbers to see how many people will believe it's real as long as we say it's real. and shit like it changes your DNA. Whoa. Well, if it can change your DNA, it's got the power to do anything. It's got the power to turn you into what it wants to. Might turn you into a host. Come back in front of the people and nobody ever know. Got a couple handlers. See, when they say sell your soul, people don't get that you have a time limit when you're dealing with the other fallen hierarchies. They set a time for you, and they don't tell you. You just know you are going to receive the riches of this earth and the status, but you belong to a cabal, like an order, where we're all playing this game, and this couldn't be real humans who thought of this sick shit. You know, you're playing a game to keep illusions and the war going that you had on the creator that created you. Now that's, man, you know, some people, they'll never look at the other side of the coin. And they'll leave this planet, and if these fallen ones got the kind of power I know they do, then the balance says, yeah, they got a chance to maybe even run their own program when you transition. And if you were vibing on their frequency, I believe you got to go with them.
Oh yeah, that's facts. You know, ultimately, whatever your consciousness is most resonant with, then that is what your reality will be. You know, so this is why I say, you know, it's so important, so critical that we use discernment and really go within to find just that clarity of spirit, that true wisdom, because there are going to be a lot of things that are going to happen, that are already happening, that are going to. The point is to polarize your mind and to split up your understanding, is to cater to the ego, to the psyche, is to invoke certain emotional reactions, to play off of your emotions, to manipulate your line of thinking through your emotions. Is psychotronic warfare. You know, it just, and it's so important because with these times that we're living in, if you kind of are just not getting it, it's very dangerous because, you know, we're coming up on a very critical juncture where, you know, if people are just not in the proper alignment, then they're going to get pulled down a path they're not going to be able to get off of. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bifurcation of time that is coming very soon. Nobody knows exactly what's going to occur. Apparently, it could be happening in as little as the next 4 to 5 years, coinciding perfectly with Agenda 2030 and the shit they trying to do with 6G and the smartness and the nanotech in people's bodies and all of this shit about digital convergence. You see what I'm saying? It's going to cause a quantum shift event. So that's what I'm saying. Plug into that timeline. If you are energetically corded to that shit in any way, shape, or form. And see, this is the thing. I feel like it's not so much the body. You do need to detoxify. Everybody needs to be detoxified. But the thing about it is the body has some things that no amount of detoxification is going to help. So I think the most important thing is the critical deciding factor is your mindset, the content of your heart in conjunction with the mind, in conjunction with just the perception and the lens that you just understand yourself and your connection to spirit and source. It has to be a certain actualization that's taking place within. And that is basically what you'll be vibrating too high. This is like how it won't even be energetically possible for you to get pulled into that fallen timeline because you'll just be vibrating too high. Like it's just natural energy, you know what I'm saying?
And so you know what I think about? I think about a day when they come out and they tell the public, like, all right, look, the money is messed up. We transitioning over. And we got this hookup and it's called Neuralink. And they probably got another name for it. You know, they probably got like 4 or 5 companies they're gonna offer to the people with the Neuralink hookup. And just like COVID, they're gonna measure how many people sign up for it and sign their kids up for it. See, now I don't know when that time will be. I get to thinking about this algorithm, or whatever they call it, which is almost like it's got its own spirit. These supercomputers, this whole data center thing. If you see how they call them robots, but you see the footage on when they got out on them scientists over in Japan before they scrubbed all that information off the internet. And then you had to go, through other channels to, maybe catch a few clips of it. But, these kind of things have been happening. They know that there is not a soul in it, but they put like a spirit in it. And it being hooked to this technology state, and then a neural link being hooked to your body. Now you're talking about these are the ultimate. That's the ultimate control. Because like anytime they want, like they can like cut you on or off like a Tesla. You show up somewhere, you thought you was going on vacation, and then it's 24 hours missing from your schedule. You don't remember what happened, but you saw yourself on the 5 o'clock news doing the shooting downtown. People don't get it. If you get what I'm saying, like I'm not just being extreme, I'm being dead serious. Like, I don't think all these mass suicide and all these nutty people are, they're just a little off the hinges. No, there's a real demonic spirit behind more than 90% of these people. There's something extra. Sometimes you even got to question who is this person? Where'd they come from? It's almost like they just popped up out of the ground. The background seems fake. The picture seems scripted. The story seems Hollywood. Like, what the hell is going on? Are y'all testing something? And then putting it on the news because other countries are wanting to buy the technology and y'all letting it test on American citizens. I remember there was this shooting, right? It was like a year, not 2 years ago. Of the guy they put on the news, I forgot, it was somewhere up east. And the guy at first was at a bowling alley, right? say, go in the bowling alley. He just starts shooting, random people at a random bowling alley, at a random event. And it's a packed house this night. Now, me knowing the amount of people, regardless of the script they put out there, that there are more civilians there than there are the shooters. So somebody got on their phone and definitely called 911. This man was able to do a mass shooting at a bowling alley, then allegedly run to a pool hall that was 1.5 miles away. All of this in, I believe it was like 7 to 12 minutes. Sounded like a script from Jason Bourne. Gets to the pool hall, shoots it up. Now, by this time, with the amount of dead people and civilians that were at both, my real discernment tells me there was more than a lot of people that were on their phones. This man was able to get through the local police, the state police, the sheriff's department, FBI. It's a mass shooting, so somebody from the Pentagon is coming. Now the government is involved. All these people, and y'all couldn't catch this brother who just did 2 mass shootings and not the time to take to catch an Uber. What is this kind of person? All the video and surveillance there is in this country, and it's like this guy was here, there, everywhere, like an action figure superhero. So it's either, they try to play it off like it's a script, but in reality, it seems like they're testing their ancient technology on people in the public. And even though it is, in a sense, scripted, there's real people dying. Yeah, that whole shooting, I remember. That's what, I knew. I'm like, this is just, it's bigger than sleeper cell at that point when they let them kill that many people. Usually the sleeper cell gonna pop out and maybe try to pop off the president or something. That's usually how that works. But these guys that's coming in there, and I'm talking about shooting like your best Army Ranger or Navy SEAL or Delta Force, and come in and can get an upload in hand-to-hand combat, Bruce Lee, Mike Tyson, and he gonna get out like that. The super soldiers are not John Wick, exactly. This ain't no joke. Y'all think it's a game? Y'all think they just be from 1,000 yards out smoking a cigarette, fully MK Ultra, in that sniper rifle with vision like an eagle, a hawk? You hear me? Show up on the scene and do real damage, and by the time the government get it, government knows this. He couldn't have been no real human being that did this. No, this is crazy. This is crazy. We calculate what real human beings can do. Even so, you gotta think. Now, go on to the serial killers, right? And I'm not believing these serial killers is real people. No. There's something behind that. There's a spirit that was behind, even in the years and the phenomenon of the serial killer. When you look back on it and then you see the movie culture that they put with it, and then mixed in the darker cult in the movies with it, now they got people opened up to all kind of crazy shit. I mean, you gotta think, people are just gonna take what's the next phenomenon, or the biggest percentage. They have calculated that probably about 75 to 90% of the planet is going to do whatever they say. It's like, realistically, it's like 10% rebellion when it comes. That's why how it's dangerous when you're around things and it's not aligned with righteousness, or it's hidden in mass. Some people got a religion, but behind that religion is Satanism. And if you're ignorant of it, you can get dragged into it and then be judged as a part of it. See, this is where the selling of the soul, why they take you to that lodge at 3 a.m. in the morning, and all of the rich people that you saw at the Epstein party the week before, now they in robes, butt naked up, speaking fucking pig Latin with a pentagraph in the floor, and they finna bring a couple children to finish their Lester Crowley sex, murder, magic ritual. That's all that was going on Epstein Island. This isn't anything new. A lot of these people on these high levels, this is what the whole thing is when they're talking about selling your soul. And it's not just for the entertainment aspirate. This is also in some of the highest levels of government, where everybody who is there is not a natural human being, and everybody didn't get to that government naturally. It's like they were placed there, planted, infiltrated. Some of these people sit down and they're damn it, in and out decades, 40, 50, and you don't know what these people are behind the veil. So, it's dangerous. It's in the religions. It's the truth. Everything's been infiltrated. I think that's why the UFO files, I believe the truth is that's why it has to come out. Because we're going to start seeing things more frequently in the sky. And things coming in and out from the 5D to the 4D. There's no telling how many dimensions through that. I heard CERN broke, right? But China's building one, and it's 10 times bigger than CERN. See, when they hear me speak about China, people don't speak about that. See, Switzerland is in the money capital. Most people think it's New York, but Switzerland is the money capital of the world. That's where the most on and off the books elite people hide their money at. In Switzerland, like of the banking cartels and etc. It sits, if not number one, it's definitely in the top 3 for sure. Very, very powerful is Switzerland, and that's where CERN is. because they privately funded it. So these are the same families and the same principalities that are trying to use a particle collider to get into other dimensions. Now, what could you do off of a program in the tentacles? You could do time travel. You could try to Mandela affect people. You could try to bring things back from out of these portals. Give them a gateway. And behind the scenes and behind some of the robes, some of this hierarchy at times is probably the ones there making them sign these deals in the background, especially when I think about the hierarchy of it. I'm talking about like the Michael Jordans and the Kobe's and the LeBrons, their level. And then in the other sports and aspiratas, like the Tiger Woods level, where there's been a lot of talented people, but in those positions, it's more methodical. It seems you got to be willing to give up something. Kobe, behind the scenes, Kobe Bryant, he's a great example, like how you could have went through the order, right? But they initiated you as a young man, right? So you're like any other 18-year-old who you and your parents, y'all lived the middle class military life, and he was well versed, they're laying out a plan for you. And as they introduce you into the Masonic levels, they're going to move you up in their degrees. You're going to know that the greats before you all did it. I believe this is also at the highest levels of acting and actressing, whole Hollywood. This is the truth. And if you fall out of favor with the order, because a lot of these are just throwaway cousins and low-level ones who they'll put off in these movies and give them. When you dig into these families, it's crazy. And then you always find in some form, some timeline, like not only were they attached to the incubator babies in that whole program, it's deeper than people really get, like who was really running that program. Like behind the scenes of, even the World's Fair and then showing them off and putting price tags on them and letting the elite families come and purchase them by the dozen if they had the money. I mean, this was, it was systematic and they were adding, but this was adding something unnatural. This is a hybrid. You're changing the DNA, but able to blend in with this reality through being a hybrid, because it would have a 50-50, the half human and then the half non-human. And whatever power that non-human had, 100%, it's going to give 50% to that child, even if it's a hybrid. They know that. So they'll even put them, they're the ones, a lot of times, I believe these are the guys who get to sit at the top, very top of the chessboard. Some are royals, some are Jesuits, some are in the states and the shadow government, the regular government, Some are most are a part of these bloodlines specifically, and they've pledged allegiance to a hierarchy. That's why it has to be a war, because they've always always been at war with the Most High. So, what better trick than to get mankind to kill itself? It's after souls. It's after souls. It doesn't care about the race or the background or how much money you had. It's about who they worship and who the ones who didn't rebel, who they are pledged in allegiance to. And that would be the Most High Creator. They want back in. See, they can go to the planets and, to the other star systems, which are smaller planets, but planets themselves also. They can do all that. That's why they were cast down here. So the space, even if you don't have to argue the flat Earth, right, or the round, because when they were cast here, you would have to think that once they were banished, the Most High would do something in this reality to keep them in this reality. So, the firmament, right? And then the water being the true protection of the globe. I don't know if that's in the 3D, the 4D, the 5D, maybe that's not why they actually don't show it live. There's something more to it. And there's a reason why they always try to break it. Or they're trying to get out, like they're trying to get out, or they're trying to go somewhere. The Tower of Babel, they were building into the heavens until the Most High had Shem assemble an army. So you see, there's the balance again. There's a hierarchy that is at war with the people. And Egypt was the same, Pharaoh always was, every other one was just so corrupt. To a point, they had the serpent whispering in their ear. They were a lot of times dying at young ages, so I was only imagining that they were probably initiating the to be Pharaoh, probably from the time that he could overstand the human being, into the mystery schools. Those come with pacts and oaths that you don't get to decide how much time you get to live after the greater title that the principality gives you. So it's like, yeah, be the Pharaoh, I don't know what you had to do, Lord. Y'all get what I'm saying? It's like they let you have your little war, your fantasy, or your little 8-year run, and then, you look into those kingdoms, it's crazy. Tut died at like 19. That's just a prime example of, look at the royal family, over in Britain, masquerading as British, but they're really Germanic, Nazi. Alleged to be a whole totally different bloodline, and I know they are. They call themselves the Blue Bloods. Diana called them reptiles. So, it's very interesting. And this UFO phenomenon that'll be coming out, because they got to keep, at this war. I don't know if it's fully going to cover up, even if nobody else in the world cares. Fuck, the Democrats are going to talk about the Epstein files until people start going to jail because it fits their political narrative. That almost feels biblical. Like, regardless, they're going to proverbially throw each other under the bus. They're going to expose themselves. You know, those files got these people really shook up, and they never wanted you to know what they pledged allegiance to in the dark. That's what they hide. Who they're really serving. You know, they know. Trust me. They know 100% who they're working for. Yeah, one of the objections, the objectivity of the shaitan was to make a wrong fair seeming to you and I, the righteous people, to take as many, especially the righteous. He collects the wicked and the righteous basically all day and all night. And if you don't know that's true, something that we say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I said in the Arabic language, we seek refuge with Allah from the shaitan, from the devil. That's quite a thing. It's quite an undertaking that he would bring first the deception is that I'm a good guy, you and I can get along. And he'll flash something like, I own so-and-so down the street. Did you know that? Oh, you didn't know that? Well, I own this. He said, wow, Shaitan, you own this over here. And he'll say, well, I also have another one down in the Vegas. Oh, I also have one in Florida. Well, would you like to come and take a visit? Well, I can't afford the trip, Shaitan. Oh, I can get you on. Don't worry, just say you know me and you'll be able to get in. And then when he soaks you for everything that you have become useful for, now he has to drop you. He will give you a landing. At 10,000 feet, he's going to drop your ass. And even if you know these facts, it's still very tempting to follow the shaitan. But I say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. And I'm never, ever will I succumb to the vices of the shaitan, or bow down to him, or lick his feet, carry his luggage, or in any wise make him. I am here to make the shaitan very uncomfortable, being around a righteous man who destroys shaitan. He was self-destruct. But if many of us would attain righteousness, shaitan would lose his power, and things will go back to normal for you and I. Because that is the objective. Our objectivity is to take our land back. take back our family value systems from a no good, low down shaitan, the devil, has taken our property, our scriptures, our moving vehicles, and the computers, and just having a field day with your ass. And some of you enjoy it. Hey, brother, just going along for the ride, just going along for the ride. Go ahead, sir.
They took the science. They took the true mathematics. They came real wicked. And I'm glad you brought that up because there is a spirit behind that our community does not naturally have. We do not have that kind of spirit that's attached to a soul. That's why it's always been in question if by a big percentage do they have souls at all.
I have not yet seen, say for an example, a Neanderthalic with a soul. Now maybe there have been rumored that there are some amongst the Neanderthalic that have soul that were told that by a potentially righteous person. But I don't know that. He could not produce the evidence. See, this is something most people have never experienced. When you ask them, are they the devil? If you tell them that they're the devil, they never buck. You say, yes, I am the shaitan. I am the devil. Most of them, I've been in this history from 1970 to now is at least 55 plus years, going into 56 years. Because in the 70, I was introduced to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in 1970. The 70 to 2000 is 30 years. 2000 to 26 is, add that mathematically, that's 56 years of battling with the shaitan, the devil, over riches, trying to win the people's hearts so they'll become righteous. Take them from the shaitan and clean them up as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, and make them fit for their salvation on this life. So we don't want to survive, we want to live. Now, I got to raise you one more time to make you fit for life, living on the land. One was to get you fit to live, the other was to get you righteously living on the land. And I tell you, the people, their nature and character has been shaped by the Neanderthalic, the shaitan himself. So they have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Al-Quran, Khalaqa wa nafsin wa ma sawaa. What the ayah is explaining to you, Allah created the souls of men. Allah created the souls of men. But many have that twisted. Allah has created the souls of men who may attain righteousness. Allah gives you the nafs purified. Every man, every woman, every child is under for their own soul. Either build or destroy your soul. Either build or destroy your soul. Either build or destroy. It said either bringing it to righteousness or bringing about its ruin. Meaning you're destroying your soul. You're going to ruin your soul. Or you're going to build righteousness over your soul. But Allah gave to whom He's given the most beautiful loan. The soul is a loan. And you could house it in your vessel, your human body. It's a loan from God. Others say it is a gift from God, your soul. It's a gift from God. For all your loans have to be paid back. Your gifts should be a mutual exchange, a reciprocal exchange. That's where the one that received his soul as a gift do a mutual exchange with God all the time. raised around here in a lot of great spirits. And now you're born around here with the soul. But now there comes a time when you have completed your transitional transformation. Now you have to give that soul back. When Allah gave it to you purified, now how are you going to serve that back to Allah? And you've done all this wicked and raising hell on earth. Been nothing but a wicked devil all through this time. And now you come into your so-called demise, at least in that phase of your development. You're coming to your demise. Been a devil on earth. Now you're going on your deathbed. Seeking to attain righteousness. And Almighty God has said that He will give you that opportunity. All the way until Allah extract your soul. And some report tonight, it said that if you would just confess Allah, would give him an opportunity to be in the paradise. But most of them, Allah says He will fill the hellfire with them. The Jahannam and is not an exaggeration. They've been catching hell, producing hell. He's been raising Cain all of his life. And get on a deathbed, now begging Allah. Oh, if I could attain righteousness. And some of them attain righteousness. That's why there's so many depths, so many levels to the hellfire. Or you can say the goddamn hellfire. There's levels of some of the depths. And they said the only dua, the only supplication, the only words on their lips is, oh Allah, is there a way we can turn down the hellfire? When your soul is on fire, oh my. This is to the righteous, not for everybody, but for the righteous. When your soul is on fire, the only prayer or supplication you're capable of making is, oh Allah, can we turn down the flames in the Jahannam and Aaron, or can we turn down the flames in the burning hellfire? Because it says, oh, I'm catching hell here on earth. And your soul will say, have you not heard the agony of those who have been cursed with the punishment in the grave? They've been trapped in the grave with them in the hellfire. And it says he lived in the hellfire for an eternity. Oh, there's so much information for you. Oh, I wish I could wake you. Oh, I wish I could get this over to you. By just saying, my. Oh, my. Y'all still look good tonight. You can save your soul by confessing Allah and by practicing deeds of righteousness. Will get you removed from the burning temptations of the hellfire. Oh, and my. Y'all look so good tonight.
Salute, brother Sheik, man. Hey, y'all you can speak to the title if you're on the stage. Did Trump just play 4D chess? Wow. I don't know about that. I don't know what kind of dummy.
As you say, righteous or wicked. Dad, is it up there? A genius?
Yeah.
Or a dream.
Exactly.
He will fill the hell with as many as you as possible. He promises you nothing but deception. I promise you, I came home 40 acres and went all over Clubhouse, warning of the shaitan, telling people that John Trump is not a devil, but the devil, the Dajjal, the Antichrist, the devil himself, meaning Cain on earth, the devil on earth. I tell everybody that. I never stop preaching on him. Y'all be talking about getting to Antarctica. I said, did you Mr. Shaitan. They said, get off the stage, enough of that Trump stuff already. Now all of them talking about Donald John Trump. Hey. Could potentially be it's his own people. Ain't on there. Come on. They thought they was covered up, man. They thought they was good. And they took that standing military man today, yesterday, or the day before. You know, he in there, he wanted to voice his opinion. We figured out, I think he was a Marine sergeant. Ain't on there. 3 strike. Man, they busted him up in that on live television, man. Come on, brother. A lot of them, you put it on the other brother sheep. They tell all this last 2 years, 2 years of Hakeem. Hakeem was a kingpin among the Shaitan with the Donald John Trump rhetoric, followed by a prolific pro. Yeah, come on, Pedro. And he got about 10 with him. Pedro got 10 followers pushing Donald John Trump program. Let's see, who else you got up in here? On this thing, and they'll slide up on you. Here come, wouldn't do sucker free the Republicans. He took on the name of the Shaitan. What kind of name is that? Sucker. Your name is Sucker. And you would know every now and then you only get like, you have like 2 or 3 in a row and say, we got peace over here. Knowing all the time he's raising hell, teaching you wickedness, teaching you how to be slick, how to charm us out of our money and whatnot. Wouldn't do sucker free. Come on to the mic. Now, when Donald Trump getting a little, they'll be quiet, they go slide somewhere. Then when he'll go, and then Donald John will go to the media and say, look, I got all you niggas black jobs. You see that? Trump got y'all, just come right on the mic. You know, Donald John Trump got y'all a job, man. And he said, well, oh man, he gonna fix the Bitcoin so you all get on. So many, I did a rack of them. There was a protection. Now, someone made money on Donald John Trump. A lot of laws, basically, you know, I lost on that thing. Some of his kingpin followers said they lost money fucking with it. Now, you can make money. God is not cutting the material world off from you now. Hell no. But he gonna give you cats in hell. He gonna give you hell from the cradle to the grave. Come on. He follows sucker free. Where you at? He follows Republicans and the rest of y'all Negroes and that Donald Trump preached the Kool-Aid from dusk to dawn on the clubhouse. All in Dallas. I was in the marathon room, shook the goddamn walls. Come on, be real. I went on rooftop. I got a green bunny. Any of them big rooms, I can go in there and get a patch. And I ain't never asked for a patch on clubhouse. Nobody room. A patch where I had one in here, but they said, no, but I get that to the ambassador. Take it back. So Hogan said, and you can't get played with my green body. I don't need one. You already know that. Any room I go in, I'm going to light that shit up. I am going to light up the goddamn mic. And most of the time, regardless of the subject, because I have been trained by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad in so many fields, so many things to do. You ain't never met a man like the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. You meet me. You ain't met no nigga like me. I'm like, I haze the goddamn chocolate chip, and you ain't never met a nigga like me. I take nigga, negro, and any of them things, and preach it until the purified and righteous. Because the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may the prayers, the peace, and the blessing of Allah forever be upon him. Prophet Muhammad said, I converted my jinn and made my jinn a Muslim. So I don't have any problem working amongst the wicked and trying to get them straight and trying to clean them up and make them fit for divine black revolution. Because if Prophet Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad was here, they would both bring you to me so that I can clean you up and make you fit for divine black revolution. Because Otis Red, the most honorable Otis Red is here.
expose, make it plain, brother minister, and show up the devil for who and what he is at this hour. The full-blown Neanderthal ain't nothing but a Puritan devil. And I'll land my plane just right on the Poindexter nose of Donald John Trump to say, my. I got a question. Everybody should preach up today, my. I got a question. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go right ahead, sir. Why do you think the nation hasn't gone hard against DGT, whatever it is now? See, the nation is on a course. They're not on a collision course. And divine, even me, I can't preach this everywhere I go. But the bottom line is, again, the most honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad, one of my strongest advisors in life, is the most honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul-Muhammad. And he did things a certain way. And one thing he did do, you see what I'm saying? He said, and on this wise, that the divine black revolution is on a fine timeline of divine. And I think I added that we cannot speed it up with anticipation, and we can't slow it down, puke it and moan it. We can only go on the guidance of Allah. This is how the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is going on the guidance of Allah. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, I'm on the guidance of Allah. I'm doing some things you might think extreme. You might think this and that. But I'm on the guidance of Allah. See, these Muslims, like Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan, didn't come by the way of the sword. They say, except Islam or die. Say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah wa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Except Islam, except the creed of Islam or die. No, they came by the way of the guidance and the wisdom. There are some Muslims who came on the sword, and they may let you know they came on the sword. And today they're standing, some of the Iranians probably came on the sword, live and die by the sword. You go there fighting around with them, they'll come out in the street and take some chains and whip across their back. You saw it under Jimmy Carter and what's his face? William Jefferson Clinton. Some call him Slick Willie. See, that's what they ain't thought. That's but the devil. But at least he came in the clothes of righteousness, right? Say he was a soul brother. But they came to Bill Clinton, whip some chains across their back till they could get some blood flowing, and they started shooting them Neanderthals down without a problem. I'm just saying. What would be the most direct answer you could give to what I asked them? The direct answer to what you said and the question that you asked, the Nation of Islam came by the wisdom. I asked the dead guy, but you might refuse to answer. I said they're going on a fine timeline of divine that you cannot speed up with anticipation, and you can't slow it down, puke it and moan it. They're going on a fine guidance of Allah. They're following what Allah said, what Allah showed them. Allah may show you something. You may come out, if you listen to what I'm telling you, and be a Superman. You step out in front of Elijah Muhammad. You step in front of Farrakhan on carrying this message. If you catch it, you let that catch fire in a righteous way, what I'm explaining to you right now. Then you will go out in front of it and say, hey, I'm the servant that came to take you to the next step of what Elijah Muhammad was saying. I come to take you to the next step of what Farrakhan just explained to you. You go out and tell them that if you really listen to what I just told you and follow up on it and ask Allah to guide you amongst those whom thou hast guided aright. Don't you know that the righteous have been, so you in the showdown, the righteous and the wicked right now. And the righteous have been promised the victory by Allah. And all I'm asking you, dear beloved, what's your name again, sir? The brother who asked the question, what's your name? Seal. Brother Seal, all I'm asking you to do is claim the righteousness and claim the victory and take it on to the next level and say, my, just like I say, my. Claim the victory, that's it.
Eternal rising, everyone. How are we? What's going on?
Grand Rising, what's going on? What's on your mind? The jump.
That's what's on my mind. That this guy should be charged with public. You should personally take the charges of public deception on the wicked Neanderthal named Donald John Trump. Come on, sir. Come on to the mic. It's hot, nice and hot, and blazing like you like it. Mama.
Well, I think the gentlemen have to be gentle with their intention when they hold the mic and speak from the truth. Because we all know that humans are in a lot of trouble now, right? And these problems are in history of all mankind, of all time lies merging right now in this eternal now. I am this I am, as much as you are you. And in speaking truth at all times, intentionally, I'm addressed to everyone, not just one singular person, because it's confusing English. I didn't born into English.
Now, let me ask you a question. How long have you been on Clubhouse? How long have you been at Clubhouse?
As long as you are.
Oh, well, good. Now, have you heard me give this warning before? Maybe in another format on another platform. Have you heard me anywhere else other than here at 48s?
I don't know yourself.
Have you ever?
Because when the English people ask, how are you? And I learned simple kindergarten English. Where to be. Is and are. The one you is, the one you are the one you all are. All of us are what? As collective. Number? Are we number? Are we just speaking English only? Or are we dancing in the grace of God and source and all family of humanity combined? So I am this I am. I try with English, but I'm not forgetting all my mother tongues. And you were talking about the mother. I miss my mother. Sophia, Gaia, Hera. I learned a lot from her in this lifetime. I respect her. I hear her pain. I can't cry all day for this incarnation, but are we crying enough, gentlemen? How much more you want the woman to cry? Can you tell me that? Why Bob Marley have to sing, no woman, no cry? Men, gentlemen, why you like mama cry? Mama doesn't cry. To laughter, please. The children want to laugh.
Let me just bust out in a 1990
Dance.
Britney Spears pop song. Is that what you just did?
Oh, my name is Uma. You put the A in front, you get the O, right? Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Father, I miss you, father, mother. They call me crazy in here. They call me lady boy because I'm tired. Can you hear in my voice where I'm speaking from?
They call you lady boy.
I'm so pissed when they do that. Like this morning, how stupid are you, gentlemen, that you cannot tell anymore who's gay, who's woman, who's hurting, who's our
Children of the sun? Do you hear your son calling? Holy Spirit is where? I'm not here to play anymore, gentlemen. I had enough. Just damn, right? What just happened? Can you tell me why God saved the queen and not the king? Wow. And how come as the queen, drag queen, dragging all the queen right now? Look. Come on, Lucifer. You gotta calm down, Uma. What? I don't know what you got going on. Says, but you are. This game is boring. This is, Uma, you might got split personalities. I don't know what's going on in there. Yeah, I'm funny as hell. Uma, I was checking in your PTR. You had some interesting pictures. Which one? Let's talk about it. Oh, which one? You got some number. Let's talk about this one first, will you? This one is Hey, Uma, can I ask you something? What religion do you practice? All religion does not embrace in conflict because I'm a Libra. How about a Libra as a religion? So your religion is the truth. Let's just say I'm looking for truth of all timelines. Okay. It's just a question. You know, you don't have to. If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. But what do you subscribe to? What is your? Oh, I'm born in Thailand. My parents was a Buddhist who doesn't practice at all. So I grew up interested. Okay. The chakras, correct? Oh, I learned the 18 chakra system. Wow. So there's a what's that, like a secret order to the chakras in Thailand? No, this I learned from an American lady, and she called herself Sophia Gaia Terra. I looked at her life on Facebook. She had Facebook. At the time, during COVID, driving around, living in a car, and telling people to get out of the system. And I just happened to find something in her voice interesting. So I keep listening. And she's like, real quick. Did you say you was homeless and you was driving around? No. And then that's the lady in America who taught that was her chakra system. Yes. That was her. Hold on. That was her story that you were telling. Okay, so she was homeless, and then she figured out how to get into the chakras and manifest. Is that what she has a website? I'm gonna put her website on the chat. I'll look it up because it's easy. Website name lovegrowgaia.com. You should know, yeah, but maybe not because it's a long story. But if you want to take her website, you just can have it. No, I ain't trying to go meet Mother Gaia. No, you don't want to meet her, you should. Because she taught me to have loves of chakra. Oh my, you a 70 gatekeeper, hold the life for the collective at the time. This is some years back. I can't come in, me and Mother Gaia ain't got nothing to talk about. Who is Gaia? Yeah. Who is Gaia? What principality? Hold on, can I ask you, what principality is that? Oh, just her name in different dimension, because, how are you going to separate physics from mathematics, from chemistry, from language, from music? So every word is just a word in my hearing and seeing right now. And look at this one. Here, it's more easy. This from my PTR.
Shout out to you, Uma. Uma said she got a link in the chat. Y'all want to go meet Mother Gaia? Y'all can.
Oh, but I have to tell you that she said to me, this lady, talking, eating chocolate system, we talked together. In the end, she challenged me and she said she would kill my husband in the Astro.
You said Mother Gaia. Hold on. Now we're getting somewhere. This is crazy. Did you say Mother Gaia said she'll kill your husband
In the Astro? Yeah, she said.
In the Astro? That's the kind.
I get it back then.
What is Mother Gaia? Hold on, man. Hold on. Uma. Man, I'm cold at this. People will think I'll be trolling, but I know how to get to where I'm going. Wow. So, Mother Gaia has a spirit of, and she's willing to teach you or tell you at least that she's got the power to astro project and go kill your husband. And you want us to go meet Mother Gaia.
No, she said a lot of things, but then you have to rearrange the timeline how she said it and when she said it.
Tell me, when you met Mother Gaia, how did you meet her? Did you meet her in the astral world? Did you meet her in the 4D, the 5D? Where did you meet Mother Gaia at?
In this now, in eternal now, she's my heart.
She's your heart? I mean, how did you get to her? Did you have a dream?
It's her heart chakra.
No. She's a real person who made this website. She taught me a lot of things, and now she's disappeared. I haven't met her.
Yeah, it's not a real person. It's like it's almost like a chakra. She just said it. It's her heart chakra. It's her principles. It's a principle attribute. Look, y'all laughing at it. Look at it.
No, I know how it's hard to explain the heart of mother and the womb.
Yeah, it's unconditional.
All and receive, and the best that you can learn from it, you have to listen to the not a Monday library one.
But tell me, no, I gotta get back to this one question though. Why Mother Gaia want to teach you how to kill your husband?
No, she didn't say that. What's wrong with your ear, Kinsey?
No, that's what you said. You said Mother Gaia.
I didn't say that. I said.
No, you gonna tell me.
Your ear is fucked up.
So you just took me in a dream world. I disappeared from the stage from just asking this question. Come on, but do not.
It's not a demon frequency. Y'all are crazy. She literally just said it's the heart chakra. It's the
No, I get that, but I'm talking about before that. She said something about Mother Gaia.
I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the niggas in the chat, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, you're okay, Flawless. I was just good.
I don't have any problem or anything. We just came and not my duty. That's for God to deal with. Okay?
No, don't do that.
What do I have to do to amend everything?
How you gonna change? I just want to know why Mother Gaia, because that was the original question. But what if Mother Gaia got to teach you?
Gaia is 7D.
So Gaia's real.
Oh, are you not for real?
Gaia's 7D.
Seven gods. Gaia is God. God, she just said
God says 7D names. She got many names.
7D.
Sophia, Gaia, Terra.
It's God. She's talking about it's her perception of God.
trust you, but I don't know, Uma something about
You want to see
guy
my face? Yeah.
teaching her how to kill her husband.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't say that because I was.
She said she will astro. She said she will astro project.
You missed
and
her.
kill my.
You missed her.
No, Uma, no.
There's a replay or not? No, there's no replay.
No, don't even be a replay.
Because
I know what I heard. We were discussing. This is
I
what we
didn't
were
say what you
discussing.
said. You misheard.
Oh, no, Uma. Oh, you're trying to be a slickster.
No, I didn't say that. Why would I want to kill my husband?
Because why would I be asking you why Mother Gaia said something about
Mother
she
Gaia.
told you?
I heard you say kill your husband too, girl. I heard you.
You said Mother Gaia. This is what she
To
teaches.
kill my husband in the astro. That's what I said.
Okay, that's what I just said.
Why?
Whoa, flawless. Did you just
Is
see?
your husband dead or alive?
Is
Is he dead or alive?
alive?
Yes.
Everything
Oh,
said.
he
So
did.
your husband, the actual
I'm gonna walk to him and make sure that he's still alive and that he can tell the story too, because this is how many years back? How many years that did she try to kill you?
The woman that said that is a megalomaniac little bitch. She's just a human. She's not representing Mother Gaia at all.
No, but that's it. I don't know shit from that lady America.
No.
I'm American.
Let me quarterback this. Let me be Joe Montana. Listen, Uma, put your husband back on the phone. Give him 5 minutes. We just need to talk to him. Because he sound like he know what he talking. He sound like he know what he talking about. And
husband, welcome.
He sounds very grounded. He sounds very normal and grounded.
Yeah.
And my children are here.
Uma, do me a favor though. No, Uma, do me a favor.
Okay.
Please. Put him back on the phone and let him explain.
Yeah, let's kiss.
Okay. Who is Mother? Okay, go ahead. Don't get put out the house about Mother Gaia. But listen, tell me, brother, who is Mother Gaia? And explain what you was just explaining when you first got on. Please tell us that one more time. And then expand on it.
What I'm talking about is that she's listening to a lady called Shelley, and she is teaching about chakra system, 13 chakras of 18, and she says that numbers are living beings, and then she also claims that she is Mother Gaia, and that she is representing a planet. And that is what I think is completely bullshit.
No, you don't know.
Thank you. No, let him continue.
No, I said no.
Hey, hold on. Hey, sir. Now listen. You know how I know it's truth what you're speaking? Because this is what I was alluding to while I've been quarterbacking and talking to her. I've just been sharpening my skills, and I've been very patient. But I knew exactly what I was talking about. That there is a this is a real woman who's telling people that she's in a sense God, Mother Gaia, and she's preaching a doctrine that is of the fallen ones. See, I'm glad I got to talk. This is what you need to be doing, Uma. You need to be listening to your husband. You understand?
Because when you talk about the chakra system, that ain't got nothing to do with no problem.
Listen to what he's explaining. I'm telling you,
He
different
is not
doctrine.
dead, and he's still on my side, and you don't know.
No, Uma, don't do that, because this is the point. As I heard him say, see, she explained to this, Michelle, actually a god.
No.
And a part of creation, yes. Her husband corrected her and explained to us that Mother Gaia is actually a real woman like Bando, who's probably who's got a cult following, and she's a part of it. Her husband's got a yes, I know what I'm doing. I knew it was the whole time, Michelle. Listen to me. This is why I don't just call myself the best. I can break through something and see clearly through it, just through guiding you through just a few questions, and you have to be honest because I'm being genuine. That means I'm being righteous. I'm not true. Listen, no, it's because, listen, you see that? I know she's a witch. No, she's a witch. Now, Michelle. Yes. Do you get what I said when I was saying? Hold on.
What do you expect? She got picked. Well, she done lost all her PTR pictures, but she had
her husband has got the common sense, though.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
I heard him. Yeah, he right. Her husband is right because I heard him say some woman that teaching her this shit. Look,
yes.
13 chakras. That's just some old other.
Yes.
Like
this is going after the 13 bloodline. You know what I'm saying? I told you it's a hierarchy. They follow a certain pattern.
7 is the number of God, not 13.
Yeah.
Exactly. 13 is for the 13 female Christ. And I got my 13 baby at table, Mountain, South America.
This isn't
her husband has been her, she don't know it, flawless, but her husband
asked me to get married the first day we met.
Her husband actually is her protection. Right. This whole time she's been listening to that false, you see how the Most High will even protect you and bless you off of who yours.
And then equalness gonna have to about kill your husband. I heard that.
Now he's a good man. You see what I'm saying? He's a good man. He actually just exposed this for what it was. I wasn't trying to offend her. So sometimes you don't want to offend people. What you got to do is you got to ask some direct questions. You're going to get some direct, truthful answers. And then use your discernment to what is behind. I knew Mother Gaia was a real woman. I knew she's probably a aspiring or an actual witch who's participating, telling people about the astral projecting. First of all, what you didn't know, Uma, is I know all about astral projecting. See, when I was a child, I used to be able to do it to perfection, actually to the point that I thought one day I would probably need some form of therapy. And then it being reinforced by the Gateway school program that I was in for more than 3 years.
What else did you
hold on. This let me know that there is a natural way in, because when you're a child, see, you are pure, right? You haven't got any influence, you don't have drugs in you. You don't even have really only but your parents' level of indoctrination. So you can be assisted if you're a certain type of bloodline, certain type of child. They've even been prophesized about, but think about this. How was I able to, hold on, how was I able to recognize that even though you made Mother Gaia sound like a god, a principality? No, she's not. She's just a woman. She is just a woman. And you made it seem like she was a god, but your husband, see, he's the one who's apprehensive and actually is using his discernment. Because he probably knows this lady's a kook. And she's running a scam, and more like what I said, when I said like the bando situation, I just equivalent that to high level like Jim Jones.
But you didn't listen to my stuff, and when you had the message,
Hold on. There was a real quick. There was a spirit behind Jim Jones and the indoctrination and the tactics he was using. It was obvious that it was almost like a wolf in sheep's clothing, where he got people to buy into an ideology of Christ and turned around and assisted in the suicide and murder of most of it being African American, his little covenant or cult, or some were even trying to, call it a religious group, Some of them, this is a particular spirit.
But again, some of them are the imps of the Shaitan. They've been produced as a guy that dupes the Shaitan. He dupes many of their imps. So we're mistaking them as the Shaitan, as the real Shaitan, and that just be an imp impersonating the Shaitan. The real Shaitan, you see, you have the mark in the right hand and the marks on their foreheads. The child markers on them. Those are the big chiefs among the Shaitan. And then there's the chief Satan himself. Donald John Trump is only one of the imps. It's only one of the imps, one of the Shaitan, one of the little guy. The big one is you're going to bust him. When you expose the biggest of the chiefs amongst the Shaitan, their father, their mother, father, and their children of the devil. They let you know they'll reap the corn, they're children of the corn. And will kill you when they get you isolated, will take your life. Quick. I promise you by Allah what I say is true. I see them all through Greenwich Village. You go on the 6th Avenue of the Americas in New York City, and you'll see a bunch of them walking the streets, going back and forth to the bodega, anywhere while they watch the basketball game on the basketball courts in New York. All of that. Imps and Shaitan walking to the big grocery, catching the bus or a train. And they duplicate like Barnabas, because my name is Barnabas. Those are the imps of the Shaitan. Yeah. And they live that lifestyle, sucking on blood, looking for blood to drink. Yeah. Not just on Wesley Snipes, what they call it, what was the name when he bought that so old Blade. When two Blade would come out on.
His name into Dr. York.
Here's what it is. He was a big one. But to cover up, now you're attempting to cover up yourself as an imp.
Did you say that Wesley Snipes it follows Dr. York?
Yes, this guy on my told me that. This guy is a son of Dr. York, but this that he told me, and he told me a lot of things.
Oh man, I don't know this.
What are you doing?
That's
how the
and this guy dropped me on his ass on the talking page.
Got you all the way turned out.
He the guy on the picture dumped.
You better get away from Mother God.
But I recognize I went to pray immediately. But I asked you, and you never heard me before. That's whom I asked that question. But I had to run pray, but come on back.
Yeah, y'all right.
Yeah, I answered that question, but I never got your answer.
No, I finished.
No, I did ask you a question, and I did get cut off in the prayer. It's a simple answer. Either heard me or she
What's the question?
Had you heard me on any other network other than 40 Acres? I asked Uma that question.
I couldn't understand his accent.
Yeah.
I said, have you ever heard of me? You seen or heard of me before? Anyway. That's sufficient. That's sufficient. The answer's sufficient. You're gonna go get my in other words, you have to warn about this. And it said, Allah will not bring upon your destruction without first giving you an order. And I want everybody in there is not a person
on Clubhouse. They know me, I heard this, that I didn't warn you, that this file was coming, that Trump would manifest, and that you would manifest. Now go ahead and manifest.
So this is the thing. She's the type of person that goes through everybody's culture and loves on it and cherishes it. This is the type of person Uma is, okay?
Oh, is she a bloodsucker or a blood giver?
Hold up. She may have fallen into a doctrine of somebody. To me, it would be a false doctrine because I do agree with you, James. Anything with 13, you're moving away from God. But you know, people pull up. They make up all of these things because you know I deal with chakra. I deal with energy. I deal with frequency. I do Reiki. It's not witchcraft. That right there is an energy frequency. It's an energy modality. You know, I don't have to lay hands on you. It's all about energy. But honestly, the little lady is just a little old lady that likes to go around and pick up everybody's dogma, culture, all types of shit. Because in her picture, it looks like she's with some Buddhist or some.
Yeah, she took a picture with some fallen angels on there. She went.
So you talking about Hinduism and Buddhism are fallen angels?
Man, did you see them angels? She took the picture with the symbolism. I don't know what kind of.
Look at our fallen angels. Talk to me.
See, I don't think because before she was up there with the monks and shit. That's gone.
That was me. That was me.
Yeah, I know what you look like, girl. I done looked through all your pictures. I even seen the one which you took next to the white man in blackface at some festival. I done seen.
Oh, wow. But that's my question. Is she sucking blood?
No, she's not sucking blood.
She giving blood.
This is me on my way.
Flawless. It's picture number 29. It's picture number 29.
How you know that?
I'm looking at picture number 29. This is the one she in here, and it looked like Epstein Island with the fallen angel boys.
Okay.
Blood, Brother James, I'm giving you.
No, ain't no blood sucking. She just.
I'm talking about the fallen. This the symbolism, like she had Mother Gaia party. See, that's why her husband probably scared. She dragging him around Mother Gaia in the coat and shit. He ready to run the fuck up out of there. So, Brother James, I'm asking you a question. Is she sucking blood or giving blood?
Neither. That's crazy.
I would hope that they're not. She on Epstein Island, I'm telling you.
No, I was not there. You were.
She went with her husband. She was gonna go get decent. She went to go get decent. Don't do it, Uber. You know I know why you left your husband to go be with Chip and Dale. Okay.
So I'm looking through all her pictures.
Oh, the thing called the Epstein Island. What are they doing there?
Look, I'm looking at her pictures and a lot of them is like a lot of mixed cultures and cosmologies and shit like that. Planet and stuff. I'm looking for that picture. See, you done got smart. She done got smart. She done got out of it.
My first class seat.
But the boys and part of this one right here.
Nah, she took that picture out of there, James, because we done got on her ass too much about it. Good job.
She went in there to delete shit. That's what she did.
Nah, yeah, it was a picture. It was a man somewhere, some country she was at.
With the black face on.
The one that you don't like about the Dutch doing the swat to pick children. This ain't it on it.
Well, I'm glad you did good. You did it.
Yeah. I don't hate anyone, but people just start kicking me, so that's all.
Why you was with somebody that had blackface on? What was that for?
What country?
So it's
The Netherlands.
the Netherlands. Wow.
Country that lowered
And it's one of them that be eating the body of Sarah box me, man.
Man, what the? That's what's going on over in the Netherlands?
I lived here for 23 years because this guy, I'm going to
So, in the Netherlands.
Yes, motherfucker,
They brought Bill Gates.
And that's where the Harry man came from. That's where they came from.
I gotta talk to Ludwig, man, because you know Ludwig is from the Netherlands. I know that 100%.
There you go.
Bill is there.
See, it's so bad that the Netherlands, man, they have brought Bill Gates to a public testimony to Netherlands.gov testimony. Bill Gates, I think, and his wife has to testify on some wickedness that they have done in the Netherlands.
And you know,
It's like
Bill,
how many of them know about that? How many knew about that?
No, I
More than a handful of people knew about
from
that.
what I'm hearing, the Netherlands is nasty. Like they also.
you just kind of check out yourself.
That's for real up through there.
They on some demonic shit over there.
Now we have sent people,
Oh my God.
sent people from .gov to the Netherlands to study the water systems of the Netherlands. It was related to Katrina. Before Katrina, they went to the Netherlands, and the report is they were ordered to and given government funds to build water systems in New Orleans before the hit of Katrina. And the Netherlands, and then they squandered, somebody got a hold of it, and the government officials, the governor, the mayor, and all of them squandered the money, stole the money, and didn't build a water system. And that's the Netherlands connection, because they got water systems all through the Netherlands. Like y'all living on water, right? There you go. But you gotta check them out, because they practice wickedness in high places. Come on.
No. When we looked at the Saward PI, I just looked it up. It's Black Pete James is a companion of Saint Nicholas.
Wow.
Weren't you in there when we was watching that video the other week and they mentioned Saint Nicholas on that Real America History? Remember we was listening to this in the room, the white man, he was talking about Saint Pete, Saint Nicholas, his name, I think it was Saint Peter, and then he was enslaved in Ireland, escaped, came back, right? Came back and got rid of, chased all the snakes. That's the nah, that must be somebody else. Saint Nicholas. Who the fuck is Saint
Yes, Saint Nicholas is already connected to all Father or Jinn, all concepts.
You see what I'm saying? Mother Gaia there is teaching some shit over there. And I can expose them.
Hold up, stop. Saint Nicholas throughout territories formerly in the Holy Roman Empire or the countries and the influence cultural characters act as a foil to the benevolent Christmas gift bringer, creating a thrash or disobedient child. So yeah, Saint Nicholas is the
Santa Claus, basically.
Yeah, it's a Santa Claus spirit, and they got a little black man walking around helping him carry his shit.
Exactly.
Santa Claus is Satan. James, it says similar entities, James. Crumpus.
Go deeper. They go a little bit deeper.
See, this is what I'm talking about. That I knew behind all of this shit, Saint Nicholas and all this, Saint Krampus. Krampus ain't nothing but the Baphomet.
Ain't nothing, that's it. There's a motherfucking demon, a monster, run around with the imaginary Santa Claus.
That's Baal. That's one of the principalities. That's why I said they always want to show the horn God.
But why do they make a blackamoor that represent that though?
Because what you gotta do is you have to demonize the reason why you rebelled against the Most High. And it was because if Judah was put here first, Judah is a melanated tribe. They're a dark tribe by a whole. Now, there are light-skinned ones in the tribe and brown and other colors, but if you go down just the spectrum of us, we're mostly from a browner to a darker brown color. We are identified. They know exactly who we are. But the ones who rebelled, they did not want to serve us. So if you're going to go against the Most High, you're going to also go against the people that the Most High told you that you had to serve. So a certain percentage was willing to serve. A certain percentage of the watchers and the fallen angels, they packed it together. And they didn't even get, that's how you know the Most High is righteous, because he didn't ban them for the war. He banned them for doing pacts that they would teach mankind how to go to war, abortion, how to create sickness, disease, vanity, gluttony, etc. They taught all of the lower vibrational things, and then they even took women as, allegedly, they took women as wives, and they created their hybrids down here. So at those times, you could see that the kings and the queens were usually called God kings or God queens. And this was because the bloodline could be traced directly back to these different, we call them bastard children of the fallen angels. Almost like even the story of Zeus and his father, who ate all of his children because he didn't want them to ever challenge the throne. It was almost like Kronos was his name. Kronos, and I believe
Kronos rules over Saturn.
Yeah.
Considered private time.
Okay. Now see, so do it on the duality stance, so maybe I don't know. There's obviously a good side of time, and then there's a principality that is against time. It looks to change the timeline, and even assisting with the hierarchy, the assisting of changing, also with it, changing time, changing man's DNA. This is what they got banned out of heaven for. That's why they championed Enoch, because at that time, it was said to be Enoch was probably the most holy man on the planet at that time. And that he was a child that was, at his time, he could have dreams also, astral project. When you see some of the things that they describe, it said that even Nostradamus, and who he was and how he was able, what he was tapped into. And like I said, there's a balance to this. So if there's a bad side to it, there's also a good side to it that you can tap into. And I think this is where, when the Son of God said that you too can do greater things, it's showing the order that the angels who rebelled were pissed because they were told they would have to serve mankind. He said we could speak an angel away, and just a certain tone or a certain frequency frequency, a certain name, given the name of the Most High Creator or the Son of God would wash them away. Even if it was in the 3D to the 20D, the holy names hold weight in the outside of the 3D presence. The having the spirit and tapped into what they're tapped into. Like I said, when you go into, the ones on the righteous side of astral projecting, usually this is going to come with the children. And how their frequency hasn't been corrupted. And they had just 5 years, said that 5 years ago, they weren't alive. They were tapped in with the Most High Creator. So they are still at a high frequency from spending the most majority of their life was spent with the Creator. Some people don't get that because it's like you were created before your parents even, because it was already in the ethers that they were going to meet and have.
Why the Bible say I knew you before your mom's womb?
Exactly. And you think your mama and your daddy just got together on some humbug stuff. When the truth was the Creator was aligning you with who you were supposed to be aligned with at that time. Good or bad. It's crazy how this world works. Truly. How there is a hierarchy and a Creator that does not ask for permission to move the chess over. He can play any kind of chess. So even when these people are starting their wars, they don't get that the end result for that spirit for them will be judgment day. Where they've all packed it together to go to the same place. They know where they're going, whether you don't believe it or not. That doesn't even matter. But because they know their bloodlines. They know exactly where they're coming from. And they got people that are preaching their doctrines right here on this planet, getting people sucked into their bullshit in the name of a religion. You don't even know you over there. He didn't talk these people into coming in the name of religion and got women, men, and their families out there. He's sleeping with all the women. I mean, that's why I even give Mother Sheep is on this 6 in the morning. You listen to you coming out this morning? What? Come on, Sheep.
I put you down, man. I keep you from down. I really kept coming up.
Are we talking about love, y'all? Oh my God. Sheep is off the chain, flawless. The sheep is off the chain in the morning. He is over there listening to Smokey Robinson, baby. Come back with it.
Look, that's crazy. Look, James, it's a lot of people that fall to that shit, though, James. It's almost like a lot of people be looking for a sense of belonging, sense of aligning with something. And if you're looking too hard, you fall victim to some shit.
Man.
Fall into that shit.
You can take your life savings.
But if you stumble upon him, you look at it, you read about it, you create an understanding and move on, you'll be fine. And that's the problem. A lot of people like to
types of shit.
Yeah, they like to get aligned with it. See, you know what I'm talking about.
They can't get out like the movie.
You know, but astral projecting, hey, ain't nothing wrong with astral projecting now. It's about all what you doing while you are in there, girl. Like, what the fuck is you going to do? And then when you think your husband, I was like, what the?
Michelle.
And that
She talking about
astral
killing her husband at the astro.
she mad at me, baby. He went to bed mad that night. That's what that is. That's what happens when y'all go to bed mad at each other, don't you, Daddy?
Exactly. And then, you know how it be when you emotional. One of y'all that said something, I hate you. I can't stand you. I don't care if you get hit by a car, just some dumb shit. You know, people be on good God. And then you fucking, hold on. Then you fucking with mother. Yes, you know, people who love each other, they say crazy shit. But this is my point. See, when you're messing with Mother Gaia, and you go to bed mad, okay, Mother Gaia is coming in your dream in real life, okay? So you didn't fell asleep and you didn't thought she popped up in your dream randomly. Mother Gaia is there for real. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? She the candy man. It's like you. Who called for you to be in here? Like, I know how I got in. So the Most High, because listen, sometimes the Most High, He allows some of us.
You or Mama?
He allows some of us to tap into this, but it's a natural. Listen.
Well, she asked the question. She said, "Who's the Most High, you or Mama?" And I'm like, "Who is this?"
She going crazy because
I don't want to be crazy because crazy for me is conscious.
What she's doing is she's taking look what she's doing, Michelle. I'm gonna show you. Now she's taking the true duality that works together. Remember, I told you it's the Most High, but when I'm telling you the Most High, people don't get that there is a hierarchy even to their structure. The Most High who sits at the top is the one and only. All right? There is no
of the king, God said the queen.
But he also, with balance, he is going to have a feminine energy also. This is what makes him the Creator Most High. And this is why he made and the story, you know, they put you in the men hierarchy and patriarchy.
Yes, I know.
The truth is that we know that through the Son of God, the portal that he hid the Son of God from Satan and Lucifer was through a woman.
Yes.
See, that was the point. Exactly.
That's why we were talking about it yesterday, and I believe you were in the room, or it might have been the day before yesterday, when we was talking about the Shekinah, whatever the Shekinah has a feminine energy. So would the ark have a masculine energy?
That's why I'm saying that.
Like you,
when you join something that only recognizes one Michelle, you gotta be careful. You see what I'm saying? Yes. If I'm ignoring the male, yes, or vice versa, the masculine. If I'm ignoring one of the sides, what I'm doing is it's being unbalanced because that's what balances all people out anyway. It's a masculine. And some love is Ambassador, you done had 3 coffees.
No, he done had 3 brands because about being in love. He want us to hear that he in love.
Okay, he got a woman over there. I'm dancing. You got it. Ooh-wee.
Look at.
I knew it. Do your thing, Ambassador.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm on mute though. On mute. Because I'm trying to explain this. So can anybody else answer that question though? Is the masculine principle the art because they said she sits upon the throne, the feminine, the Shekinah, the feminine energy. And I get it.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, well, shoot, if you want to really look at it, the Ark of the Covenant sounds like that Golden Dome shit, James. You know what I'm talking about, the Golden Dome?
Man, this might be even the technology that he's gotten from these fallen angels. And even when I was looking at Israel's Iron Dome, what I was seeing was it had a ratio that it allowed not the little weapon to come through, but when they shot those hypersonics, it did not work as effective. And I'm wondering about this.
Talking about Israel has a Golden Dome.
They got an Iron Dome. They call theirs, I think, the Iron Dome. But what we're building is similar, and actually golden is going to be better. And it's crazy when they say Golden Dome, like, is that? Now think about what I'm about to say. Is that the truth on what they did with all the gold? Did they need that to start this project that they knew they were going to need in the future? Now that's crazy that the word gold keeps calling it the Golden Dome. Now think about it. You're not going to be able to see it, but it could be the truth is and it's being made so it's like tapping into another dimension. I can't explain the technology, but it is beyond the quantum physics.
Yes. And do you know how many dimensions are there?
I can't see the dome in Israel. This is my like it's an Iron Dome, Michelle, but you can't see it. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, what dimension is this,
Well, it's still in Lil. I'm actually saying N-I-N and then space Lil, L-I-L, because when you study Enochian mathematics, okay, you study Enochian mathematics, they talk about the 31 dimensions. King James, I've been on a roll. Remember I was telling you about the 007 the other day? Remember I was telling you about the man that was signing his name 007?
I remember that.
The original search started with his assistant. Why I found out his assistant is black. Edward Kelly was a black man. But they got him whitewashed throughout the internet. And why I found one picture. And it was like a hand drawing. He's black. You're a black man. Sure is. So that 31 dimensions that they had created, or not created, but said that they found while scrying through a Mexican obsidian mirror, the black mirror, you get what I'm saying? So it's 31 dimensions, and the lowest one closest to Earth is called Lil, L-I-L. And I just couldn't help but fucking realize when they be talking about that whole Anunnaki shit, what's the name one of the gods that's in that Anunnaki shit? Enlil.
Girl, that nigga, she crazy.
Who is that?
This Nietzsche, right? We don't know. Nietzsche she on some hot girl shit.
Yeah, you see that girl in her hand? She was ready to go.
Yeah, she on that bullshit early in in the morning. Nisha baby, that's what they call him. Back in my ratchet days, yeah, that would have been what I was looking for. But anyway, back in my, I'm saying this way when I was a young man, young spring chicken. I didn't know no better. But yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, she got the spirit. But
You got the spirit.
I can't believe this shit. This is crazy.
But yeah, in Lil. So I just thought that was interesting how you can interpret that, because Enlil and the Anunnaki ruled over Earth, but the dimension that they found inside of while scrying was called Lil. And I was like, dang, these people, this shit's been going on for a long time. Been working with this type of shit for a very, very long time. Kind of crazy, kind of weird to read about this shit and see how people mix and match all types of crazy shit, man. These people is wild.
Playing with these frequencies and tapping into shit. See, nowadays they done opened up things with these towers being built, all these satellites being put in the sky. This is now what people can't see. It's assisting, a lot of the things we've been seeing manifest in the 3D.
Girl, bitch,
Yeah. So yeah, you right, fellas. Sheik is off that wine and feeling divine. Oh my God. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, man. It's like throughout the years, pick up shit and we forget that shit for themselves. That's and that's what that lady that she's been following. Who that lady?
Yeah. Hey, her husband, that's one of the best mic drops ever from somebody to pick up. Yeah, she got a good name. Yeah, she do.
Don't listen to her, she's crazy.
And I ain't gonna lie, you could tell he patient, because he really runs shit, but she thinks she runs shit. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Because God is over there telling her what to do.
I live with the imps of the shaitan, and you say I'm drunk, so that's fine. But still the imps of the shaitan, there's a companion of Satan and the companions of the righteous. And I was just trying to seek to find out which one she was working with. You gotta put love on stuff like that. The most valuable, most precious gift you could ever give is a precious gift of love. You give it in abundance, you receive it in abundance. But just people, they ain't been schooled on these things, you understand. So they're levitating, they're suspended in animation. They're levitating between the extremes. Most of them are searching for answers. But you have to knock on the doors of knowledge. Answers shall be given unto you, and all things shall be added in abundance. If you just only believe, my. Oh, my. I just want to know, can you stand the rain? Oh, my.
All right. We got conversation so bad. That's a trending thing. Let's reroute this conversation real quick. We're gonna go down aisle 9, we're on aisle 10. We've been doing that shit all day yesterday.
Shit. We wrapped us for about an hour. Some Donald John Trump, we live with him as the chiefs among the shaitan. And the fire, an hour ago, yeah, we rocked him. Sometimes roasted him for the evidence that he was not of the shaitan. He was not the jail. No evidence came in. Because he is the mischief maker, he qualifies in every way. And not a devil, but appears and manifests as the devil himself. And that's one thing. See, y'all haven't tested the waters.
the front of the Anglophonic that denied that he was the devil. Oh, my. You got just one, brothers and sisters. You want answers? You must knock on the doors of knowledge. Answers will be given unto you. All things added in abundance. If you would only believe, my. Because God, God is the love. God is also the spirit. God is truth and courage. And all those other attributes. You would look at one-dimensional, and God came multi-dimensional. And you miss some, you miss the both things. Believe me, I'm on board. And all I said, you don't need no ticket. You just get on board. And thank the Lord, my. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's hard on most of you. That's hard on most of you, though.
Okay, yeah. So James, what you been on here talking about with these crazy people all night? It looks like y'all done put James to sleep.
I'm just eating fruit snacks.
Oh, not your niece's fruit snacks.
No, these Jameses, I like fruit snacks. I'm a big kid. I like that, but I don't eat them all the time, but I'm
Did that guy Augustus come back? Because I didn't get to ask him the questions I wanted to ask him the other day because everybody's so damn enthralled in themselves. I don't know.
No, you're right. And Augustus is really tapped in now. He's working for RFK Jr. So I imagine the kind of circles that he's got access to now. He's getting information that he's got to give it a certain way, I'm sure. But always on top of things. Like, he drops breadcrumbs, but the shit be true. Tell him.
Grand risings, which risings, peace to the world.
What's up, brother? Well, you're down to the rising, all right. Your family and network, and may you be successful in all your endeavors, my man.
Just chillin'.
So now that he has exposed James that these scientists are missing, so-called missing, because we don't really know what happened to these 200 scientists. What does that mean? What's going on? Did you get on his podcast? Because he said he was shooting something with somebody, J2, whoever J2 is. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you were talking about, but I copied the link, but I couldn't get to the damn thing. But I'm going to try to find the channel that he's on, because he's got a channel. And I'm gonna
follow his channel. I'll send it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I went ahead and followed it, because I was interested, because he's like, this is that J2 thing, it sounds like one of the kids from a Gateway Project.
I'm supposed to get in where I can fit in.
Stop that, though. I actually stop doing that. If you're going to talk. Playing the music, I can't hear what the people are saying when they talking.
Oh, well, Steve, I would do that personally. On the real. Yeah, I just have to have the music playing. I'm talking. I'm going to rock that thing. I'm going to allow you to, because you're not playing my fight. Just like Marilyn Monroe and John DeJoe.
So hard-headed.
You love playing with my mic. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I don't mind it either. I don't mind you love playing with my mic.
What?
And I can't rock that for you.
Rick Ryder, okay.
I swear I'll play that motherfucker up.
goddamn.
Hold up, James. I need a Pedro and Ambassador rematch this morning.
Fire that shit on up. I'm waiting for it. Pedro smoked me. He smoked me the first time.
We need a rematch. I don't know what's going to rematch.
Called something I got called. I called you. Joe in here. Bring him on.
Okay, hold up, Ambassador. Rematch time. What you want to rematch with Pedro and Ambassador?
On the proof and evidence of what it's already in the track. What did Trump play 4D chess? Is he a genius or a trick? Is he an imp of the shaitan himself, or he just hanging around? Is he the Dajjal, the Antichrist, or the brother? We got plenty to talk about.
Stop there, yeah, Ambassador. He going to so Pedro, are you down with
Just drop the topic at the top of the room. Come on, Mike, where it grow at? Bring his.
He's right here.
Bring his Florida boy. Come on and smoke with this one. I'm ready for smoking.
He's talking shit, don't even know you in the room, Pedro.
I see him ease up to that man. Don't play with me this morning. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I'll wait till your ass. Where you at, Jordan? You in Florida, California, Washington, D.C. Where you at this morning? Geographically. I know where any of my missiles at. Where you at?
The great state of Florida.
Great state of Florida. Okay, well, I'm in Washington, D.C. East Coast versus East Coast. Let's smoke this shit up. Come on, break.
So what do y'all have going? Y'all arguing, y'all got
And you're the referee up in here. Come on.
We
all the rules y'all set. 2 minutes at the mic.
I was about to tell
Referee, clean up the mess.
let's debate. I was going to tell them I want to hear a debate. We're going to go through it.
King gets to clean up the blood.
y'all got hold on.
It's gonna be mud and blood here today.
Relax. What are y'all doing? Do I just maybe need to turn on my time and let y'all get back to doing what y'all doing? Because I'm trying to understand what's going on here.
We're just a general discussion.
Ambassador, please stop. No, I was just joking with them. I was like, I want to do a debate. Does the Ambassador want a rematch with Pedro this morning? And Ambassador said, yeah. He's like, let's get to this topic. Did Trump play 4D chess or genius or trick? He said he tricked. So I was like, shit, let's go 3 rounds.
Okay, so, all right, so that's the question. Pedro is for Trump, and Shake is against Trump, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, this might be kind of interesting. Y'all gonna keep it on the intellectual level, right? No.
Now, the precursor, sir, if I can interject, the precursor is that Pedro smoked me before he beat me in a debate. But he had a room full of his supporters. I forgot that they were playing with the mic. So I'm trying to look for what you call a level playing field, and let's have an honest debate. That's Muhammad Ali point. With my minister, Muhammad Ali. Come on, girl. Come on the mic, girl. Pray.
All right, so what's
Timer, and you run the room. I'll set the time.
so is it 2 minutes each? Something to that effect.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, 2 minutes each. So Michelle, present the question. Pedro is going to defend Trump, and Ambassador is going to go against Trump. Present the question flawless, and let's see what happens, guys. Be mindful. 2 minutes, and then y'all land the plane, or better yet, land New York. Oh, let's see what y'all got. Pedro is for Trump. Ambassador is definitely against Trump. Question is presented by none other than Mrs. Flawless. Let's go.
Well, in the honor of the great Shane, he said the title of the room. He wants to debate on that. So the question is, did Trump play 4D chess? Is he a genius or was he tricked? Go ahead, Pedro. The time starts now.
Oh man, good morning. Goodness gracious, this is off the bird. So my opponent, he would come in here and have y'all to believe that I'm working with an imbecile, that this man, Donald Trump is a guy that's not calculated. He would sit here and just rant and tell you different things with raps and rhymes about how somebody
doesn't understand war, doesn't understand politics. This is the guy right now that is answering the call of the world right now. You got people in Iran that are celebrating and cheering for the murder of the leaders. These people have murdered over, I think it was 200, 300,000 people over the last couple of years. Donald Trump is helping liberate those people, and the same people that have been liberated ask for other people around the world to come and liberate them, and telling us that these people don't know what they're talking about. These same people, civil rights leaders, Black Panthers, they're telling us that these people cannot come and tell us that they've been controlled, they've been given a religion, they have been basically brainwashing. The world has been brainwashing to think these people have chosen a religion, have chosen a way to follow. These people come in the room, they cried. I mean, they cried fucking tears last night in front of us to let us know that, boy, this is not what they chose. They told us this. But Brother Sheik and a couple other brothers in the room, they're going to tell us that we're wrong, that we've been hoodwinked, that these people are just coming in, they're paid actors, and these people don't have to know what they're talking about. I want to relinquish my mic right now and let Brother Sheik come in with the hatred and the vitriol, but I want y'all to understand the difference in the tone. We're going to come back with some facts so y'all can understand what's going on.
Alright, well that was good, Pedro. That was very good. Thank you, Pedro. Ambassador.
Yes, sir. It's flawless.
Okay. So
and to the room, and to the 40 acres. And Mr. Pedro, you're precisely right. You've been hoodwinked, not only bamboozled, but tricked by the imps. The lady earlier came in with the imps, and I have to get the evidence to see if Donald John Trump is chief among the shaitan or the devil. Now, I do have receipts on this. Or is he just one of the imps, another imp of the shaitan, the devil himself? Dajjal is the Antichrist. By a kid being in the candy store will play with the gadgets, like I see Trump playing with these bombs, but it produces chaos. The most honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teaches on the the one who goes and creates mischief. It has also been written in many books, the mischief maker, and who could do more mischief than one who is creating chaos and death across the planet and enmity in the hearts of the righteous. But it is in alignment with the showdown of the righteous and the wicked. And the battle of Armageddon, which one will win? We have sent out the signals to the righteous to claim the victory. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explains in Idaja and Nasalahi wal Fatih, wa ra'ayta an-nasa yadkhuluna wa fi dinillahi afwaja. And that is when comes the help from the Almighty God Allah, as it came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, that again, he said the judgment in which we now live. He said, shouldn't the people like us be ushering on the judgment? He said, we make judgment every hour. We make a judgment call on something. He said, the judgment in which we now live and the time in which must be done. And the Dajjal again has manifested in the person of Donald John Trump. The proof and evidence is everywhere you go, and damn near everywhere you look. Everywhere you look.
So, quick question before Pedro goes. So, are you saying that Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States, 47, and what is it? Are you saying, or whatever it is, are you saying out of all of the rhetoric that he is the devil? Is that pretty much what you're calling this guy right now? Pedro's hero? Is that what you call a Pedro's hero, a devil?
Not a devil, but the devil himself. The jury may be out with some, but some have come back with conclusive evidence that he is not a devil, but the devil, when I put in the equation earlier that I have never met a Neanderthalic that ever denied that he was the devil. And I have put the question upon many of the Neanderthalic, and every one of them without flaw has admitted they were the devil. But we're on Sean and Hannity on Big Fox News, and we put the question there, and was Hannity and Combs. And Combs said, yeah, we do call him the devil around here. Sean Hannity manifests, not a devil, but his partner in journalism called him the devil. My. And the tape is there if you go to look at my damn paper. And that's Trump's chief. That's his chief journalist, is Sean Hannity, who has been known amongst his fellow journalists. The devil. A lot of mic jumping. This is way over 2 minutes.
And we just gonna keep letting she talk, huh, Eugene? That was very biased.
No, I wanted to make it really clear because
Okay.
I mean, Shake is. I mean, he's saying some things. And get that second round. We're gonna keep on that. Shake is a little steam. Like, wow, you going in the middle of the debate? No, I'm gonna let you go. I just wanted clarity because he's really being very disrespectful to your president and you, honestly. So I just wanted to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing. That's it. Go ahead, Pedro.
Okay, so the next question is, with this war, what makes Trump right about what he's doing with this war? What makes him right and what makes him wrong about what he's doing with Iran and the war? And Ambassador, I want you to go first this time. Ready, Ambassador?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead. And y'all, I put something at the top of the room. I put a poll for Pedro versus Shane. So y'all vote.
Okay. That's a couple of things that comes to mind right away. Public deception is a federal charge to deceive the people, to tell them you're going amongst them to do a fact-finding tour, to do peacekeeping talks, and to turn around and bomb them. And to say to the people in the campaign promise that there will be no more new wars. But that's only setting you up in an apparatus or setup to bring on a war, a major war, because now others are joining in on the bombing campaign against others. There is Korea and Kim Jong-un said he will support the Iranian people on the move of the bombs coming against them. That is not the way. The way is through peaceful negotiation. I've never seen the bombing of innocent people being an answer. An example in the Vietnam War and all of the Desert Storm, all of which Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and previous administration, especially Barack Hussein Obama, and none of those bombings have produced any decent results anywhere on the planet. If you search 196,940,000 square miles, that's not any justification of bombing innocent people, because he's saying that he killed some of his people, then whose people are we killing? If we go there with a bomb, and you wake up and bombs are exploding at your window and killing your children, and 165 people are on record being killed in a school with no protection on the archives, the school, or the hospitals, I think it's a reactionary decision, a preemptive strike, and there was no consorting or collusion with the Congress, with we the people, and I think he's flying solo as a dictator as opposed to a president and saying we are all in this together, my. Damn, Pedro. Shake, you had your conference this morning or something? What Shake had this morning? Because and James, I don't know if you listening, but right now, Pedro, Shake on fire, bro. I mean, Shake is very convincing, beloved. I mean, I don't know how you gonna handle it, but Shake on fire right now. Yeah, no problem. Could you state the question again, bro?
With the war that's happening right right now, do you think Trump is doing the right thing, engaging with war and with Iran, with everything that's happened so far? Start when you're ready.
Okay, so again, y'all, I told y'all it's gonna be a lot of loaded things going on here. We have the host of the room coming in to help his brother, right? And I get it. They have to band together. But one thing that I don't have to do is I don't have to band together with anybody. The truth is the truth, right? So let's go down the timeline. Let's see what's going on. His brother Shady said a lot about what America has done, right? So let's talk about Iran. Reporters indicate that massive loss of life, with some estimated suggesting over 36,000 people were killed in 2-day period. Whew. Dang, I think the person we're talking about, human rights concerns. Reports describe the situation as severe as human rights loss and women's rights loss, sexual abuse, and the transportation of dead bodies and living bodies. What? That can't be the man that we fighting against. Right? Brother Sheik is telling us that these people don't have the right to call for justice. So now, I know that this is about other things, right? So America, we just not focused on these people and their right? We wouldn't be that slow. But guess what else? We're killing two birds with one stone. They play a significant role with China, right? So China and Venezuela, they are some of the top importers of crude oil, but exporters of oil to China. So yeah, Pedro's not gonna sit here and try to pull y'all leg. I'm not gonna sit up here and say that these people are the Antichrist and we're fighting a war, a biblical war, even though that's been stated in history over 2,000 times. I want y'all to understand. I'm looking here now from Google that they've stated over 2,000 times in history that the Antichrist was coming. One of the people that you probably could remember in history is Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin. Does this ring a bell to anybody? So we're not gonna get into, hey man, is this the Antichrist? This is white, this is white, man. Come on, man. Those are politics that he's trying to get you a knee-jerk reaction out of. But the common denominator is these people are doing a travesty against their own people, and we need that order. So yeah, I believe Trump is killing two birds with one stone. This is the greatest war tactic at play we've ever seen.
All right, so
I put a poll at the top of the room so the audience can vote while the debate is going on. So it looks like a couple of people have voted. I'm not going to vote. But whoever voted, I think James or Nan, one of y'all can tell us what the thing is. But y'all got one more round. You want to do the last question, please?
No, I'm enjoying it.
I'm going to have a little pushback at the end, but go ahead, sir.
I am prepared to make a response. I'm responding to my homie, my love dog, Pedro.
Ain't no coaching. No. See, now that goes against the rules right there, Eugene. Come on.
That's my homeboy. I
know, but you coaching your homeboys. So now I gotta put my foot down. Cause I ain't coaching them. That's my fault.
This two against one, Michelle. This is
I'm not go back, baby girl. I'm here with your brother.
this is very loaded.
No, you can wait till the end of the debate. Cause you can't be coaching that man.
I am not coaching anyone. I am making a response to a statement that he made, and by me just giving him the credit.
Go ahead and make your
my homeboy. I mean, shit, it is what it is.
Go ahead and make your response.
All right, so homie, with regard to your statement that I'm taking up on my brother Shay, no, Shay just had some very good points I agree with. You got some good points I agree with. With this particular one, I'm gonna question that. You made this statement, the travesties that those people have committed against their people. This is your statement. So what about the travesty of the United States and their acts against American people? Like, say, the Tuskegee experiment. How many people were harmed, maimed, injured, or even possibly killed? What about the vaccine and their rollouts and their fear mongering, their forcing people who
travesties. So what about the travesties of the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, where they killed, hung, maimed, drug, dragged, drowned, burned to the stake? What about James Byrd and the travesty that these people committed? And what about the travesties of education? So when you talk about the travesties, I mean, is America any better? It's just something to think on, that you want. Shake, you got the book.
Yes, wow, man.
Hold up. Is that the question? Because
No, it's just a comment.
It's a rhetorical question. Just a rhetorical.
So my question would be, would you have wanted to be saved by somebody like Trump or left to your demise like those people are over there? That's crazy. Because if black people for centuries been hung and dragged and treated all types of ways and nobody came to save us, we had to save our goddamn self, and you're still trying to save yourself today.
That's right. And that was my original comment.
Okay, so let's move along. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask the question. Pedro, you're gonna go first. This is gonna be y'all closing argument, y'all closing statement on why do you think Trump just played 4D chess, genius or trick? Y'all can go ahead. Go ahead, Pedro.
I think Pedro Google and a check.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm sorry.
Is he anywhere in the building? Anywhere?
I had to come off the mic. I'm sorry.
Jeff in the building.
Well, are you gonna go first, or what you want? Is it my turn? I want to speak over you. Okay, so hey man, I just want y'all to notice what's going on here, man. I was asked about one person. I don't know how I'm going against the whole nation of Islam right now. These brothers are they're colorful right now in their tactics, but hey, I believe that yes, black people were done wrong, man. Everybody know that, man. We actually trying to tell people many times. I mean, we got so tired of telling people that we were being done wrong, we were being hurt, we were accosted, right? We need to be restored to a point that people just laugh at us, scoff at us. Oh, y'all can do it, right? But right now, we listen to the same thing. Some of the very people. Brother Sheik is a Panther. He's letting his bias of what happened to us in our country overshadow what's going on today. Now, I was asked to come on stage and have a debate about the war. I wasn't asked to come on stage and talk about the history of the black man and the white man in America. We're talking about what's going on now with other people that are being accosted today. So I think if I'm a child that comes from a history of some people that may have been enslaved, I think it'd be crazy for me to go against people that are cheering for their liberation, right? So I'm going to post something in the chat as well. These are resources that you can go look around the world and see that these people are happy. From the BBC, from the New York Times here in America, these people are celebrating their liberation. Now, I really do wish somebody would have answered the prayers of my ancestors. But I know Brother Sheik and Brother Eugene aren't saying that their religious beliefs are telling them that they can't be happy for somebody else in a new time, in a new generation where we have a fresh outlook on life, that we should answer the call of other people. And yes, Pedro is not saying that we just being 100% genuine with answering the call. We're doing two things at one time. We are getting back at one of our biggest enemies, and we're trying to help police the world.
Thank you, Pedro. That was good. That was very good. So, like I said, for the record, me, Eugene, ain't gonna vote. Ambassador, this is your last quote. This is your closing statement on your debate, honey. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
I think that my opponent, Brother Pedro, would come here to convince you that all of the people sent to the world, and I think the word Hitler's been mentioned, and there are many others that Donald John Trump obviously came for his people, and those that would follow him as a Dajjal, the Antichrist. And but then that God didn't send anybody for us, and he would make as much mischief and get his men to follow him into the hellfire once, and it was best said by Temptations and others that war I despise because it means the destruction of innocent life and innocent lives. And we're not the people that will perpetuate such a bombing. I ask the question again, how many bombs will it take to separate the real leaders from the fake? And these have been fake news from day one, public deception from day one, and the public deception continues. The public deception will stop when we, the people, the righteous, rise up to check the wicked, and we stop it. The only thing they can do to you is no more than what you allow them to do. And he has done too much to the world and too much in the way of defacing the public in Venezuela and then bombing with fake news again, public deception that he's going for peace talks, but actually going to set them up for a bombing campaign. This is bloodthirsty, it's unrelenting, it's war that I despise. It means the destruction of innocent lives. And we must claim life as the righteous. The way to negotiations have never been cut off. They chose bombing as a choice, a bad choice, nevertheless, a choice. Thank you for allowing me to say those 3 syllables here at the debate. Is that my cutoff?
Yeah, that was wonderful, y'all. See, that was so peaceful. See how conversations go, y'all. Unfortunately, it's only 9 people that voted in the room. I'm gonna need more people to go ahead and vote. Go ahead and vote. Cast your vote. Cast your vote. Y'all got 30 more seconds to the room to go ahead and place your vote. Only 9 votes. Okay, there go 10. Thank you, Eugene. You weren't supposed to vote, but it's okay. I'm gonna vote since you voted.
I can't help it. Seth did a wonderful job. You know, he just, I don't know what he took this morning. If he had a couple of blood pressure pills, calm him down. I don't know what he did, but he did a great job. Shake you up. He definitely stepped on Pedro's chest today. So I'm voting for you, Shake. Well, we thank you for
Y'all got 30 more, not 30, but 10 more seconds to go ahead and vote. There's only 12 votes up there. And since Eugene voted, I'm gonna go ahead and vote. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go.
Don't get kicked off the stage now.
Yeah. You already kicked off the stage.
Wow, who's in the room? Oh, who's in the room?
With my vote, see, with Eugene's vote, it made shit on it. But with my vote, it made it fucking tied. God damn it.
Yes, yeah, let's call it a game, man. Let's call it what it is.
I need one more vote.
Am I debating against the brothers?
I wanted to vote, but it says payroll versus shake, and I don't know who payroll is, so.
Oh, my bad. You know who payroll is.
I don't know who this payroll person is.
It's the okay, let me go in there and fix it.
Oh, that can't spell in the damn room. That's the
Hold on, I can't even know what that's the spell check is.
Eugene, I will say this though, Eugene. You remember how Chadwick Boseman had the Dora Milaje who was protecting him in Black Panther? You know what I mean? Like those women warriors. Like you got the right ones protecting you on this stage, bro. Like, look, hey, Eugene, you and I have been around for a while. We both know how hard it is to get El Normo to commit to anything, especially committing to his stance on something, because we know he moved around slippery more than an eel electric. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday, I saw for the first time somebody actually nailed that son of a bee down to actually commit to a certain position. That was very interesting. Even though they got cut off and wasn't allowed to cook, that shit was crazy. So I won't tip my hat to you, sir. You said that you chose those people for a certain reason, and I was saying that yesterday they proved exactly why you chose them. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. I've already committed to Pedro 2028. So yeah, I'm a vote for payroll. Even though Big Brother Shake is my big brother, I gotta go payroll 2028 because of the fact that we trying to get some of these fools up out of here in terms of internationally. You know what I mean? And we gotta inject the youth into that.
How you gonna say all of that and don't tell them who actually did it? That's wild. Yeah, you better give me my praise. Let us not be.
Hey, what we doing with this vote, man?
Wait a minute, hold up, Eugene.
Yeah, because that election is looking like it's rigged.
Yeah, man, we can't go cool, man. We gotta go with Peoria.
Hold up.
The question of justice now, those that were present for the debate. I see he dragged his little colleagues in here and they got to vote. Were they allowed to vote?
Yeah, people.
Call me the name of it. You do the room now, Miss Michelle. You know I'm right.
Because people keep voting was over a long time ago, and God was happy.
Hold on.
No, he dragged his colleagues in. And that was the first debate because it wasn't a level playing field. Because the room was packed. It was packed with his supporters. You got part of the supporters in after the, fact. Some of them came in after the fact.
Well, it was
And I know you know it's because you're a monitor.
It was 50-50 when I ended the thing, so y'all gonna have to do a rematch next week, okay?
We'll come back. I'll put my vote on that.
We're gonna do a rematch next Sunday. Have y'all here at 6:30 in the morning, all right?
Look, let's make sure that it's between Pedro and not payroll, because I don't know who payroll is. Hey man, I was a little bit leery.
I want to go come out. Welcome to the 40-acre spelling bee. Brother Z, I was going to come out and give my acceptance speech, but it's like I'm fighting against the whole nation. What is going on here, man?
Hey, payroll, I thought you was fighting against the whole nation too.
Like, what's the name?
Once they get the name wrong, everything else becomes possible.
Come on, James, you gotta give it. Come on, James. Hold on, James King. Listen, come on, hey, brother. Hey.
James,
Yeah, I understand that, but
of course you want this shit.
travesty. Hold on, y'all. Did y'all not watch George Bush Jr. try to win against Al Gore? This is not what?
Exactly. Hanging Chad.
Hey, man, oh, man, hey, come on. Where y'all at? Hey, who all here, man?
To vote up and then it flipped. So
Don't put it on me though. Don't put it on me.
No, I'm not putting it on you because you don't work the polls. I said when you voted, it went up. Like Pedro went up after you voted.
Three days ago, the brother Pedro started saying at the end of his sentences, Pedro 2028.
Yes, sir.
And 3 days ago, I peeped it when he said it. Oh, wait, hold up.
But Christ, did you not think that before you cast your vote, it was 50-50? When Christ just cast his vote,
All of a sudden it's broken. All of a sudden it's broken.
all we got, man. Oh, man, he said, you already know. The folks went through the room. You went out of the like to see. I find a little, hey.
Florida, it was the hanging pad.
I'm from Florida too, though. I'm from Florida too.
That's why we know what's up.
You actually called the vote. When you called the vote, I had it 54-46 when you said it out your mouth. I was watching it. I voted for privacy, man.
Oh my God.
I take the 50-50 vote. When you called it, Michelle.
I gave y'all a time so y'all could do a rematch next year. What?
Come back this year. I'll come back.
Saturday morning.
I felt like it was shenanigans.
Bamboozled.
brother Shake, don't get me wrong. I love you to death, big bro. But all of a sudden the poll breaks. When I decide to vote, that shit got a little spooky. It got a little spooky.
Right. That's what Donald John Trump told Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Did he tell Khomeini that? Like he's gonna die? Yeah, President, that's what Donald John Trump told Ayatollah Khomeini. Same thing. You see what Trump is not about?
But I need Eugene to pick up the mic, please.
Oh, you need to pick up the mic?
Say that. What you got? What?
No, did you hear what Crisis said about El Nomo yesterday?
No.
Eugene, Eugene, on some real shit, like just to be serious, you and I have been around for a while on this app, and we both know how slippery El Nomo is. He's like NASA, never a straight answer. You know what I'm saying? Like yesterday was the closest I've ever seen him to giving a straight answer. And he was getting cooked and fricasseed, and it got thrown off because too many people were jumping in the middle of that barbecue. You know what I'm saying? And it gave him an opportunity to get off the hook. But it was almost there. It was almost there.
I almost had, and he was being nice, he was answering my questions. But next time that happens, I'm gonna need you to come and moderate the stage so I can get the job done. Because it wasn't even no condescending how he usually be. He was literally answering the dang on question.
Yeah, I was surprised he was answering straight questions. He usually don't do that.
Exactly.
He said, I missed that one.
No, it wasn't that you missed it, Eugene. What happened is there was so much chaos happening in that moment. And when you came in, you were trying to bring order to the conversation, but when you bring in the order to the conversation, it allowed him to get off the hook. And then because I think that what happened is he realized that, she used the soft voice and the southern accent to lure his ass in to actually answering questions. And when he started doing it, I was sitting here like, oh shit, hold up, he's actually answering them. This dude actually admitted to the Greater Israel Project, something that I've been on dozens of stages with him, and he wouldn't even admit that was real.
He lied about that PTR with him and FC though.
Oh, he absolutely lied about that. He absolutely lied about that. But look at the way he lied.
He said he was wrong, that he didn't know anything about the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. Right, and I don't know who that Sudanese brother was, but that Sudanese brother was he didn't even know that he was a useful idiot in that moment, because like Durant Michelle used that brother to get our normal to answer questions was brilliant. It was amazing. That shit was awesome.
Did somebody give her no more badge? Moderator badge?
Yeah, but we thought it was you.
It was not me.
Yeah, I gave him a badge.
Because I didn't know where you did but Eugene, we've been said that dude got the clubhouse ties. We don't listen, let me tell you something.
I wouldn't be surprised if he went
Somebody gave it what I need.
Hold on one second. You should be able to find out who moved someone there to beat you.
Mr. Eugene. Eric, you know he can't hold the water. I swear to God, he said he talking.
We're out there not careful.
I shouldn't say that.
You don't get on son.
Y'all know the truth teller, so y'all just got to show me nothing.
You won't tell us shit starter.
One question. I'm going to give y'all the room while I get up and prepare for my day. Question. Did anybody ask El Normal about the picture that he's in? Everybody's supposed to do everything.
Yes.
He said it's AI.
And Black said it is not, because Black run everything through AI.
said that it's not, El Normo's response was, well, no, my bad. When Black said that it's not, somebody else came off the mic and tried to undermine Black. And was like, well, it's obvious that it's AI. And then El Normo just ran with that.
That was plain.
Yeah, somebody just came off the mic with that. But no, look, Larry Holmes had Muhammad Ali on the ropes. They had El Normo on the ropes.
Yeah, because he talked about the features that when you put it in AI, the AI said that it was not, so it could not be an AI photo.
And who just said that just now?
Little Feather.
Okay. Little Feather, when Black was saying that yesterday, I was actually trying to take screenshots of me running it through the AI as well. But by the time I was able to get the screenshots, they were moving past that because somebody had interjected on his behalf, which made it easy for him to move past that particular part of the conversation.
I mean, who I ran it through AI, with the exception of Black. So Black and who else? Because I mean, if I look at the picture, I really believe it's an AI picture as well. When you run it, what is it telling you?
It talks about the tones on the skin and the pixelation in the background, and it says that it's not fake. It says that it's rare.
But why would someone want to just pick a normal out of everybody in the world to make a picture of him and Epstein? What, I mean, what's the
motivation?
Well,
I mean, if you on Clubhouse, you know how many people on Clubhouse don't like El Normo and got access to a AI generator?
but what is it about El Normo that whoever made it had a intimate hatred for him? Is that correct?
No, I mean, on Clubhouse, they say he is on a small hat, right? They don't like him, so I'm gonna go and connect, get a picture, AI, do an AI picture with him. I mean, because we haven't seen it on any other platform.
I tell you what, why don't you take the picture and run it through it, and you come back and tell us your side of the story.
I don't have it, and then I need to know where the original source was. I mean, who was the first one that came on here with the picture of water?
Water was the first one, and Erica has a point because you can't find that picture anywhere else. Like I ran it through Yandex, I ran it through Google, I ran it through Yandex, I ran it through Grok, I even ran it through a couple of the other, like the free ones from China. That photo doesn't exist on the internet.
Exactly, Crisis, and this is crazy because here's another issue. Now it's battle of the AI tools.
Right.
But I mean, you can't find it anywhere else. So, and then when you look at it now, I'm gonna tell you what makes me think. Now I don't know, but think that it's not a legit picture is because you can see fading in that picture when him and Epstein are standing beside each other. You can start to see blending in the colors there a little bit.
Correct.
That's AI.
And when you for people who are listening to what she's saying, when the AI does its rendering, if you add black or red, it'll highlight certain shit where you can see where they're trying to blend the picture together. It does show phases of that. But yet, for some reason, all of the AI is saying that it's not fake. It's not just the chat GPT that said it's not fake. All of them say it's not fake.
Well, I just took the picture and I ran it through mine. And it's so, and I even put the part you just mentioned. Who just mentioned something about where their heads meet at? I think it was Erica.
It was Erica.
Yeah, so I even mentioned that in there, and with my next question, I was like, "Are you sure?" Because it gave me the same thing. It said, "This is most what this." So this is how it starts, Erica. Erica, you listening? It says, "I cannot determine with certainty whether an image is AI generated or a real photograph, but I can point out visual clues that suggest likely a real photo or a photo displayed on a phone rather than an AI creation." And then it goes through all of the observations and it concludes that it's
the real photo. It said this is not show common AI generation effect. So it's when you said what you said, so I was like, oh, that's a good question. So I asked it that. It says, that's a good eye for notice in that area. And what you're seeing is a near hairline effect. When two heads are very close together, this like this, a few normal photography effects can create this look like blending. So it just says depth of field blur, low resolution plus composition, similar hair color plus lighting. So it says why this is different from AI blending. AI blending usually shows hair melting into skin, strange texture transitions, wrapped head shapes, repeating pattern effects, and uneven lighting scenes. So in this image, head shapes remain consistent, hair texture remains natural or both sides in the area, and the soft area follows the lighting granite rather than forming a digital scene. So it's trying to look, but I don't know, I'm on the fence right now.
So I'm gonna read mine, Michelle, because mine is similar to yours as well. And it's just like you said, it's saying the same things. And I asked just a general question. I said, is this an AI generated picture or is this an original image? And it says, I cannot definitely prove whether an image of AI generated or real for a single photo alone, but I can look for common indicators based on visual inspection of the image you shared. And it says, what suggests it may be a real photograph is the natural skin textures and the asymmetry, the wrinkles, pores, and uneven skin shading looks realistic. AI images often have overly smooth skin or blurred textures. With this, there's a consistent lighting. The light source appears natural and evenly affects both sides of the face. Both faces, the shadows around the nose, eyes, and neck look physically consistent. There's natural placement of the hands. The hands on the shoulders look proportionately correct. Most AI images distort fingers, and that is absolutely true. So I won't go into everything. It says it's not a heavy cropping or anything like that, low resolution. My assessment, most likely a real photograph has been cropped and reposted. This is not an AI generated image.
So little something, just to
the original. See, first of all, this AI is telling you, it can't really tell you if it's real or false. Then, whichever one, it don't matter. You can just ask it, what is it comparing it to? What else is it comparing? Well, actually, it probably already told you what it's comparing it to. I don't know, but in my eyes, if I look at that photo, it looks like it's fake and that it's not real. But hey, I mean, you can't tell unless you have the original digital photo where you can look at the properties of the picture.
So Erica, I did try to find out what it was comparing it to, and because there's not an abundance of photos of normal, I did find other Epstein pictures that it was comparing it to. Unfortunately, it's comparing itself to other Epstein photos because there's not an abundance of normal photos.
So because El Normal has been here for a while on Clubhouse, prior to the Epstein files even being talked about, maybe that's something he had in his photo album of photos, and maybe he posted it once, or maybe somebody picked it up. We just have no clue right now. But he kind of shied away from it. It wasn't a definite, when people start trying to hold him to the fence about, AI saying it was original, it wasn't a definite, no, it's not. Like, he didn't give any pushback against that. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's all a mystery.
It wasn't real. I mean, he gave me pushback. He told me it wasn't real. Yeah, he told me it wasn't real. because that's what you were built to do.
And AI pushes out what we give it. You're right.
Exactly. Well, fuck it, I hope if they start making fake photos, see they put me over there and
That's what sort of fake photos of me like that. And Erica, that's the reason why I didn't make a big deal about him saying that it wasn't him, because of what you just said. Exactly what you just said, because there's enough plausible reason to say that it's fake. I always run the red test on photos. The red test on photos is if you ask the image to remove the background and leave only red or fuchsia or a color that is not common, because what will happen is whatever is edited is left over in that background. So like when I did that with this particular photo, there was nothing in the background. So even though I saw that blending part that you're referring to, when I ran the color test with the fuchsia and whatnot, there was nothing in the background, but it still looked fake to me. So when he said that that's not him, and he kind of, the way he did it was very dismissive. He didn't say it in a defensive manner. It's like, no, that's not me. Started putting that on, you know what I mean? And so when he did it, I was like, you know what? I ain't gonna berate him and battle him on that. That's not a hill I'm willing to die on. There's a lot bigger fish to fry. I still want to know why the hell he's lying about the Moshiach, what they believe in terms of their Messiah versus the Antichrist and stuff like that. I wanted to know that. So I didn't want to die on the hill of some picture that might be AI.
I don't know, like, he used to like, now, El Normo was different yesterday. Now, I can't tell you what's going on. He might not be feeling well. You know what I mean? People go through things. We humans on this app, even though we don't treat each other like we got. And so he might be sick. He was definitely different. You don't know what's wrong with him. Nah, that's not what I'm saying at all. But he was definitely different, period. Yesterday, he was more quiet. Usually, you can't get him to shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
No, he wasn't doing none of that yesterday. So either he's sick or the shit really just done hit the fan and they ain't got the big, you know what I'm saying? Something was way off with him yesterday.
Erica, you ever see those people on YouTube or on Twitter, the ones who eat in like Nepal where they charm the snake? You know what I'm saying? The ones in India, they chop. That's what it felt like. Because the first time ever, he was giving straight answers. He never gives straight answers. And also, by the way, everybody in here, whenever y'all post topics at the top of the room that has to do with black community and black community getting together, please know that he's gonna pop up in the room. He always pops up in the room whenever he sees those topics. It's sometimes
he came in once when we changed it. He concerned about that war. He ain't come on the black community one. He came in when we changed it to whatever it was. I can't remember now. Trump. He saw Trump name. That's what it was.
But Michelle was asking him about that war and about building that third temple.
And he straight up lied about the third temple. He told the truth about the Moshiach because the little South Sudanese dude mentioned a little bit about that, but that dude was a little bit off. But a normal went as far as to say that they believe that the Moshiach will return with the rebuilding of the third temple. But he never tells the part about what they believe the Moshiach is here to do. You know what I mean? Like, and instead he's, we pray, it's a prayer. All of that. You know what I mean? Like, it was very...
How did it work though if you, okay, so if he say the Moshiach, or whatever that is going to return, what does, okay, so who is the
So their belief is that, so here's the part that gets a little spooky, is the Twelvers are a radical sect of Shia Islam. The Twelvers believe that the Imam Mahdi, or the 12th Imam, can only come if they create chaos in the world. That's what they believe. So for the Twelvers, please remember, Twelvers, for them, they're willing to die because in dying, they're helping to bring the 12th Imam onto the scene. It's not that the 12th Imam is not already here, it's the emergence, meaning him revealing himself. Now, that sounds very similar to the Moshiach in Talmud Judaism, because for them, they also believe that chaos has to happen in the world, and when the chaos is happening, they can rebuild the third temple, and that's when the Moshiach comes back and creates, peace in the world and yada yada for 7 years. Both of them have a 7-year story. The irony of it is their 7-year story sounds very eerily similar to the 7-year story of the Antichrist in the Bible.
Well, the Antichrist is rocking the set now. We have claimed, not only in the debate, but in several other political fronts, that Donald John Trump is the live Dajjal. The Dajjal, interpreted by many, is the Antichrist. And he will tell you he's for righteousness, but actually be for wickedness. He will tell you he's your friend, but he will actually be your enemy.
But big brother,
and then he will come up and kill you. As listen, I try not to interrupt what you say. I know you can't resist. I know you can go that way. Christ can rock that mic, no doubt about it. But I'm just saying, as I was going to say, that these things are manifest. Now, some people will ignore the 10,000-pound pink elephant that may be hanging upside down over the ceiling, but I'm just not in one of those kind of groups. I tend to see things as they actually are, and I see as clearly that one of the kingpin of the jail, if not the kingpin of the jail, at that price, symbolically, Shaitan or Satan himself, the devil, not a devil, but the devil of the Neanderthal. His predecessors were called devils. Not just Hitler alone, but he has some henchmen that would give Hitler a nightmare. They sent Hitler for them. The Neanderthal and Trump. But still, you're firmly grounded on the fact that you believe that the all-man divine power, God of the world, that said all this love and peace on earth, and then send you nobody. That's the thing that's been so difficult getting that point over to black people. In the person of Elijah Muhammad, in the person of Louis Farrakhan, in the person of Malcolm X, in the person of Wallace D. Muhammad, in the person of Clarence 13X, if you use all three of those that you came straight out of Elijah, you would slay the dragon, you would slay the devil, you would slay the Shaitan in the person, of my freedom fighter, most honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, and I land my plane just saying, my. Y'all potentially look good last night.
I ain't gonna lie, this shit make me feel like, cause I remember us having a conversation in this room where I believe they were saying that there was an imam or a mentor that was mentoring the so-called it ain't my deed, it's the what was the other one for the guy that's already here, and when they rebuild the temple, he gonna reveal himself.
Yeah, what is called the Mujahideen.
Yeah, Mujahideen. Okay.
There's a guy that's supposed to come out of us. This is what they're trying to present you. The guy, every nation has been sent a prophet except here, us in Black America. We have never had a prophet of our own. We've had other people to come
teach us, but there's never been a prophet from this land to be established. And this is the prophecy that they're trying to stop, because they know once that prophet comes, it will be an end to all chaos upon the earth, because we're coming from the lowest of the low, the caste of slave. Okay, and that's why it says that those who are on the bottom will be on the top. Those who are the most dreaded in this world are the American black people. So they're definitely trying to make sure that the prophet does not come through us. That was Hoover's whole thing, is to kill the Black Messiah. That was his whole premise. That is what COINTELPRO is all about, to find and kill the Black Messiah.
Erica?
I ain't gonna lie, I believe prophecy, yeah, Michelle, I'm sorry.
No, you good. No, I'm gonna say, out of all the information I was trying to gather yesterday, it was just so frustrating. I could never get to the point of my questioning, because it's so emotional for everybody when these people is talking. It's like, I don't know what was going on, but everything I gathered, everybody has a different idea of what is going to happen. But ultimately, nothing is going to happen once they did and they pray and all of that. And then when I questioned him about the Greater Israel Project, he knew everything about that, but you don't know what's going to happen after y'all resurrect this temple. I'm thinking like these people, they just have this prophecy and they don't really know why they're doing what they're doing. They're just doing it. And everybody has a different idea of what they're doing, but it's all one central idea to bring their God. But in from the other person's idea, it's the Antichrist. So it's the conversation is kind of weird. So I wish I could get to the bottom of it with somebody that actually is over there that actually thinks this way. You know?
I want to tell you where you can look, Flawless, because I've been working on this prophecy most of my life, most of my adult life. I've been reading the book of Enoch, and I've been reading the Torah. I've been reading the Torah. And the Torah in Daniel 11 through 13 tells you exactly what they're going to do once they make that prayer and that temple is rebuilt. They're going to succeed in rebuilding that temple, but they're going to fall. And that is the reason why they say the prayer and nothing's going to happen, because they're all going to fucking be dead. The idea that you're going to bring back Israel, which the angels said Israel will be no more, is actually an affront to the Almighty. You're going to do something that he said couldn't be no more. Watch and see what happened to your ass. I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel.
If you remember yesterday when you asked him about Greater Israel, he didn't deny it. Now, mind you, I've been on stages with him with Butters and other people where he straight up claimed that it didn't exist. It wasn't real. He actually broke it down with you, though. The only thing he didn't do is he lied when he claimed that it wasn't a political vote. He tried to make it sound like that was a social conversation, but not a political vote. You know what I mean? Whereas the little Sudanese dude was straight up with it. It was like, nah, that's the goal. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. And he was super Zion man. I hope he was getting paid, because that dude was like fucking Captain Planet for the Zionists. You know what I mean? But you could see the fact that he answered you to say that he acknowledged it was interesting in itself. And for anybody who's ever been on stages with him, who's ever asked or debated him about the Greater Israel Project, they will know that this dude I'm not sure who that was, but
just saying that whole Greater Israel Project thing, that's the replay. But between him, well, not even him, I'm gonna give El Normo credit, because El Normo did not dispute anything that Prophecy was saying. When Prophecy got frustrated, it was because of the weird ass trolling Sudanese dude was the supervisor. No. It was the other one, not A-Shit. It was the one who tried to tell her that she was wrong about the Ark of the Covenant and everything else or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's when it started becoming weird. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you see the normal. Listen, I don't know how many of you have ever like done paid debates. But you can always tell the motherfucker who knows the shit because he's the one that says the least. He was listening to them, and then when he spoke to you, Flawless, all he did was correct what they got wrong. You know what I mean? Normally they don't even do that. Normally they don't openly correct each other in front of other people. But he corrected where they got wrong because he doesn't respect them. He doesn't even view them as equals. So he corrected them because they're one of them is African, the other one is a German Iranian. You know what I mean? Like you could tell by the way he was saying it, by the way he was correcting them, like as if they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those things where once you start to come with the actual information, that's when you start to see the response become a little bit different, because then there is more of a gauge of how much you know, and he'll start to answer your question with a question to see what you're going to say next.
Some people like to be right all the time. He like to be right all the time. Putting him wrong with his peers, and he want to outshine his own people, or so-called people. That's what that is. Exactly what that is. So what's good, everybody? What's you all in here? Everybody down there with a pink ticket, join the run. Rich Rising is 40 acres in the room. Early in the morning. Should America support Donald J. Trump's actions? My. I don't know. What y'all think? Y'all think America should support Donald Trump's actions?
I'm curious, how much does gas cost for everybody on stage or in the audience? How much is regular income?
$2.39 for me to $2.99.
Okay, so
$2.09 in Louisiana to $2.89.
The district of Columbia went from, I guess, $2.89, we're switching on up to about $3.50 now.
I'm here in South Florida. It's $3.49 for regular, $3.89 for premium.
I chose to stay home today, little fella, because of that. Just so you know.
Oh, I'm on my way to the beach.
I literally emailed my job and I was like, yeah, I'm not coming in. I'm going to be remote. Who else? Where is everybody at? What is regular 87 gas? What it costs today for y'all?
They're still in the tubes here as well. You see some increase, but not that much.
I'm in South Florida as well, and the lowest I've seen is $2.39, and last night I seen it up to $2.99.
Huh? Well, I need to find where you at, because I need that. That would be a blessing for me right now. Right now, where I'm at, it's $3.27.
I'm Broward County. Where was she at with that pink cat?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I need that.
Oh, okay. She's further up. North. Yeah, that's what happened once you get past West Palm, then the gas gets cheaper.
Oh, no, yeah, I ain't driving all the way up to
West Palm to get cheap gas.
No, she's in Tallahassee.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it makes sense, because Tallahassee is almost in Georgia.
Oh, yeah, true.
That would take some gas centrally and so like,
Yeah, Georgia is even cheaper.
yeah, Georgia has always been the cheapest. Did y'all eggs go down yet?
Eggs have not gone down. Eggs well.
Mine have. The eggs went down.
But I got the cheat code. I got the cheat code though, Flawless, because one of my colleagues, she owns a farm, so she only brings the farm, what do you call it, free range eggs. She brings those in and lets people have those.
$1.99 for some eggs. That's crazy, Stockton. What the hell you at? I'm about to
Went to that Kroger's car, baby.
I got Kroger's. Yeah, actually, I get my eggs for free. One of the locals out here, they come in for massages. He's a veteran. Yep, and he gets free massages through his insurance, so he gives me cartons of eggs when he comes for a tip. So I'm
You a chiropractor?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm about to get me some chickens. I told her I just need good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. My sister-in-law, she got her son, so they eggs. She's up in Maryland. They get their eggs from in the backyard.
Are we too early for the West Coast people? Because I believe Sweet said something about $6 at one point.
That's crazy.
For gas. But I didn't know if that was premium or regular.
It don't matter.
Oklahoma showed me a clip of $6.89 for gas in Malibu.
$6.89 for gas is insane.
I would be saying on too. Yep, sure would. So this is my question. We know that we now have gas-driven cars, and we have the electric. When the gas goes up, does the electric wattage go up as well, or no? Because I know they pay, to keep their portables charged, meaning their cars. But does that wattage or something go up for them as well?
Yes, because electricity is produced by oil. This is how they make it. My meter reader explained it to me yesterday. He said that that's why you look on your bill and it says fuel oil consumption. That's how much oil was used to make the amount of electricity that you use. So yes, their wattage is going to go up because electricity is gone up.
So you need the oil just to make the electricity for the car?
You need the oil to make electricity for everything. We're using coal. But then, they allowed the use of coal because they said it was too, toxic, making pollution. But they changed it to oil to burn the same, the same way to create electricity, yeah.
Couldn't they use water? But then that is what they're using at the data center. Man, they about to deplete this goddamn planet of everything.
For cooling? Yeah, we cool. We use water for electricity first, baby. That's where your Hoover Dam comes in. It was a hydroelectric power plant, okay? We can use water to make electricity, and as you know, there was a young man that created an engine, a car that could use water. Yeah, and they killed him, so that they don't want to go back to using the water because number one, it's clean. Number two, it costs nothing. Number three, it would kill the Saudi market and the whole use of their of their facilities for oil. There's no need for oil. We have more water than we have oil on this planet.
to slide in there real quick. I looked up, does it take oil to make electricity? I kind of already knew the answer, but I wanted to read it. Yes, oil can be used to make electricity, but it accounts for a very small percentage of total generation in the United States. Globally, oil is the primary energy source overall, but most of it is used for transportation rather than electricity generation. How oil is used, I could just go through the bullet points: combustion, steam generation, turbine operation, electricity generation. Oil electricity generation, U.S. statistics, U.S. petroleum oil sources were responsible for 0.04% of the utility scale electricity generation in 2024, with natural gas and coal being far more prevalent fossil fuels for this purpose. Global usage, oil accounts for about 1/3 of all global energy use, making it the world's primary energy source, but only a small fraction of this is for electricity production. Specific applications, oil-fired generators are often used for small-scale emergency or backup power needs. And some islands like Hawaii rely heavily on oil for their power supply. I think Americans should support the war. What Donald Trump is doing is fantastic on both sides. It's really kind of a flawless orchestration of supreme colonialism and authoritative power shifting at a very rapid pace. There's also strategic insurgent. The real fight is not over Iraq's oil. It wasn't about Nigeria's oil. It wasn't totally about Venezuelan oil, but Venezuelan oil was the exchange for the laundering of money, resources, intelligence, weaponry, and all kinds of shit that aligned Venezuela with Iran, Russia, and China. China's economic global positioning is perceived by the State Department of Security apparatus as being adversarial tech, adversarial financing, and the way that they've been kind of playing monopoly is by buying resources with predatory loans at a deep market discount and then selling it back to other people that would otherwise be sanctioned. But their biggest goal in that region is to tame down the one would-be power structure that would cause the impact that we're seeing in that region is Iran. Iran has killed Americans before, and there's been an ongoing thing. Those are the only people in that region that has not partnered with the United States in terms of trade, in terms of allyship, and all kinds of shit. And they're heavily leaned into China and Russia. So what's happening, the choking of those markets, is really to hurt China. The blockades of what they did in Venezuela and South America was really to hurt and impede on China's advancement into global logistics, supply chain, global influence through financial means, bribery, if you will. They can do what they want to do in Africa.
Jennifer, do you think it has anything to do with BRICS? Stopping BRICS?
Oh, everything. BRICS is all up in it, but BRICS isn't completely strong enough yet because they haven't created the asset back, which China was doing with the whole gold rush, which is the reason why they reported thousands and thousands of untold metric tons of gold.
Are they trying to prevent that, though?
Yes.
Do you think Donald was trying to, okay.
Yes, and that's why the supply looked up like Project Vault and things like that. That's where I'm involved in that with the whole critical earth mineral shit. Like, it's very serious game of chess. And he's really showing up our security and our posture in the world as somebody not to be fucked with. Venezuela was a demonstration. Iran is a demonstration. There's tension because Russia's feeding Iran, like basically information, but America is about to feed Ukraine Patriot missiles for them to train us how to shoot down all those fucking drones.
Hey, Cypher, you know,
Go ahead.
so Cypher, you know the meeting that's coming up this month between America and China. Do you think that the reason why he was in such a mad dash to do everything that he did was so that he would have
to get chips on the table?
Yeah, because if you've ever read The Art of the Deal, there's something that
that Trump said to the Ukrainian president when he came to the White House. He said, "You have no cards."
Right.
No, I mean, and that was when the Ukrainian president and J.D. Vance were arguing with each other, and Trump yelled at him and was like, no, you need to do this because you have no cards.
Yeah.
You got no leverage.
Yeah. He said we have all the cards.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So do you think that the reason why he was moving at such a furious pace to do what he did was ahead of this meeting with China? Because what you mentioned about
all of it is.
What you mentioned about the rare earth minerals, part of it is, I think it's called, I don't know if it's nickel or if it's called uridium. It's the one that they find.
There's all kinds of shit. There's lithium is the main thing. Lithium, uranium.
The one that they're finding on the bottom of the ocean. What's the one that they're finding on the ocean floor now? That they're finding.
I can't think of the name. I can't think of the name though.
But
there's a lot of shell oil though too that they are looking at. There's a lot of good
ocean. Yeah. So there's something that they found on the ocean floor in abundance, in a crazy amount of abundance. And now it's a race to see which power can get there to claim it, because it's way down in like the trenches and shit. You know what I mean? And the U.S., Russia, and China are all trying to get there. But the thing is, when I'm looking at the board, it looks like the reason why he put a blitz early with these countries that he has invaded and gone at really hard is because he's trying to create the leverage ahead of the meeting with China. Russia has already said that they're willing to give like $2 billion towards the Board of Peace. The people
yeah, I think it was like $1 billion, but it's money that we already have theirs. Yeah, he said he's willing to get that, yeah.
Right, but the one who has not committed is China, and they're having the meeting this month. So I feel like they're just trying to get ahead of that, and I just wanted to know, Cypher, if that's the same sentiment that you're getting.
Yeah, I would strongly agree with you that he's definitely going to that meeting with things in play, but he didn't do anything early. He gave everybody ample time. Venezuela, remember he pulled up on him in August. He didn't bomb him till the top.
Oh, true. He did pull up on him.
Same way with Iran. He was talking to Iran. They made threats. He bombed their centers. And they told him no more, and he didn't bomb them again until 8 months later. It gave him over 30 days to negotiate. He pulled up to the motherfuckers and even told Americans to get up out of there back in late January. We're in.
Yeah, you're right about that too.
So, and then he gave him 10 business days on his last term. He said, look, I'm not playing. We'll give him 10 business days. He been said, we'll fuck him up. And we'll be on. And he gave them 13 days, including the weekend.
And he also told them when they killed Soleimani, he said that I did this to prevent war, not to induce war. Because Soleimani he was actually the lead commander for all of the proxy groups that Iran was operating.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like that dude that Putin killed, if you remember. Putin killed the leader of the Wagner group.
Mm-hmm, yeah, he had him killed, though.
Yeah, sort of like that.
Yeah, but you see one thing, here's the thing. Trump is a real nigga. He tell you what he do, and then he do it. That's why I fuck with him, because I'm one of them niggas. It don't matter how long I tell you, how long it take. I'm going to do what the fuck I say I'm going to do. Now, what he did is basically demonstrate to these niggas that he's not fucking around. He's very clear about his objectives. If you get in the way, he'll move around you or move you out of the way. Including his own fucking political party, including his own political party and the judicial apparatus.
Is that why Rubio be sounding like that? Rubio be coming out being like,
Rubio's a fucking G.
Rubio is hilarious. He's like, Trump said what he's gonna do, and he's a man of his word.
He is. But look, think about it though. He did everything he said he was gonna do, and then niggas thought. And the thing is, he could have just obliterated Venezuela. He's
or this woman. So, but he still got the same apparatus intact, but he just gave him instructions. Look, we just gave y'all $500 million. We got 800 million barrels of oil from you. We're going to invest $1.2 trillion into your economy to get your shit back up pumping, and you can sell it to the rest of the fucking world. We're going to disrupt these niggas over there. That's a threat to this development over here in Gaza, because that will also fuck up Gaza's, talking about Iran, because Iran would militarily, monetarily, and what's the word I'm looking for? With using information. I'm having a brain fart this early in the morning. Using information to get the Houthis and the proxy groups to disrupt the building process. That's another aspect. Then whatever they do in their region controls the whole fucking market, and because they're not on board with the American thing, then you present yourself as a fucking problem. And we told you about these fucking, rebuilding the facilities. We knocked you niggas down and just told you to chill out, and even got on Iran for bombing fucking Qatar and killing so many old people. He publicly backlash. He be shitting on BB. Everybody think that BB runs. BB don't run a goddamn thing with Trump. Now maybe with Biden and Obama and the rest of them motherfuckers. But he literally shits on. No, let me tell you, he shits on BB all the time. I need you to go back all the way into his first shit. You gotta think, BB is the godfather of Jared Kushner, his fucking son-in-law. Jared's daddy just got out of jail not too long ago, and BB was his motherfucking butt buddy. And BB ain't his real motherfucking name any goddamn way, but that's another conversation. But the motherfucker, he be with the shit. And BB is younger than Trump, man. Trump is the OG for BB. Trump is the only nigga that tell BB what not to do. BB is just one of the badass little boys, little kids. It's way more vicious if you was to talk about anybody being racist and all that other shit. It's BB. But Trump is doing the Lord's work. Let me tell you, sometimes you can do a good thing that triggers a bad. So biblical prophecy is also both of this shit. Sometimes you can do a good thing or a good deed and trigger a bad event that's already prophesied. In the name of goodness and righteousness, there's nothing wrong with his logistics, with his framework on how he's doing things. Because it's for America, but it's ultimately for everybody fucking else. Because anybody that lines up with him is going to get a fucking bag. And if your ass is in trouble, they'll wiggle you out. Niggas don't understand what they got with this thing. This is the only motherfucker you can literally create a deal with. He can have you surrounded with guns and everything else. He just be like, look, I don't want to kill you. Good to me dead. What do you want to do? And you can negotiate. It's only so, based off the cards you got, you don't remember what you got, but you at least walk away with your life and a little bit of dignity. Look at what happened with Mexico. Look at what happened with motherfucking Colombia. Right? So I think people's emotions get woven up because they want to get into this whole thing about the anti-God, all the spiritual shit and things like that. It's fascinating, but none of these niggas really can do anything about that. Right? They just, I think that it's a pacification of what is in front of us. But the truth is, there is a world of opportunity that if you position yourself right, no matter which way it goes, you can eat. Where there's a problem, there's a solution. If you see yourself as a solution, you will make a lot of money solving other people's problems.
I'm gonna lie, there should be a check in the mail for you this weekend because you definitely sold the sales pitch very well. But I don't know if I can agree with all of that, bro. I don't know, bro. You were very convincing, bro. I started to feel like you was wrong about certain shit when I was listening to you. I genuinely started to think I was wrong about certain shit. I had to do that cartoon thing where you shake your head like, and come back to my senses and I don't know if he really out here trying to Benjamin Netanyahu. So and this is just my own personal belief. I personally believe that it doesn't make sense when any world leader is able to come address our Congress as if it's their Congress. That's not something that you see happen anywhere else in the world. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very odd thing. When Netanyahu comes here and talks to our Congress as if it's his Congress, that shit is odd as hell. You know what I mean? As well, on top of that, a lot of the moves that we're making are not moves that benefit us directly. You know what I mean? Like, what we're doing right now, I get it from a destroy the bricks standpoint. It took me a minute to put the pieces together.
It's not even to destroy bricks, though, bro. It's not even to destroy bricks.
Well, what I mean is, he already has an understanding with Putin. He's trying to get an understanding with China, but China's being stubborn. So he's like, all right, cool. Like his favorite phrase, you don't got no cards. So ahead of his meeting this month, he wants to make sure that they have no cards. So
yeah, can't get into South America, can't get no fucking oil.
That's the reason why Putin has not done anything. Because
Putin can't do anything. Putin's fighting Ukraine.
No, what I mean is that Putin understands Trump. He understands Trump. Yeah. So for Putin, he's looking at Xi Jinping like, bro.
Xi Jinping don't really give a fuck. He do, but he don't. But Xi Jinping got his hands full with Taiwan, Japan, and Cambodia, Thailand, and Philippines.
Right. And Laos.
And Laos and Vietnam, yup. He got a regional issue going over there internally. And really Taiwan and Japan is on his ass.
Right.
On behalf of America.
And I don't know if you was in here yesterday morning, but the brother Sean was mentioning how Japan just bought like an insane amount of weapons. Like a crazy
also like $4 billion, like $2 to $4 billion.
Yeah, like they must know something's about to happen.
That's why that lady won that election over there. Scheinbaum is on the shit too. They got a meeting this weekend or next weekend with Scheinbaum, the president of Mexico, the Mexican president, to do an internal situation with their trade deal. So basically, China's going to get replaced by Mexico.
So right now, the World Cup is going to start in, I believe it's in June. The World Cup is hosted by the U.S., but one of the rounds of the World Cup is also going to be in Mexico. Like, do y'all think that part of the reason why Trump did what he did was because of the World Cup coming up?
Not just that. That's probably maybe 1% of the whole pie. But I would tell you to be careful of those things because guess who the cartel is funded by? With intelligence, with weaponry, and the bag. China, Russia, and Iran.
So do you think that there's a possibility, because now they're trying to keep people out of the States, but you know when the World Cup comes, the whole has to come. So that means they're going to have to let people in. You think that there's a possibility to kick us out?
They don't have to. Remember what happened with COVID? They don't have to do a goddamn thing, especially if there's a war going on.
You think that they're going to keep the world out of the World Cup? You believe that?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying if they can uninvite certain people. Okay. Well, I wouldn't focus on that. Don't think about the optics. To find the truth of this, it's all about the play. How do these plays impact other plays? The oil shit is to choke out China, put China back on its heels, because its encroachment with Russia and Iran is too overstepping for American security. And I know enough to know why. And I agree. And it's for all of our motherfucking good. Have nice ass phones and nice ass cars and technology, but that little China product that you got in your fucking house really could have backdoors to Beijing and be selling
all day long. We don't even allow certain products because of that where I work at.
Exactly.
We don't even allow certain wireless keyboards and mice because of that. You know what I mean? You know, so yeah. I dig you, babe. I'm a little bit torn on what you said about the war. Like, they're gonna have to let people in.
I'm not saying that they're not gonna let nobody in. I'm just saying if there is a country that they feel like is at risk and they are on a block list or sanction, traveling here and shit, yeah.
I don't know if his ego will allow him to not put on the greatest spectacle of all time. And part of that is...
Don't get caught up in the gaze, bro. That's where we get lost at. We get lost in the exterior gaze. Like, okay, they got on that, you act like this. No, there's a whole nother act going on behind your back that you're not paying attention to. It's the small shit.
Right, you're talking about the sleight of hand from the magician.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think though about this whole? What do you think about this whole board of peace? Do you think that
I'm about to send them some money? I'm about to send them $100 grand.
The board of peace?
Hell yeah.
Did you follow Donald Trump?
I went on the website. You see the website? The website was wild. I didn't think it was real. The website is fucking funny. It's like a 1980.
The website was fake. I thought it was fake.
No, it's a real shit.
No, I know it's real, but I thought it was fake when I went to it. I thought it was fake. There's an article from the early 90s where Donald Trump talked about what he would have done if he was president, right? And in that article, he talks about how he would have forged an alliance to basically divide the world in half with Russia.
Yeah.
What you see him doing since he's been president the first time to now, it looks like he's making good on that philosophy. The only thing is he adjusted to make room for China if China wants to play ball.
Man, what kind of motherfucker are you when you have your enemies and your allies at the same table cutting deals with each other? Yeah. You gotta be one hell of a motherfucker for it. Your bipartisan shit, when you have world powers.
Hey, hold on, man. You sure? Did you check the mail today? You sure you ain't have no checks in the mail? What's going on here?
Yeah, bro. I hope they get some more. I don't really do checks. I like deposits. I like motherfucker. I like when my banker, my broker called me up and say some shit like,
I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I'm just, like, it feels like that's what he's doing. Like, right now, Taiwan is only on the table because China doesn't want to play ball. If China decides to play ball, Taiwan's going to fade slowly out of the news headlines. Because what will happen is if China is willing to play ball, they'll allow the U.S. and Russia enough time to create a subsidiary or a supplement to Taiwan so that China doesn't have all the cards.
what do you mean? I don't understand. Elaborate.
In other words, if China takes Taiwan right now, like meaning like, let's say in the next 30 seconds, boom, Taiwan is in China's hands. The global superconductor, semiconductor market changes. China now becomes in control of that when it comes to technology and AI and shit like that.
We moved the most important companies out of Taiwan already.
Have we already done that?
25. About, I think, 2/3 or a third of their semiconductors are being built out in Columbus, Ohio, in Arizona, and a couple other places that were classified.
Hold on. I thought
They're in stage 3 in many cases.
I thought those contracts don't go into effect because I know what you're referring to, but I thought that didn't go into effect until the beginning of next year.
So there's multiple layers to that. So it's already been happening since, it was really been happening since before when Trump first started. Jim Crow Joe inked it, but they wasn't paying no fee. They was getting money from us. And Trump just expedited it and made it more tax friendly for them to go through the whole situation. So you'll see certain things on the surface that talk about 2027 and 2028.
Right.
But it's already there. I mean, it's been in motion for, it's like announcing gentrification. It's already process been happening. When you start seeing bike trails,
Right.
people moving into your country, into your country.
Stop.
Yeah, and the roundabouts and shit start happening. You start seeing schools getting upgrades.
Yeah, bike trails.
Yeah, bike trails and shit, scooter boards and all that other shit. And the gay folks were walking through the hood like they own that bitch because
That's hilarious.
yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
So right now, I'm about to get the AWS certification for AI governance and security. Before that, I was already working in cybersecurity and shit, right? I found out that Palantir was moving, because you know they got Colorado Springs and then they got Denver, Colorado. The Denver, Colorado HQ is moving to South Florida.
Oh yeah, everybody moving to South Florida. From California.
They already put the jobs up online, and like they've already been putting the feelers out. They're like, yo, you can work from home.
Tax efficiency, near water resources, the lower environmental regulations.
I've been applying with them motherfuckers and interviewed with them twice. I'm just waiting to hear back.
Now you know what? Do you do anything with AI management or AI project management or AI? What's it called? AI. Nah, sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue too. Damn. Product management, AI product management.
Yes, I've done that as well.
When they start off?
In terms of salary?
Salary.
Oh yeah, that's like 130. If you know what you're doing.
So Netflix is starting at 240 and they're going up to 900,000 plus.
Like God.
They start at
240.
They start at 240, bro.
Yeah, Netflix paying a lot of money for these. I was like, God damn, we get for 2 years. You said
that's right.
Ain't no change your mind. You know what's crazy is that I was already doing the work, but I didn't know the title for the work. So I was getting paid what I was getting paid before for doing the work that I should have been getting paid more for. You know what I mean? So now me going for the official AWS, it's sort of like the CISSP, but it's the CISSP for AI. You know what I mean? Like the whole governance and
when you say you're going for, what do you mean?
Meaning I'm gonna get the official certification. But
what certification is that?
It's the AWS one. So AWS is
cloud though.
Right, I know, but the thing is though, Erica, is like right now, because this role is so new, it's hard for you to find a company. It's hard for you to find a company that is legitimately backed and believed by the whole industry. So AWS right now is the one. They're the one. So if I get
that's one of the ones, but what are you gonna do? What are you focusing on when you go into AWS? Because again, that's cloud.
I don't want to do it. So I'm already AWS certified on the associate level, and then, but the thing is that I don't want to do it on the cloud level. It's just that they're the most respected one so far because this industry is so.
Azure too. So
I already have the Azure certification.
I already have the 2 cloud platforms. I mean, why are you doing them both?
I have to because this term AI governance and security doesn't have an official backing right now.
Right. So again, why would you? Okay. So why would you? I'm only asking why because it's a waste of money.
It is a waste of money.
That's such that they weren't free. At least Microsoft.
No.
Amazon does give you that cloud certification. It ain't as expensive or whatever. But why would you get them both when they're both cloud? Just they're same product, just different vendors.
So it's mainly for resume flex.
that's an expensive resume flex to be going to waste some money on the same thing on certifications. I think you would do better depending on the job that you're getting into is getting another certification to complement the cloud certification you got, but not the same two damn certifications. Just
Right, but Erica, I already have the CISSP, I already have the MCSC. All right,
you got and say again.
So I have the CISSP, I have the MCSE, and then I have the CCNA and the CCNP as well.
Okay, that's Cisco.
All right. So the thing is like the way that automation caught up to me in my career, that shit caught up very quickly. I did not think it was going to catch up the way it did. So automation caught up to me. Now it's about where do I go? Do I go more into cybersecurity in terms of penetration testing and stuff like that, or do I go where the trend is going, which is AI? And AI governance is sort of
where in AI? AI is such a general term. Where?
That's why I'm telling you, AI governance and security. That's the CISSP of AI.
Yeah. So then it sounds like you got what you need.
I do, but I don't have the name recognition behind it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't have the networking, not the name recognition, because there's no name recognition until you get into the position, and there's your name recognition.
Right.
You need networking. Okay. Right, I see what you're saying.
So it's like that's what I'm trying to get now, because it's there, and people are calling their shots. Like one of my homies, this fool's making damn near $200,000 a year now for a position that they didn't even know that they needed.
Are you willing to move? Are you relocating?
I will live wherever, as long as it's not snowing. I'm not down. I grew up in DC.
Oh, you're a Florida baby, that's right.
Yeah. I grew up in DC, and I'm not down to shovel snow. So as long as I don't gotta shovel snow, I'll live anywhere. As long as I don't gotta shovel snow. Okay. I will live anywhere. I even thought about high school. I told my wife, I was like, hold on.
That wound up a snowstorm right here in New Orleans. Man, please.
Man, look, listen. I grew up shoveling snow. I'm old now. I ain't shoveling no more snow. You know what I mean? So, and truth be told, Mr. Harker, like, I have grown an affinity to states that have no income tax. So I would prefer to stay in the states that have no income tax. I lived in Nevada. Yeah, I lived in Nevada, and I've lived in Florida. That's why I wanted to go to Texas, but when I found out that Palantir was coming to Florida, I was like, damn, maybe I should stay in Florida a little bit longer. You know what I mean? Because Palantir is coming out here, and they're hiring like operations, like crazy.
Yeah, another thing too, you want to make sure when you're doing your resume, you just need to make sure that your resume is concise, you know what I'm saying? Like you're actually getting hit because they're not going one by one. So the keywords you need to make sure in that resume, when they're combing, because they're not manually doing this. They have a system that goes in and looks for keywords on resumes, and then they pull them to the front and show them to the manager, especially if you don't have that network. Your networking isn't solid, meaning somebody that's saying, hey, I got this position that's open, you go perfectly, you know what I'm saying? So if that's not happening, you need to make sure your resume has those keywords in it. I'm not gonna lie, when I was in there, I would go and tailor my resume to every position that I'm applying for.
I literally have, it's funny that you said that. I literally have like 25 different resumes.
I ain't like, exactly. All of them are the same. Go ahead and make sure you know.
Right. That I'm tailored for that position.
Yeah.
Hey, do any of you guys do any of you guys do data audits or tech audits or hardware?
What do you mean by that? Because I've done the audits before. What do you more specific.
Like, you can take a hardware that's made by a different or out of the country and make sure that there are no back doors.
Not me. No, I don't.
I've done the lab work, but more importantly is I know some of the best in the industry. If you're willing to pay, I can put you on it.
No, I got a budget. They have to be DOT certified.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about people that the government already know about being the best.
Yeah. I mean, I already got a couple. I was just curious because I was hearing that, I can't keep up. I'm not as fluent in that conversation. You guys are. But
let me make sure I'm following you. Send me your email on the back channel, and we can call look, these are people I used to work with, so me bridging the gap between you and them is whatever you want to do with it once you get that bridge.
Yeah, it was just a curious inquiry. It's not like I'm starved looking for. I mean, I got some people, but I mean, I just wanted to know if y'all have those skill sets because that's something else that is a big market, is a big push. But I didn't realize how important.
I've done red team.
You said what?
I've done red team in the past.
What's that? I don't know what that means.
For penetration testing.
Okay. So hardware, right?
Okay. Hardware, network, software, all of that shit. I've done red team in the past.
Hey, Cypher, say that name. What are you looking for again?
So, like, I don't know the name of it, but I think my brother just said it's called Red Team. But basically, you're testing the hardware to make sure that there's no data leakage, like they're not spreading shit to data. So I'm talking about cybersecurity. I'm taking some classes on that shit.
That's what I'm saying, but I'm trying to get with it. So do you want to make sure that no one is able to do what to your hardware? Get it?
So basically, like for instance, the E-Hang vehicles. Like the eVTOLs that we have, they have flight telemetry and data surveillance and shit that they give to the host country, but we have to verify for CFIS and other government and intergovernmental agencies that they're not using adversarial tech in South America. So that it is cleanly held by the host country and that there are no backdoors that's even on their Wi-Fi. Because I told my guys that when they talk to them in Thailand, tell them they got to switch from that Chinese G5 shit to Starlink type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to have to strip it down and do all this other stuff to make sure that there's no data breach or no backdoor distribution.
So the car would have a transmitter. It's transmitting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that's where the security would go to what is transmitting unless you're trying to. Okay.
And this is too. So this is like unmanned flight drones. So they add LiDAR arms, all the sensors, flight telemetry sensors, data stack that's already built into the hardware too. And it's collecting that data. But the host country owns the data clean. We just have to make sure that there's a third party audit that that verifies that.
You don't know about. Okay.
Miss Erica, you work in public security? Miss Erica?
No, I'm not in cybersecurity. No.
I have a question for Cypher. I'm old and I don't know all about all of this stuff, but I was working computers back in the late 90s, right, for the city of New York. And I was wondering about what you said about going into back doors because I had to do that for the city. And does that leave us vulnerable to things like worms and viruses?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the reason why he imposed those tariffs on Chinese tech companies, all that other shit. And there's already like rigorous layers for tech companies and companies to sell their services in America. But it's even more. I mean, I learn more as I go deeper into this what I'm doing. But I'm finding out that there's a real reason why they have to watch them because China and them and others, but mainly China, some sneaky motherfuckers, because they do have the ability to that already happened. That already happened. Can I say something right quick? Can I say something Let me play. Oh, yeah, yes, you can. Give me a second. That already happened, family. They did a 60 Minutes interview with one of the former FBI directors, where they had found that China not only had a lot of the government computers, the infrastructure with water, it was water, power, and something else. So, yeah, that already happened. You can go ahead now, dear sister.
No, that's 100%. I mean, because that's why there's so many things about that. Anything that comes into the country, they start doing the tariffs and all other stuff, and there's a lot of holdup and extra, things that they got to look at, because you could be wearing a cheap watch or phone, headphones, even Bluetooth, anything, laptop, all that T-Move shit.
That's what I wanted to ask you about the TikTok thing. Because while I was working for the city of New York, and this is pre-Trump, y'all, I want y'all to know this. While I was working for the city of New York at DOE, they told city workers that they could not download the app.
TikTok, no, because that's the backdoor. That data, I can see everything. I experimented with a social media network system back in like 2010. And I had motherfuckers around the world. My back door, I could see what device you were on, how long you were on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can see everything. You know what I'm saying? That whole big ass social media.
If y'all know, I was gonna check. I remember file transfer portals like during like the early 2000s and all the way through. They had these things like all these AOL. Yahoo, they all have these things called file transfer portals. All of those, that's basically with your phone, all of this shit. And that's how you get, I had this program that I could actually be in the hack and shit, video games and shit. Bulletproof. And if I knew you had that game in your computer, I'm gonna give you your computer. And that's how it was. That's the P files.
You have to make those agreements when you download those apps or those games. You should be agreeing.
So that means that everybody that has TikTok on their phones as an app is vulnerable to
Facebook,
invasion.
Facebook, Instagram, all of your apps, they have that. Just read the contracts. As a matter of fact, here goes the shortcut. Pick any app on your phone and look about get their security agreement and all that shit. Because they do have download PDF, and they're usually hundreds and/or thousands of pages long. But get that shit, save it as a Word doc. Take that Word doc because it's smaller and condensed, put it in something like Claude or Google Gemini for the short end, and then ask it to break it down to you and summarize what data, and then you can go into it, what security breaches or maybe vulnerable security breaches are in this contract. And it will go to the page, it'll go to the section, it'll break down why, and all that shit. All of your shit is
I know Clubhouse is because when I joined Clubhouse, right, I actually made a contract. Excuse you. I actually made a copy of the contract for Clubhouse and what Clubhouse was all about, and I still have it. So, Clubhouse is also one of those sites, files that can be opened as well. Am I correct?
I mean, yeah, any law enforcement, if you're involved in some kind of crime or something life-threatening, they can call in and get your data stack in less than a week.
So Cypher, part of what Eugene was talking about earlier is the reason why a lot of state agencies moved away from Lenovo. So Lenovo was gaining a lot of traction in the industry until they found out that China was putting backdoor the motherboards.
Yup, Dell was doing it. Dell was a part of that too a little bit. They had a thing with Dell some years ago. I mean, all of those shits, man. Like people You gotta understand, like, China is a very formidable adversary, and they don't just rule with brute force.
Bro, check this out. We used to burner computers as well as burner phones when Eddie was traveling to China. Because what we found was that the moment you land in airspace, the moment you land in data. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The moment you land at their airport, they're bombarding your devices to try to get into the device. So we would give them, and what we would do is we would give them those devices, and those devices were never allowed to be on our network ever again.
Mm-hmm. In Colombia, they go through your phone. Like, I travel with like 6 or 8 devices. Well, actually 8.
And did they tell you to keep a couple things on the phone so it looked normal? That's what they.
No, I never got that kind of fresh or pat down, but it happened to a couple of homies. They helped me out a little bit.
Good morning, man.
What's up, Rick? They hold me up at the airport though one time to do some extra pat down shit, but they can't randomly ask to go through your fucking phone and shit.
Right, but so Cypher, what we used to do when I was working for Eyesight before, are you familiar with a company called FireEye Cybersecurity Group? Okay, so FireEye is the one that bought the company I used to work for. They purchased, this is when they were doing their crazy purchase. They purchased Mandiant, they purchased Eyesight, and they purchased another one, and then they became the largest, or the second largest cybersecurity firm in the country when they did that. And when people were traveling to China, we used to give them a burner phone, but we would ask them to take a couple of pictures, put it in an email, and then download it to the burner phone. So that way it looked like a regular phone. Because if it didn't have that, it would be scrutinized even more. Shit used to be crazy though.
No, I could imagine. I mean, I'll take like one of my main phones and put it in my book bags and shit, and then I keep my main phone, like the other phone out. It's like one I'm actually on right now. I only use it for Clubhouse. And
right.
I got another device though that I use. I got another device that I use for business and then personal, and then I got multiple backups because I did have one of my laptops compromised and stolen before. And that shit, motherfuckers, they were able to siphon a lot of money. My room was closed, but a lot of money. Not no tens of thousands, but a lot of money.
It was fucking up the bag. It was fucking up
the bag for real, my nigga. And it's still, I'm still feeling it a little bit low key.
Have you ever gone to Black Hat in Vegas, the convention?
I've never been to Vegas. I've seen 85% of the United States. I've never been to Vegas.
When you get a chance, if you get a chance, go to Black Hat at least once. At least once. But when I got into the whole cybersecurity thing, I learned that you don't do job interviews. When you go to Black Hat, you fuck around and just have conversations, and people just, if they feel like you're a good fit, you just go. But you're there for the conference. You're there for the conference. But
networking events is always great places to go.
Yeah. That's how I learned about the way that China, like the minute you get into Chinese airspace, they're bombarding all of your devices. Now, on top of that, they have something called a sniffer. A sniffer.
I've heard of that.
You know what I mean? A sniffer, for anybody who's curious, if y'all ever watched the Christian Bale version of Batman, there's a part in the movie where he puts his phone down next to the Russian dude at the bar. He just puts his phone down next to it. And then after the Russian dude walks away, Christian Bale, he's already cloned the entire
he already cloned his phone,
You know what I mean? That sniffer device is real. That's a real thing.
I know.
The first time I learned about it was at the Black Hat convention. Because they used to have something called a mixer before the speeches, and at the mixer, that keynote speaker was at the mixer.
basically cloning phones, and he put it on the big screen of how many people's phones he cloned during the mixer. That shit was insane. It was insane. Like, to know that he was able to do it that easily.
Bro, everything in James Bond is real. All them devices, them cars, them watches, them glasses, them pens, all that shit real. All of that shit is real technology that they use daily.
Red. Remember when some of you about where the 007 came from? His assistant that was making all of those gadgets and stuff and doing and helping them, he was black.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I heard something like that. Go into that a little bit more, Michelle. I heard something like that. The 00 was he did never have no kind of unknown or anonymous type shit. Like, can you go into that more? I've heard bits and pieces of that.
Yeah, 007 is the signature that John D. He was a alchemist, mathematician, musician. He was all of that, but he was also an agent for Queen Elizabeth I. And whenever he signed his letters to her, he put the 007. The 00 means for your eyes only.
Like this, like drawing glasses without the other little line coming down on the other side for your eyes only. But to us, it looked like a 007.
Yeah, it was a 7 for, well, you know what the number 7 means in, you know, in mathematics. So that's where it came from. That's where it, well, according to scholars, that's where it first appeared. And that's where they got the movies for James Bond.
Yeah, creating an agent behind, working for the queen, working for that lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the whole goddamn.
So that's the first I said, is that confirmed that, you know how they say that they can't do anything unless it's somebody that looks like us that's allowing them or giving them the us.
Right.
That's right. We're behind all of the inventions.
Right, because even when I was doing the study, because the study on it, the scrying black mirror that they had, it came from Mexico. And the person that was doing the scrying through the mirror was Edward Kelly, which was the assistant of John D. And Edward Kelly, it's the typical whitewashing because if you see that he's white, they make him appear white in some drawings, but one drawing I found, which was the oldest one, yeah, he was black. He was a black man. So they got some explaining to do. You know what I mean?
Well, that's because, baby, in our DNA, we have the genius gene. It's on the number 9 in your strand of DNA. They don't have that. They don't have that. So they have to use what they have, and we are what they are using. They know we can invent and create. Yes.
I'm sorry, Lo, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you complete? I apologize.
Well, you know, when we get into this, we have to get into it all, okay? Just think about what's happening to us now. The AI, the facial recognition, the iris scan, the fingerprint, index fingerprint scan. All of these things are the technologies that they're using, and they're using to monitor the entire human race.
I forgot what I was about to say now. It was based on the first day she said it's too late. I already hit the blood. I'm sorry. Hey, was Miami attacked? Miami was attacked.
Miami was not attacked, bro. There wasn't an attack. There was not. Calm down.
I heard something about Jersey too.
It wasn't attacked, but I am on the beach, and I looked at pictures of the, I don't know if it's oil or ship further out. I'll take Michelle the pictures as well. I don't know if I can put them on my PCR. But I found it odd, because I was like, I know we may have like one oil tanker, or maybe even a cruise ship that may sit out in the water
So prophecy, what was that first part of what you said again? If you can remember right before I interrupt, I was about to say something too, but I forgot.
Nah, it just skip my mind now. But
How y'all both forget? How y'all both forget?
no, because the way that it ended was we now know why they created all of these things. You know, we have the genius gene is what I was saying.
Oh, okay, that's what I was about to say. Okay, so y'all remember Scooby-Doo. I think that the hand behind white supremacy is a nigga. I would not be surprised.
Not them taking off the mask and they saying,
Yeah, that's the more kids, you pesky kids. Yes, it's gonna be a nigga.
That's what we going to?
Not too much on Scooby-Doo though, because that was a true story. I'm saying, we can all relate. Y'all remember them side? That was a true story.
You're the worst, bro. You're the worst.
Those pesky kids. Those mentally pesky kids. Those kids was grown people that was really solving crimes with a dog in the right, a bloodhound in the city. It was a great game. It was a great game.
So what the man is saying?
I hate you, Red.
Hold on, y'all. The KKK, when they unmasked a lot of the KKK down here, they was black people, y'all.
Because y'all gotta know where the KKK came from. The KKK came from Spain, from Moors in the 1600s, from the Knights of Seville. Look them up. The Knights of Seville, if you look at those Moorish niggas with those white robes on their head, that is where the Ku Klux. Listen, they didn't even change the name because listen, they didn't even change the. Hold on, y'all. Listen, I know y'all get it. Listen,
There was natives that actually wore songs too. Like,
bro, listen. That ain't got nothing to do with what I just said. Those niggas are not wearing them guards.
KKK in America,
those niggas again, right? They got it from the Knights of Seville from Spain.
He's actually right. He's actually right.
Like, calm down.
He's actually right.
So
he said it like there was some Spanish born coming over.
No,
they were.
He didn't say.
They stole that look.
He didn't say it was the Spanish Moors. He said where they got the influence.
I said where they got it from.
Yeah.
Calm down.
It was. He said it.
No.
Oh my God, bro, you just want to be right.
He literally said that's where they got it from.
The Knights of Seville from the Moors in Spain. That's where the crackers in America got it from. That's right. Now again, like I was saying, when us find out that all of these organizations that were against us in the Americas stem and have roots from goddamn people that look just like us. When I tell niggas that, well, the 13 colonies that enslaved our people, meaning indigenous people, were funded by niggas. When I tell niggas that, well, you had Moorish pirates, you had black Spaniards, you had black Portuguese, you had black Frenchmen. I ain't saying everybody, what was black, but the majority of these niggas, when we talking about these particular situations and these events, yes, 70% of the motherfuckers that was doing shit and that was putting battery packs in the other 30% of crackers, those were niggas. And remember, we are looking at the white people as the ones who are ruling everything, but like I keep telling niggas, these are stewards.
Red, I wanna have a conversation with you real quick, because there's something you said yesterday.
He was saying something, brother, and I kind of disagree with it. I don't want to skip that.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that his
information is incorrect. Hey, I'm not saying his information is incorrect. I'm just saying that his perspective on it is wrong. He's saying it as if brothers like that particular order was living like that. This is making
he said that.
That's how he's drawing it. It's kind of like
you take it.
They got it from that. Meaning they were influenced by that.
what they were doing is
with the KKK when you
No, they didn't get the influence from
hold on. Does he know? Can I ask him this quick? Yes. Do you know what the ritual? You said. Do you know what the ritual was that they did when they were wearing that shit over there in Spain? And you know where Agua de Fe is? You know what the Agua de Fe is?
Say it again.
Agua de Fe.
And Red, don't forget, I gotta come back.
I got you. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. But do you know what it is, my guy? I'm listening. So the Agua de Fe is after church. They would take black Jews specifically and burn them alive at the stake and torture them. What does the KKK do with the cross? The same practice Albert Pike picked up. Exactly.
Correct.
I'm gonna get out y'all's way. Go ahead, bro. What you
So Red, there's something that you said yesterday that really resonated with me, but it created a question in my mind because I like to look at history and backtrack to figure out where it came from. So one of the things that you were mentioning was the holy sites and how those were in the Americas, right? Now, the way that they tell certain stories sound like they're from the other side of the world. Now, I want to understand something because, for example, there was no state called Israel. However, there was a city called Jerusalem, and Jerusalem did have an interaction with somebody called Alexander. Alexander actually marched through Jerusalem in the conquest of him going after the Persians when he went to conquer the quote-unquote known world. I want to understand if all of these holy sites were really over here in the Americas and not over there. I want to know where you position these individuals who had these different campaigns in certain lands where the lands are known and we're able to backtrack those lands to connect to certain lands.
Okay, so we talk about Jerusalem, when you talk about even Alexander and where the Crusades took place, even the elephants.
No, not the Crusades. That's true. That's
no. I need to talk about. So you specifically talking about Alexander.
Right. There's a reason. Yeah.
Okay, so watch this then. So those libraries that they said Alexander burned, there was no way that those libraries could be anywhere else but in the Americas. And let me tell you why. The Vatican was the 12th temple. The first 11 temples, 11 churches, 11 libraries, 11 what I would say holy sites that held our records, alchemy records, practices, lineage records, history of the earth, history of animals, different species, and how to do all of this shit with the different elements, and all of these things were in these temples that were burned in the Americas that the Vatican had to take control of in order for the 12th church, the 12th temple, to take power and spread the narrative that they had. So when you look at the story of Alexander, you can't find anywhere where those temples or those places were. But where you can.
One moment, brother, because I will tell you this. I am not a novice to history. I am an avid historian. You can find the burnt rocks of the city or the library of Alexandria and when it was burned down and whatnot. You absolutely can find that.
And what
I wanted to understand is if we believe that the Library of Alexandria is here instead of there, because you know that.
Listen, they naming a library after a nigga that it didn't belong to.
No, right, but hear me out though. Alexander, during his conquest, he created an Alexandria everywhere that he went. You know what I mean? Now,
I've never heard him.
So look up. Okay, so why? Okay, look. Hold on. So no. I'm about to do something.
Bro, just walk with me. Walk with me.
Now I'm gonna do something real quick. Go ahead. No, I ain't saying that. Go ahead. I'm going.
So what I gathered from what you were saying yesterday was either A, there's a hidden part of the story that they're not mentioning where he got on the ship, because you never hear about Alexander getting on ships. You never hear that. So either A, he got on the ship, or B, that story doesn't line up, because he created Alexandrias everywhere that he went. Everywhere that he went. No,
okay, so look. So let me read something too. There are at least 14 cities, towns, and villages named Alexandria in the United States, including locations in Alabama, India, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New York, Ohio, including West Alexandria, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Virginia. Alexandria, Virginia is the most prominent location in the, what did it say?
I lived in Alexandria, Virginia.
Oh, Tommy, we're right. So Alexandria, Louisiana, a major city in the States. Alexandria, Minnesota, known as its lakes and community. Multiple locations named is used across various states and villages. So, what are you talking about?
No, what I wanted to understand from you is I wanted to understand, are you, like, when you're shifting world history, are you also shifting the characters in world history? Does that mean that?
Listen, let me finish. You put Alexander. Listen, hold on. I'm making a point. You put Alexander the Great over here. I never mentioned him in my point of none of that because, from my understanding, we don't even know if he was real or not.
Okay. I see why you're saying that, but he definitely existed. There's different cultures.
I can see why you say that.
No, but there's different cultures that acknowledge his existence, including
just like Charlemagne. Different cultures acknowledge Charlemagne, but there's no real evident proof that Charlemagne.
Different cultures don't believe, because I personally don't believe that Charlemagne was real. Personally, I don't believe Charlemagne was real. I've told people that before. Actually, Michelle, she's still on stage. I told her I didn't believe it.
But remember, all of the royal lineages are supposed to stem from Charlemagne.
Yeah, but Charlemagne comes from the stolen timeline where the years that were
right.
Charlemagne is the great-great-grandson of King Childeric, and King Childeric's tomb was raided by Napoleon. So if y'all want to say that, y'all can go ahead and say all of that ain't real. Because
I don't think Napoleon was real.
You can't say it's real because they got robbed of Napoleon's fucking jewels last year. So
Napoleon not being real is crazy. My bad, Michelle. Listen, I'm not gonna go as far as to say that Napoleon's not real.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I'm not gonna go as far as to say that Napoleon's not real. The reason why I say Charlemagne is because I look at technological advancement during the reign of Charlemagne and how there was no technological advancement whatsoever during the reign of Charlemagne.
Because he did not like any of that type of stuff because he deemed it all witchcraft. I did a big deep dive behind that motherfucker and he was killing motherfuckers left and right and you were caught doing any type of shit like that.
All of those.
I had to look into that more.
All of those people were created to give you conquer Napoleon. To give you listen, bro. Hold on, listen. No, listen. That's real black history. No,
real quick, Red. I didn't go into this believing that you were wrong. I went into this trying to understand because I'm like, yo, does that mean that the Alexander story that we're told, you know how they say Alexander conquered the known world? Et cetera, et cetera. I was going into this with the idea that either the story is being told incorrectly or it's not right. Now, if you're telling me, because yesterday, y'all was dropping some bombs yesterday. I don't know if y'all realize that. Y'all was naming shit in fucking Utah and everything. Everything was biblical.
Yeah, listen, bro. So the reason why you brought up the whole Alexandria thing, but I was just solely speaking to the physical places that they mention in the Bible. You can't really find them in Africa, but you can find all of these places in.
That's not true. No, that's the boy chill. That's the boy chill.
You saying where is Egypt?
Yeah, have a better day.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Where's the river of Jordan?
Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but are we being serious, Erica? Is this serious? That we're
They saying whether it's true or not, y'all gotta let people finish. Y'all hate they.
Why y'all getting emotional?
Let me ask the question. See, just like now, like I'm talking and everybody jumps in, it's frustrating because you trying to just say what you need to say and move on so the conversation can move on, but people won't let you do it. Y'all gotta let people finish whether you agree or not.
Can I say something?
I think so. I think Red was finished. I don't know.
I won, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, Red. What are you saying about Memphis, Tennessee?
When you ask me where was Egypt, right? Memphis, Tennessee, just like Cairo, right? Just like all of the places that you now find in what's said to be Africa or Egypt, in the place that they renamed Egypt, right? All of these places were in the Americas.
God,
we have pyramids.
God, the God, bro.
So look.
Control ourselves. Let them finish. Oh my God, I get it. You feel like it's cap. Okay, we got it. We don't have to hear it 4 times. It's cap. No, let the man finish. Chill, y'all.
Look, I know, it's kind of hurting for some of y'all because everybody want to be from Africa, everybody want to be Egyptian, right? But that's fine. You don't have to subscribe to the history of the Americas, right? If you feel like this don't resonate with you or you don't know the actual history of the Americas, it's fine, right? It's okay. But what I do know about my land, where I come from, the Mississippi has over 110 pyramids all up and down that motherfucker. The largest pyramid in the world by size and by volume is in South America, right? There are more concentrated pyramids in the Americas than there are anywhere in the world, right? So when y'all niggas talk about all of this extra other shit that are the narrative of the history that y'all niggas have been taught in school, when you don't even know the actual history of the fucking land that you live on, that shit is it's very questionable that y'all niggas don't know the pyramids in Georgia, the pyramids in Tennessee, the coffins and the mummies and shit that was found in the banks of Louisiana.
Go finish up.
I know. He ain't like that. But again, I'm sorry you feel that way. But if you don't know the history of the Americas, then I suggest that you go and you do your research. Because to call me cap and to say that I'm lying without actually looking into what I'm saying and the information, that makes you more ignorant. And if you have questions, just ask questions, right?
So the Great Pyramid of Giza is older than certain.
I was waiting to.
Somebody
Go ahead. May I have the mic for a second, please? This is Erica speaking. Okay. Listen, the way you let the other people know on the stage that you're done is to mute your mic. Other people, when you see the mic muted, that means this is your opportunity to open your mic and jump in. Please do it in that order. Otherwise, you're going to the goop today. We're going to be productive today.
Yes, we have. So what I was asking you earlier. Okay, my bad. Do what you do.
Yeah, so to what Red is
biblical significance of all of these lands, it does say, you know, in Revelations that there is a new Sodom and Gomorrah, right? It says it in Revelations 11 and 8. It says, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. It also states in the Bible that the Israelites will return on ships, Egypt. So in one sense, he's not wrong, where it's a spiritual connection to Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah. That is an actual fact. Like, I can't corroborate that, like, Memphis, Tennessee is exactly There might be some stuff that we don't know about why they named these places what they named them. Like, right, like, you know, we have the Grand Canyon and the situation that we found there, artifacts. But the reality of it is that the Bible is symbolic. It's a repetition of things that have already happened cyclically. So even if there is a new Egypt, there is still an old Egypt. And that old Egypt is located where we know it as Egypt, right? Because we know by the rivers, the Euphrates, the Nile, all of these things, they're geographically located in that area. So it's not just the name of the land. There's also different rivers and things like that that are talked about. Like 5 different rivers, the Tigris, the Euphrates, Gihon, all of these things that are located in specific places. We don't have a Nile in America. We don't have a Euphrates in America. We don't have a Gihon in America, right? We don't have specific geographical markers that tell us where these actual locations are. They are where they really are over there, right? But we do have this spiritual symbolism that America does have. Look at your dollar. There's the all-seeing Eye of Horus, which is Egyptian, and a pyramid on your motherfucking dollar. If you go to Washington, D.C., what's the first thing that you see? An Egyptian obelisk. So he's not wrong in the symbolism sense. You know, we spiritually are an extension of Egypt. Look at our laws. Where do you think they got democracy from? That wasn't from Rome. They got that shit from Egypt. So yeah, he's not wrong in that sense. But if we're talking about tracking geographically what's really happening, we do have to be clear that majority of the fighting and the things, certain lands that are in the Bible are located in the Middle East. And then also as far as Africa goes, Africa's in the Bible. You know, they weren't through the Exodus through Egypt. They also, if you know the history of how the Bible was spread, the first man to be converted to Christianity was an African. Before it ever reached Greek hands, it was an Ethiopian, which was a black man, an African. So, and then lastly, Sudan has the most pyramids in the world. More than any other country, Sudan has the most pyramids in the world. But it doesn't mean, and this is my last point, 2 points. It doesn't mean that the United States and Western America didn't have a similar culture, right? That's not, so because we see pyramids all over the world. There was some sort of interconnectedness between all of these civilizations, which is why they were in contact. And I think Nikola Tesla's pyramid recreation shows that the pyramids in some sense were maybe not just fucking burial ground, they were free energy networks that connected the whole world. And lastly, and I'm done, the issue with trying to make America, America, Egypt, and all of that stuff is the Younger Dryas. About 10,000 years ago, the world had to reform due to catastrophic flooding, and it started in the United States. That's why there's so many missing artifacts, and people can't figure out what happened. There's no history prior to 8,000 years ago. We have physical artifacts that have been found, but we have no written history prior to that time because of the Younger Dryas. So there's a lot of things that have come into play that make United States like an extension of Egypt, but not the original Egypt. I mean, an extension of Egypt as Egypt, yeah, but those places are an extension of the Middle East, but not the original. There was no people there during that time.
All right. And then too, let me say something very important. Y'all gotta keep, when your stage is large, you want to keep your submissions down to 2 minutes. Okay.
I only use like 20 seconds to say what I'm gonna say.
Well, can you say it after I play this clip? Thank you so much.
And then I want to read something after him, Eric. Yeah, I was about to ask you.
Even though I got skipped over.
Okay, so that's it. Crisis. Okay.
The average pastor, especially if they have been to seminary, this is very important, listen up. different translations of books, but it's not a book with an author, a plot, and ending the game. No, it's not like that. The Bible is a collection of ancient writings from predominantly anonymous people. Over time, through socio-political or whatever reasons, these writings were manipulated, some other writings added to, some subtracted. You have 1st and 2nd Maccabees, Gospel according to Peter, Book of Enoch, Gospel according to Thomas. Man, the list goes on and on. I'm not going to mention the Council of Nicaea because a lot of us got that kind of like twisted. We don't have the proper information. From what I gather, that was not when they created a Jesus or something like that. But understand that the Council of Nicaea was very important because matters of doctrine was being discussed. So the ending that we end up with, the 66 books, was by design, people. The concept of hell, like you read in the New Testament, does not exist in the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible. Sean, why is this important? Because Christianity hijacked the ideas of ancient Israelites, and they tried to fulfill the prophecy of ancient Israelites in what we call the New Testament. Now, Jews is like, hell no. They don't refer to the Bible as like New and Old Testament. It is the Hebrew Bible, and then there's y'all New Testament, right? Education. Okay, here's some more.
So look, that's it. I want to read it real quick.
But I was next, so she said I would go next.
No, go ahead.
Alright, so look, Circle Mountain is the oldest pyramid in the United States of America. It's in Ohio. 1,500 years before that, the Great Pyramid of Djoser in Egypt is older than that. So that means that the oldest pyramid is not in the United States. I don't know.
Alright, so yes, the Americas contains more pyramid structures than Africa and the rest of the world combined.
That's not true.
I'm reading, Melissa. I just pulled this up. I'm reading. Yes, the America contains more pyramid structures than America and the rest of the world, largely due to the prolific building by the Maya, Aztecs, and other civilizations, while Sudan holds the most in Africa.
No, that's North and South.
Melissa, I'm reading. Well, I just pulled this shit up. I just pulled it.
Just keep going, Red, and y'all be quiet and let him finish.
I'm gonna reread it because the question that I asked was, does America have more pyramids than Africa? Yes, the Americas contains more pyramid structures than Africa and the rest of the world combined, largely due to the prolific building by the Maya, Aztecs, and other civilizations, while Sudan holds the most in Africa with over 200 to 255. This notes America's leads global in total count. America's thousands of pyramids were built across Mesoamerica and South America. Africa, Sudan has the highest concentration in Africa, approximately 200 to 255, followed by Egypt. Purpose: American pyramids often serve as temples to deities or burial sites for kings. So when I said that America has more pyramids than everybody else combined, I knew what the fuck I was talking about, and I ran my plane.
Yeah, I was like that, bro. I was asking you to go next. Is it okay if I play this little bit, Erica?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I basically took a 17-page report that I built, and I had it summarized.
Hey, sir.
Podcast.
How long is that clip? How long is the clip?
I'm not gonna break it up.
You probably need to be 2 minutes because
it ain't gonna be 2 minutes, but in total it's 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Ooh, yeah.
I know. I'll break it up. Is it okay if I cut it at 2:30? Cut it down?
Yeah.
Okay, good. There it is. Fair enough.
And just to set the stage for you listening right off the bat, this is not your standard history lesson.
No, definitely not.
We're looking at a pretty sweeping, highly controversial central thesis here. The argument is that the transatlantic slave trade was not just a random capture of labor.
Right. The report claims it was actually a targeted, highly aware displacement of a specific ethnic group, the Hebrew Israelites.
Specifically the tribe of Judah.
Exactly. And the core argument is that European powers knew exactly who they were extracting.
Which is a massive pivot from the usual narrative of anonymous economic exploitation. But I want to be super clear up front. We are imparting the claims of this report to you impartially today. We aren't taking any political or historical sides, just conveying the ideas they present in the source material.
And those ideas are pretty massive. The ultimate goal of this document is actually legal reclassification. They want to take groups currently known as descendants of chattel slavery or melanated indigenous Americans and move them out of the domestic minority category.
Right, shifting them
to the status of a displaced national identity under international law.
So look at the evidence they claim supports this. They use this phrase, convergence evidence nexus.
Which is basically a fancy way of saying they are cross-referencing maps, laws, and scripture to make their case.
Where does the legal paper trail actually begin?
Well, they start with Portugal. The Manguelian Ordinances of 1521. This was a decree that explicitly deported Jewish populations, specifically those refusing to convert to Christianity, to São Tomé and the West African coast.
Wow, so doing the math, that is almost a full century before 1619. You have a European superpower legally shipping Jewish populations to the exact region that becomes the epicenter of the slave trade.
Right, and then the report pairs that 1521 law with a map from 1747 by Emmanuel Bowen. It's known as the Negro Land map.
Which is wild because if you zoom in on the slave coast, the extraction zone, it actually labels a specific region as the Kingdom of Judah or Waida.
Yeah, so the argument is that the colonial powers didn't just stumble upon nameless people recognized as sovereign kingdom.
Meaning the term Negro wasn't just a slur, but a legal mask. A way to cover up that specific Judah identity.
And that brings us to the sociological mechanism the report leans on, which they call social death.
I found this part.
All right, that's 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but it goes into the Native American and how it relates to Israel, the Bible, and Egypt.
Do y'all want to continue on just hear the rest?
Yeah. Okay.
Really fascinating.
It's a 3-stage process: legal reclassification, geographic displacement, and identity suppression. The source uses a really interesting biblical analogy to explain how this works, citing Joseph in Egypt and Daniel in Babylon.
Exactly, because when the Babylonians captured Daniel, they didn't just lock him up, they renamed him Belteshazzar.
Kill the name to kill the lineage.
Forced assimilation.
The report argues this is standard imperial operating procedure. They actually cite the Critical Review from 1783 and John Ogilvy's ACA from 1670.
Both of which explicitly documented Black Portuguese Jews living on that West African coast.
Right, so the argument is that the Negro classification was a legal construct created to erase that known identity, much like Daniel was erased into Belteshazzar.
But the scope of this report gets even wider. They don't limit this to the transatlantic trade. They pull in the indigenous peoples of the Americas too.
Yes, relying heavily on John Ogilvy again, but this time his 1671 book, America. He argued indigenous peoples were the 10 lost tribes and identified the Americas as the biblical land of Arsweth.
And they cite physical evidence too, like the Los Lunas Decalogue stone in New Mexico and the Bat Creek inscription in Tennessee.
Right, artifacts containing Paleo-Hebrew scripts. Now those are heavily debated in mainstream archaeology, but this source uses them as proof of a pre-colonial presence to build a case for a global diaspora.
So why does all this reclassification matter to you today? It really comes back to civil rights versus sovereignty.
Right, because if you are a minority, you are asking a government for equal treatment under their laws.
But if you are a displaced nation, you are arguing for the restoration of a stolen estate. It moves the argument entirely to international reparations and territory.
And there's a timing element to this as well, the prophetic window.
The closer.
Exactly. They track the 400-year period from 1619 to 2019, correlating it with the prophecy in Genesis 15.13 regarding a 400-year affliction of Abraham's seed.
Leaving us with a very provocative legal question. If this identity was legally deconstructed 400 years ago, does the expiration of that timeline open a new door for reclaiming national status today?
It definitely forces you to look at those old maps differently.
It does. But here's something else for you to mull over. If the international tribunals actually accepted this legal framework, it wouldn't just rewrite history. It could fundamentally invalidate centuries of modern global treaties and essentially force the United Nations to redraw the world map from scratch.
Now that is a truly staggering thought. Elaine.
Damn, now listen, can you please send me that in my back channel? Cause
Yeah, I need that too, Cypher.
dang.
Yeah, me too. Me too, I need that too.
It's a 17-page long document. I just put it in Google and made it an audio.
When a white woman says it, y'all believe it. But when a black woman gets saying it, 2 years, nobody fucking believes it.
I ain't never heard you say
Yo, I'm gonna go back and screenshot it. Me and Michelle was just talking about this literally 2 days ago, bro. I know I said this 1,000 times.
Nah, Cypher said it first.
never heard you say
Y'all giving a black woman her bread. Y'all always do it.
We need a poll. Melissa say a lot of shit, but I ain't never heard her say this.
I'm gonna screenshot me and Michelle's chat right now, bro.
Y'all saying some good shit. Now, we ain't gonna take it from you. You can say some good shit, but I ain't never heard this particular shit.
Right.
Me either, that word. I ain't gonna lie now. Man, where you get that from, Cypher? Is that propaganda? What is that, boy?
No, I created the report. It's 17 pages long, and I took it to Gemini 3 and turned it into an audio summary.
Nah, that was me and Fifth. Right, I'm gonna screenshot it. Okay, what did I say?
Oh my God, Melissa. It's like
Oh, no, you didn't say it to us. You didn't say it on the stage. I did say it on the stage. How many times have I told you I E1B1A every time?
Melissa was talking about it yesterday.
But we
And
didn't
this
hear
is
that
what we
conversation.
came right. I know.
I've been saying it for 2 years.
Yeah, but she was talking to Phil.
No, I said he said you was
I said it to Fifth. I said it on the stage. I said it to Bryson.
yes, but listen. So basically, how the book said, y'all, because y'all always said it, that the gopher wood on the boat that Noah had come from Florida, and the Younger Dryas was the fucking flood. The flood happened 10,500 years ago. So the motherfuckers that was over here, they was trying to save themselves from the flood, and they went over there to the Levant. That's where they landed.
That's why there's no history in the Americas prior to 8,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. It was all washed away by the Younger Dryas.
So they made you a believer. That's what it sounds like you're saying. They made you a believer because at first you would start to get all of this.
Start to get what?
So what are they saying? That we're supposed to, the homeland is over there, or is it?
It's here. We were trying to get here. When we landed over there, we was trying to get back here. Ended up in bondage.
If the 10 tribes was here and you only got one tribe over there, then them niggas had to come from over here. If you got everybody else that's here.
No, that
makes sense, Red. That makes a lot of sense.
How you got the other 10 here, and then one is just removed and somewhere else getting enslaved and shit, and they trying to get back over here to where the other 10 at?
Wait, what?
Come on.
Right, there you go. Like, see,
No, the 12 tribes are scattered all over the world.
No, they said, listen, that shit just said that the paper in the report that they used from the book from the source said that the other 10 tribes, other than Judah, were all in the Americas. Judah was the only one that was on West Africa in the land of Negroes and all that other shit. The other tribes were in the Americas.
So the Younger Dryas, okay, so now we have to see Okay, so that might actually be historically accurate because the Younger Dryas only wiped away the northern half of the world. It only touched, yeah, it touched North America too. So then, wait. So it touched North America to the top of Africa and small parts of Europe. It washed away mostly North America. So, okay, I could understand some shit like that.
Let me just say something that's a gross misinterpretation, right? There's no such thing as a Judah in West Africa. And that's what they said on that audio. In West Africa, you have Weda Benin, not Judah Benin. But what happened is the mapologist that said that made a misinterpretation. There was no Judah in West Africa. And that's the whole reason for Rudolph Roosevelt's. Yeah, mapologist that
Is Windsor.
huh?
That's not the person that created the map, that's the person who studied it.
Yeah.
All right, so I just wanted to say something, if y'all can hear me. Make no mistake that they know that all of, like, don't think that they haven't written themselves into your stories, maps, locations, names, places that you used to call things in even languages because they want to trick you. I keep telling people the greatest lie ever told is that Black Americans came out of Africa. Africa came out of us. You understand? Like, I do solely believe that there were parts of Pangea where the world evolved over time. Just like now, the world is still evolving, right? It's moving, it's making more islands, more land is starting to appear out of the ocean and coming to surface. I do believe, like, at the surface level, what would that be if there was no water? A Grand Canyon, right? So it means that, yes, we still all connect on the surface. There's just water levels that make you have to use a boat. If that makes any sense, think about it. If the Grand Canyon was full of water, that would be what called to us a sea, right? But then there's parts of the Grand Canyon where when you go, you can clearly see that all of that stuff, the carvings over there, that's not from water. It's because people were carving stones out of it, and there's still whole statues that are carved from ceiling to foot that are over 80 feet tall out there that is still stuck to the actual rock bottom. So, and you can see the openings on some where they took the whatever sculpture or statue that they sculpted, that hole is right there. But they don't take you on that tourist side. The tourists don't get a chance to go there. Americans, people have made you to believe, and this is why I just called you Americans or the indigenous or the people of Kuma, is because this is who you are. This is how everything else stems from you. Every artifact, everything that they have to bring themselves to what a civilization is came out of the Americas. The majority of it came out of the Americas. Tibet, Ethiopia. These are places where they had grand central informational houses, right? The churches and the cathedrals been here for years. Within those times, those were our electronic and our systems to make light, our systems to do certain things. Bell breakers, the reason why they don't have bells, these people are evil. They have done everything within their willpower to make you forget who you are. Without you, they have no power. There's a difference between the Homo sapien and the Homo centaurian. So they make you believe that you're Homo sapiens, that you don't have any gifts, you're a regular ass motherfucker like them, and it's not true. This is why everything that they do, almost every educational line that you have, including everybody else in the world, has been made to fool you. This is what the Council of Jesuits in Nicaea was made up of. People who were made to continue this destroying factor of your image so they could pick upon your image and make sure that these images are constantly portrayed to you and everybody else in the world. This is why when it comes down to books and people get excited about really old books, is because these old books show how wizards and people of alchemy and people that had different gifts, different intuitions, different abilities to, just in the ethers, feelings, Reiki, whatever it was that their natural gifts that came from these groups of individual people,
They did everything to destroy you, from chemical warfare to inoculation to sterilization. These are things that they have done. And this is why even with the Epstein files, it's just putting another damper on some of the other knowledge that many of other people have been speaking about this, doing this for years, way before we were even born, are constantly silenced. Because they are the people that are looking at us receive the Epstein Podesta or the Pizzagate files and things like that and saying they're not even going to listen. I remember being that person trying to tell everybody and nobody wanted to listen.
Thank
So you got to start diving more deeper into.
All right, thank you. Hey, peace and reparations to the room. Hey, Grand Rise, America. Thank you to the Grand Rise. You know what? I'm actually doing a new one, and I should have said it then. I'm trying it, but I got to learn and get it still. This wealthy awakening. But appreciate y'all for hosting and doing the space. Thank you to the panel for participating. Most importantly, though, thank you to the audience for hosting. For listening, because without you all, we just be talking to each other. To the title, Should Americans Support Donald J. Trump Actions? I'm kind of torn on this now because some of them I do, some I don't. But I drive for work and I'm seeing these gas prices crawling up, and it's not cool. I think someone's off mute. I think it's Cypher, and his mic is giving me feedback. So, yeah. But I don't know, y'all, because they ain't doing too much now. Some of this stuff I agree with, but some I don't. And it's getting kind of out of hand now. And something else that happened yesterday, I forgot about it. I looked it up. I mean, he has done some good as well, but he's also fucking up, which every president does. But it's what are the fuck ups for me? I'll say that part first. And lastly, when we're talking about a president for the country we live in, you kind of gotta support him. So, I mean, he's our president, regardless of what it is, you know. So, I mean, it would behoove y'all to support him, unless we're going to overthrow his ass, which I don't even agree with, because whoever they replace him with gonna be bringing in so many immigrants. But, yeah, I like that.
So what did he lie about though? Because I'm confused. Because I'm noticing on the news and even in this room how the sentiments, they change so quickly based on people's emotions and not based on logic. And I literally remember not even a few weeks ago, the remnants of King Trump, of all of this, like the men were just screaming for Trump. Everybody was screaming for Trump, even white men with their bumpers, Trump bumper stickers on TV now peeling them off of their cars. Where did he not tell you that he was fucking gonna fuck with Iran? Like his last presidency told you he literally killed Qasem Soleimani, which was their main general. He put heavy sanctions on their oil, right? The Senate and the House are both red, and they gave him congressional approval to do what he wants without having to contact Congress as far as military escalation goes. So why are people confused?
43 cents where I live, Melissa. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
43 cents.
43 cents.
I mean, it sucks, but that's the production of war, y'all. If you voted for Trump, you did not do your due diligence. I, for one, skipped out the vote. I didn't vote this year.
The title said, should Americans support him? I didn't vote for Trump.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, you know what? I'm not talking to you then. So, I mean, I'm talking to the people who voted. So, what do you reverse?
I didn't vote for him.
Oh, so you did vote for him. Okay, well, then let me finish. Oh, then, okay, I would like to finish. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not talking to any one specific person, but it feels as if people are feeling butthurt about the choice that they made. Last time I checked, I didn't call any one specific person. I said the sentiment in the room has been, if you happen to be one of those people who voted for him, don't be butthurt now. You made your choice. There's nothing that he's doing in this current presidency that he didn't set up in the last one. I feel that a lot of you just didn't do your due diligence. And as far as supporting Donald Trump, you voted for him. I mean, you support him.
So the question becomes, should the people who didn't vote for him support him? It says Americans. It doesn't say people who voted for Donald Trump.
Americans, he almost the country, he's president.
Okay, and
Let me jump in there real quick, Bash. I just wanted to share this with you because this is amazing to me, and I agree with you, Melissa. Like he didn't lie about anything that he said he would do. Everything he said he would do, he done it and exceeded. But here goes some of the things I'd like y'all to consider.
Case is clear. We will not allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons.
if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand it.
Make no mistake, a nuclear armed Iran is not a challenge that can be contained. It would threaten the elimination of Israel, the security of Gulf nations, and the stability of the global economy. It risks triggering a nuclear arms race in the region and the unraveling of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. That's why a coalition of countries is holding the Iranian government accountable. And that's why the United States will do what we must to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. As long as I'm president of the United States, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. I made that clear when I came into office.
And look, I mean, Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? And what we saw in terms of just this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles, what we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So you
that
have
must
proof?
That was the only one that really got to do it. Man, can you post that link? So, but that, again, do that mean they really been on BS the whole time? Or have we just been speaking, has Israel been speaking to us the whole time? I mean, so, I get it. I think no matter who we was with, some conflict was going to happen. They don't have to hear that, but the point is, I don't know where y'all live. This shit, I don't even live out here in Nashville. I work it out here. This shit 42%. Right?
That's why you can't blame Trump.
Man,
Exactly.
You gotta blame your vote. If you voted for him, you're complicit in it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
the thing is, no matter who we would have, some shit would have went down without
Right.
right. So why didn't you do your due diligence before putting all your faith and emotion behind this orange orangutan?
Melissa, what we're saying is that it don't fucking matter. Listen, if none of us vote, they still gonna do it.
That's why they love it. That's why they love it.
If none of us vote, they still gonna do it, Melissa. So it don't matter. That's what we saying.
It's America's foreign policy to bomb Iran.
Right.
Iran threatens America's national security. And it's not about being Muslim because Saudi Arabia is an ally of America. Saudi Arabia is not doing stockpiles of uranium. Saudi Arabia is not behind Hezbollah or Hamas trying to attack Israel. It's Iran that's doing that. That's the reason why they want to attack Iran. And all of them said they would do it. Hillary, Biden, Obama, all of them.
Guys, shut up, guys.
Yeah, we gotta stop acting like
Way before Trump.
Sorry.
Way before
But
Trump.
wait a minute, hold on. This is the
Guys.
way that I look at it, right? Because
Can you
at
hear
the
me,
end of
guys?
the day now, the world is starting to see that them ish people ain't who they really say they are. Right? And they exposing it, and they gotta keep covering it up, and keep covering it up, and keep covering it up. Because what did we just say? I just told y'all, they don't want them to know who the real ones is. Everybody has to know that you is not them people that they speak about of all the gifts and all the things of the primordial creator. They gotta make sure nobody gets to know that. That's the biggest lie in the world, and they gonna cover that shit up to everybody. If everybody gotta die for them to cover it up, they will. I'm trying to tell y'all. And this is why most people in the world aren't looking at Black Americans the way y'all think they're looking at y'all. They're promoting to us that news because they give us our propaganda while blocking out many other news medias that are saying the opposite of what they tell you about you. You get what I'm saying? Mind you, and these other countries, their science and biowarfare, engineering, and things like that has been able to take off because in America it's illegal for gain of function research.
Iran has researchers like such. And then they are dealing with Saudi Arabia, so there you go, money with engineering, right? Then you got we thinking about human trafficking and then being able to have the bodies to do some of this type of research, they have it all. So of course, while they're trying to make the greater human race in all of these other countries and rushing for the scientific freaking shit of conscious warfare, Americans are still stuck on the fact of who are they, right? And this is the best blessing they could ever get. And as far as the waking up part, when we talk about everybody starting to waken up, even people in other nations and countries are starting to wake up, if everybody wake up too fast and they don't got this shit under control, it's a wrap for them. So I just think that you should be thinking of it in a multitude of ways. One, that you're more gifted than they say you are. Two, your intellect is up and astronomical. Literally, your body, your actual data, which is your physical being, your body, is worth millions for these folks. Epstein files is out there, want to cover everything up, right? You saw in the files, they're talking about all type of bioengineering, human engineering, consciousness transfer, all types of cryogenic. Like, you have to think, why are they talking about all of this and now all of a sudden y'all want to be warring and striking on people? Their agenda is unfolding and it doesn't look like it's folding in their benefit. Right? So now they have to do things to, counteract or do damage control. I think that people worldwide should think about it because it doesn't matter which side of the war it falls on. The people are either going to convert, condone, or they're going to go into that. Whatever new system they give you, you're going to keep going into it, not realizing that those are the new resets.
Does anyone know when Lyndon B. Johnson gave Iran nuclear capabilities, what year that was? I can't get to my tools. I would have looked it up because it'd be very interesting to see if they were given those capabilities. Was that before or after the Israel settlement? Does anyone know?
I'm researching it now.
You said when did they give what now? What's the question?
Lyndon B. Johnson, I believe it was, gave Iran, the Shah, nuclear capabilities.
So it says that in 1960, Iran also, hold on. In 1967, the United States built a research nuclear reactor in Tehran, supplied highly enriched uranium fuel, trained Iranian nuclear scientists. That was while Lyndon B. Johnson was president. This became part of the Tehran Nuclear Research Center. The reactor could produce small amounts of plutonium from spent fuel, though it was meant for medical and scientific research, not weapons. 1968, they also signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. That stated that it's a landmark agreement aimed at preventing the spread of nuclear weapons and promoting peaceful use of nuclear energy. Opened for signature in 1968, entered into force in 1970. Then the actual nuclear, so the main Iran nuclear deal, that happened in the early 2000s. The JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was agreed upon July 14th, 2015, between Iran and all the P5+1, United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, China, and Germany. The UN Security Council endorsed the deal on July 20th, went into play January 16th. So it's low-key been the same thing, right? Because of where they are and their access to oil and advanced, like where they are regionally, like it makes sense for them to help transport uranium and different things between countries, which is what they've been allowed to do. Under this deal, they stated that they do not have nuclear weapons. But if you allow someone to have all the pieces needed to make a nuclear weapon and all the materials needed to literally shoot a nuclear weapon, they have access to all the substrates needed to build it, even though they say they don't have it, what do you think they're gonna do? They're going to quietly build nuclear weapons even though they say they don't have it. And that's what's been happening. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Okay, so we basically went over there working with them and then they just started making shit that they weren't supposed to be making.
Precisely.
Wow. Yeah, well, it's hard to be on Iran's side.
Well, Obama did have a deal with them, and it was working. Trump just took it away. People were upset that we gave them that much money, but it was working.
Yeah.
Trump said, I'm not going to deal with any deal that Obama made if I make it in office. As soon as he made it in office, he took that stuff away. They said, okay, fine.
Trump removed the Iranian nuclear deal from 2015 because of the simple fact that, like, if you give someone access to uranium, plutonium, and the metals needed to build a nuclear weapon, what do you think they're going to do with it? As much as this is the same shit that happened with the sanctuary state. It worked under Obama because Obama was lenient with the sanctuary states. He allowed them to low-key do what they want in exchange for getting rid of criminals. So it's always a deal. Trump ain't trying to make no fucking deals. That's where the difference is. Iran, I get the deal that was made, but how are you afraid of a nuclear threat, but then you're allowing them to pass uranium, plutonium, and all the substrates needed to build a nuclear weapon between them and other countries? You're setting yourself up for the okie doke. They shouldn't have any deal.
No, they actually had access to what they were doing along with the money. And in other words, they had inspectors that were guaranteed, and they were doing that. They were allowing them in. The problem is, once the money was taken away, once Trump said no deal, they said no inspectors, so we're going to do this and do that. So, of course, you know, you can't allow someone like that to have a nuclear weapon because you want to police the world and shit like that. And that's where we are now. Under the deal that Obama had, please don't take my word for it, you can look it up yourself. They had access to their plutonium, to their uranium. In other words, they were inspectors that were guaranteed to go in and make sure they were doing what they were supposed to do. Trump fucked that up. Now, the good part is, you're not going to be able to defeat these people because they don't give a fuck. Like Eminem said, we can scream, I don't give a fuck, and see who really means it. They don't, because they're not afraid to die. They look at death a different way than we do. They're not going to give up, just like Vietnam did not give up. And we're going to go back and we're going to have a deal that's going to be something similar to what Obama had in the first place. So all of this is going to be for some bullshit.
You should go in the country, brother. Something like Hate America.
Say what now?
Can I drive with this? Sound like you hate America.
No, I didn't say anything about hating America. But America's not above.
I said that that's the way it sounds like. Let me say this. Let me say this. That ain't how it sounds to me. I literally just played a whole fucking clip where Obama, Hillary, and Kamala Harris definitely said what they would do to Iran. And Biden would say it too. And Biden too. This is the only man that had the nuts to actually strike him. And he did it twice. These people, they lost 1,000 plus. And we're not hitting schools, hotels, and shit. Supposedly they hit the school because it was designated as a military installation 10 years ago. However, all their shit been air bases, military defenses. Them motherfuckers are hitting hotels in Abu Dhabi and shit, my nigga. Right? I think you got a bit of a bias because you don't like somebody you never met. And I get it. From your lens, you have your right to your opinion. But if you're going to make factual statements or voice an opinion, at least be a little bit more accurate, because it's greater than just a one-sided situation with a Republican that you don't like who used to be a Democrat.
I like to make a statement really quick because this is something that I found on social media, and I thought it was crazy because I was like, oh, really? So the statement says Barack Hussein Obama is the reason President Trump had to bomb Iran. Never forget that. And then it says Barack Hussein Obama's weakness and appeasement created the monster that President Trump had to destroy. 8 years of cash pallets to Iran, the disastrous nuclear
deal that funded their terror machine ignored red lines on chemical weapons and emboldened the Ayatollahs to the point they believed they could attack Americans with impunity. Obama's strategic patience let Iran build missiles, arm proxies, and plot against us while he lectured the world about diplomacy. Then came Trump. No more apologies, no more payoffs, just decisive action when Iran crossed the line. He authorized a strike that took out their top general, crippled the Navy, and reminded the regime that American lives are not bargaining chips. The meme nails it. Obama's failure forced Trump's hand. Never forget who empowered the mullahs and who had the guts to end the threat. I just wanted to read that. That's what I seen. I'm sorry I was going slow. I don't have on my glasses. I couldn't see. But okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. The reality is that that's a sovereign country. That's a country of people that are on this planet living their life. So Barack Obama understood you can't stop no country from developing uranium and enriching and doing what they want to do. You ain't no person that just can tell other countries they can't have what you have. And just be over here because Israel mad and Israel starting mass and backed by the UK and they doing all that they doing over there and totally breaking all these rules for a long time, 1948, and just keep moving forward. So Barack Hussein Obama understood that this is a free country. If we don't do the smart thing and work out a deal that amazingly Iran was like, okay, we won't develop some nuclear energy and ballistic missiles with some nuclear energy attached to them. We won't develop this weapon, this nuclear weapon. They agreed to that. They said, come on in, man. You can see everything we do it. But you're not going to stop us from enriching. You're not going to stop it. But we agreed to that. They agreed to that in front of the world. And that was emotion. That was brilliant by Barack Obama. But Trump, his infatuation with demeaning this black man, this brother, this person, this Barack Obama can't stand. Okay, his whole mission is designed to be anti-Barack and Barack Obama. Say what? Barack Obama. Okay, man, you go ahead and do that later. But the point I'm saying is this. So that was the reality. Anyone that's been keeping up with life understands. Anyone that's been watching this, that's some Johnny come lady is now going to just start quoting some talking points for that side of this situation that is crystal clear. Crystal clear that. So now what he understood is that that's not Iraq. What he understood was that's not sweet. Say what? Natural thing. Oh, okay, I forgot you can only stomach 30 seconds. I'll let it. 2 minutes. That's what it is. 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, everybody in here just talk. It's okay, Erica. I understand.
No, it's just 2 minutes. I think you just came in, but the rule was made earlier. And really quick, I'm not on anybody's side. I was just presenting some information that I found and I gave pause to.
No, I get it. And I said, that's what I said. I didn't say you was on any side. I was talking about side for nothing. But I'm saying, you just quoted some information that I ain't mad at you for reading what you saw and what you found. But what I'm saying is, the idea that people put information out there, be careful with the information you get. You gotta dig. I ain't mad at you. That's good because you're waking up this conversation. I'm not mad. It's not emotional on that level. I'm saying, but as far as the actual facts and digging past the surface of what is out there and getting down to the actual facts, especially for those like the Jerrys or whoever that have been watching and keeping up and understanding this whole thing, like a lot of people around the world have been doing. They're not gonna be fooled by, oh, we in there to save Iran. What the hell are you talking about, bro? That's not right, Trump.
So what are the people who came here saying thank you? Like, are we not believing them? Are we back to that?
Yeah, right here. I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, I don't know either, but yeah,
are real Iranians and what they want.
So then they can't prove that either. So you just kind of have to just leave it right there where it is because you can't prove what somebody says.
Can I answer that very good question?
Well, no, but what the fuck? Sweet, you just got finished talking. I was talking.
She just asked me a question.
She asked the room.
She said,
what the fuck is wrong with you?
She wasn't asking the room. If you don't want me to talk, just say something.
Sweetie, okay, there we go.
Shut up.
All right, so according to them, yesterday, Little Feather, they have a thing with this prophecy, and they're rooting for it because they think that this is what is supposed to happen for this damn prophecy. But whenever they say that it's they're agents because you got two sides of the story. You got people that's over there protesting and against it, for the regime change, but you also got the people fighting. So just like here, you got two people, you got people on different sides. You just like here, you got people against Trump and then people for Trump. It's the same type of shit. So for me yesterday, it was almost like how we're discrediting these people, whoever they are. They just may have been genuinely coming in here, or they could have been agents that were sitting here to spread a narrative. I don't think that was the case, but hey, I don't really know shit.
I don't think that was the case either because Michelle, you were asking like detailed questions. Most time, a agent will try to give you answers like El Normal and trigger you into a argument or a debate. These people were answering your questions and giving life experience of their own. And we can't negate that because we don't like when people do it to us.
So yeah, you're right.
I did want to say that, I think that we should believe what the people are saying. I don't know if you guys heard what that young man said yesterday. He was talking about the movie Not Without My Daughter. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Not Without My Daughter. And like that's a movie that's super old. They've been dealing with an extremely oppressive regime since the 1970s. And I just don't think people understand that if America and democracy is not the superpower, albeit all of the issues, I don't know if you want that level, that type of oppressive dictatorship to spread around the world. Like, do we really, if the people of Iran are saying they want their government to go away, why do we have the right why do we have to pretend like we're being peaceful for them when they're saying what they want? I don't think people understand that the Middle East, even from a prophetic standpoint, wants to conquer the West. They don't like the West and the people who live in the West. That's including you, that's including me, right? And according to the prophecy, that's why they keep calling Trump King Cyrus, is because King Cyrus was a king that freed them from oppressive dictatorship during Islamic rule and Persian rule. He was technically, I don't think Trump is King Cyrus, to be honest, but the way they see him is as somebody who's freeing them from oppression. That's what King Cyrus did for those people. And if you go into the lineage of the people who have been holding the title Ayatollah, they are the direct descendants of the people who the Jews, quote unquote, were supposed to kill off. They weren't even supposed to be fighting the Jews at any point. They weren't supposed to be here. So as much as we want to call for peace and things like that, I think we should realize that if America doesn't stop the spread of, Islamic extremism, I don't know if we want the future of the world to be underneath that type of oppressive dictatorship. The people don't want it.
Well, I said this yesterday. I have people, and what the news point.
Is that me? I can't hear you.
It's wrong. It's raining. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Jerry. Jerry. Oh, he bleeped out.
way is the best way of life, and other people's way is just wrong. Now, to us, what they're going through, it's totally unacceptable. But we have to understand, not everybody sees and views what we do as the ultimate way. Number two, back in the 1970s, when Iran kidnapped those American hostages, the first people they let go was us. They said, we know you have no power. We know that they don't care about you. And they let all 13 of them, of those blacks go with no problem. So my point is, we have to be careful with trying to police this, but trying to police that. Not everybody sees our way of life as the standard. And again, people over there are pissed. People over there are upset. What you're seeing on the news and them saying, oh, you're liberating us, we're happy. That is not what's being said on the streets. You check out some of these other news networks that are not CNN or Fox News. You check out these other ones over there, and you will see a totally different story.
I thought you were talking about somebody that you know, because you said, I have somebody over there. I thought that's what you was about to talk about.
I did say that. I have people over there.
So like I was saying, it's always two sides of the story. Because you got people that want it and you got people that are pissed off. You got two sides of the story every single time. So at this point, what are you supposed to do?
Stay out there shit and mind your motherfucking business.
Say, beat me to it. Mind your motherfucking business.
Leave them folks alone to their own, whatever the fuck going on and coming to them, leave them to it. And we stay the fuck out of it.
So, I wanted to be honest with you, people keep saying that how Iran helped black people and stuff like that. I would like for everybody, for the person who mentioned that, if you can you give us the specific name of the crisis that happened, right, that you're referring to? If not, do you have the specific name of the crisis that you're referring to?
Where they go?
Yeah, where they helped us, yeah. They have a name for it. And the year. Do you have that information?
Who said that dumb shit, Liz?
They've been saying it since yesterday. I just want to get, I would like to get the specific crisis name and the year that it happened, simply.
It's just something that's been going around social media, and then we have to
get it right. That's what y'all do that every time, though. When you go do a deep dive, I went and I tried to deep dive and see, because it's never, like, bro, let's be for real. The basic facts, November 4th, 1979, Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran after the Iranian Revolution. 52 Americans were held for 444 days. This included men and women, embassy staff, military personnel, and CIA operatives. Americans of various racial backgrounds, though the majority were white. Shortly after the takeover, Iranian authorities released some groups first. Women, people under 18, the one that showed their revolution wasn't targeted when it was used as a propaganda. It was not a not only black Americans were involved, they did release black people, women, and people under 18.
Thank you.
Yeah, but they didn't release just black people. They released white women, black women, Asian women, African Americans, and all people who were 18. Iranian leaders claimed that they wanted to show that their revolution wasn't targeted groups and to use it as a propaganda move. It was not a racial targeting of black Americans per se. It was about optics and reducing the international criticism. So it was like, don't get me wrong, if it was solely just black people, then I'd be like, okay, cool. But it was black people, women of all races, and people who were under 18 of all races. I don't know if it was just because they fuck with black people, or more so because they were considered critical groups and they didn't want to show. But I see where that's coming from. I could get why you say they released black people, but that doesn't necessarily definitively say that in times of war, they'd be like, oh, let's not nuke the black people. Let's not, because reality of it is that look how they do their own women and children. Do you think that in terms of war that they're going to see color as a difference? No, we're all Americans at this point.
I mean, the guy that came in the room yesterday or last night, he was saying that they don't have that problem over there. What was his name? I think Ryan, his name is Ryan. He said that they don't have
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would encourage you to look at the interviews from the people who were abducted, including the African Americans, and what they told them.
Do you have any that you put in the chat room? What they tell you?
I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. I guess
Who was it? Somebody was trying to steal them.
Sergeant.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Okay, hi. I'm from India, and kindly excuse me for my English. And truly speaking, as an Indian, I can say I'm not a big fan of Trump, and I'm not a big fan of this America's Iraq war. But what now America is doing in Iran is totally good, because it has to be that Iran has to be controlled, because God forbid if they are having a nuclear weapon in their hands, it's like a Damascus. You can say that if the issue is between Iran and Israel, we won't be affected. If you are thinking like that, then it's wrong, because if nuclear bomb explodes in any part of the world, everybody will be affected. I don't have to tell you how it gets affected and others. So what I'm saying is that I'm not a big fan of Trump, again I'm saying, but now what he is doing is 100% correct. And India is having good relationship with Iran, but anytime that also can change. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Wait, did you say he's 100% correct because of the threat of nuclear war from Iran? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying. Crazy black man. I'm not saying that.
Yes.
No, but that's exactly the point of it all. I don't, is that not the point of it all, though? That Iran, as much as y'all want to say, they're a small country, leave them alone. These people are Islamic terrorists. And with a nuclear weapon, they will press the button on us if they had the chance. Why give them?
We got buttons too, Melissa. Everybody got buttons.
No, but the goal is to keep them from pressing the button. America has only pressed the button one time. Since then, we've been very controlled in our usage of nuclear weapons. We've not anything since Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Really trying to
That's a lot of people, other people has nuclear too. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We save Iran life, because we can really just nuke their blow that. We ain't got to really use a nuke. We can just blow their ass to oblivion. We really trying to save their life. We known to kill major populations of people, right? We kill goddamn almost 500,000 people when we drop 2 bombs, right? So we have no problem with doing it. We trying to save face to keep from going, right? And we don't have to drop no nuclear shit, other shit that can do as much damage, and it ain't even gotta be nuclear. That's why I keep telling y'all, everybody keep talking about nuclear bomb. Listen, man, they got shit that'll incinerate of some shit within 5-mile radius that ain't nuclear.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is not what we think it is. Because, like, the idea that y'all think a country of 90 million people and half the country don't even like its government, mind you, they've been killing their own people. They just killed 40,000 protesters, is going to have the military arms to take on 2 of the most technologically sophisticated countries in the world. I just don't wrap my head around how y'all think Iran is going to whoop Americans' butt. I just don't.
What? That would be crazy.
That's what people really believe. The propaganda on social media is that Iran has all these missiles. They produce X, Y, Z day. They're ready. They're holding back on the U.S. All of this stuff. We had Agent Orange, bro. You know what Agent Orange did to the Vietnamese? That wasn't even nuclear. And that was 40 years ago.
Can I just say you're absolutely correct. talking about the use of science right now as a weapon, okay? And that's the major thing with Iran. If you listen to what they just said about the American government sponsoring the building of the first nuclear power plant in Iran, that they were trained by American scientists. The reason why they're not going to blow up Iran is because they have that plutonium. They have stockpiles of that shit. And if you bomb that place and that shit goes off, like the gentleman from India said, everybody's going to be affected. Everybody.
They're not gonna buy Iran because Iran has a gazillion barrels of oil. Also, there's a theory that Iran is fighting us with cheap drones. They got thousands and thousands of cheap drones. What are we fighting them with? $1 billion missiles, right? That's how they're gonna freaking beat us, because at some point, if it costs me $4 million to blow up a freaking $50,000 drone, that's called asymmetrical warfare. Like, we spending way too much to fight these people with these cheap weapons. And it comes to a point where it just becomes too expensive. But it's like,
I like to counter that real quick. You slide in here real quick. I like to counter that.
Same thing. Hold on, too many of y'all saying the same thing. And I actually saw that post online as well. I think at this point, a lot of us just starting to read shit and take it like that's just gospel or whatever. And it's not. I mean, we do not know what the hell they are doing. All they're using as defense on the this don't come back.
Can I do this? So I'd like to slide in there too real quick, bro. So what the brother just said, they're the other side too. What they're doing is actually hitting all of their depots and launch sites and operators. They're not trying to hit out all of those drones. What they are able to do is disable some of them, but they understand they're sitting in the waves and clusters, and now they're also using the cluster bombs. But the thing is that we could sustain ourselves, reload and everything. The next thing that they're going to do is ground troops, eliminate ground strikes to get all the operations. They're basically, notice, there's not a lot of talk about innocent people dying. It's about the military installations. They're preventing them from being able to defend themselves and fight back. They want to plumage them until they have no other means. So they're going to bring in some ground troops through the proxies and through Israel and American Joint Task Force to go in there and surgically remove certain installations that have a stronghold, and also find those caches in the tunnels in those fucking caves. And they're going to do what they do best. But at the end of the day, it's none of our Black American business. Get you some money out of it. I mean, yeah. But honestly, I ain't got to do. Iranian motherfuckers come to America claiming that they white and set up a motherfucking neighborhood store near you, overprice you for poison that you don't go in that bitch and buy. You don't give a fuck about us. I'm tired of all this scary ass fear talking. At the end, I know as Black Americans, we depend on too much shit to be of any goddamn thing. At the end of the day, that's not our business. But if it comes to our soil, do what you want with it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm kind of tired of scary ass niggas in general, and not just one person in general, but just in general. I be hearing all the spirit talk, and I'm like, damn man, like a nigga call you out your name and get you riled up, trigger you. You be ready to send that location and do all kinds of shit. But you're afraid of Habib around the goddamn corner. Habib. I'm just saying, man, like, shit is crazy to me. And
I don't know that I heard any fear talk. I just said it's important.
You know, I'm not talking about you, bro. I wasn't talking about you. That wasn't what I was doing. That wasn't for you. But if it applies to you, that's the difference between you and Chocolate Jesus. What you talking about? I'm gonna call you.
Okay, well, the next person that was supposed to be speaking is Pedro at the cycle, right?
Pedro, what's up, Black Jesus?
Hey, yo, Black Jesus.
Yeah, I'm on the way back. Thank you, bro.
Hey man, I feel the same way the
listen, man, you pussy niggas is pathetic, man. These niggas, yes, you scared of a bee. You scared of red dots and the niggas that work at 7-Eleven. Listen, you niggas can't go with me nowhere. Y'all the type of niggas that when we got in a fight at the club, you the niggas that got missing. You pussy niggas are terrible. You can't ride home, bro. You can't catch no ride. We seen you catch the bathroom or catch the pit when the fight got going on. These niggas is telling us how they is as grown men. These niggas is scared of a little fisticuffs. Man, y'all gotta be embarrassed. Women, I see why it's so hard to pick some of these niggas. Y'all ain't no leadership. These niggas basically saying, now when it's time to nuts if you book. We got the best army in the world, but now hey man, I don't frankly give a fuck, dude. I'm gonna let that Crockett do his business. That Crockett been doing this shit since the beginning of the time of my family, right? They Crockett just gonna do, they like to brew up some shit. They like to, exercise they motherfucking demon side sometimes. Hey, let them do what they gotta do. I'm gonna get some money. I'm gonna invest in some of these goddamn war tactics. People that's selling weapons. You know what I'm saying? Get in that watch him. Get in. That's how I was raised. But you pathetics that sounded like y'all ready to help this goddamn red dot. You sound like y'all ready to help this saying, oh, they got this. If they do this, man, this shit really just be over this weekend with all this airstrike shit. Probably around next weekend, they gonna be down there on the ground, boots on the ground, running the doors, finish it off. We gonna be taking out all the leaders. The niggas gonna be getting grenades, all grenades, fuck nigga, they killing everybody. Trump got a plan like he killing everybody on his list. I really would want the Democrats to, y'all might be getting some shit, some Mickey's slipping y'all drinks too. I don't think he gonna, this power trip, I think this shit gonna stand back over home. We're gonna start seeing a lot of these Democrat people get out of there. They gonna start taking them out. Bro, my boy be going crazy with the checklist. He making the list and he checking it twice. If your ass had anything to say about orange face, your ass is getting blasted, bitch. Woo! Thank God for America. And goddamn, thank God for me being able to make some money doing this bullshit, man. Y'all stay out of these people's business. It have been 7 fucking days. Y'all ain't talking about nothing but this movie. And none of y'all investing no money. My. You gotta tell me, man. Nigga, I invested in coffins.
Until 2028.
Yes, please vote for Pedro. Please.
My.
Black Jesus for president. I got a battle with sheep, man. They tried to beat me this morning, man. So I got a battle with sheep. Hopefully Eugene not in the room. So I can.
Hey Pedro, you know the next vice president, he done put forth removing the property tax for homes, residential in Florida, right?
Yeah, Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, he done put forth that proposal to remove the property tax. You know how much this shit's about to pop off out here?
I'm not gonna give Ron DeSantis the black tag. He is a Spanish boy that thinks he's white, but I kind of fuck with him, so y'all don't do too much to my governor. He ended property taxes in Florida. We just waiting on it.
Exactly, we waiting for that.
Don't move y'all fuck ass down here, nigga.
Do not
fuck Florida. That shit gonna be flooded in 5 years anyway. That's what it's gonna be.
Relax, man.
I know that's red. They don't funk ass in Georgia.
Relax, man. Don't be. You remember that movie, Talladega Nights? Don't you be putting no fruits on me, Ricky Bob.
Oh, Ricky Bob. Hey. It's very first and last.
Yeah.
Hey, man, come on, man. Somebody go next, man. What's up with all you scary niggas? What's to y'all, man? All this fear and shit. You niggas, man, y'all mama raised y'all.
Man, why, man?
They mama raised them. I figured it out. We in a group full of single mothers' children. My mama raised me and I beat your ass. Yeah, but you scared of that sand nigga.
I know this might be a little bit off topic, but this is just to bring some humor to this. How many of y'all actually use like sriracha when y'all were eating food?
What, talking about that big ass hot sauce, man?
Yeah.
We think I eat that shit.
I mean, you could let me tell you about South Florida. In South Florida, they eat Sunday food every goddamn day.
Yes, we do.
Every day. You're going to find somebody eating some greens every day. You're going to find somebody eating some macaroni every day.
I got it, Dave.
When I moved down here, I was like, damn, that's Thanksgiving food.
We eat Thanksgiving food. It's fucked up. Yeah. We got the yams with the plates, man. They gonna pay us. I got it.
That little belly. Yeah. You go to a real sandwich, you can go and get you a real plate and they put yams on it.
This is the same thing. Look, that's it.
That's too much.
With this nigga food, we got a spot called Fire Ribs on my boy Trick Daddy, man. Get you some fire ribs, some collard greens.
Bro, that's just overrated, Pedro. Don't do that. That shit overrated.
What like that, man? That's just a
Nah, that spot is overrated.
doing full hand. You're from Florida.
When did black people start co-signing on Karacha sauce?
Nobody co-signing on that shit. You just trying to get up to say something about that shit. We don't get that shit. It's like, man, I don't eat that shit when I go to the Mexican restaurant.
It's like pumpkin pie. Niggas don't eat no pumpkin. I can't trust no nigga with no pumpkin spice in his cabinet.
Fuck out pumpkin spice.
Some niggas be saying, oh, I like pumpkin pie.
Man, them niggas, listen, and those are the niggas that drink eggnog.
That's not too much of eggnog, bro.
Eggnog not black.
You niggas are worse.
I know some Puerto Ricans who died.
Well, y'all drinking
Eggnog, theirs is spice.
right, y'all niggas ain't drinking regular eggnog.
I mean, well, we got some.
We call it clemas.
They put a little, that ain't no damn eggnog. Barbecue, that's what it is. Oh, listen, bro, that barbecue is gas. That is jet fuel in a bottle. Don't drink it. That is why y'all mind. Fuck yourself.
That's one of our largest exports, though. Y'all be buying it up, though.
Yeah, I like that really
expensive in America.
That is a shame that Haiti engine makers' biggest export is liquor. That is crazy.
No, it ain't liquor, it's lucker.
It's lucker.
You ever had that mama? You had that mama water?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Nigga, my granddaddy said, I don't drink liquor, I drink lucker.
I grew up in a black community. I said I grew up in a black community, but I ain't saying it's all black community.
I thought you said you weren't black.
We got, well, for lack of a better word, I don't want to have that whole argument. But right to the north of me, Lake Park has the highest concentration of Haitians on my side of the county. Then we got Lake Worth, that's another high concentration of Haitians. But then we got like downtown West Palm, that shit all mixed up all like that.
That's what you got to know about this.
Yeah, I mean, all this kind of like this down here. I mean,
Y'all and Louisiana niggas, the Mississippi niggas, y'all are the blackest niggas out of us.
like,
Haitians, bro.
light skin,
Why are you trying to deny y'all Haitian heritage? Especially in Louisiana, the whole Creole culture.
Them niggas black as hell. Oh, listen, it's light skin Haitians. Y'all gotta see it.
I'm talking about the black
Haitians, but
it's just like,
I'm talking about you niggas that look like under the bed.
like, look, like Beyonce is a perfect example. There ain't nobody in South Florida with Beyonce color. Even like our light skinned people, they have like a red tone to it.
there's plenty Haitians with Beyonce's color. My daddy is way lighter than
Nah, we
Beyonce.
at though.
My whole father's line is way lighter than
Listen.
Beyonce.
No, but for a person in South Florida, Palm Beach, Broward, to be like that light skin, that nigga bleaching the Sammy Sosa. What I'm saying is, we have like, why are we gonna be bleaching some people like that? You know what I'm saying? Get her up.
What you said?
No, what I'm saying is,
They're lighter than me. And I'm like a pecan tan. They were lighter than me, and they're Haitian.
what they do for a living?
What the fuck is their occupation got to do with it?
And my dad's most of my cousins are light skinned, like lighter than me. I don't know. I don't really, besides my mama, I don't know no dark skinned Haitians.
Listen, but listen, if
the tent.
My granddaddy used to
red.
call it that.
Yeah, I'm that daddy red color like that. Yeah. Yeah, man. If you see that, I'm telling you, God is very the sweet of the juice. Yeah, no, that shit is spoiled, bro. That shit ain't spoiled. That shit only work for grape juice. How cold it is right now, we all at.
Pedro, I just came from the
That
beach.
shit only work for grape juice. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't understand that. We still been at the beach. I took my kids to
Yeah, I just came from the beach.
anywhere. You on the beach now. I don't know. I'm at the hotel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know, it's 80-something degrees here. It's jazz in the park this weekend, so they.
Yeah, Jazz.
I'm
But that's what I'm trying to explain to people. Oh, yeah, the sun out.
Don't go to any.
Always out.
Should we be congregating large groups at this time?
Oh, I'm not going. I'm just going to see here.
Listen, I learned.
The jazz in the garden. I don't go to the big groups like that.
We don't run on the same thing, y'all. Tell you what I learned. These niggas done been in large groups. Hey, Pedro.
For real, they gonna grab the ball with their hands and throw it back like a football.
I learned when you stand.
Y'all in a whole different country.
I learned when you stand in a large group with niggas, you start to get a tan. I'm for real. Nigga, you need a tan. What's up, light ass? Yeah, no real, you like a tan. Red, I like me. Red, yeah, you get a tan. You do when you stand in a large group with niggas, you get a tan. And generate heat, get hot.
I'm ready to take this shit on the road because they didn't come yet.
You want COVID though. Florida didn't listen. We went to no motherfucking lockdown. Georgia didn't either. Yeah, Georgia, Louisiana, Florida. But nobody listened. Everybody was outside. We was outside. Yes, the whole stuff.
We was outside. Home Depot wood went up because everybody was doing projects around their house.
But look, y'all seen that news. A lot of the niggas in New York, y'all feel me. Because a lot of y'all went right under the pecking order. Y'all had curfews. They tried to get us down. Curfew. These niggas is crazy.
Well, you gotta understand the medicine, like, but you know what? But Pedro, you know why that was though? Because the medicine, like, a lot of people was dying in New York. So it created fear among what people were like.
But you got really want to sound big. Oh, it's a different type of nigga that you tell us the difference between that different. We already done been through the struggle. You can't tell a nigga in his house that, hey man, y'all fist to die. We been fist to die. What is y'all talking about?
That you don't know shit about. The first thing I tell you in the South is, have you heard of Tuskegee? Ain't nobody doing that.
Hey, they got wild shit.
Make you think that they're gonna do it, but they're not doing it. They're not doing that.
I
Hearing about it.
Which one you went to? North Clayton. Oh, you went to North Clayton. I used to call it Park. But I know. That's attempted now. Listen, I had family.
On the other side,
you can't tell them country niggas about no motherfucking nothing. No. We used to play in the lake water. Yeah, my grandma was in from Chip. Listen, we used to play in the lake water that used to wash up on the dirt road. Listen to this, y'all. We played in the lake water that used to wash up on the damn road. You can't tell them niggas about nothing that's gonna kill them. Yeah, nah, nigga. Cause we come from a different, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. We come from a different time, bro. Like I played in creeks, bro. Like I played in rivers.
I did too. I catch tadpoles.
Nigga, I ran from snakes and shit, from being in the woods and like all type of shit, bro. You got this, bro.
We drunk water from the side of the house. We didn't want to go inside.
Trying to catch water moccasins and shit in the creek, all type of shit.
Y'all don't want to vaccinate these new kids? Jesus.
No,
we didn't get no damn vaccination.
We didn't get no damn vaccination.
No, they didn't. Your generation may have, well, some of them, but no, we didn't do that.
Yeah, Melissa 25, so.
My children your age.
Melissa, you 25?
I'm not 25. I'm not
30. Yeah.
Okay, she's 30.
She's in the 30.
you just made.
For real, remember, this is why I keep telling people. The things that we did growing up from the 80s to the 90s, niggas' parents supposed to be in jail. In today's
bro. Listen, hey, look.
Being too tough.
Remember the commercials?
On a bicycle, on handlebars, with my big cousin, I was 5.
Look.
Red, the commercial just say, do you know
what your kids are? Listen. I asked my mama about that shit.
10 o'clock at night. Do you know?
Do you remember those commercials like that used to come on? They ask you, do you remember? Do you know like where your children are? And my mom used to look up and be like, shit, I knew y'all was outside. Y'all was supposed to be in the goddamn house or street light came on. So that what I did, motherfucking.
Do y'all remember that we would meet up at one person's house? Everybody had a bike. And we would leave out early in the morning. We may have maybe $1 or $2 on us because you know that's gonna give you everything.
Well, $2.
You running from one part of the city to the next part of the city. One bike.
That's what I was asking you.
You can feed the whole game.
You $5, your whole city.
We rich.
Y'all got $5.
Nigga, listen, we tried to feed listen, everybody can get some when we go in the store. It's like 12 of us.
You know how many pieces of candy we can eat?
You know how many 25-cent juices we buy?
Not anymore.
You know how many bags of chips?
25-cent bag of chips.
25-cent bag of chips, 25-cent juice. Nigga.
We was getting the lemon heads, the cherry canes, the Boston bacon.
10 cent, 5 cent.
Y'all remember those? Don't let somebody have a daddy or an uncle that's in the game and he done gave that nigga $5 to $10 or $20.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We about to feed the whole game. We straight.
Waiting for the ice cream now. Hey, we got $20 waiting on the ice cream truck.
Your uncle say he got a pickup truck and y'all don't feel like getting on the bike. Y'all go bike to the pickup truck and everybody in the back of the pickup truck. We didn't talk about seatbelts. We didn't come up with seatbelts.
Seatbelts?
I just sliding on the back of my
I ain't started using seatbelts. Until I got my children. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't started using seatbelts until I got my children.
Hey, Red, this ain't really nobody uncle for real. He just be talking a little dead mama. He just pull up over them from time to time. We on the back of this man truck. We don't really know Mr.
Everybody know front of it.
Everybody outside, slanging in the back of the goddamn.
I see my uncle talking one day.
So look, hey,
My brother fell out the pickup. Fell right up out of that motherfucker. But I used to ride just like that too. I got pictures of myself with him. I'm sitting in the back, standing up.
I used to hang with my
this how I know, like, listen, let me ask y'all something. This how I know, like, if y'all really grew up like that, what was the ultimate punishment back then?
To not be able to go outside. Yeah, you can't go outside. It's like it was clockwork.
That's why they're like, damn, bro, you can't come outside. Get your bitch ass out my porch.
Come outside.
And everybody gonna come and ask every hour on the hour.
Everybody's gonna get what? But guess what's gonna happen when you get back outside? A whole lifetime will happen. The girl that you like at school.
Yeah.
They got in fight with the older kids and we won. And then little Darren Daddy, he had gave us $20. Bro, they done had a blast.
They bought everybody their song.
Y'all remember when you knew you was gonna get home late and you try to get home to the point where you can get in and just try to jump in bed and shit?
Oh man, that doesn't work either. That never work.
Hey, hold on, check this out, bro. Like my mom used to travel to West Africa every other year, and when she would travel, my oldest brother was in charge, right? I thought I was able to get into the house and get in bed because he was out already at the time. This nigga came and woke me up out of my sleep to beat my ass. That shit was crazy.
That's how
that nigga karate kicked
my grandma used to do that shit.
That shit crazy.
My grandma used to wait till a nigga go to sleep.
What's the rules when we walk in these people's stuff?
Don't touch shit, man. Don't ask for that.
Don't
touch these people. And don't make these white people say nothing to me. It's gonna end up bad for them.
That was the rule when your mama took you out to one of her friends' house.
When I go in this store,
You don't ask for that shit.
don't ask me for shit.
Oh, there was another rule her friend on. Don't say nothing. When somebody asks you where your mama been, I don't know. Yeah, you ask your mama, I don't know. Please don't tell nobody her business. Oh, good Lord. No, mama, you was over there at the store the other day. Y'all, man. Y'all remember?
I learned goddamn keep secrets.
Yeah, ain't no damn snitching, man.
I learned to keep secrets.
And y'all remember when every phone in the house was connected to the same line?
Yeah. Connection. Hell yeah.
House phones. Remember that dial-up where you take up the phone?
Bro, I thought it was rich, bro, because I had my
we
own
started with the rotary.
Nigga, I had a quarter phone in my room too.
Bro, I had my own room number when I was
I know I did too.
I thought I was lit. What is that?
They still don't need your mama to pick up their goddamn phone.
No, she did. Yo, nigga.
Oh, I know.
You in the middle of the embarrassment. It's not what you want to get in. She pick up the phone in the middle of that. Hey, never gonna be sorry, children.
But get your ass on that goddamn phone.
I saw this phone. I'm sorry, baby. But no, he ain't get what he supposed to get in this house.
Right, his ass don't supposed to be on that goddamn phone. He know he don't supposed to be talking on the phone.
I had to work all week.
You just embarrassed the hell out of nigga ass.
I did that to my son one day. The girl called and she said, "Did you know when he'll be out punishment? When the fuck I say he'll be out punishment?" I'm proud of my damn house.
Man, why you think of like that, yo? One day when I had a hating sister. Everybody had a hating sister. Listen.
Oh, that was me.
Remember, we used to be,
My sister used to have a phone and hang up.
Listen, my mom used to split up our computer time. We get an hour after school. This is during school week. Everybody get an hour, check the little ice cream, whatever.
Your parents will just told them.
This karma, bro. Hold on, let me sit right quick, bro. This shit, I really want to call her right now. Bro, I be on there, check my MySpace, doing my little background music.
You still ain't over that shit.
Bro, why this motherfucker gonna pick up the phone? Bro, you know this? Bro, I got 30 minutes left on the computer. Why you doing that? Oh, traumatized, man. Go. I keep Sarah calling. She didn't ring.
Not the dialogue. You better fuck up the dialogue.
Dial-up used to be lit.
What? No, it didn't. Now it's your turn on the computer. And you pick up the phone.
Now that you don't make it.
Dial-up used to take about 30 minutes.
I'm ready. They're not feeling my pain. Now I gotta call the internet again.
That's what I'm saying. Bell South, my nigga. Bell South, my nigga. Y'all remember that goddamn thing? Y'all remember that thing drop commercial?
Hey, where y'all used to get the CDs from, though?
Radio Shack. I got mine for Radio Shack. I got mine for Radio Shack.
Oh, you talking about
I used to take my mailbox.
Nah, I just used to get mine for Radio Shack.
Bro, we had
Radio Shack.
them 3 month joints like, how long for the
I
longest
used to go get
time?
100 CDs for like $20.
And they used to come in them little metal tins.
Well, mine came in a little plastic little thing, like you can take the lid off.
They used to have like a subscription with it though. You used to have to, that was like the, you used to have to cancel it before the,
Oh, you talking about the internet shit?
Yeah,
That's on the internet.
Yeah, they had like a Fox Fight.
Nah, my grandmama shit, you just used to have to just call and dial and just leave the phone right there.
So back this up. Who remembers sitting on their turn on the computer, right? Getting ready to download some illegal music and you're on wire. Oh, your line wire. No, line wire. Oh, listen. Oh, you better push play on this new Lil Wayne that you've been downloading for 2 days, right? Now you go to push on that hustler music. Okay, what is that Lil Wayne hustler?
This early 2000s, boy.
Guess what happened though? You! What? Hey, yo. Hey, no, little boy, I don't think this go.
Hey, on some real shit though, low key, mad people became coders because of Black Planet and MySpace.
Yes. Especially MySpace.
Especially MySpace.
I didn't even know that was coded.
That was coded. Yeah. But listen, so back then, you know when BlackBerry came out, texting was revolutionary.
No, that was crazy. Full keyboard?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, full keyboard, and you can text a nigga like, you ain't even gotta call a nigga now, like you ain't gotta waste your minutes. And this was when BlackBerry was like
texting was free, because remember, texting used to be 10 cents a message.
Yeah, you got about the sidekick. The sidekick.
Yeah, that sidekick.
They came out.
Hold on, y'all. I want you guys just listen. If you have a sidekick, now listen, this how
That sidekick ain't great.
no, you need to be acting like 30-year-old when they be popping this money shit. No, you got sidekick. Hold on, sidekick. No, Michelle, I got you. I need you. Sidekick was not a prepaid phone. You had to have T-Mobile to have on.
T-Mobile, and I'm still with T-Mobile since 2003. Since 2003. Yep.
Yep, nah, for real. Look, that real shit, cause Bell South turned to Sprint, right? Back in the day, before Sprint was Sprint, used to be Bell South. Everybody had Bell South.
Yeah.
Everybody that was in the South had Bell South or AT&T. It was the same thing, really.
Yeah.
But when like they just mentioned, a lot of people didn't have T-Mobile. You had to be willing to pay for that shit and to have that plan back then. We talking about damn near 25 years.
That was $100 bill.
That's when they had the Beeper buildings. The Beeper store.
And $100
No, it was not. I wasn't paying $100. I was paying 30 to 40. And when I first got with T-Mobile.
Phone plan. I'm talking about just the phone. Remember, you used to have to get on the plan there.
Oh, yeah.
The phone.
Yeah. Because before that, you had the little Nokia.
Yes.
Yeah, because before that, you had the little Nokia.
Your parents were driving the church for that.
I had church in high school.
Well, in 2003, I wasn't living at home, so I was getting to the bag. Okay, I was having 20 years old.
You ever heard of Nokia 3310?
So that means
Come on, with the same game? Yeah, I knew it. We got original 90 kids.
So look, so listen, when it came to the church, I was in 11th grade, 12th grade when I had tried every goddamn church flip phone on the man. Like, nigga, I would come home, I had like 30 of them bitches in my drawer. Like, I'd come home, get a phone, take the chip out. This one you could just take the chip out and put it in the phone and that bitch will work. Nigga, I'd come home and switch phones every day and go back to school with a different phone and goddamn every day, nigga, I'd walk down the hall, stand in the middle of the hall and mash a button, nigga, and make the whole school go off. Cause I had everybody chirping on me in the school. So I
saw your criminal visit.
I fuck around and goddamn
That's really that same shit. We said Utah numbers, Texas.
Yeah, Texas numbers, all type of numbers.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. They went on to sell drugs. So let's just keep it a book. Why you doing here selling drugs right now? They had the next church. I went on to have a career. You know, because listen, I'm gonna tell you what else you had. You had a NASCAR jacket. Hold on. You had a race car jacket. You had a next church. And you had a girlfriend that used to put a lollipop in her ponytail. I'm just gonna tell you what it was, bro.
Man, that's some Florida shit. We ain't doing that shit, nigga.
Y'all didn't have NASCAR jackets?
Hell no, it's too hot for that.
Nah, listen, we had church. Little Boosie talk about it, so we had one.
Yeah, see that shit too hot for it, but like, we did have a church, cause you know, like Shop Boys and all the niggas in the hood, G's, everybody making
like a rock star.
Everybody making making songs and shit about Nick and my Nick tail church, you know, and then you know ringtone, right, and then you know ringtone, so goddamn. If you had a ringtone on your net tail chirp, nigga, when somebody called your ass, you were doing something. A ringtone was like $3 a ringtone, man.
It was, man. It was ringtone.
That's what I'm saying, nigga. Ringtone was like $3 a pop.
Niggas cracked that shit because you found out niggas was doing it off the computer.
Yeah, but that was after the fact. That was years after. Before he had a bomb.
And then when you get in, and then remember you had a color tool when you want music playing. Oh man.
You just let that bit ring and then let the whole song play.
Call a nigga while we in school to his while we in school, so
you just hear the song, hear the ring call.
That shit crazy, bro.
shit. Those were the big days.
When prom didn't cost $10,000, everybody was
when we went to the prom,
people going to prom was never any out like, man, they going to get around.
I'm saying dumbass shit.
Dumbass shit is doing these. Bro, listen, even rich kids, bro, listen to my mom.
They not even dancing at the prom.
I said, we get ready to go. I said, bro, even the rich kids went and got a little Sears dress or a Kmart dress, or if you, this is big shit if you went to the mall and went to like Macy's and got a dress.
Nigga went to Harris.
But even the dudes went, unless
everybody went to the same place to get their tux.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it was your car and them. I remember I didn't even have a tux. But I used to go to other people's prom.
You went to KNC or you went to Harris?
Yeah, and got their little button up in a little tie.
KNC or you went to Harris?
Come on, man. My big cousin, he had to go to Big and Tall.
Yeah, that was I was about to say big and tall for the big niggas, but like K&G had the shit that the tux, cause K&G got tux too.
Yeah.
And they got the shit. Yeah, they got the extra colors and the extra flavor that the other tux shit might not have.
K&G with the Muslim brothers with a little style though too. They got all type of handkerchiefs and bows.
You know what I'm saying?
They got the gamers, yeah. If somebody going to a K&G, they is a fly Muslim or a pimp. Or gold. Or both.
Nah, for real, everybody, all the niggas shop at K&G. A lot.
That shit's still around right now too.
I know, we still got one on Marietta Street, yeah. What you give them on for?
They got some nice suits in there too.
I'm about 3 on
Hey bro, another thing, bro. Having a car was cool. It didn't matter what car it was, it was high school. Having a bucket was you.
Nigga, if you had a doom buggy in high school, nigga.
Pick up a girl in the
You can pick up a girl, nigga.
Oh no, you the lead on the pack.
You was doing it. It didn't matter what kind of car you had.
You the lead on the pack. You can have a fucking humbug.
The goal was to be able to pick females up. Look, the only reason why I wanted to get my license was because girls kept telling me, like, you gotta come pick me up. You gotta come get me. So I'm like, well, I gotta do something. I gotta do something like this shit. Nigga, as soon as I turned 17, nigga.
Bro, listen, women, this is crazy. I know y'all wanted to be independent, but it used to be a time where in order for me to date you, your mama or daddy had to know who my people was. Y'all remember that shit? Like, remember calling her?
That was your girlfriend.
Yeah, like, damn, what I'm supposed to say? Like, she didn't shoot who was you?
Yeah, you right.
No,
Exactly.
you got Google.
Like, my daddy wanna talk to you. Where you want to talk to?
Is it still like everybody?
Now these dance floors, these people don't know what it is thinking out of it. These kids out here, they're fucking. They're being
Not fun. Oh my God.
But see, look though, Pedro ain't lying though, cause like back then, like when I used to ask my dad, could I have company, like, could I be like, Dad, could a girl come over? He'd be like, yeah, but I gotta talk to her mama first. Then my daddy crazy ass be like, well, shit, what her mama look like? My dad asked me like, shit, what her mama look like? You know what I mean? So yeah, I just had to ask my dad, like, it didn't make sense to sneak girls and shit in the house, and I could just ask my dad to have a company.
It was checks and balances, bro.
Yeah, and I could just ask my dad to just have a company. He ain't gonna do nothing but say shit. As long as I talk to her mama say cool and shit. Yeah, she come over here, I don't care. Straight like that. Cause if anything happened with these folk child while she in my house, I'm responsible. So her mama need to know she over here.
Your baby got in your line started working with the community pool. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but did y'all used to get dropped off at the skating ring or
Hell yeah. We didn't have
Come on, never let her go.
They get 2 rows of rental cars now, right?
Oh, no, I used to drive, and then I used to go to the skating ring.
But no,
And then I used to drop my boys off.
And we didn't care who mama dropped us off.
We getting fight.
Yeah, we ain't drop us off.
If we know we fine, we get dropped off.
But listen, this how you know this your real homeboy. Hey, after the skating rink, everybody getting picked up, everybody going home. This how you know this your real homeboy. Hey, ask your mama about to get a ride home. If his mama don't give you a ride home, she don't fuck with you. She don't fuck with you. No, she don't fuck with you. Cause usually she gonna say, yeah, come on. You called your mama.
Already, we
Pedro. This look like he had healing. If we know we about to fight that night, but our ride is already established. That's why we got dropped off.
The fight night, yeah, it's already established. We didn't even come here to have fun.
That's what I say.
We ain't got no ticket.
We coming to this bit looking for these niggas.
You look like you want some heelys. No, I ain't never had no heelys. I had rollerblades. It was a movie on.
I could never skate in no damn rollerblade.
No, not the end. I had the inline motherfucker. It was a movie.
You had the Mighty Duck motherfucker.
Yeah, bro, it was a movie. Disney Channel. My sister used to watch Disney. I was a Nickelodeon kid, Cartoon Network. My sister used to watch Disney.
You know I Star Wars shit.
Bro, it was a movie that came on Disney called Brink. With this one.
I seen it.
He had a little farces. He was fine with the skate.
Yeah, he was fine with the skate shit, right?
That shit, fuck me. I started getting scared. That's how I know how to skateboard.
I started trying to rollerblade watching the Mighty Ducks, nigga. I wanted to be like Charlie, nigga, but I never fucked.
I wanted to be like Goldberg.
Yeah, Goldberg. Goddamn, I tried to do that shit and nigga fuck my ankles up trying to skate like them niggas, man.
Not knowing that they got stunt double for Charlie. They ain't really Charlie.
Right, I figured that shit out, nigga, when I got grown. Like, nigga, Charlie ass nigga didn't know how to motherfucking skate for real.
I done put up my old goddamn
fuck up my knees trying to do this shit.
So y'all wasn't no real true skaters, like going in the skating ring with your...
No, we said that on wheels. Yeah, we said I'm not saying on four wheels.
Hanging out your pocket.
Nah, see, I ain't doing all that. See, I ain't doing all that roll. I ain't doing all that roll bounce, goddamn, jelly bean shit. You know, that they was doing on ATL. I ain't doing all that. I'm just regular skating.
On my white skates, I was doing it. I would be there every Sunday and Wednesday.
You had a
Let's start doing all that dip roll.
Let me tell you, how old shit you do now to really skate?
I started when I was a little girl, like back.
Yeah, you got to do that shit when you live.
Way back when
I know.
When
I like when I was little.
Outside with the iron wheel.
So you got to damn near kill yourself first before you learn. Yeah. You got to damn near die.
You know what? I thought we was the only folks that had a skate ring. We had Roller World. We used to go there with bags.
Yeah, we used to go there. That shit was like gladiator schools with wheels.
That was the first thing I know y'all had. We had team clubs in South Florida.
That's what it was, nigga. No, listen, Decatur skating ring. Listen, let me tell you something. Decatur skating ring, because look, let me explain it.
Yeah, that's why I was in Decatur.
You got Cascade, that's the west side.
That's the west side.
Decatur,
you got Skate Town on the south side.
South side,
right?
That's south side with the big.
You got Golden Glide.
That's us.
Right? Then when they built Decatur skating ring, they had the skating ring and the team club. Nigga, you had niggas coming from all sides of town.
The team club
coming to Decatur skating ring because they had the team club. The skating ring ended at I think 8 or 9, and then the team club shit started from 9 to 12 or some shit like midnight.
Crazy, bro.
That shit used to go down in that hole.
Yo, what was the name of y'all team club?
Decatur skating ring.
Our team club was called Tinted Windows. You had to be between 16 and 19 to get in.
I was shooting that hole. You had to be between motherfucking 13. You had to be between 13 and 17, 18. Your ass is wrong. You ain't no team. You a grown up.
I was in Augusta, Georgia, mister.
We had one called the Tunnel, and then by my mama and them era, these was all ages. It wasn't no such. It was like teens could come. The Pac Jam. Y'all know the Pac Jam, man. That was Uncle Luke, man, was rapping about shit. This was like an all ages play, bro. Listen, the things that happened in the fucking 80s and 90s, bro, ain't nobody gonna let nobody open no team club and they sitting no more now. This year, 2026,
teenagers back then don't have a mind, don't have the same mindset.
They ready to say the same thing.
They are already LBGT. You got two girls fighting. You got girls fighting because another girl stole your girl. You got guys fighting. The guys with the purses and the dresses and but
Yeah, right. It's different.
like
So look,
crazy nowadays.
so let me explain the difference between
And they be shooting now. They be having weapons and shooting.
Yeah, that's what they do. So the difference between them, right, and those niggas back then, which is like it's the last generation of them, it's like, okay, you can go back to the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s and take an average 17-year-old, let's say the same 17-year-old street nigga, right? He's selling drugs, but he running the block. He paying bills. He taking care of real responsibilities. Versus a 17-year-old right now today that's in the streets, this motherfucker can't even read. See what I'm saying? He just carrying a gun because his friends is carrying a gun. He don't got no morals, he don't got no direction. He just out here. Most of the niggas back then, we had morals, we had a code, we had standards. In the average 16, 17, 15, those were grown. At 16 back then, you was a grown-ass man. You was a grown man. Because you was thinking like a grown man. You see what I'm saying? We inherited responsibilities, most of us back then, before the age of 18, and took care of them like a grown man.
And one thing that is different too is the money, right? So back then, even if you did have money, like I had money than some of my big homies when I went to selling weed and shit. But guess what? Them niggas didn't respect me because I got some more money than them. And you still the little homie. Nowadays, the little nigga that get more money than all the other niggas, he got a big homie. This nigga could be 15 and he know how to scheme. Nowadays, in 2026, you got older niggas, OGs, niggas 20 and 30 saying, he did, oh, what's up, big homie? No, like, it's supposed to be niggas around young boy, checking young boy. It's never supposed to be a point a young boy get enough money and time so where he can check the niggas older than him. They're always supposed to be able to reprimand him. Nowadays, in 2026, whoever got the most juice, he didn't leave it. Well, how the fuck, bro? He was a leader of the time this age. Not back in the day. Even if you get no money, it was still somebody that could pull you by your goddamn collar and be like, boy, you tripping. We ain't doing that shit. Right, because you got the more money. It didn't matter back then because everybody respected each other as men. Like Red was saying, niggas had different responsibilities. People was taking care of families. You couldn't just be outside wilding because your mama said get home by 5 because of the sister and them gotta have somebody watching while she at work. So now you cannot wish nobody coming to the house. CPS, GCL, I don't know who y'all had in y'all area, but you better have other people come to the goddamn door while your mama at work. Boy, stop. That's a whole nother ass whooping. And yes, gangsters used to get ass whooping. I remember I watched a dude that was 25, one of the fiercest gangsters in my hood. But this man, grandma beat him because his little sister had got lost outside. I'm talking about this is a nigga that we done seen shoot somebody before. And he ain't buck at that lady, he ain't cuss that lady, he ain't raise one hand to that lady. Nowadays, man, these niggas shoot their grandma in their face. These young niggas don't care about nothing no more. Ain't nothing sacred either.
Yeah, know what I'm saying, though, bro. Like, it's different. Like, these young niggas don't fight. We come from the age where we fought. And we come from the age where it could be 30 of us. And it's one nigga that got a gun out the whole crew. Nowadays, it's 100 niggas and everybody got a gun.
Everybody got a gun.
See what I'm saying? And it's just like, it was different because we wasn't scared to take an ass whoop. We wasn't scared to give one. Most days, these niggas don't want to fight because they don't want to be humiliated. I don't care about me standing my ground and me losing and get my ass whooped. I'm gonna go home and lick my wounds. I ain't gonna kill that man.
It's over.
I ain't gonna kill that man because he whooped my ass today. When I heal and I got them see his ass again, it's on.
Hey, yeah.
These kids nowadays got switches.
This weekend, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hey,
These nowadays got switches, man. Because see, we come from an age where if we lost the fight, it's not about humiliating, it's not about eliminating a nigga, trying to kill him and take him out.
Yeah, like we blew your mind back then.
Right, like we didn't, like that wasn't the first thing that we would resort to. That's why, like I just said, like nigga, we could be mobbing 20, 30 deep, and it might be one nigga out the whole crew that got a gun, and it's just in case they got one. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? This just in case they might have to go to their trunk and pull out some shit. We got something that can protect us. You see what I'm saying? But we ain't looking to shoot nobody. I mean, we trying to fight.
I mean, for real, y'all, when I was me at 16, 17, I wouldn't tell no fucking buddy goddamn on. Straight up, that's kind of some fucked up shit. But I'm not telling none of y'all niggas that I got a fucking, you know what I mean?
It was another thing that we did different too. Nobody incriminated themselves. Like, if you went with us on the lick or doing crime, you knew. But everybody did. Wait, hold on. You mean tell me all us, everybody knows you got a gun? Yeah, you was a kid that our parents just not be around. you was a crash wife.
Because everybody didn't know that.
Wasn't supposed to know it. Now it's almost like a badge of honor. Hey, man, just spitting them fools over there.
So listen, so for most of us that's in the street, we know, like, I got the first time I ever had a gun, I got a gun that I could say was mine. I was 12 years old. My older brother gave it to me. He was 16, right? We had a German Ruger, we had a 22, and we had a little 9 or whatever. And my brother gave me the 22, and he had a German Ruger. See what I'm saying? That was my first gun. I was 12 years old. See what I'm saying? And I ain't never, me and him was the only motherfucker that knew that we had guns. I ain't tell my friends. I ain't tell the niggas who I was mobbing with every day, riding bikes, stealing Pokemon cards and shit with. These niggas didn't know I had a gun. Yeah. See what I'm saying? But my brother gave me one. And he gave me this shit just in case, like, you know, he was in work. He said, shit, little bro, just in case you might need it. We don't never know. Don't shoot no goddamn body with it. Don't put it up.
Man, I went to the street and shoot that bitch. I remember it being okay. It was okay to have a square friend. Like, I remember being one of the squares of my family because they were just older. I was the youngest boy. And then when I started hanging out with my older cousins, I remember I got turned on to, you know, just being an older kid. It was still okay for me to have green friends that my cousins wasn't trying to make street niggas. When I was with my green friends, we were playing Pokemon cards and riding bikes. They let them be kids. Like, people back then, they could let black boys, like this is a crazy thing that I see from then to now. They used to let black boys be black boys. It was okay that he wasn't a football player. Like, he didn't have to. I remember, bro, it was a team a boy that was good as fuck in baseball. They even won nationals and everything. Bro, that's unheard of now. It's like almost all black kids gotta either be NBA YoungBoy, Kodak, or play football. Like, football's the only sport we want to play now. Like, damn, niggas, like, I remember niggas playing soccer, niggas golf players, like, damn.
Niggas playing tennis.
Yeah, like, wait. So we all just gotta play football.
Niggas was swimming, niggas was doing everything, niggas was boxing. Listen, and you know what's crazy? Most of, cause my daddy and my uncles, and this was crazy. In the 70s and the 80s and some of the niggas in the 90s, all of those niggas took karate classes.
Karate was the thing.
Those niggas was in karate. A lot of those niggas took karate classes and fighting classes and boxing classes.
Yeah, I took a karate class at the Boys and Girls Club. Yeah. Like, even when you listen, bro, even when you go back and you do the history of the early gang members, like karate, like Big Kamasi, like all of these niggas, in their youth, these niggas was in karate. Man, and they used to fight each other. That's why all the squabbles and shit used to happen. That was you. Right. And this is where it prompted the niggas in the 70s and 80s to get into karate with all of the martial arts and movies and shit that was coming out back then. You had a lot of black men and black boys that was taking up karate and defensive classes and fighting classes. Literally. And I was just saying, like, a lot of these kids and shit today is not even, like, into nothing. They're sissified. But social media. And I say this shit all the time, like, man, these kids, they can't fight, they punk. One thing I do like about them now, I'm gonna give them some praise. Their hairstyles. I've never seen so many black kids comfortable with their regular hair. Like, bro, my son and his friends, them niggas don't comb their hair, they don't brush their hair. Yeah, my son like that too. Yeah, they might get an edge,
They got them nappy phones. They get the shape up.
That's it. Like, bro, listen, back then, that wasn't unheard of. Like, nigga, you get some wavy or you get your pick and
Yeah, I ain't no way.
like, you ain't want to have no nappy hair. But then I started thinking about it because I was telling myself, man, no, man, you gotta get your hair right. But then I started thinking about it. Why the fuck am I telling you? Nah, I gotta chill on that. That's something I can get behind. Like, they don't care how they, as long as they got a crispy edge and they fresh,
They don't give a fuck how I look on the top.
that hair could be natural. Like,
Yeah, my son them told me.
it is them being in their natural state. Like, I fuck with it.
Yeah, you can't control your kid's hair. You know, I put, what's the name? The singer, Black. What was it, Black guitarist here? You know, he made the song. You know, they basically judges by how our hair is. And he was saying, what the fuck are we doing? You know,
Yeah, that was just something I had to get past. People like, I grew up in a generation. Man, I had no waves 360. What? 360 Jesus. Well, hey, bro, you know how long it took me to get no way? I saw your ass was gonna have no hair pretty soon. Man, I don't give a damn. I had no way. I had no ridiculous. You had no chemicals in your hair all night. When you came to school with them 360s, man, you was like a super saiyan. What? You were? Let them girls run their hands through them little bumps. I guess like your ass in front of me bald pretty soon. Hey man, you should use a whole grease to get them things. I feel like you about to be bald pretty soon. Hey, whoever finished a whole can of rice, you just had got another one before it ended. Nobody ever finished that orange can. Yeah. Most niggas that use wet grease back in the day, they're bald as fuck right now. Fuck you. I still.
That's a lie. My dad used to use it, and my dad got fade hair.
I still got a little fade. I still do a little fade. Yeah, you got lucky, Michelle. All the motherfuckers that used to use that wet grease, they're bald as fuck right now.
What's in it that makes
it chemical? Hey, I know he ain't talking with that new millennium hairstyle. It's a chemical. That's what I'm saying. You cut off all the sides, nigga.
you cut off the sides and you break the sides.
So loose shit, you got the top braids, you cut off the side. That's a loose shit. Why you ain't hairstyle? Boy, go ahead on.
I'm not that. What's wrong with that?
No, that's something that we wouldn't did. Nobody came to school in the early 2000s with that right there. No.
Shit. That's because y'all was cutting everything off and leaving that patch right in the front right there. Or you might just put a line straight down the middle, like a little part. Straight down the middle.
Somebody explain to me that Dallas, Texas shit with a tag. That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. What the hell told a nigga to get a full haircut and leave a tag at the that shit is ugly.
Boy, you crazy.
Remember the little pretty boys that used to have a rat tail? They had like
My son has a rat tail. My son has a rat tail, and I didn't tell him to get it. I don't know where he got it from, but he asked for a rat tail, and I had
They still do a rat tail?
Yep.
Dad, you got a rat tail too?
I probably like another 3, but
yeah. Goddamn rat tail.
Y'all be breaking y'all beard hair and shit like that?
No. That's a violation. We is not WC. This is not the West Coast. This is not the West Coast connection, brother. By now. Hell no. My uncle had a long hair because I really remember my uncle. He was like the last player in the 70s, and he didn't realize it was the 90s, 2000s yet. And he used to have a fucking Jerry curl. I'm talking about with activators. He used to have a spray bottle and everything. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? This nigga out of man split back. This nigga is stuck in the 70s. The curls. He was a war veteran. So when he was in war, he's always say, hey man, it made me stay my hair. And then, you know, I vowed it. Never, as soon as I got out, I said, I never cut my hair again. It's like, oh, but damn, you still using old product, bro. You still got a conk. Not a perm. You ain't got me though. Nigga, they got a full perm kit. What is going on?
Matter of fact, let me show y'all my son here.
Oh, I'm about to say, man, I thought you were about to say, matter of fact, I had the chair here.
Oh, no, hell no.
Hey, Red, I thought you was come on out with it. Hey, what's Total Pole at? This is conversation. I wonder what guy, I bet Total Pole had a curl. He had them Ice Cube curls.
I had a homie that was 60, and they used to think he was so weird. I thought he was weird too when I first met him. But he used to have this shit like DJ Pooh and them boys, like in a roller kit. Like this nigga was a real deal 60, and I didn't know what a fucking roller 60 was. And this nigga used to have fucking curl kit in his flat iron just sometimes. Well, look, y'all, this my youngest son. This is hell right here. This how he be wearing his shit.
He thought he was about to get nah.
Oh yeah. See, that's how my son. That's how they all wear their head now. Yeah, that's the young nigga. That's the young nigga hairstyle.
Not mine. He getting them hairs.
They can't even say nothing. They love Boondocks. She look like a Boondock. Yeah. Yeah. That's my baby boy. They love that shit, bro. And it's cool because like now they embracing their natural stuff, bro. We can't really. Yeah. If you say something about that, it's like you really don't like it. It's like the 60s without the pit, man. Him and his brother, they fuck with it. My oldest. And that get it better. Yeah. That's how they look at it. He 14. They might got a good grade. It's gonna be curly though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's gonna look curly. Yeah. But hey, I got some breaking news. Okay, remember I told y'all that they was trying to build Temple Mount over there, and that all this shit was about religion. They finished? No, bro. Like think about it. They fighting them during Ramadan. They doing all of this shit like they. And then the fucking the secretary of the war, whatever the fuck they shit, the new shit that Trump named it. He came out and said that he sees the third temple being built on the mountain. He said he don't see why it shouldn't be built or why it can't be built.
You missed it yesterday. It was several Iranians that came in here. They were saying the same thing. Hold on. But they were saying the same thing that you just said. And we've been going over that the past few days up in here, the temple. They kept referencing Cyrus the Brave, all types of shit. So I believe you. We kind of already been touching bases on that. I'm just waiting for more of them to come in the room so I can ask them some questions.
Yeah, and that's where I'm telling y'all, Trump, he was on them coins. He was on the temple on one side and his head was on the other. I'm telling y'all, this nigga about to come out and say some diabolical shit, or either he gonna be the person to bring the person out. It's one or the other. You know?
And Jared Kushner, it's gonna be Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. Trump is the chosen horse. The son-in-law is actually, what they're thinking is supposed to emerge from the fucking temple.
It don't seem like nobody is stopping and saying like, wait, what the fuck are we doing? We kind of moving fast and this is major shit. Why don't nobody say, what the fuck, check your stuff, nigga? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they trying to fight them while they hungry and shit. They bogus as hell. But hey, one thing I can say is they ain't going out without a fight, but they also saying that their missiles and the different things that they have is coming from China and Russia. They said there's no possible way that Iran can have any of that technology. It's not possible.
I disagree with that. Well, Iran ain't no super. Yeah, they ain't no bitch, bro. That's how you fuck up. You could just bitch.
And y'all just fuck up with thinking that they can beat America.
No, you know they can't beat America.
Nobody's saying that they ain't got abilities, right? Nobody's negating that. But what y'all niggas say, that's just like, well, shit, Burke can fight, but he can't whoop his ass. Type shit. Well, that's what that's all that is. Yeah, like, since we know he can't beat him, how the fuck did that nigga just hit him like that? Somebody gave him steroids. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's taking Iran's capabilities away from them. All we saying is that they're not capable of winning a war
I agree with you.
Period.
I agree with you, brother. But what happened in Israel? I don't.
Yeah.
You know, it happened last year.
Y'all talking about a building. Listen, what is the building going to do? Is the building going to levitate or shoot out fucking projector beams and blow up shit? Y'all talking about a building being built. What is that going to do?
Well, listen, it's supposed to have the Antichrist coming up out of the fucking
Exactly. That's the whole point.
So that's what they're believing, Red. They came in the room and several of them said it several times yesterday. They kept saying it. Oh, the temple is going to be built and say Christ, and it's going to be the right. He said, well, see, y'all call it the Antichrist. To them, it's their Christ, it's their Messiah. So, you know, you get what I'm saying? So to us, it's the Antichrist, but to them, it is their Messiah.
Right. And so,
it's their
and they've been getting them ready.
But see, the problem is, y'all, every time these people come in the room and I get them to a certain point, you know, and we get to asking them what was in the temple, you know, y'all kind of, you know, the room kind of goes crazy. So next time this situation happens, they come in here, let's try to get on track and get the answers out of the people.
Yeah.
Because I want to get the answer up out of the room. Like, what are you playing to gain from this? Why? So what's gonna be in the temple? How does it work? You know, because a lot of us feels like that scripture, when they talk about the temple, it's supposed to be like a state of mind, like a state of consciousness. These motherfuckers is literally trying to build this shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's why I'm looking at it like, this is some crazy shit. And then they all have different ideas about what's gonna come up out of the motherfuckers. So that's even crazier.
What's crazy is that the prophecy, according to the biblical side of the prophecy, one of them is going to be the Antichrist. It's going to come out of the Middle. It's going to be somebody who comes out of the Middle East. That's supposedly what they're saying. So the fact that they see this as like a good thing, it's a weird thing, because in some regard, if these people are free, then we just kind of let loose 90 million more people who, not 90 million, but a bunch of people who actually support the Zionist agenda covertly, right? Because the Zionist agenda is to build that third temple, but not for a good thing, to consecrate the temple and to bring about the New World Order and stuff like that. So if you're saying that they think it's a good thing, it directly opposes biblical prophecy. And I could see why, you know what I mean? Like, because, you know, even though there's Islamic terrorism in that region, the Quran also opposes Zionism. Islam, at the core of it, understands the prophecies that are happening. And Zionism is at the center of it. So if you're freeing a bunch of people who are Zoroastrian and have this ancient whatever, and they're for building of the temple, in a weird way, I don't even know if y'all can understand this, they're still getting what they want.
And that's the thing, Melissa. I ran, from what I was told, and this was when we were having this conversation last year. This was when Cece was still in the room. We were talking about the red heifers. Israel wants to build that temple. Iran, others in the region don't want them to build the temple. And that's really what the fighting was, you know, a lot of what the ongoing fighting in that region was about, that temple. So there's people that's opposing that temple being built over there. So maybe those guys want it, but a lot of people over there in Iran don't want that temple.
Yes, they don't want it because...
Right, because that's the point, y'all, because the man said it, but the man said it last night. He was like, we were conquered by Muslims. That's what he came in here and said last night. He said 1,000 years ago, we did something else, but we were conquered by Muslims. So they want to build that temple to bring back what they used to have. They want to be free from under Islam and Muslimhood. So they was like, they were made to worship, to practice Islam. They was like, this is not who we are, and they want to change. And I agree with you, Erica. Some of them over there, they want that, and then it's this whole big thing where some of them don't want it. And I was like, this is the same shit that we see in America, where you got two sides of the same coin. One wants some
something, the other one don't.
So one last thing, the banking system.
Christ be a nation.
What'd you say, Ty?
I said, why y'all think the Antichrist is a person? Why it can't be the nation be a nation?
The Antichrist.
I agree this is Antichrist. Do I agree?
No. You have the beast system, you have the little dragon, you have the 10 horns that sit on, you have different interpretations. You have, even before the Antichrist, you have the man of lawlessness, that's who I think Jared Kushner is, the man of lawlessness. That's what will usher in the Antichrist. I don't think that he is. So if you're going across like true biblical prophecy, no, the Antichrist is supposedly, I don't know, but it's more likely a person, the way they describe it, right? Because they describe it as a person who won't have the affinity for women, right? So it might be a gay man. They will be able to, but they describe the beast system as the what Babylon is riding on, what the dragon is riding on, and then that has different heads. So those represent the nations. Yeah, but just to make one point to what Michelle was saying, if you look into the financial banking system, the worldwide banking system, who is really like Korea, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela are not part of this intricate Zionist banking system. They are the 4 countries that are opposing the Zionism. So, I just want to put that there.
Yeah, you know analysis. A pretty good job.
So pretty much, yeah. So like you were saying, like some people want it, some don't. But in all, if you truly believe in the Muslim belief, then there's something that's in the way of that Temple Mount, which is the Dome of the Rock, which is where everybody goes and they circle around the square thing and everything. That is built where the temple is. So it's like, in order to build the temple, you have to destroy that shit. That's why they're fighting.
I was about to say, what the hell? This is crazy shit right now. That's why I'm
It's sacrosanct because if you have respect for any, theism, anybody's belief, you're saying that, oh, okay, well, my belief is trumping your belief, so I'm just going to destroy your shit and build what I want to build because my prophecy is coming true, whether you like it or not. It's like, whoa, this is crazy.
Well, but that's what Islam did to them first. Islam conquered them. You didn't hear that man say that last night?
Yes, that's why I said it.
Right. So that's what the man said. So you can come down me all you want, but you can fucking go look the shit up. The shit is fucking written and it's proof of it. Right. It's archaeological proof. I can fucking read this shit to you right here because I looked it up and I've been studying it. But when the man said it last night, I went back to it. Right. And I read everything, the history of how those people were taking over. And if y'all want to, I can pull the shit up right now. Yeah. Because they got fucking sources of the shit. Right. And motherfuckers, look, they're not against what Islam is in America. Y'all just need to be clear on that and stop acting like that. They're against what was taken over by them. Well, they were taken over in their own Kareem, I'm not talking to you. Okay. I'm not speaking to you, sweetie. You're doing fine. Okay? You're doing fine. No problem. You're following the conversation perfectly today, okay? You're doing so great. But what I'm saying is, when you go look up the history of those people and you backtrack to what they were and follow the timeline, there's an actual timeline of what happened to those people, you will find that man last night, he said that his people were, the Persians, they were conquered by Muslims. And they've been under the rule of Islam since then. That's what he said last night. And when you go look that shit up and the actual archaeological proof, it says it right there.
They said under the yoke of Islam.
She right.
Nah, that's cap, bro.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's not cut and dry. The issue is that the Islamic leaders, they fuck themselves over by becoming extremists. But Islam in and of itself It's not, everybody is not fucking, are not extremists. Most Islamic people are peaceful. What Islam at the core of it is a threat to Zionism and a threat to democracy. So on one hand, no, we do not want America to fall, but also we have to be very careful what happens after the fact. Yes, these people are calling for the overthrow of their government, But if we look at all the other countries that we went into in the last 50 years, 100 years, Libya, Afghanistan, Haiti, Iraq, Cuba, Jamaica, all of these countries, what has happened after the fact? They become even worse. Yeah. So it's like it's a double-edged sword. You as an American, you don't have any right to wish the downfall of America because it's not a good thing. It's really not. But also we have to be very, very careful about America's political alliance with Zionism because these countries are Islam in and of itself, and these countries are a threat to the one world order. So it's like all this shit is happening at one time. But I still think what Trump is doing is more beneficial for Americans than it is not beneficial.
Well, see, Melissa, I'm not denying y'all that, but listen. I'm not denying y'all that, Melissa. I'm not denying y'all that, but at the same time, they are under a different type of Islam, like we discussed last night.
Yeah, the 12
most people are, so they're against that. There's so many other different fractions from what y'all are saying. So if these people are saying like this is what we used to do, we don't want to be conquered people anymore. And I'm not on anybody's side. At this point, this is something that's out of my control. You know what I'm saying? What am I supposed to do about it? I can't get over there and go save those fucking people. But for people that are offended, that the fact that those people say they don't want to be under that type of rule no more, no matter how it does, whether America goes over there or not, and the people do the shit themselves. You know what I'm saying? People got to get out of the whole thought that it's against their religion. And that's all I'm hearing when I hear people like Sweet, because he's down in the comments, being a little girl, acting like a little girl with this shit. You know what I'm saying? But when you say what you say, Melissa, I get what you're saying. But those people within itself, they don't feel that way because it's not the same Islam that everybody else is rooting for. It's a different type of Islam. And I feel like you guys are failing, not you guys like you, Melissa, because me and you, we're on the same page. It's everybody else is, they're not getting the point.
Wait, everybody ain't getting the point. Just say some people that was kind of disingenuous.
Sorry, but I apologize. I'm not saying everybody, but a hit dog should not. Because my timeline, I started it off from Cyrus the Great, 559 to 530, right? But then it talks about the first major foreign conquest of Persia was Alexander the Great. He defeated Darius III, right? Who conquered Persia, right? And then after that, other major conquest of Persia was known as Arab Muslim caliphies of 651 CE. So that man said last night, he said thousands of years ago, this happened to us. That's what he's talking about. Then after that, you got the Mongol Empire from the 1200s. Then you have the Ottoman Empire. I think Melissa brought that up last night. Turkey, Middle East, North Africa, parts of Europe. Then you got the after that, the Qajar dynasty, the Raza Shah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this shit go back thousands of years. It's just not that simple.
It's literally, look, this how simple it is. They're Muslim. They are communists. The Jews. God damn it. They're Muslim. They are the fake Jews. they are at war. Both of them are fucking wrong. Both of them are wrong. They keep instilling and motherfucking pillaging, right? So at the end of the day, and this shit is in Revelation. So it talks about the king of the north and the king of the south. You see what I'm saying? So these people gonna fight after.
That's cap, bro.
Okay, these people gonna fight. They're gonna lose horribly. They're gonna build the temple, like they're talking about doing right now. When they build the temple, that is where they will usher whom they say is the Messiah, according to prophecy. That person that they deem to be the Messiah is actually the Antichrist. So it's literally that simple. All of the people and what they believe and all that don't matter.
The third temple.
Hold up. So do they believe it's the Antichrist coming, or is that what we believe is coming?
It's in the Bible.
Okay, no, that's not answering my question. I'm asking a straight up question. I understand what you're saying.
Calm down.
So,
go ahead.
It's literally simple as they don't care about all of those extra details. None of that matters. What they're doing as a whole, as from China to Russia to America to anybody else that ain't even Christian, that this shit is going on. That's what they're down there for. They're there to build the temple. It don't matter who believe in it or not. They don't. Obviously, they're in a different religion stance, so they're going to believe in the Islam religion. So they never going to agree 100% on none of what the fuck they doing.
No, I'm answering my question. I'm saying the people that want to, no, hold up. The people that want the temple built, do they believe it's the Antichrist coming through there, or do they believe it's the Messiah? Fuck what you believe and what everybody believes.
That's not important, but yes, they believe it's their Messiah.
That's my point I'm making. See, thank you. Who just said that? Who said that?
I've been agreeing with you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Because I'm just trying to get that clear so everybody else can understand, because this is the fact that we're having this conversation again and people not getting that part that what you said, those people think it's their Messiah while everybody else think it's the Antichrist. Or it is. Whatever the fuck y'all want to believe in, but I just wanted to make sure that point got across.
Some people know who they are. They know it's Antichrist.
I'm going to say this right as a warning. When people say about Muslims and say, oh, everything's just peaches and cream, they just came in and everything was cool. They just came in and just wanted to be Muslims. When you look, this thing, the Muslim conquered these countries.
Yeah, sub-Saharan slave trade is cool.
So when they lie and say, hey, everything was just cool back then, right now it's kind of extreme right now, but back then it wasn't. They're like literally just either they're lying about it or just ignorant about what happened. You think these people just came up here, the Muslims invaded and conquered Persia, right? Now I'm looking at it in a drawing. They came in on horses and weapons. They annihilated these people. You know, and if you didn't convert, you're out of here. You're gone. And then they created a culture, like if you're one day say, hey, I don't want to be a Muslim anymore, you're going to meet your maker in that moment. So this is the thing about what they were doing. It was not peaceful. It was by force. They annihilated your culture, annihilated your existence, and whatever you was doing at that time period is gone now. You're wrapping your head up. You're gonna follow them or die. Now, those were the options: convert or die. Especially back then at that time period.
So all the Muslims don't come off the mic at once.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing about it. The truth. I don't care if people like it or not. That's just the truth about what happened and what is happening and continue to happen. I told you they should have killed 30,000 people just for the hell of it. You know what I mean? He probably would have killed a lot more than that. Because if you fuck the system, they gonna kill you.
What he said right now, me as a Muslim, I can't really
take any offense to it because, you know, in studying history, being a lover of history, knowing what I know about Cyrus the Great and what happened in Iran, and I appreciate the lady, because I was thinking Cyrus the Great was 1300 AD. She was like, no, it was 500. You know, so I appreciate the correction on the dates. But all right, so the analysis of the history. So, all right, I can't say you're necessarily wrong because when Islam came, yeah, it did change things. But here is the operative word. You had, there was no compulsion in religion. That's what Islam brought to the world, brother. That's what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's what changed him from other so-called religious leaders. He said, look, you can do what you want to do. You don't have to do what I say. But we are taking over shit. So you choose. Do you want to get out or do you want to lay down? Yeah.
Yeah, same thing happened with Christians. Everybody did it. But, I mean, that's really like, y'all got to think about it. At the end of the day, if you believe in that, that's what you believe in. The people that's fake or don't want to believe in it but practice it is crazy to even like us that really have a conversation about. If they fake, they fake. Just like with the Jewish people that are supposed to be over there, right? They are fake. So at the end of the day, all the shit that they're trying to do and put on this rouge to build this temple and fight them people and do all that shit is to keep up their fake facade. So, I mean, all that matters is the real motherfuckers and what's really going on and who they really trying to be. So, and like if you had if you got the opportunity to go back in time and steal somebody's entire, or in the future, steal somebody's entire body of work, like that music, like if you stole all Lil Wayne's songs and you performed as you was you, like that one dude that did the movie about the Beatles. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. They're stealing the future, and then it's gonna come back and bite them in the ass, but all of it is prophecy. So, yeah, that's where we at.
I have a question.
What is your question?
Wait a minute. Who said that, Biz? Go ahead, Biz.
Yeah, like, I heard this conversation and everything. So you're saying that we should support the Trump over for this war?
Niggas, so you say what?
Okay, yeah, hold up.
This is the time to be serious.
Yeah, this is the time to be serious. So what do you say, Biz?
I ain't never serious.
Yo, chill the fuck out, man. I just asked you to mute up and let us talk to this man.
Yeah,
What you say, Biz?
wearing that.
Firstly, if I ask the wrong question, please apologize. I'm just saying that. So you are supporting the Trump over this war, right? Everyone is supporting for the Trump.
No.
No.
I think you're so loose.
Yeah, we support Trump. We do.
I won't support the Trump.
I support Trump, dog. No, I do.
Y'all chill out. Okay, hey. Why? Okay, so some people don't, some people do this.
Yeah, nigga, got that.
Are you from the Middle East?
Please don't come. Okay, y'all, if y'all, today, we're not playing no games with y'all. It's already sniper time. Y'all don't come off your mic. This, what's the point?
That's the question. Like, I don't know who's going to support the Trump, but I want to debate with that who going to support the him because right now what is going on the world, the completely war is like, you know, crazy things about it. People are dying out there and people are suffering. So I want to raise my voice against the people who are supporting to the evil side. So that's my point I want to say.
So you want to go against the people? Okay, so you want to go against the people that supports Trump because you don't support him?
Yeah, because things like in regards to the Trump after he became a president, so not many wars are happening in the world, across the world, and it's too many lives and too many orphans. And that doesn't make any sense. Before that, everything is good and fair. After that, everything is collapsing.
I agree with you, brother. I agree. Well, I don't believe him because he got his iPhone 7. He's speaking English. And he's in America.
Hey, you gonna wait till ICE is done. Mute yourself up, Vincent. You gonna wait till ICE is done.
And he's in America talking shit. Why don't you go back over there and fight then? Like, that's what I would do. Like, if we actually had our what you call that? Our culture, right? In our own country, that we knew exactly where we was from and shit like that, and they was getting into it with somebody that don't agree with it, I would go and fight for my people. Because if you over here, your cousin, your uncle, auntie, whoever sent you over here to work a stove, and they over there dying, nigga, go home.
You're a refugee, nigga, stay here. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I said I'm white people dying. Y'all, are y'all serious? They dying?
And they don't even know where they, white people don't even know where they.
What's a refugee? What's that?
No, they don't.
Trump does. He went to Europe.
They mix with so much shit, bro. They don't know where they from.
Trump said, go fight in the war. Like, what? He went over there to Europe and said he's proud of his heritage. From Germany.
Hey, listen, if they blowing up my house and blowing up my people, I'm going over there and I'm shooting shit in the head. Like, I'm not playing. See, we different. We different, bro.
I mean, each his own. That man sound like from India anyway. Like he said, I'm gonna go get blown up. What type of shit?
I mean, if I get blown up, I get blown up. But if I blow some shit up and I shoot somebody, then I'm shot.
Shit, man. How you gonna be American? 4,000 kills to 6 kids.
Run like a coward, let my grandma die.
America wants to like, it's very likely America will lose again, bro. America hasn't won a war decisively.
Bruh, that's a fact.
Yeah, America's got money walking around, bro. And in Afghanistan, like, you guys are talking.
America's not trying to win Afghanistan back to the It's not winning.
Yeah, like America, as a military, America hasn't got a W in ages, bro. America, the only power that is like geopolitical. So much money.
It's not about winning or losing.
Let me finish. The reason why people are so quote unquote afraid of America is because they spend an insane amount of money on the military. But when you look at the actual, if you look at our win-loss ratios, they haven't really won that much, bro. Do you know what I mean? And even in Iran, most experts aren't predicting that they're gonna win.
Okay, great.
Yo, nobody's gonna beat America.
Can you give me time?
Does that make sense?
You must not be American, bro.
I'm not American, no. But let me just say one last thing. I'm American, right? But you guys
Pakistani.
And the thing that surprises me most is the fact that Americans are so proud of their military when you guys could get so much more from your government if they weren't spending all this money on the military. Like these missiles that they're using to intercept bombs from Iran. Let me spend $1 trillion.
So let me just tell y'all this. I'm not gonna want nobody else no more time. If y'all can't talk one at a time for a great listening experience, we're gonna be dropping silence. Okay? I'm not doing it again. Yeah, so who is that, Danny?
That's Danny, yo. Thank you. Yo, so in Iran, like in Iran, they're sending drones. These drones cost maybe like $50,000 to make. And the America and Israel, the way that they're dealing with these drones is by using interceptor missiles. These interceptor missiles are $1 million each. And then they don't have a 100% success rate. Iran might throw out one drone and America needs to use 2 to take it down. So it's an insane amount of money that's being spent.
We got it though.
Let me finish, bro. What the hell wrong with you? I'm recording. Shit.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thanks. And so the insane thing is that this is your money. This is your tax dollars. Every month when you get paid, that tax money is going to this. Like, I don't understand how Americans are more pissed off with this. Anyways, I'm gonna let my claim go. Thank you.
Can I get them?
Can I say something?
Nah, you can wait up because Mr. Wilson and then whatever your name is. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wilson. Okay, yeah, you can wait till after Mr. Wilson.
Appreciate it. Those are great points, Danny. Absolutely.
the money that we're spending in the trillions every year, the weapons that we use are so sometimes 10 to 20 times more expensive than, you know, whoever we're fighting. Some of the weapons that we're using to, you know, drop a, say, $50,000 weapon might be, say, $1 million a piece. You're right, sir, and all those things. First of all, I would love to know where you're from. Number two, we got it to spend. That's one. Number two is, we still don't have boots on the ground. Most of the boots on the ground are from everyone from that region. We're just a support system now. Number three, geopolitically, we never want to win a war. We want to control the demand shadows. It's not about black and white, it's about the gray. It's not about black and white, it's about the gray. And the United States of America has mastered the gray. We've mastered it, and that's what it's really about. It's about having control. It's not about winning or losing. You know? So that's where we get it wrong. We want to make this a win-lose situation, win and lose. And the information that we get as everyday citizens, the real information. So we're trying to figure out a puzzle, put the puzzle together. You know, there's 10,000 pieces and we got 10. Okay.
My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, have some decorum, sir. Have some decorum. Like you told everybody else, have some decorum, sir. And let's come together, brother. All right? Let's have some decorum and let's relax. All right? So these are the issues that y'all don't really understand. It's not black and white, it's gray. If America is over there and we're doing something, what we really want to do, what we really want to gain, we're not going to tell the regular citizens. That goes all the way back to Vietnam. Everyone said we lost Vietnam. We did not lose Vietnam, if you really know what happened. And any other thing we get involved with, we're going there for a reason. Let me tell you one of the reasons that we always go somewhere. After we leave, after we leave that place, what do we always make sure we stay with? A military base. Anytime we go somewhere, we're going to drop off a little crib over there. We're going to keep some folks there to keep stuff in line. So I get it, man. You know, when you hear Americans, we're cocky, we're arrogant. Some of y'all might even say we're ignorant. But there's a reason why. Because when we come over there, we stay over there. I answer.
Okay,
Yeah, y'all can mute up because it's Rockford. I guess MJ and Ted, y'all can go after Rockford.
Thank you, Flawless.
Go ahead, Rockford.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. First of all, I am an Iranian Canadian, and my name is Nafa. I lived 32 years under this regime. This regime, first I want to say thank you to all Americans for supporting attack to this regime. This regime is different than people of Iran, okay? This is the first thing. This regime is based on ideology, and the most important ideology they have is death to America and death to Israel. This is the most important thing they are following, okay? This is first thing. Now, 2 months ago, this regime killed at least 36,000 people in 2 days. Their own people that they raised up to couple this regime. They killed 36,000 people of their own people, my people. Now, some people, they come here or anywhere else, they said, oh, they wanted to defend their own country. No, they want to stay in power. They want to stay in power to kill Americans. They want to stay in power to kill Israeli people. If they get to nuclear bomb, they will do the first thing they're gonna bomb Israel. Okay? This is the most important thing that you should know. That's why I say thank you, Mr. Trump, and thank you, Israel, that they're helping Iranian people who are dancing on the death of this dictator. I'm Iranian. You guys, whoever come here as any other country, and they're defending Iranian regime, this Islamic regime, that they want to kill their own people. They want to kill America. They want to kill Israeli because of the ideology. I say, I'm sorry, but I will say, please shut up.
If you don't know anything, don't talk about it, okay? I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry that Americans are dying because of the humanity. And I'm respectful to American, I'm respectful to Israeli, that they are helping Iranian people. Thank you.
Well, who was it? Who was next? MJ. Okay, give me one. Yeah, hold up. Give me 1 second, MJ. I just got 2 seconds. Hold on 1 second. I don't accept your apology, and y'all some pieces of shit. Go ahead, MJ.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson started speaking French earlier, saying we do this and we do that. Those white companies, those white companies that benefit,
Say my name.
excuse me, sir, you the one that was speaking, but I'm responding to you. I'm not attacking you, I didn't talk about your mother or your children. I'm talking about what you said. I'm attacking your point, which was nonsense. There's people these companies that are going into those nation states and benefiting from this war do not share in resources with Black Americans like yourself, sir. They do not go into your community and invest. And they lobby the government to make sure that you don't get investment in terms of education, investment in terms of opportunity, and the like. These people are not your friends. You saying we with them is silly because they'll never say we with you. They'll never say we with your black ass or my black ass. And so I don't agree with the loss of life to carry out an agenda of Israel, an agenda that is foreign, an agenda that Americans don't benefit from, much less Black people in America benefiting from. The idea that America has not lost a war is very silly. The idea that America won the Vietnam War is actually delusional. I would check with my psychologist. I would check with a lot of different people if you think that America won the Vietnam War. The war in Afghanistan.
I did not say
Hold on, sir. You said your lies. You said your lies already.
I did not say that, sir.
I'm going to speak. I'm responding to the point.
Okay, but I did not say that.
The non-points.
I did not say that.
We need to respect the state.
No, we do.
I'm trying to respect the state, but he's not respecting the state.
Yeah. Stop saying things that we're not doing.
It's time to attack people, though.
So yeah, I'm not attacking anyone, I'm attacking ideas. So the idea that America won the Vietnam War is silly. The idea that America can go into Iran, a country of 90 million people, and do what it couldn't do in a nation of Afghanistan of 45 million people, half the population, is even more silly.
Well, they had bogus radios back then.
They handed the power. They took the power from the Taliban and handed it right back to them. After all of that death, all of that Black life lost, all of that money that could have been invested in American people, Black American education in particular, communities that needed it, at times like Katrina, where they let Black people die in the street, they were funding these wars. Okay? And so to think that you can do it all over again with a nation state that's twice as big and have some kind of different result is the definition of insanity. I don't support it because it's a non-American agenda that nobody here or in the States is going to benefit from. I'm done.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you, no one downloaded none of what you said.
Yeah, go ahead, Iris, my bad. Nathan, Iris was off with mine first.
Okay, I just want to say, MJ, hey, what's up, Bisley? You got something important to say, bro?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead, please go ahead. After you, I can talk with you.
No, you go first. You go first, huh?
I just know I had the whole conversation with this Canadian guy. What he said was true. Like, I agree with him. I speak to him. But the thing is, so he
go out to this corner. Put the moderator. Come on, man. Don't do that while he's talking. I mean, I'm just first. You can't go out there.
Have some respect. Okay. All right.
So I'm out.
Well, no, it's
Sean.
All right, so you passing your turn.
He already did. This was speaking and Sean interrupted.
Okay, so Viz, Ice, Nathan, and Sean. God dang.